A desperate shriek escaped the lips, pointing towards some horrific categorization of power they had just witnessed. The observers sat stunned in the echoing chamber, witnessing the second type of power unfold before their very eyes. The chilling victor sat quietly, hands steepled as his presence simply and unnervingly blends into the environment. The shattered look in his eyes confirmed a terrifying realization. The true threat is neither of them. The chilling evening air around the amusement park hinted at a forgotten innocence. Two children running under the dim lights. Even amidst disaster, a remote voice claimed, "She's at the safest place in the world," refusing to yield. A terrifying blur of dark motion slashed through the heavy atmosphere. Swoop. As the masked terror moved faster than sight. The moon, caught midair, watched her weapon shatter against the chilling shadow that now towered over her. Defeat was absolute. The silence after the impact was deafening. The oppressive purple aura intensified as a sharp crack heralded the sudden, searing pain down her chest. Jin Yongmyung watched, heart seizing, as the lunar dragon's composure shattered from that unexpected blow. A faint, glowing energy pulsed around the wounded creature. "Is that a protective treasure?" she gasped, her eyes wide with stunned realization. A palpable dread settled as observers whispered, "Did we overestimate their power?" The reality of Spring's strength felt suddenly, terrifyingly immense. NOWAY. The elders watched from their seats as the impossible unfolded before their stunned, quiet eyes. The shocked elder merely confirmed his prior knowledge, a tight gesture of his hand betraying the grim secrets he had kept hidden. Defeated, their pride shattered on the cold floor, they could only choke out, "We admit defeat." A blinding, golden aura pulsed around him. The opponents below could only stare and whisper, "Admit defeat?" The terrifying golden light washed over him, an unnerving aura confirming the legends whispered about the strongest existences. The onlookers choked on their own panic, whispering, "He's crazy." Knowing what if he actually kills Moon would unleash. The chilling sound of fabric scraping echoed as Captain Sandojin held the young mistress captive, a blade against her throat. Jin Yongmyung's desperate arrival was heralded by the violent shockwave of the ensuing confrontation. A sharp, gasping sound pierced the heavy silence as dark energy seized the young mistress. Jin Yongmyung's heart hammered. He felt the chilling, agonizing vibration of her distress. The imposing figures watched the fallen moon, their eyes sharp with a cold, calculated appraisal of the shocking defeat. They saw only an opportunity lost, ready to assert their dominance now that the true power was revealed. His own raw conviction tightened around him, a blinding, golden light against the encroaching shadow of their threats. The black-clad figure's deadly strike cut through the air, forcing a desperate plea for mercy from the stunned opponent. A furious roar escaped the shocked subordinate as Skelly's dark blade met resistance with a deafening clang. The captured young mistress lay pale in the elder's arms, her fading breath signaling an imminent catastrophe. The brutal clash resonated with a deafening clang, locking their weapons in a desperate, blinding exchange. Then, an entire wave of menacing figures began to appear, their dark forms swiftly closing the distance in a soundless rush. The armored commander stood surrounded by shadows, his cold gaze fixed upon the glowing, captured essence in his dark hand. The impossible victory was theirs, yet the atmosphere felt heavy, saturated with lingering dread. These shadowy figures, emanating a sickening golden light, stood watching the inevitable collapse, perhaps recognizing the true, terrifying power of the king. The towering presence of Starry Skies Jackson, a pinnacle grade 9 soldier king, materialized against a blinding surge of light. The desperate screams echoed, as these terrified civilians realized running from the impending doom of a small Longjong destruction was useless. Even amidst global chaos, a quiet ritual continued. Someone calmly poured tea, assuring the concerned ant, "Moreover, if they want to kill a king, these people are far from qualified." The victor, unbothered by the chaos, stood beside his small, scowling companion, dismissing the threats with a casual air. The defeated elder finally shouted, unable to comprehend the shocking defeat staring him down. The archer from the Tang family drew back the glowing string, the tension in the air an unbearable, sudden weight. The air screamed as the raging thunderbolt combo rained down, shattering the earth beneath a flurry of deadly light. A terrifying, heavy sound echoed as the roof buckled, casting desperate shadows across the screaming crowd below. The falling rubble echoed the crumbling safety below as Jin Yomyang desperately leaped across the fractured ledge. His sharp intake of breath was lost beneath the sudden, violent motion. The raw power of spring manifested, vines catching falling debris with a resounding catch, shielding the terrified citizens below. The Tang commander barked "NOW" as a terrifying wave, comparable to a swarm of beasts, descended upon the crumbling structure. The arrogant commander pressed his point as icy debris rained down around the glowing figures. "What do you think, family heads?" The council members remained seated, their expressions cold as the imposing figure commanded them to rise. Such casual arrogance in the face of rising conflict felt like a chilling prelude to disaster. The silent dread hung heavy, forcing them to choose a side, lest the terrible cost of neutrality crush them both. Now the dark, crimson energy surged, painting the scene with brutal finality. These cloaked figures exchanged hurried whispers in the golden light, their apprehension clear. "That can't be," one breathed out, stunned by the rising chaos. The dark pacts were sealed with a handshake, a chilling promise of betrayal echoing in the room. These hidden dealings contrast sharply with the rising storm outside. These calculating elders stood together, their cold agreement hanging in the sterile air. "It seems that the decision we should be making is very obvious." "That's right." The cold air rushed around them as three ominous figures descended, their auras glowing with menacing power. Qin Wang's hardened gaze promised retribution as the ominous command, "A bloodbath go," shattered the preceding tension. The air grew thick and cold as the imposing figure loomed over the glowing silhouette. A single, heavy sound escaped the darkness between them. A breath hitched in the dimming light. The question hung heavy. When? The gathering shadows seemed to answer the desperate stakes of the escalating battle. The spectral figure hovered, throwing down words like stones. "Nobody, this is hero." A chilling shadow stood guard, the true power behind spring finally revealed as the battle surged skyward. Qin Duang's weary resolve finally fractured, uttering the name that symbolized endless oppression. Overthrow. The starry skies. The Tang family commander sneered, dismissing the Qin family's absence, until Qin Duang revealed his true, terrifying presence. A chilling intensity solidified in his gaze, the years of silence fueling this furious resolve against mediocrity. The silence before the storm settled as these new figures emerged, bringing a strange, heavy stillness to the ground. A legion of sharp projectiles screamed downward as the commander declared, "Take OFF," embracing the coming storm. The furious exertion of Qin Duang ripped through the air with a violent whoosh. His eyes, now burning gold, unleashed the dormant fury of the raging god. A deafening roar ripped through the air as energy violently erupted, throwing debris high above the struggling figure. The raging thunderbolt combo struck true. Agony ripped from a masked soldier as the brutal impact splattered crimson across the air. The floor shattered beneath the shockwave as the aerial assault slammed down, engulfing the few defiant figures below in a blinding flash. The raging god's thunderous skill ripped through the sky, momentarily blinding the Tang elites amidst their soaring beasts. The sky choked with the rhythmic beating of countless wings, casting the formidable Tang family army's shadow over everything. Qin Duang stood firm, challenging the aerial menace with a startling, resolute roar. The desperate son's plea faded as the seasoned father, Qin Duang, finally erupted with terrible resolve. The sharp, vibrating sound of his voice announced the awakening of the raging god. The raging thunderbolt combo ripped through the sky with blinding blue energy, scattering the Tang aerial forces in shrieks of pain. Jin Yomyang, now forced into the brutal fray, watched the winged beasts fall like stunned shadows. The Tang family commander registered the escalating resistance with sudden, shocked disbelief. "What?" The battle for the Starry Skies' control had just become far more dangerous. The Tang family soldiers stood grim-faced, their imposing forms echoing the sudden, heavy impact shaking the ground below them. Shu army, come forward. Surround the arena. Chindu Wang's command galvanized his fiercely loyal beasts into position. The enemy's arrogance was a suffocating cloud, but spring stood and moved, shrouded in violent, dark energy. The air shifted from open combat to a focused, ominous calm as the master gave his terse command to his summoned beasts. With glowing amber eyes, he decisively ordered the immediate, engraved lightning skill for his devoted followers. The Shu army roared, their beasts crackling with blue energy as the raging thunderbolt combo launched toward the heavens. Qin Duwang's defiant charge met the Tang forces with terrifying, electrifying resolve. The ground shuddered with the enemy's electric encirclement, trapping the desperate flyers in the echoing ruin. There truly was nowhere left to run from this devastating attack. The sweeping attack struck true amidst the lightning storm. Even the massive avian form cried out, "Ouch!" as the aerial assault slammed down. The shimmering shields rang out against the ceaseless arrows, holding firm as the command echoed. "Put up the defenses." The commander's rage boiled over. His stealthy aerial army locked onto targets, betrayed by an unseen enemy action. His blonde hair seemed stiff with fury. How could this foe know the secret of the Shu army? He muttered. Damn it. Realizing his aerial ambush was perfectly counted, the general's vicious command slashed through the stormy air. Dropped. Annihilate all of them. His eyes burned with absolute, ruthless victory. The starry skies' orbital fortress pulsed with a deafening, mechanical alarm against the cold expanse of space. The colossal hunter cannon opened, sucking the bright sky into its terrible, charged core. All that remained was the blinding, awful energy waiting to be unleashed. The brilliant light struck the hillside with a deafening boom, consuming the charging beasts in searing, inescapable fire. The terrifying, blazing light consumed everything. Screams of AHH and ARG echoed against the desolate heat. The monstrous silhouette, shrouded in blue energy, defied the blinding chaos erupting around it. How could such power withstand the starry skies' ultimate onslaught? A chilling mechanical swoop descended from the high, bright sky, freezing the breath in his lungs. He could only stare as the hunter weapon locked onto its unseen target. The imposing commander finally screamed, "RUM," as a terrifying aura erupted around the surprisingly silent Jin Yomyang. The monstrous hunter cannon unleashed its searing light, a violent boom echoing across the blue sky. The ground fractured beneath their frantic steps as the terrifying, familiar roar of fire surged toward them again. The sky rumbled with impossible light as the monstrous Blazicon emerged, eclipsing the sun. A dreadful silence fell over the stunned soldiers below. A blinding flash erupted as the monstrous wing absorbed the impact, the sound echoing the sudden, terrible halt of momentum. The elders stared, shocked silence echoing the impossible claim of a legendary tier opponent. Their faces hardened, realizing this summoned youth was no mere lucky combatant. A blinding, fiery power erupted as the beast let loose an earth-shattering roar against the legendary assault. A deafening buzz preceded the grade 9 divine skill as the holy iron wall began to rapidly expand, enveloping the tiny figures below. The blinding impact slammed down, the massive golden barrier groaning loudly against the relentless, fiery assault. The shock was palpable. That cannon's blast should have reduced even the strongest grade 9 beast to ash. How could any creature survive that terrifying light? The menacing figure sneered, the word strength echoing in the suffocating silence before the inevitable clash. Terrifying golden aura erupted as the commander roared, "Summon your battle pets." The air thrummed with the massive power being unleashed. The starry skies commanders raised their hands in unison, the buzzing energy signaling their terrible, unified yes to the coming slaughter. The swirling, incandescent rifts began to tear the sky open, demanding instant obedience from the descending shadows below. The air crackled with violent speed as they braced, witnessing unbelievable power erupting before them. They stared, frozen by the sudden realization that their opponent wielded legendary tier might. The air thrummed with a savage rustle as countless crimson eyes ignited the cavern floor below them. A tide of monstrous shadows surged forward, their terrifying forms blocking all escape routes. The captain watched, sweat beading on his brow as the sheer pressure of the enemy's might descended upon them. His subordinate visibly trembled, sensing the terrifying finality in the air. With a furious shout of attack, the warrior lunged forward, radiating an intense, blinding light. The world splintered with a deep, shuddering rumble as dark, spectral shapes surged from the ruin. Jin Yomyang watched the figures below, the silence heavy with impending, terrible finality. Spring walked forward, the quiet resolution of his companion a stark contrast to the looming legendary threat. From the shadows below, countless crimson eyes stared back, and a terrified whisper warned, "Brother there." A shadow of crimson energy pulsed, a terrifying presence stepping forward as the air began to rustle under its immense power. A hooded figure recoiled, realizing the unimaginable power unfolding. "That's fusion." The scarred man merely glared, his grin a chilling challenge amidst the blue surge. The monstrous fist descended with a deafening roar, dwarfing the silhouette that dared to stand against it. The final, devastating technique gathered, purple energy crackling around the skeletal fist as the cage sealed them in. The towering figure descended, the air screaming with a deafening whoosh as the shadow blade pulsed. Beneath that terrifying form, monstrous power clashed, ending in a ferocious roar. The monstrous blood-sucking demon screamed, severing flesh with a final, terrible slash. None could escape the iron cage closing around them now. Just one slash. The masked figures recoiled, watching the impossible shatter before their eyes. The mighty Grade 9 defense simply dissolved. The skeletal warrior erupted from the shadows with a raw, echoing scream, a dark slash cutting through the blue silhouettes of the trapped defenders. The crimson, chaotic energy roared as the captured warriors succumbed, their final moments engulfed by this primal, berserk rage. The black silhouette descended like a harbinger, its crimson glow chilling the air as masked eyes widened in sudden dread. The demon's dark blade ripped through the remaining resistance with a sickening splurt, sealing their inescapable fate within the holy iron wall. The oppressive darkness of the contained space swallowed the desperate shouts, sealing their fate within the holy iron wall. Captain Sandojin's jaw tightened as the crushing realization set in. It is already decided. This weary commander finally realized the chilling truth about their foes. Their battle tamers didn't rely on mere numbers when their contracts shattered. A low, primal growl echoed as the cloaked figures stood firm, utterly trapped within the shimmering, inescapable cage. The single command, kill, ripped through the air, unleashing a swarm of shadows against the desperate defenders. Jin Yomyang watched this relentless onslaught, knowing the trap was sealed shut now. The holy iron wall sealed their fate. The young mistress could only stare in wide-eyed horror at this inescapable trap. The massive demon roared, shaking the confined space, as Jin Yomyang's desperate punch landed with an insignificant boom. Even trapped within the holy iron wall, a flicker of raw shock crossed the young man's face. The enemy screams a desperate command. First, be a burden to spring, as monstrous forms collide in a blinding storm of blue and savage red energy. The feral roar of the beasts crashed against the desperate, shimmering blue barrier held by the old commander. Jin Yomyang grimaced, the tension burning through the suffocating pink light of the enclosure. A sickening ding punctuated the moment as the colossal maw snapped shut, trapping the glowing creature inside the demon's horrifying embrace. The young commander stared, sweat beading as he witnessed impossible resilience firsthand. That beast could absorb their hunter's strongest blows and strike back with crushing force. The command sliced through the air, metal meeting chaos as Spring spurred Armageddon forward. His demonic mount's fierce eyes glowed, ready to unleash the crushing and murderous thunder domain. The echoing cling marked the sound of massive forces colliding across the endless tide of shadows. The demonic roar pierced the air, demanding absolute destruction as the blue spectral energy flared brightly. The captured commanders stared, sweat beading on their brows as the chilling finality of their trap sank in. Their escape route sealed. The silence of the holy iron wall screamed louder than any battle. The divine demonic fist descended, its scarlet glow consuming the air with a terrifying, bone-deep rustle. A final, desperate commander could only raise a trembling hand against the overwhelming darkness. The enormous, glowing fist descended, accompanied by a terrifying rustle of displaced air, leaving the enemy commanders speechless. A commander screamed, "NOW," as the colossal, armored figure brought its twin crimson blades down with deafening force. Beneath the shadow, Jin Yomyang moved, a small silhouette against the monstrous impact. The immense blood-sucking demon roared, unleashing its divine demonic fist, second form, against the trapped, doomed commander. The colossal, glowing form roared, "Subjugate," as the skeletal warrior raised its massive, blood-red sword overhead in defiance. Captain San Dojin could only stare, a terrible realization freezing the breath in his chest. The divine demonic fist met its target with a shattering boom, the air itself screaming under the immense impact. The young mistress realized the chilling truth. Trapped inside the holy iron wall, escape was utterly impossible. A desperate murmur of healing light fluttered around the wounded leader, offering fragile comfort amidst the looming silence. The chilling clang echoed as steel met shadow, confirming the impossible might standing before them. Jin Yomyang pressed forward, a dark blur against the monstrous armor. The horrified attendant cried out, "Young mistress," seeing the dark power creeping from her severe wound. The golden barrier sealed their fate, the terror of being utterly trapped washing over the young mistress and her companion. Their panicked whispers against the suffocating silence confirmed the trap was sprung. The monstrous shadow gathered its immense power, the air burning with the unleashed energy of the divine demonic fist. The monstrous shadow fell upon the trapped figures, the sheer scale of the divine demonic fist crushing all hope of escape. The starry sky station hung silent above the world, a cold testament to the authority facing an unthinkable crisis. Above the silent blue sphere, the council convened in cold, blue light, the weight of their decisions chilling the air. The chancellor sat upon his throne, the cold glow of space reflecting the heavy silence in the chamber. All hopes now rested on his grim authority to resolve this sudden disaster. The chilling blue light of the Supreme Council chamber reflected the gravity of the threat facing the silent starry skies. The council members smiled, confident in their overwhelming strength, urging the chancellor to use Hunter, oblivious to the coming catastrophe. The cold silence of the council chamber was broken by a sharp beep as the holographic evidence began its ominous load. But the chancellor knew. "But you'll understand everything after viewing this." The brutal sound of the chancellor hitting the ground echoed thrice, the illusion of his power shattering instantly. He gasped, realizing too late the terrifying truth. Fuckerias a legendary. The towering mass of colossal dragon heads and discarded weapons loomed, an overwhelming testament to absolute, terrifying power. Below this silent mountain of victory, the surviving subordinates stared up, realizing their chancellor's boast meant nothing now. In the cold, blue glow of the council chamber, shadows cloaked the assembled members as they waited for the grim decree. The chancellor's sudden presence signaled that the whispers of war were about to become deafening roars. The chancellor watched the holographic massacre, his outstretched hand freezing mid-air above the devastation below. That crushing silence confirmed the terrifying truth. Spring held a legendary power. The digital distortion crackled around Spring as he sat atop the fallen. The true measure of his power finally revealed. He was the mountain, and those who dared challenge him were merely dust beneath his quiet, glowing gaze. The council member's voice cracked as he demanded answers, the holographic glow illuminating only grim resolve on the chancellor's shattered face. The chancellor's arrogant laughter died instantly beneath an impossible golden pressure. crushing out all sound save for one horrified, muffled curse. The Chancellor thought himself backed by unparalleled authority, but a silent, towering shadow loomed, speaking only a devastating "no." The cold, sterile chamber held the harsh glare of the Earth hologram as whispers debated impossible power levels. Tier? That's quite unlikely, one council member insisted, while another simply declared, won't. The Chancellor reviewed the glowing evidence, his gaze lingering on the figures in the images. He saw the connections, the chilling proof that Spring was not alone, yet still chose arrogance. The holographic blue Earth spun silently, yet the air in the chamber felt dangerously charged, awaiting a decision. Move? One voice asked, echoing the tense gravity of their crisis among the silent stars. The world stilled as a monstrous bird descended, its ominous red eyes fixing upon the helpless prisoner it carried. Jin Yomyang watched in horrified silence as the creature appeared, realizing Spring commanded powers beyond comprehension. The Chancellor sat shadowed, his concern for prestige overwhelming the true danger lurking beyond the station's blue glow. The chilling blue light of the Supreme Council chamber framed the Chancellor's imposing seat, heavy with unanswered questions. The Chancellor's arrogance burned bright, cloaked in shadows and oppressive red energy, as he bellowed a command, "Stand UP." The crushing sound of rubble settled, revealing the Chancellor buried beneath the terrible weight of defeat. Jin Yomyang could only stare at the small, desperate hand reaching out from the wreckage. The massive metal foot slammed down with deafening thumps, scattering rubble as the remnants of starry skies scrambled, shouting, "Yes! Surround them!" The pressurized hiss broke the tense silence as the Supreme Elder emerged, declaring, "Ignorant younglings, step down." The Chancellor's luminous eyes betrayed nothing as he faced the young brute beneath the pale, mocking sky. He steadied his ancient hands, his resolve hardening against the immense, crushing pressure beginning to descend. The remaining council members recoiled, their false confidence shattering as the brutal reality unfolded before them. Their shocked whispers died as the imposing commander shouted, "Yes," before the sound was violently cut short. The wager was accepted, and the crushing silence of the impact followed instantly, silencing the arrogant defiance. Even the mighty Chancellor of Starry Skies could only groan against the unseen, legendary pressure. The Chancellor's brittle authority shattered as the crimson rage behind Spring overwhelmed him instantly. A choked sound confirmed the horrifying realization. That brat was truly a legendary tier. The Chancellor's booming voice echoed, labeling Spring as merely young. But the sudden arrival was met with a profound, silent whoosh of power. The Council Chancellor, imposing in his regalia, made a grand gesture, his followers rigid beside him under the pale, open sky. He truly believed his authority could command the outcome, asking, "Like this?" The Chancellor's aged face hardened, clinging to the remnants of his arrogance before the overwhelming aura. He thought, "Humph, won't to," dismissing the true nature of the blade's connection. The vast, indifferent sky hung over the silent battlefield as the defeated Chancellor faced the youth. Spring sat utterly composed amidst the ruin, his stillness dwarfing the old leader's desperate arrival. The Chancellor stood tall, radiating authority that even the surrounding subordinates seemed to absorb. He truly believed no force, not even Yatakin, could challenge the power Starry Skies possessed. Spring offered a cold, challenging smile, casually asking the enraged Chancellor, "Shall we have a bet?" The Chancellor's smug laughter dissolved into a strangled gasp as an unimaginable pressure crushed him instantly. In that blinding light, the horrifying realization struck. Spring possessed true legendary power. The Chancellor's arrogance hung thick in the bright sky as Spring confirmed the absurd 3-second wager with a mocking gesture. The Chancellor's ancient eyes held a rigid, icy glare, masking the crushing disbelief as he stared down the young challenger. His desperate gamble had shattered instantly under an unseen, overwhelming pressure. The Chancellor's arrogant laughter choked into muffled gasps as an impossible pressure crushed his very breath away. That instant betrayal of confidence confirmed the devastating truth. Spring commanded legendary might, The air screamed with the raw might of 5 furious ninth-grade dragons. Yet the tiny figure below showed only defiance. The elder's aged face hardened with disbelief, the air thick with the unspoken truth of their power. These dragons, each one refined through trials, now faced an undeniable, terrifying void. The assembled forces watched in stunned silence as the dark silhouette began to solidify beside him. It was him, and his power was growing even more incomprehensible now. The master of the starry skies roared, crackling energy boiling around him in a terrifying, bright blue display. He could not comprehend why this youth dared to underestimate such magnificent power. The ancient dragon swept down with terrible speed, meeting the earth in a shocking bang of raw, unleashed power. Jin Yomyang watched, silent, as the foundation of their defense fractured under the assault. "Let me show you." The newly empowered figure boomed, blue flame erupting as the ground fractured beneath their sudden ascent. Captain Sandojin shouted his dismissal into the clear sky, while the captive figures struggled silently against an unseen binding force. A storm of crimson energy erupted as the fusion slammed into place, demanding a new level of terror from those watching. The family heads stood ready, their unified shadow darkening the threshold as Jin Yomyang stared back, an unsettling calm amidst the gathering storm. The screen displayed dark, strange powers, beast possession waiting to be combined with yet another spectral fusion. Now, surrounded by silent judgment, the family heads had come for a final, joint assault upon Spring. The glowing interface presented a choice, a dangerous power resting just within reach. His gaze fixed on beast possession, contemplating the doubled surge of borrowed might. This surge of borrowed strength felt unreal, a tempting power blossoming in the stark darkness. He smiled, ready to test this doubled ability on the perfect, waiting opponent. The system chimed as time fractured, the overwhelming power of the fusion solidifying the impossible victory. A sudden, sharp realization broke through the surge. It worked. The encroaching crimson energy pulsed as a sharp command cut through the silence. "Come out, Blazakon." A furious surge of black and crimson energy roared outward, a terrifying sight. The air pressure itself seemed to crush the world under this newly doubled power. The commander's face twisted, a desperate shout echoing. Fusion? Impossible. That forbidden power was clearly beyond any mortal's reach. The shockwave of an unseen power slammed into the assembled leaders. Could Spring's true power? Is he already at the peak? The fused power roared as the dark armor pulsed crimson. "Start the timer," Jin Yomyang commanded, challenging fate once more. The furious roar of the 9 spectral dragons met the sudden, chilling silence of their own formation. Jin Yomyang stood small against the blinding blue light of the 9-layered dragon protection. The elder's crimson face twisted, reeling from the sheer, terrifying, impossible strength displayed before him. He wondered if this young master stood completely outside the Vatican's reach, wielding the Void Realm's ultimate power. The terrifying demon subjugation hell dragon fist collided, forcing a final, deafening crash against the fragile, splintering barrier. The deafening sound of DIE echoed as the immense pressure crushed the elder's will. He could only gasp. Ugh. The blinding golden fist slammed forward, a deafening boom preceding the final, agonizing shriek of impact. A deafening impact echoed as the brute cracked through the earth, his rage echoing his disbelief. ARG. Possible? The deafening rumble announced a catastrophe as immense power slammed down, crushing something vital beneath tons of falling earth. The defeated master, shrouded in terrifying red aura, desperately tried to retract his power, his arrogance burned away by the overwhelming reality. The ground violently buckled beneath an unseen force, a terrifying hiss splitting the oppressive silence as rock fractured. A sudden, sharp rustle split the stillness as a figure tumbled downward into the jagged darkness below. Jin Yomyang felt the cold dread of being too late for this desperate fall. The terrifying, skeletal form loomed, radiating a crimson aura that silenced the dusty battlefield completely. Below, the defeated master could only whisper the frantic command. "Get." The defeated master bowed deeply, the ghost of his former pride eclipsed by the raw terror of the Void Realm's power. A chilling silhouette rose above the broken elder, claiming the title of the strongest organization in the subcontinent. The starry skies kneeled in unified reverence, their cheers echoing in the desolate, smoke-filled air. Two young faces beamed with triumphant loyalty toward their new master. The city buzzed with the aftermath of sudden fame. Chatter echoed against the glass of the now famous pet store. Outside, the gathered crowds whispered rumors of forfeitures and sudden, tragic losses in the recent chaos. The noise of the bustling pet store felt jarring after the previous storm of battle. Whispers rose as other family heads arrived, an encroaching shadow outside the entrance. The air solidified as a formidable line of family heads marched forward, their combined intent heavy. She met their silent, menacing pressure with a gaze of cold resolution. The grim silence hung heavy as the family heads gathered, their eyes sharp with unified hostility. Fear beaded on the younger man's brow. The brewing storm felt inevitable. The sudden chaos shattered the recent calm. Her expression hardened as she asked, "What happened?" The clerk, despite her bright facade, suddenly seemed taken aback by the sheer gravity of the situation unfolding. "They're launching a joint attack," she managed, her hands clasped tight against rising alarm. The cult leader offered a practiced, placid greeting, masking the silent machinery churning behind his easy smile. Sure, Mr. Spring granted the request, his smile unnervingly smooth against the shimmer of the room's light. Next, the soft, almost sickeningly sweet glow surrounded the staff, signaling the endless cycle of service had begun. The newly assigned maids stood ready, one stretching with an almost careless confidence, the other bowing deeply in silent service. Mr. Spring's new domain expanded rapidly, absorbing every powerful family under his smooth command. The opulent doors remained sealed, reflecting the silent, cold victory Mr. Spring had just secured. Jin Yomyang searched the polished entryway, sensing the danger lurking just beyond that shimmering glass. The air fractured with a sudden, violent crash as the cloaked figure descended before the assembled elders. Chilling question echoed in the tense silence. Satisfied now, the black ink armor, a lost treasure, floated there, shimmering under the cold, blue light. Jin Yomyang felt the shadow of immense power settle over the room. The stunned elder saw the Tang family's heirloom vanish, unable to fathom how such a treasure was dismissed so easily. The brilliance of the newly acquired treasures flooded the room, causing the shadowed figure to pause. That his hushed acknowledgement hung heavy in the sudden, tense silence. Even as the Dragon King's legacy stirred, a sudden, sharp shout cracked the tense silence. Blue light flared around the elder as he reached out, demanding, "WHOIS there." A sudden, terrifying pressure enveloped Rylan as the world warped around her with a violent blue surge. Kya. The forced compliance of the newly bound families echoed in the deafening silence. The sheer, chilling weight of Mr. Spring's authority crushed the maid instantly to the cold floor. His glowing presence pulsed with silent, absolute dominion over the room. A young woman trembled, confronting the towering figures whose light seemed to drain the air from the room. "Isn't the enemy Spring?" she whispered, realization dawning with crushing weight. A sharp, unfamiliar voice cut through the lingering tension, questioning the identity of the young man before them. He sat back, radiating an unnerving, youthful composure amidst the chaos of forced submission. The silence in the sterile conference room felt heavy as the shadowed figures remained seated, waiting for a command. One voice broke the stillness, a whispered acknowledgement. Roger, the elder, now serving tea in a frilly apron, complied quietly while holding the cult leader's pale hair. This unexpected service was just another quiet display of Mr. Spring's chilling dominance. The elder's gaze narrowed sharply, questioning if the young miss truly possessed the reliability they desperately needed. The chilling silence hung heavy, testing loyalties in this perilous moment. The servant, face pale, offered tea while agonizing. If it's the former, that he sees her as loyal, then it's fine, but if it's the latter, the elder begged the young lady, his voice trembling with urgent secrecy, "Don't tell Mr. Spring about it. The young woman's expression twisted into confusion, wondering, Hell is father and he seems to emit? A shadowy figure mocked the elder's earlier claims, the air thick with dark, pulsing energy. So you too kidnapped. The elders muttered accusations of deceit against Spring, their voices laced with sudden, frantic disbelief. The air crackled with their rising fury as the truth of the situation became apparent. The woman's eagerness shimmered, a shared breath held as she offered the tea, whispering, When do we take action? The chilling authority of Mr. Spring hung heavy in the air as the white-haired girl questioned his next move. What action? She whispered, her wide eyes searching for guidance amidst the cold calculations. Captain Sandojin watched the interaction with grim suspicion, the air thick with unspoken threat. Jin Yomyung sensed the fragile alliance threatening to shatter under Spring's suffocating control. The imposing figure claimed the young maid, his shadow enveloping her sudden apprehension beneath the echoing silence. The stunned faces around the table betrayed their shock at the sudden accusations flying in the tense air. Jin Yomyung sat rigid, caught in the crossfire of powerful families finally grasping their subjugation. Jin Yomyung raised a hand, a silent command cutting through the tense, almost sterile air of the room. The cult leader's immediate demands had been met, but an unseen pressure still gripped him tight. The assembled elders could only emit choked sounds as the true scale of Mr. Spring's power began to dawn upon them. The air grew heavy with unspoken dread as their fleeting hope of leverage dissolved completely. Mr. Spring offered that unnerving, quiet smile as the elders below could only muster a stark, bewildered what? Mr. Spring sat back, an unnerving calm radiating from his sharp, golden eyes as he assessed the room. The air hung heavy with the silent weight of their forced allegiance to him. The silence in the opulent room was heavy, broken only by the soft breathing of the subordinates awaiting judgment. Mr. Spring gestured, his movements commanding the fear now palpable in the air. The defeated leaders offered hollow applause, their forced smiles masking the bitter taste of absolute submission to Spring's new power. The air in the pristine office crackled as Mr. Spring accepted their submission with chilling composure. His gaze, sharper than any blade, accepted the victory already won. The system chimed brightly, signaling a critical choice awaiting its master's command. Mr. Spring confirmed the Level 4 upgrade, the ancient Dragon King's legacy stirring beneath the digital sheen. Jin Yomyung paused, the background city noise fading as a crucial message flashed across his device. Zhao Zun reported progress. There's progress in the Dragon Platform's secret realm. The silent command center bathed in cold blue light, confirming the target coordinates for the Sky Hunter's terrible power. The cool, digital light reflected in his sharp eyes as he focused, sensing the immediate need for the vital mediums. A faint, blue light crackled as he focused, the sound of energy sizzling filling the charged space. He stood ready, preparing the final transfer before his inevitable departure. Brother, Georgiana's voice cut through the quiet, pulling him from his strategy toward a journey he was preparing for. Brother, Georgiana's voice cut through the quiet as he smiled, preparing for his journey afar. He then turned toward the newcomer, his gaze steady with purpose. Brother, Georgiana's voice cut through the quiet, seeking guidance for the journey ahead. The leader offered a steady gaze, his intentions clear amidst the buzzing anticipation. The silence hung heavy in the bright, sterile air as the young commander gripped her blade, her face etched with grim resolve. Captain Sandojin stood ready, awaiting the unseen command that now rested entirely upon her shoulders. The glowing crimson aura announced her presence. This was no mere contest, but a struggle for true dominion. A calm resolve settled over him as the soul calming lamp pulsed with brilliant, protective blue fire. He offered the treasure, knowing it would shield her from the impending darkness. The heavy silence in the stark room betrayed the lingering tension from the intense preparations just moments before. Jin Yomyang stood resolute, his gaze meeting the concerned look of the attendant before him. Number 7 Pioneer Base stood stark against the bright, wild sky, awaiting its master's next command. The hissing roar echoed as the massive chain beast struggled against the heavy restraints above. Jin Yomyoung and the others clung desperately to the creature's immense, wounded flank. The heavily armored figure loomed, his stance radiating desperate command over the silent, fallen mass beneath him. "Don't let even a single fly enter," he fiercely commanded, his voice echoing the grave importance of what lay protected. A chilling mist swirled around him as Jin Yomyoung reappeared before the North Star commander, readying his own stark greeting. A sudden impact echoed in the sterile hall as the masked figure arrived, confirming their presence with a curt, "That's right." The new recruits stared, a flicker of nervous awe crossing their faces upon hearing the North Star battle team's reputation. The sterile white light reflected off the determined faces approaching, ready for the journey ahead. Whispers of commitment hung heavy in the air as the group stepped forward together. The man in black stood silent, his determined gaze meeting the cool, mechanical certainty of the other figure. The authority commanding the devastating weapon seemed to rest solely on these two figures. Jin Yomyoung stood before them, his shattered figure radiating cold finality as he dismissed their concerns with a terse, "Next time." The designated personnel stood silently in the blinding white mist, awaiting the command from their shadowed leader. The searing light caught his face as the chilling regret echoed. "If I had been stronger, I could have avoided this tragedy." The massive entrance radiated a fierce, purple light over the assembled, hopeful crowd. Two small figures ascended the stone steps toward the secret realm platform. The urgency of the hidden threat echoed in the commander's sharp command. "No one else." The elder's glowing eyes surveyed the silent crowd as he offered the luminous spirit forth, a terrifying display of raw, celestial power. The blinding yellow arc descended with a terrible swish, meeting the ground in a deafening thud before the imposing dragon gate. The air sizzled with intense, burning power as he stood before the Tang family, embodying the one who dared challenge everything. A blinding light erupted around the two powerful figures, their auras pulsing beneath the vast, clear sky. The man with the mustache raised his hand in a resolute, silent command. A sudden, cold resolve hardened the young man's striking gaze, the air around him crackling with contained power. The authority to command the Sky Hunter was now his burden. The desolate landscape held countless souls awaiting their fate, their forms faintly glowing under the harsh light. Jin Yomyoung stood resolute, the solitary figure ready to face the assembled destiny before the glowing pyramid steps. The countdown signaled his departure, the device on his wrist flashing with a sharp, decisive beat. He had set everything in motion before finally answering this urgent summons. The enormous apparatus shifted with a definitive click, locking into its terrifying target coordinates for the celestial strike. That one controlling star's hollow holds the absolute mandate to unleash the Sky Hunter. A sudden, searing red light enveloped them as the air violently rushed past. Someone had marked the targets instantly. That sharp, surprised cry echoed the abrupt, terrifying realization of inescapable doom closing in. The sheer, terrifying power of the Sky Hunter, mobilized from the void, drew gasps from the stunned onlookers below. A bead of cold sweat traced the commander's temple as the unbelievable breach echoed through the command center. The sheer audacity of that lone supreme-tier master defied all calculated risks. A suffocating wave of golden light slammed them down as their desperate plea echoed across the barren earth. The imposing figure watched, the wind carrying the sound of his silence. The powerful successor dissolved into blinding purple energy, drawn through the portal as the final trial concluded. The air crackled with sudden dread as Captain Sandojin recognized the name spoken aloud. "Spring, it's actually him." The sudden appearance confirmed their worst fears about the disruption. The relentless azure energy hammered down, a shocking spectacle of power meeting fragile resistance. A lone figure struggled within the brilliant, churning water, yet seemed miraculously unharmed. The residual divine flame hissed, searing Lord Yadakin's chest as the agonizing healing continued day after day. The old Dragon King appeared, his luminous presence demanding silence from the deeply bowing successor. "Speak," the ancient voice commanded, echoing against the stark blue confinement. The frantic beep of the monitor confirmed the impossible. Yuan Linglu had indeed cleared the tower. Lord Yatakin's spectral form flickered with an intensity fueled by desperation. Just as the final pieces aligned, a sudden, violent shockwave forced Lord Yatakin into an undignified fit, scattering his forced composure. The sweat beaded on Lord Yatakin's brow. The sudden news tasted like bile rising from his suppressed wounds. The spectral guardian loomed near the still meditating Lord Yatakin, as an aide anxiously questioned their current state. Their glowing presence filled the charged air, waiting for news from the trials. The urgent voice broke the oppressive silence, reporting directly to the furious Lord Yatakin. He demanded to know about the Vanguard team's status near the critical dragon scale continent. The lingering divine burn on his chest pulsed with the familiar, cold rage of a caged legend. He came opportune, the elder rasped, assessing the threat brewing outside his vigil. The cold light framed his stern visage, simmering with internal conflict over the unfolding events. "If I let stop," he muttered darkly, feeling the slow burn of rising resentment. The searing divine flames upon his chest pulsed, a constant, agonizing reminder that even this recovery hasn't fully concluded. The taut strain on his face revealed the bitter truth. A powerful figure has fallen, now being mistreated. "Gather forces," he commanded silently. A blinding streak of power cut through the tense silence, slamming against the structure's base. The ground trembled violently as someone approached the Dragon Bone Tower's sealed entrance. A violent boom shattered the oppressive silence as Jin Yomyang stepped into the vast, echoing darkness before him. The blinding light gave way, revealing Jin Yomyang after the ninth floor test demanded passage. He stood silently, his golden eyes assessing the sudden, sharp shift in this critical juncture. The heavy chains gave way with a deafening snap, releasing the darkness towards the blinding path ahead. The Dragon Bone Tower shook with a deafening boom as the final barrier fell under the relentless assault. The blue light intensified as the ninth lamp ignited, marking a rapid ascension that stunned the observer. The air crackled with held breath, questioning if she truly survived the trial at the ninth tier. The colossal dragon roared, shaking the very ground beneath Jin Yomyang's feet as he questioned the mysterious ninth tier power. His internal conflict raged. What tactic used to test? Above them, the golden dragon roars, a burning presence against the black void, while she stands bathed in terrifying purple aura. The shadow of despair briefly overtakes the girl before her eyes flash with grim determination amidst the blinding light. Jin Yomyang observed this chaos, a cold calculation settling in his gaze as a new plan sparked to life. The clang of metal echoed sharply as Yuan Linglu, armed and ready, challenged the imposing silhouette emerging from the golden darkness. The silhouette ignited in burning gold, announcing the full restoration of the king's soul. Even as others spoke, the sudden, bewildering questions hung heavy in the air as Jin Yomyang grasped the cold steel. What power now defined this moment? A blinding light erupted as the spectral dragon roared its acceptance. "I have been waiting for a successor like you for tens of thousands of years." Then a sudden, terrified cry broke the sound barrier. "Whoa, what is this?" A dragon's roar. Yuan Linglu's fierce eyes betrayed her intense focus, reciting what her grandfather had imparted. The air grew heavy with unspoken tension as she prepared to face the unknown. The imposing, glowing silhouette held up a hand, demanding a response as disbelief flickered in her wide, crystalline eyes. "Is I can't real?" Jin Yomyang's ominous grin met the watchful stance of the pink-haired guardian under the bruised twilight sky. The silence before the clash felt thick, heavy with unspoken threat. The golden aura flared intensely around Jin Yomyang, his gaze hardening against the encroaching shadows of the dark sky. His king's soul had finally healed, demanding swift retribution. The sudden, harsh glare of the light revealed a face frozen in shock. Jin Yomyang realized the trap had sprung, the silence shattering. The spectral figure praised her quick wit, but Yuan Linglu only offered a soft, triumphant little chuckle. The glowing hand shot out to stop her impulsive rush, a sudden, heavy command slicing through the tense quiet. She recoiled slightly, her bright expression faltering as the spectral presence intervened. The residual divine flames danced around Jin Yomyang, his eyes glowing fiercely as he gathered his strength. He felt the king's soul finally stir, ready to reclaim what was stolen. Yuan Linglu clutched the smooth shaft, a sly, satisfied he escaping her lips as the trial concluded. This small victory masked the grand deception unfolding elsewhere, far from the Dragon Bone Tower. A blinding pillar of golden light erupted from the tower, signaling that Yuan Linglu's trial was abruptly complete. The sudden radiance momentarily silenced the growing tension around Lord Yatakin. Captain Sandojin stood firm, his gaze meeting the shadowy ranks of soldiers behind him, while a strange, cracking light pulsed menacingly overhead. The spectral projection flared with doubt as an unseen entity declared, "Lies." Yet Captain Sandojin still urged, "Linglu, you must do your best." The towering structure shimmered as a golden, blazing spirit roared, "King Soul," signaling Jin Yomyang's moment of return. The blinding, golden light announced the ancient Dragon King's reappearance, echoing his powerful call, "Successor." The warmth of the golden light betrayed the chill as Yuan Linglu stood stripped bare of her defenses, waiting for destiny. The dark air held a strange stillness now, mocking the chaos that preceded it. As Jin Yomyang paused, he leaned back, a calculating shadow in the fading light, silently weighing his next desperate move. The dragon's blinding golden aura descended upon them, making the pink-haired girl tremble as she weakly uttered, "Didn't." The figure recoiled, stunned by the blazing visage, shouting defiance against impossible authority. The sheer, incandescent power of the dragon head seemed to mock the challenger's desperate denial. The head of the great Yan True Dragon stared down, the sheer weight of expectation in his gaze revealing, "There's candidates." A colossal dragon of pure fire hissed, its incandescent gaze falling upon the two tiny silhouettes below. The head of the great Yan True Dragons awaited their reaction to its immense, terrifying presence. The towering figure decreed, "So be it," as its blazing claws clashed against an unseen, crackling blue force. The initial trial had concluded, leaving a profound, electric silence in its wake. The vast, star-dusted expanse swallowed the sound, leaving only the chilling void between them. Jin Yomyang stared up, his expression unreadable beneath the dizzying galaxy. The massive skeletal structure loomed against the starlit void, demanding breath with its sheer, cold presence. Two tiny silhouettes struggled below the immeasurable ascent of the dragon bone steps. The trial continued, the silent tension of the starry void pressing down as Jin Yomyang prepared his move. A sudden rush of power, a swift whoosh, signaled that this fragile truce was finally broken. The stifling pressure of the trial space crushed him, rendering the ability to open a rift or summon Blazicon impossible. The pink-haired warrior surged forward, gripping her sword tightly beneath the looming shadow of the silent overseer. Her determination, fueled by the impossible trials, burned intensely against the chilling night atmosphere. The colossal bone structure seemed to absorb all light, as the faint glow of energy traced desperate arcs across its massive segments. Jin Yomyang moved against the backdrop of silent, swirling stars, his pace urgent yet contained. He needed to reach the cult leader before the true chaos of this trial erupted. The thunderous impact of the blow echoed through the starry void, shattering the fragile barrier of the trial space. Beneath the cold, streaked starlight, his boots scraped the ascent with a determined rustle and a sharp clank. He had to climb, driven by the belief that Grandpa's teachings were the only true path forward. Faintly, spectral hands clawed up from the darkness, reaching toward the shadow that seemed to absorb all light. A sharp bang echoed as the challenger's fist crushed the illusionary remains, the sound of cracking bone sharp in the silence. A sudden, fierce punch met the hissing, spectral skeletons, shattering their shadowy forms with sheer force. Facing the endless emergence of skeletons, the black armor offered no defense against the spectral onslaught. A chilling, skeletal hand rose to frame the face as a deep, resonant inhale preceded the next move. The blinding golden light erupted as a raw command sliced through the chaos. "Retreat." The blinding golden surge erupted, shattering spectral defenses by illusion. A sudden, sickening rustle echoing as the skeleton faded. That's these things. A chill settled as the skeletal figures hissed, their purple light promising a deadly encounter. Attacking these spectral figures only drains precious energy. Mental power burns, just holding back the instinct to fight them. A dark silhouette stepped forward under the starry void, a skeletal hand reaching out as a quiet thought registered. Interesting. The air thick with unspoken power. The chilling hiss of spectral hands enveloped him, yet his gaze remained cold and resolute, ready to test the limits. "Let's see," he murmured, the sound absorbed by the rising, oppressive purple energy. The monstrous roar shook the very air, pressing down on the warrior as the dragon's shadow consumed the light. A sharp exhale escaped the warrior, purple energy flaring around her armored form as she gripped her weapon tight. The pink-haired contender's glare burned with a cold, intense resolve, daring the heavens themselves to question her capabilities. The illusory beast closed in, their fangs inches from the pink-haired youth. Its eye, the desperate thought trailed off into a roar. The arduous climb paused, a moment of stunned silence descending after the beast fell before the determined gaze. Grandfather's teachings had forged an unstoppable will, even amidst the trial's unsettling reality. A fierce, chilling aura emanated as the pink-haired figure drew their weapon with a sharp swish. They stood ready, asking with cold intensity, "Is the one before me? Me?" The Grand Elder's piercing gaze held the pink-haired girl captive, demanding an answer to the unspoken accusation hanging in the cold air. The figure's rage boiled over, black ichor weeping from eyes now alight with terrible accusation. "You think this, you, a bastard without a father." The spectral attack roared a final command, but a defiant clang echoed against the heavy blade. "Grandpa would never say such things," she whispered, her glowing eyes meeting the violent, fading illusion head-on. The physical toll of the spectral assault was clear, yet a defiant breath escaped her lips. "Mere illusions," she gasped, refusing to yield to the oppressive reality of the trial. The pink-haired warrior braced herself, the familiar intensity of the dragon-bone staircase settling around her. Even on the 17th floor, the memory of Grandpa's stringent training kept panic at bay. The black-clad figure struck down with blinding speed, a sharp smack echoing as the pink-haired warrior gripped her sheathed blade in shock. "What? Damn it. How could he surpass?" A shocked voice erupted, shattering the observer's quiet disbelief. The head's supreme proclamation shattered into a deafening roar as monstrous figures surged forward, their glowing eyes promising true confrontation. A violent swish erupted as the challenger plunged forward, determined to crush the spectral threat swirling around him. The raw, unwavering certainty in his sharp gaze cut through the accelerating blue blur. "And this is how many floors I can climb," he confirmed with chilling focus. The massive, skeletal structure shuddered as the challenger ascended with terrifying speed, each swish marking a new height reached. 90 floors vanished in a blur of golden light, leaving the others far behind. The first climber, exhausted and clinging to the oppressive ground, could only utter a faint, bewildered "huh" as his struggle abruptly ceased. The heavy breaths echoed in the oppressive atmosphere as he stared ahead, questioning his very own measure of level. The echoing silence after the declaration pressed down. Spring's chest hitched as a faint sound escaped. Hiss, did all that sacrifice truly earn her a reply? Under the vast, silent expanse of the starlit void, Spring faced the silhouette, her breath catching in the sudden quiet. The Elder Dragon King's blazing eyes cut through the residual starlight. "It is too early to speak winners." The colossal, flame-wreathed Dragon King loomed against the star-strewn void, judging the tiny silhouettes below. The monstrous, fiery presence of the Elder Dragon King loomed, its voice thick with finality. "You did it." The roar of victory faded into the deep, silent expanse of the starry void. "Me?" she whispered, her wide eyes reflecting stark disbelief at the unexpected pronouncement. The colossal golden eye reflected the victorious warrior, yet a refusal lingered in the air, I don't know. The brilliant light crackled around Spring, raw power vibrating through the darkening expanse. Her gaze was iron, settling the chaos of the combat trial. The purple-collared phoenix swept down through the starry void, its brilliant wings eclipsing the surrounding darkness with a sharp swish. A brilliant column of fire erupted skyward, the beast roaring defiantly against the overwhelming power surging down. The deafening bang ripped through the sudden silence, blinding the world in an orange explosion. The dark, celestial beast let out a sharp breath, the cosmic dust settling around its glowing eyes. Spring's victory was sealed in the shimmering aftermath of the thunderous exchange. The harsh sound of impact echoed as the brute realized the foe he struck was mere phantom energy. The shock of impact echoed as the champion fell, a desperate groan escaping the defeated fighter. Even in victory, a flush crept up her cheeks. She barely held the blade steady, whispering, "Did it?" Beneath the distant, cold starlight, the victor's face held a look of quiet, unsettling satisfaction. The battle's roar faded, leaving only the weight of the next impossible step. The purple-collared phoenix erupted in flame, its desperate screech echoing the power of its final, blazing skill. The purple shadows recoiled as the brilliant supreme flame erupted, consuming the very air with blinding, terrifying heat. The air crackled with raw, summoned energy as the black cloak stood bathed in inferno, dwarfed by the unseen giant. The inherited brilliant supreme flame erupted with scorching clamor, fueled by the desperate need to win this trial. The fierce electrical surge coursed through him. A painful groan escaped as the raw power resisted his command. The air screamed as the brilliant phoenix supreme flame slice devoured the light. In the blinding heat, only Spring's fierce determination remained victorious. The victor, Spring, grinned fiercely as blinding golden light erupted around him. "Quite a pretty move," he drawled, his eyes gleaming with dangerous triumph. Dark Armageddon manifested, its terrifying presence blazing with raw power under the celestial glow. The brilliant supreme flame erupted, forcing a pained cry from Spring as the blinding heat washed over the arena. A violent surge of dark energy ripped through the air, the stone tower trembling under the immense, crackling impact. The massive, crackling purple energy pulsed outward, an undeniable wave washing over the gathered crowd. Even from afar, the spectators trembled, recognizing the terrifying strength emanating from the tower. The Elder Dragon King hovered above the stunned crowd, his very presence causing the gray sky to churn with latent energy. Captain Sandojan's stony glare cut through the lingering tension of Spring's hard-won victory. The air hung thick and cold as he processed the overwhelming power displayed moments before. The blinding impact shattered the air, a deafening Ka, as the devastating strike found its mark. Dark energy writhed across the beast's massive jaws from the shocking blow. The roar escaped her lips, blazing with an impossible, inherited fire that shocked the stunned battlefield silent. The shattering force ripped through the starry void, leaving Spring reeling from the brutal impact. "What?" she gasped, realizing her effort was just a little bit off. Against the star-dusted void, the divine phoenix loomed, offering its charge to the golden, fiery breath of a true dragon king. The shockwave of power enveloped her, a sudden, blinding light erupting where devastation had been moments before. Above, the massive beak hissed, sensing this strange, overwhelming shift in energy. The crystalline starlight framed a crushing defeat, where the pink-haired woman wept silently before the looming shadow. Jin Yomyoung stood distant, caught between the sorrow and the intimidating presence of the Black Hound. Beneath the cold, star-dusted void, her armor torn and spirit broken, she could only choke out the words, "I'm ashamed." The intense flood of power ceased, leaving only silence and the stark horror of disintegration. He watched in agony as the Dragon King's bestowed strength dissolved into dust. A sudden, forceful descent sliced through the air with a sharp swoosh, violently slamming the figure down. Even in this blinding blue vortex, Jin Yoming felt a fresh jolt of disbelief and alarm. A shocking impact echoed through the void as the overwhelming power slammed the figure violently backward. Blinding surge of power left her breathless, a sharp pain radiating from where the inheritance struck. Ouch, she gasped, reeling from the sudden, violent transformation. The towering, blazing dragon essence seemed to judge him under the silent, starry expanse. He met that overwhelming power with quiet acceptance. No big deal, he thought, ready for the ultimate transformation. Under the vast, star-dusted expanse, the silhouette gestured, their question hanging heavy in the strange air. The pink-haired warrior's expression hardened, facing this unknown challenger with bewildered defiance. The crackling energy struck the venerable Dragon King, eliciting shocked cries of "ouch, ouch" as he recoiled. The colossal golden dragon loomed, its presence radiating unimaginable power as 3 scarlet drops hung suspended in the starlight. The inherited power surged downward, 3 crimson droplets streaking across the starlit void toward her outstretched hands. The colossal, fiery dragon's spirit descended, outlining the immense power that could save him from dire situations and improve his cultivation. The Dragon King's fiery visage demanded obedience against the starry void, its massive claw silencing all contestation. Well, inheritance, step aside. A fierce pink aura crackled around her as she gritted her teeth, determined to outpace the promised 3 years. Even as unseen voices pitied this poor naive girl, her will hardened against the cosmic background. The very fabric of reality shattered as the true inheritance flooded his being with searing, golden light. The inherited power slammed into him, leaving Jin Yomyang frozen amidst the blinding, divine light. A shimmering golden coffin, bound by heavy chains, ascended into the blinding, raw light of the soul's origin. The immense, shimmering hoard of treasures offered an illusion of victory, blinding him to the deeper mystery. He pulled with all his might, yet that strange coffin refused to yield to his sudden power. The shimmering artifacts glowed brightly, yet the inheritor only sought the coffin he could not claim. The Dragon King offered these lesser treasures freely, noting they vanish when the true inheritance arrives, leaving the air heavy with unspoken promise. With a sharp, determined grin, he enacted his technique, drawing of heaven and earth. "Collect this too." The command rang out, and a fierce, golden light engulfed the lesser treasures, a sound like dry leaves scattering underfoot. He watched as his collected weapons were consumed, knowing this was the cost of the ultimate ascent. The intoxicating glow of treasure beckoned, and with fierce greed, "Collect," echoed as the siphon began to drain the boundless wealth. He commanded, "Collect again," even as the world threatened to dissolve around him. The massive, glowing coffin was held fast by chains, defying his powerful pull against the harsh, sun-bleached stone. The searing golden light bathed him as he finally unrolled the ancient-looking scroll, hoping for answers. Roaring flames erupted as chains of fire bound the golden inheritance, demanding the inheritor, "Clear your sea knowledge." A deafening crack signaled the shattering containment, unleashing the promised inheritance. In blinding, fiery chains, the magnificent blue light and the dragon's essence began to dissolve, its powerful image slowly fading into nothingness. The spectral dragon descended with a soundless swoosh, its luminous form overwhelming the space. He stood stunned as the true dragon's essence roared into his very core. The Dragon King's imposing presence overshadowed everything, his voice echoing with intense raw accusation. "Areyou dissatisfied with my bloodline?" The blinding energy of the true inheritance slammed down, a massive, golden fist meeting scales with a shocking finality. That raw power seized him, utterly transforming the very essence of his being beneath the dragon hound's gaze. The colossal fire spirit roared, its burning essence momentarily eclipsing the cool spectral dragon before it. The brilliant golden light of his power clashed, causing the spectral dragon essence to recoil in agonizing defeat. The ethereal spirit cried out desperately, its form visibly dissolving into nothingness against the raw surge of energy. The spectral dragon lunged forward with a deafening swoosh, halting the snarling hound, burdened now with reviving the great Yan True clan. The Dragon King's spectral form unleashed a blinding torrent, demanding he accept My true legacy. A shocking surge of pure energy enveloped the inheritor in dazzling, golden light. A resonant voice pierced the tense quiet, demanding answers about the inheritance little Lu was meant to secure. The elder regarded the young warrior with quiet surprise as a new message finally broke the tense silence. A soft rustle broke the tension as the girl finally faced him, her burdened voice whispering, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. Please punish my failure," she whispered, bowing low under the cold, glittering expanse of their victory. The gentle touch against her trembling hand offered a fragile comfort amidst the vast, distant sea. A message awaits, but the journey ahead feels heavy with unspoken sacrifice. The elder's face hardened, his whispered thoughts cutting through the tense silence. Girl, defeated. The ancient master acknowledged the rare Dragon King blood, recalling how little Lu used to lose her temper. But this serene exchange showed immense growth under the shimmering blue light. The elder stood in heavy silence, his weathered face betraying a deep, unyielding focus before the impending storm. A missive had arrived, but his calm posture masked a vital, unfolding mission. The ancient man's eyes burned with cold light amidst the shattering blue energy. His promise to wait felt utterly hollow now. The echoing command cut through the silent gathering, demanding order before this looming structure. The towering golden cocoon pulsed, emitting a deafening, heavy thud that shook the very foundations. Jin Yomyang stood silent before this impossible light, waiting for the final revelation. The golden light flared around him, yet his gaze held only cold resolve. "The day is at all," he murmured, gathering unseen strength. The dense, blinding light enveloped him, a silent testament to the immense power now contained within the swirling void. The blinding golden light faded, leaving only a profound silence as Jin Yomyang finally emerged from the radiance. The suffocating golden light settled, revealing Jin Yomyang's gaze, now hardened by recent impossible battles. The mission was done, but a chilling new reality awaited him. The dragon power essence cocoon pulsed, radiating golden light as the disciple knelt within the surging astral power, cultivating desperately. 7 agonizing days had passed, culminating in this sudden, violent surge. "Dragon!" someone screamed under the crushing pressure. The heavy stone chamber echoed with the servants' distress as they cradled their shaken comrade before the commanding figure. A vital missive, urgent from Holy Light Base City, now awaited the one who had finally returned. 7 days vanished while Ambagadon slept, prompting doubt. Could that kid Spring have already escaped? The Dragon Bone Tower shuddered as a blinding pillar of gold energy ripped through the gray sky. A monumental power shift was occurring beneath that sudden, shocking light. A blinding, golden light erupted, and a familiar, terrifying shout pierced the rising gale. "Spring?" The deafening sound of the roar ripped through the strained silence, unleashing the great Yan golden dragon might. The pressure descending felt immense, forcing even the seasoned warriors beneath the tower to buckle under its weight. A blinding golden light washed over them as Spring descended, his subtle smile hiding immeasurable power, demanding immediate attention. A fierce light enveloped the figure as Captain Sandojin recoiled, his grizzled face contorted in shock, uttering, "What's this?" The monstrous, fiery roar split the air as the colossal dragon dominated the trembling onlookers. This giant dragon beast definitely has the power of a king beast level. The ambient light flared gold around the young man, his amber gaze betraying a cold, measured resolve. Yatakan, the legendary one, now faced a challenge that pulsed with undeniable, godlike power. The imposing aura of the dragons might press down, making even Yatakan whisper, "If my cultivation hadn't waned, how could I endure this humiliation?" The overwhelming golden light pulsed, confirming the monstrous power blooming before the sweating elder. "Judging," the young master murmured, completely unfazed by the dragon god's might. The overwhelming, terrifying presence of the golden dragon loomed, its blazing eye fixing on Jin Yomyang. The golden dragon roared, its ancient might overshadowing the grim ultimatum given by the towering figure. Jin Yomyung's icy gaze met the challenge. The confrontation's tension crackled in the heavy air. A searing, golden form ripped through the oppressive air, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. The sheer kinetic force of the dragon hound's ascent made everyone stagger back. The legendary technique roared to life, its single percent shattering all known limits with a blinding, golden gust. The newly unleashed dragon hound blazed with terrifying, brilliant gold against the darkening sky. Jin Yomyang, clinging to his back, knew this power would shatter the limits of any known realm. A sudden electronic ding echoed as the dragon hound's status materialized before her eyes. The immense power surging from the fusion was now finally catalogued. The golden hound blazed with an overwhelming light, its power echoing the dragon god's might, confirming its terrible potential. The dragon hound's power, tied to the seals, now ascends toward the sky tier realm. The final seal broke, yet Spring only regarded the resulting shimmer with quiet, unwavering composure. The shimmering, ethereal energy faded as a final, lingering voice whispered, "Take care." The oppressive silence was broken as she offered the sealed letter. His return, however hard-won, now brought news from the outside world. He held the dark card, realizing his limited knowledge about the looming Holy Light City base. Quiet reflection settled as he decided to seek counsel immediately. The underground track shuddered violently as the journey ripped forward. A blinding flash struck something far above the bright, cold moon. The thunderous descent shook the pavement outside the little naughty pet shop as the high-profile transport violently touched down. Even the air vibrated with raw, intimidating power, signaling a monumental arrival. The common deep track arrived with a metallic screech, depositing him among the curious onlookers gathered for an airdrop capsule. His expression remained flat, utterly unmoved by the sudden spectacle of glowing technology. The imposing figure of the cult leader sat across the sterile expanse of the conference table. Silence hung thick in the air, heavy with unspoken authority and deep, ancient secrets. The elder confirmed the dreadful truth with grave certainty, his jeweled robes seeming to shimmer under the cold, low light. They were coming in terrifying waves, pressing close to the fragile sanctuary. The digital projection illustrated the stark tiers, C, B for Longjong, and the dominant, radiant A-tier structures looming large. The Holy Light base was the genesis of all blacksmith mastery, where glorious masters forged legendary might. A blazing sword rose high, eliciting silent, reverent worship from all who witnessed the craft. The shadow beasts circled close, their glowing eyes piercing the blue gloom as the small group braced for the inevitable onslaught. A silent, desperate stand unfolded deep within the underground tunnels. The sudden surge of crackling, terrifying power ripped through the air as the cult leader reached out, his eyes blazing fiercely in the oppressive darkness. Fear paralyzed those near him, witnessing such raw, unbound energy manifest with chilling ease. The revered elder held his long white beard, his eyes shadowed with immense, untold knowledge. He began gravely, the low sound echoing slightly in the room. A low, thoughtful sound escaped him as plans formed behind those intense golden eyes, preparing for what lay ahead. The venerable elder seemed overjoyed, his tiny gesture radiating a strange, expectant energy across the carriage. The silence was thick with unspoken intentions, contrasting sharply with the rattling train beneath them. Below the luxurious dining room, where fish swam in luminous silence, his silent dread was palpable. How's this even low-key? The violent, sugar-fueled rage of the scarlet shadow dragon hound suddenly exploded in a blinding, resonant roar. This beast's furious outburst shattered the underground carriage's fragile, imposed silence. The opulent room suddenly fractured as the scarlet shadow dragon hound roared, its rage illuminating the terrified figures recoiling from the chaos. A man's furious shout shattered the opulent silence, his finger accusing the small, lollipop-holding girl near the menacing shadow. A savage roar erupted as the crimson hound lunged, its owner paralyzed by sudden, blinding terror. That soft command cut through the violence, forcing the raging beast into instant, silent submission. A sudden, violent whoosh marked the beast's lunge, but his inner focus remained absolute amidst the chaos. That terrifying red maw snapped shut just inches from impact, controlled by unseen will. The harsh reality of uncontrolled beast power erupted as a low command cut through the cacophony. With terrifying swiftness, the violent raging subsided into sudden, absolute silence. The monstrous mask fixed its glowing red eye upon the startled girl in the bright light. He silenced the rising chaos with one low, cutting command, like a blade slicing through silk. Fawn's wide eyes held a glimmer of sudden fear as she began explaining the tiers of city bases. A single, soft command silenced the violent energy. The beast instantly slumped, submitting to the strange, deep peace. Jin Yomyoung secured the frightened girl's trembling hands, ignoring her plea to let go now. The buzzing power surged as the gloved hand calmed the frantic beast. That single, soft command, "Be awakened right now," had ended the chaos. The wild snarls faded as gentle, pulsing light quieted the agitated beast instantly. A swift touch erased the chaos, imposing immediate, eerie slumber upon the struggling creature. The gentle stroke of Zhang Lintong's hand brought immediate, profound silence after the furious outburst. A sudden, unnatural calm settling over the scene. Fawn's gentle hands trembled as the heavy, dark shadow enveloped her wrist, signaling an unseen danger. The knowledge she shared hung heavy in the air, yet a faint hope still sparked in her bright, worried eyes. The man in the suit aggressively pointed toward the seemingly tranquil, down-beast creature. In the sudden silence, a chilling command cut through the owner's desperate cries for his pet. The pet owner's voice cracked with raw terror, pointing a shaking finger. "If anything happens to it, I will absolutely hold you responsible." The hushed whisper confirming the reason, sugar, failed to quell the brewing storm of the pet owner's rage. A desperate hand reached out, the intense blue energy screaming as a stronger grip commanded the other to hold. The man's furious grip tightened, demanding attention, yet a strange stillness followed the master's quiet intervention. Zhang Lintong watched with wide, stunned eyes as the previous tension dissolved instantly. The stark, cold light illuminated the masked figure, hiding intent even as the train shuddered beneath him. Beneath the pretense of quiet travel, a deep, unknown pressure warped the very metal of the cabin walls. The sound of a heavy impact echoed sharply as the man collapsed, his face frozen in raw, panicked terror. The sudden, violent energy surrounding the collapsed creature made the onlookers freeze in the brightly lit room. A command of pure will forced the little dragon back from its fatal slumber. The sharp beep signaled the system verification, but the ominous warping visible outside the cabin instantly erased thoughts of a peaceful journey. The attendant offered the delicate strawberry cake, an unexpected token of gratitude from the instructor across the carriage. A profound sense of quiet disquiet settled as the man accepted the gift, noticing the strange warping outside his window. The attendant offered a sweet reward from the distant girl, yet the carriage itself felt unnervingly warped by an unseen, terrifying pressure. The ceiling groaned under an unseen, crushing weight, flinging debris as a pale hand offered a small, porcelain dish upward. Fear seized the woman below as reality seemed to fold against the immense pressure just beyond the carriage walls. The train compartment seemed too still, the silence broken only by the unsettling warp of the ceiling overhead. That strawberry cake felt heavy, a fragile thanks against the dread of what lurked just beyond the metal walls. Sudden impacts rocked the carriage, shattering the illusion of safety as debris rained down around the frightened passengers. The plush corridor suddenly felt oppressive as the masked figure presented the dessert, startling the attendant. The masked figure registered the sudden influx of energy, whispering, "Meal. What kind of ill-fated situation is this?" A violent, sizzling awareness swept over him as his senses screamed, "Detection." The metallic shuddering was deafening as the enraged seventh-tier beasts clawed at the speeding transport, shattering the fragile peace. The monstrous roar echoed as the powerful, dark dragon effortlessly crushed the armored guard beneath its claws. A single fierce golden eye observed the terrifying display of overwhelming venom hundred claw. The guard's forced calm snapped. The sheer dread of the sudden threat echoed in the tunnel. I'll, he shouted, adrenaline burning through his structured defense. Silent swoosh signaled the terrifying blur of intervention, the shadow falling over the beasts below. The terrifying ninth-tier dragon was instantly met by steel and overwhelming, unseen force. A guard cried, back, just as blinding light and concussive impacts erupted around the monstrous shadow. The terrifying, wounded roar echoed, signifying the impossible battle raging within the narrow confines. The air cracked with shock as the decisive strike landed, stealing the breath from the onlookers. Instant kill? Echoed the disbelief. The sixth-tier instructor's challenge hung heavy in the suddenly charged air, met only by Jin Yumyoung's scorching, unwavering glare. This confrontation, promised by the roar of the arena, had finally arrived. The enraged beasts, sweat beading on their thick hides, finally knew true terror. A palpable wave of fear pulsed through the violet energy surrounding them. The faint, desperate squeaking of unseen things was swallowed by the sudden, decisive smack of the cloaked figure. The masked figure stood tall against the cold, cavernous backdrop, his golden eyes piercing the tense air. Behind him, the subordinate watched with clasped, anxious hands, awaiting command. The quiet warmth of the room offered a brief, illusory respite after the chaos below. His eyes closed, the weight of the recent threats settling into a deep, resolute calm. The weight of the city's name settled heavily upon him as the train finally docked. They had reached Longjiang City, leaving the underworld's shadow behind for now. The masked figure paused amidst the crowd's murmur, his dark silhouette stark against the bright exit light. "Oh, what a coincidence," he murmured, recognizing the small, hopeful girl clutching her bag. The vast, bright expanse of the Heavenly Dragon Academy suddenly seemed imposing after the underground terror. A challenge had been issued, the air now thick with simmering, arrogant tension. Guards waited stiffly as the young woman showed her credentials, her small gesture defying the imposing entrance. This simple interaction hid the true power Jin Yomyang possessed. The masked youth presented his credentials, his hand held steady despite the guard's stern demand for proof of status. "IDO NTAV IT," he quietly admitted, letting the official invitation flutter into view under the bright, unforgiving daylight. The guard's voice, full of dazzled respect, painted the young man as a hidden master of the instruction world. The arena floor seemed to tilt under the stark, bright light as the instructor's pets faced off. LETTE match began. The raw, desperate energy of the untested beasts immediately filled the echoing chamber. The opponent, a sixth-tier instructor, glowered, his arrogance heavy in the sterile light of the arena. The young man merely offered a challenge, his posture radiating quiet confidence before the looming competition. These glowing training materials, displayed like precious jewels, showed the temporary enhancements the instructors could bestow. The silent tension of the coming challenge hung heavy in the air before the match truly began. The instructor channeled shimmering, dark energy, activating the temporary enhancement to the fragile creature's body. The energized gray gale sparrow streaked downward as the forest ape braced itself, anticipating the fatal impact. The enhanced sparrow circled with terrifying speed, a blur against the intense blue energy washing over the ape. The seasoned instructor watched, certain of his sixth-tier advantage in this sudden, breathless conflict. The forest ape unleashed a terrifying, focused power, its glowing blue eyes burning with the sudden, unexpected growth of deadly rock spines. This calculated enhancement shattered the sparrow mid-flight, sealing the brutal, decisive victory. The gray gale sparrow shrieked, its enhanced form a streak of deadly blue light descending upon the battered ape. That brief, calculated enhancement had cost the forest ape everything. Through the swirling green energy, thick, deadly spines were finally emerging from the forest ape's back. The gray gale sparrow shrieked, its enhanced speed met instantly by the forest ape's unexpected counterattack. A blinding whoosh confirmed the devastating blow as rock spines erupted. The masked figure's golden eyes held the cold calculation of one who understood true power. Their unlocked pet's potential, he noted, watching the brutal lesson unfold. The masked Jin Yomyong stood guard as the young woman, startled, sensed the arrival of other figures nearby. The oppressive silence of the platform felt thick with untold scrutiny as they disembarked. The seasoned instructor's fury hung heavy in the air as he challenged the audacious newcomer to a duel. The sneering men loomed over the small girl, their patronizing whispers closing in like a tightening noose. She stood frozen, absorbing their harsh words amidst the low, tense murmur of the crowd. The masked man stood tall, his quiet presence eliciting shock as the two escorts gaped, witnessing this unexpected arrival. The masked youth stared down the arrogant challenge, his silence heavy under the scrutiny of the two men questioning his worth. Sixth tier, their disbelief echoed in the tense air between them now. The seasoned instructor's enraged finger jabbed forward, the sudden motion charging the air with hostile energy. His challenge hung there, a direct confrontation demanding immediate action. The shadowed figure declared the ultimate stake, bathing the shocked onlooker in a terrifying crimson aura. A heavy, resounding thud echoed as raw power asserted itself in the silence. A cold wave of dread washed over Feng Yiliang as the victor simply waved goodbye, disappearing into the buzzing chaos. The blond man sputtered in rage as the blue-haired rival clapped him on the shoulder, clearly enjoying the impending humiliation. The challenger's roar shattered the silence, echoing his raw frustration toward the veiled figure and the frightened girl beside him. The victor stood utterly silent, leaving the defeated challenger stammering out a confused, panicked, "Huh?" into the echoing quiet. The grand, stark arena spread out below, bathed in blinding, impartial sunlight, waiting for the final act to play out. He turned away, leaving the vanquished foe to stumble across the geometric floor. The glowing numbers marked the cages, trapping beasts whose angry hisses echoed faintly in the sterile, cold arena. The cold light of the console illuminated the masked figure, mapping out the available bloodlines: metal, water, and earth. A silent calculation sparked behind the black fabric, seeking a path through the listed beasts. The purple glow of the thunderstorm beetle pulsed against the harsh, fiery aura of the blazing hound. These mismatched beasts stood ready, poised on the precipice of the inevitable clash. The arrogant man adjusted his glove, a cruel smile fixed as the ferocious blazing hound steamed beside him. His opponent remained cloaked, shadowed by the silently glowing, unsettling thunderstorm beetle. Before each creature lay its absolute desire: raw meat and a bright, tempting ear of corn. The silence in the room held the heavy anticipation of a strange, immediate test. A single piece of promised sustenance hovered before the eager beast, while a girl watched the process unfold with wide, contemplative eyes. The victor's smile was sharp, the blazing hound enveloped in fierce, crimson energy, confirming that mastery over mere sustenance was just a small part. The victor stood motionless, his dark silhouette absorbing the pale light, leaving the defeated opponent reeling in confusion and flight. A chilling, victorious smile touched the victor's face as he held the subdued power, making Feng Yiliang finally turn to flee. The silence after the contest felt heavy, broken only by the sound of retreat. A terrifying scarlet aura pulsed around the victor, signaling the beetle's shocking success. The challenger's casual confidence shattered as the creature held the corn tight, the silent threat echoing. The challenger's shout echoed sharply in the tense stillness, pointing with furious indignation at the waiting figure. Defeated by a bizarre taming technique, Feng Yiliang cursed the outcome under the glare of the triumphant blazing hound. "I must win in the battle phase," he vowed through gritted teeth. The mentor's voice cut through the tense silence, announcing the 3-hour strengthening period before the true test began. The crunch of the dragonfire grass sounded like splintering ambition, a vibrant red grasped tightly in the victor's hand. The victor began, the promise of victory sharp in the sudden silence. He fiercely gripped the dragonfire grass, whispering his intent to metalize and enhance the hound's power. Even as defeat loomed, the silence that followed the defeat hung heavy, broken only by the victor's dismissive farewell. He stood tall against the blinding light, turning his back on the crumbling arrogance below. The victor simply turned away, leaving the defeated man scrambling on the ground below. A single, detached hand reached out toward the blinding, towering architecture ahead. The young observer watched with wide, frightened eyes, a small sound escaping her lips as she processed the impossible odds. A novice beast instructor. How can he win this? The blazing hound roared, unleashing its scorching power as the hidden expert commanded. The blazing hound uses flame devourer. The blazing hound lunged, its furious flames consuming the air, yet the beetle held its ground against the inferno. The victor offered a chilling smile as the defeated student could only stare, uttering, "So ruthless." The chilling ice frost shell pressed against the blazing hound's heated muzzle, suffocating the fiery breaths in a sudden, shocking stillness. The defeated man recoiled, unable to fathom the victor's power despite the lack of any detectable astral power signature. The blazing hound roared, encased now by the chilling blue of the ice frost shell, melting uselessly in the close-range clash. The masked figure stood shrouded in furious golden energy, utterly untroubled by the opponent's retreat. No fluctuations of astral power. His shadow seemed to whisper, a chilling calmness settling after the chaos. The victor stood cloaked in shadow, his incandescent eyes burning with absolute finality as Feng Yiliang fled. The humiliation of defeat burned hot, but his very core resisted the inevitable collapse. He could only manage a strangled denial as his pride shattered completely on the dusty floor. Feng Yiliang stumbled backward, the sharp crackle of defeat echoing in the sudden silence as his rival simply walked away. The victor vanished into the blinding white light, offering only a cold, dismissive goodbye. The sound of defeat echoed loudly as Feng Yiliang tumbled, his arrogant bravado shattered by a sudden, painful impact. "Ouch," he cried, realizing his desperate retreat had only resulted in a humiliating, ground-shaking fall. The shadow figure remained still as the vanquished finally tumbled, watching the victor cheerfully wave goodbye. A chilling silence fell over the arena. The true battle now loomed for the one left behind. A sudden, chilling hiss filled the air as the ice frost shell solidified, its primal, crystalline rage now utterly unleashed. The dazzling, newly empowered thunderstorm beetle pulsed with vibrant light as the observer furiously scribbled down the death training method. The crystalline beetle shimmered faintly, observing the intense, veiled man standing over it. She quickly scribbled notes, entirely unaware of the genius standing beside her. The glowing thunderstorm beetle looked anxious as the student hurriedly sketched its cute new form, capturing the sheer surprise of its sudden power. The young woman's eyes widened, the bright yellow atmosphere failing to mask her shock as she frantically scribbled notes. Her amazement at the borrowed, profound ninth-tier manual was palpable in the quiet library air. The intimidating instructor stood perfectly still, watching as Xu Kuang casually dismissed his own terrifying potential with a light laugh. He feigned ignorance about his own rank, asking about the 7th-tier exam with practiced, nonchalant ease. The intense scrutiny of Mentor Ding pressed in, making Xu Kuang's quiet composure feel fragile beneath the library's echoing silence. The gentle greeting seemed genuine, yet a shadow of doubt lingered beneath Xu Kuang's composure. "Oh, I haven't properly introduced myself yet," he admitted softly to the waiting mentor. The imposing Mentor Ding adjusted his glasses, startled by the quiet declaration, "I'm Xu Kuang." A brief silence hung heavy, assessing the unknown genius standing before him. The librarian confirmed the vast return, noting the 9th-tier manual borrowed on behalf of an unknown mentor. An instructor nearby questioned the still uncertified Xu Kuang's profound knowledge. Mentor Ding offered his privileges with a warm smile, extending the sleek card for Xu Kuang's convenience. Those deep, intense eyes, framed by shadow and mask, held an unspoken gravity against the purple haze of doubt. Mentor Ding offered a warm, paternal smile, gesturing grandly as the young student watched with wide, uncertain eyes. The map glowed with faint blue light as Mentor Ding checked the activated positioning function on his wristband. a quiet signal echoing the urgency. He focused on the immediate task, sidelining all previous research in a sudden, calculated shift of focus. The student watched Mentor Ding, a slight tremor in her expression as he held his hands tightly. A heavy, unspoken decision seemed to hang in the air between the two figures. The librarian's cheerful approval seemed genuine, yet a faint, uneasy silence lingered after Xu Kuang's casual dismissal of his own qualifications. The cold air crackled as Mentor Ding delivered his devastating pronouncement. I suggest you immediately start researching the death training theory now. Purple haze of the battlefield seemed to deepen as the two figures stood silent, the air thick with unspoken concern. A connection was forming here, hidden beneath the chaos of grand battles and secret agendas. The librarian's gaze locked onto the massive return pile, her expression freezing in pure shock. Is wrong? She silently questioned, unable to process the sheer volume Xu Kuang had devoured. The quiet student stared up, her wide, emerald eyes reflecting a sudden, sharp confusion beneath the mentor's imposing shadow. Mentor Ding stood tall, his polite smile fixed, while the young student shrunk away in the overwhelming white silence. The unspoken tension between them seemed to vibrate faintly in the sterile air. A thin, confident smile played on Mentor Ding's face as the tracking function silently activated behind the ID card. Under the bright, vast sky, the imposing Heavenly Dragon Library stood as a temple of condensed knowledge. The Mentor ID card glowed, its tracking function suddenly whirring to life with a decisive whoosh. Little Zhang watched helplessly as his own academic future was violently redirected by the cunning Mentor Ding. The immense weight of knowledge settled as the borrowed ID card was finally returned to the counter. A gasp rippled through the quiet library as staff noticed the impossible stack of advanced manuals Xu Kuang was turning in. The massive stack of knowledge followed him, whispering of secrets and the sharp intake of breath from onlookers witnessing such reckless borrowing. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the sudden silence as the library staff realized the shocking scale of Xu Kuang's borrowed collection. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xu Kuang as he devoured the world's accumulated wisdom on the desk. The warm, golden light bathed Xu Kuang as he absorbed ancient wisdom from the hefty tome. He had devoured the knowledge, gaining profound insight while feeling utterly undisturbed. The sheer weight of knowledge, borrowed and devoured, settled as Xu Kuang returned the forbidden texts. He casually dismissed his own rank, shaking off the probing instructor's earnest invitation to test his skills. Xu Kuang held the advanced text, absorbing ancient wisdom that felt strangely familiar in the quiet reading room. Submerged in the chilling blue depths, Xu Kuang held the glowing orb, his expression calm amidst the muffled silence of the water. The silence of the grand library enveloped him as Xu Kuang returned the heavy bounty of knowledge he had instantly devoured. He casually dismissed the instructor's awe by claiming he was just returning books for his mentor. Hiding his true rank, Xu Kuang returned the impossible tower of texts, his effortless strength shocking the watchful librarian. He casually dismissed his own high comprehension, claiming he had not even passed the beast instructor exam yet. The sudden, heavy bump shattered the library's calm as the borrowed treasures began to tumble down. He laughed off the impossible question, claiming he was just returning books for his mentor, not even certified yet. The staff member rushed to help with the towering pile of manuals, but Xu Kuang firmly stated, "It's fine, no need." Xu Kuang returned the massive stack of borrowed knowledge, meeting the whispered astonishment of the staff with a simple, detached acceptance. The instructor, astonished by the borrowed ninth-tier manual, questioned his true rank. Xu Kuang simply laughed, masking his mastery behind a casual lie of inexperience. The librarian paused, her sharp violet eyes assessing Xu Kuang with unconcealed curiosity regarding the borrowed texts. She offered an invitation, her voice laced with unexpected challenge. "Do you want to join me?" The massive blood mist wraith roared, its spectral form surging forward as the observer could only cry out, "Wait!" Instructor Yan pointed his baton forward, his harsh voice demanding the swift entrance of the next terrified applicant. The stern authority figure struck, the sharp impact echoing amidst the tense blue lines of the testing hall. He cried out, "Ouch." Yes. Trapped under the heavy hand of the Yama instructor, the other applicants stared, breath caught in their throats, watching the terrifying prospect unfold before them. They could only watch the impossible challenge begin in the chilling silence. The hardened applicants shifted nervously in the cold, immense hall, waiting for the living Yama's next command. The masked youth stood silently beside the woman with lavender hair, waiting for the next inevitable command to drop. The masked youth looked upon the terrifying wraith, his golden eyes betraying no shadow of fear. He quietly asserted his mastery. "No need for 12 hours. Instructor Yan's sharp voice cracked through the tense waiting area, demanding the newcomers step forward. "What are you all standing around for? Come in." The chilling command cut through the crowd's rising dread as a resolute figure stepped forward into the harsh, blinding light. The stark silence was shattered by the applicant's quiet defiance, a refusal to be bound by time. Captain Sandojan watched the cult leader standing alone amidst the cold, silent stones of the courtyard. A heavy, suffocating quiet settled over the space now that the initial confrontation had passed. The onlookers watched with smirking malice as the two men offered false comfort to the woman with lilac hair. A low scoff escaped the challenger as golden light flared violently from his focused gaze. The silent sound effect, swoosh, accompanying his sudden, sharp resolve. A sudden blur of motion, perhaps a trick of the eye, revealed only the dark silhouette exiting the blinding white space. The air around him rippled, systems frantically processing the hidden power surging within. Unseen symbols flashed briefly across his dark form as the scanner confirmed his presence. Instructor Yan's stunning proclamation hung heavy in the suddenly frozen air, causing one spectator to rub her eyes in disbelief, whispering, "Huh." A powerful surge of unknown energy erupted around applicant number 44 as he moved with startling swiftness. The air thrummed with that sudden, intense swoosh, defying the impossible challenge. The sterile, vast testing grounds held 3 innocent lab mice, unaware of the trials awaiting them. The other applicants strained, their desperate efforts barely sparking as the test timer relentlessly ticked down. The guard stood unmoving, his shadowed face betraying nothing as the applicant's glowing power met the small creature with a sudden, shimmering sound. The instructor's shocked gaze met the trembling applicant's face above the perfectly transformed mouse. Instructor Yan could only manage a single, bewildered question. "FOR?" The instructor roared at the fading color, while the young applicant could only stare, hands trembling slightly near the test subject. The explosive sound of the impact ripped through the tense air as the applicant recoiled with a sharp ouch. Instructor Yan's decree of unqualified echoed like a death knell. A struggling applicant watched his weak astral flow fail, the mouse remaining stubbornly white under his panicked touch. A blinding, golden energy erupted, silencing the room as one candidate commanded shocking power. The observers murmured, taken aback by the sheer, raw display flashing before them. A blinding surge of golden power erupted as his hand shot out, the air hissing with sudden, contained force. The transformed rodent, crackling with arcane energy, squeaked as an observer reacted with visible shock. The little creature, now radiating shimmering colors, gave the stern instructor Yan a bewildered look. Even the terrifying master seemed speechless at the unexpected, dazzling result. A sudden, sharp buzz signaled the delicate surge of astral power flowing from the applicant's hand. The creature vibrated faintly under this precise, otherworldly touch. Instructor Yan stared, his stern gaze fixed upon the flawlessly transformed, elementally charged mouse beside him. The sound of the crowd's stunned silence was suddenly broken by the applicant's bold declaration. The onlookers stared, reeling from the unheard of multi-element transformation, their stunned silence echoing loudly. Instructor Yan's harsh gaze met the masked applicant beneath the pulsing purple light. The air crackled with unspoken challenge between the seasoned authority and the newcomer's unnerving calm. The blood mist wraith thrashed within its cage, its red eye blazing against the sudden, sharp metallic clang. Applicant number 44 simply met that terrifying gaze, his voice cutting through the collective dread of the onlookers. The golden light surrounding him seemed to ignite, his amber eyes piercing through the darkness beneath his mask. The cage rails buckled under the monstrous, newly evolved strength. A terrible, raw sound of breaking echoed. This unleashed power, even now, felt dangerously beyond control. A violent, crimson mist surged around the shocked subordinates as the mysterious figure spoke of the notorious Four Kings. A fierce, burning crimson energy surged around her. That tension in the air suggested heavy resistance was coming. The metal door clicked open, a stark sound breaking the sudden silence between them. The black silhouette paused, standing between two worlds. The air vibrated with the monstrous GRRR as evil spirit possession lunged. Yet Jin Yomyang stood silent against the crimson wave. A sudden blur of motion cuts through the air, the sound of rushing wind accompanying the masked figure's swift arrival. A blur of dark fabric and intense focus. Jin Yomyang shot forward, the air slicing violently around his passage. The overwhelming shadow of the monstrous wraith loomed, but Jin Yomyang moved with impossible speed. A silent blur against the beast's massive form, he vanished into the intense energy. Jin Yomyang landed lightly upon the creature's massive, newly horned head, a silent, controlled movement confirming his absolute dominance over the raw beast. A violent, crimson energy pulsed as the beast roared, threatening to tear apart its confinement. Jin Yomyang stood against the terrifying surge, his calm presence utterly commanding the chaotic power. The creature's massive, sweat-soaked eye registered sheer, undiluted horror. The interrogation had only just begun. The monstrous blood mist wraith thrashed violently, its terrifying roar shaking the very iron bars meant to contain its fury. A silhouette sped past, leaving only the echoing sound of unrestrained, primal rage. The mysterious figure stood silently amidst the glowing artifacts, his identity suddenly exposed. Now, the critical question hung heavy in the sterile air. Have you heard about the Four Kings? The masked figure held the glowing artifacts, the air thick with violet magical dust swirling around the spectral book. He affirmed his control with a low promise. It won't. The ground began to rumble as dual spheres of glowing astral power pulsed in his outstretched hands. He calmly prepared, ready to face the ultimate reckoning. The sheer force of focused astral power crackled, glowing with strange, vibrant energy as the command, "Combine," echoed silently. "Geo," he commanded as he lunged through the dazzling light, meeting the unleashed beast head-on. The blood mist wraith moved with spectral speed, its reformed essence swirling in violet and cyan smoke. Jin Yomyang watched the terrifying, yet beautiful, transformation complete its volatile surge. A brilliant, cold light erupted as the entity began its transformation, making the observer gasp. A sign of evolution? The air thrummed with a startling whoosh as the newly crowned Thunderclaw Soria towered over him, its intimidating form eclipsing the sky. The newly evolved Thunderclaw Soria slammed against the bars with a deafening clang, threatening to shatter the cage completely. The raw, surging power echoed as panic erupted, their fragile defenses shattered before the monstrous release. The beast RUN. Captain Sandojin tightened his glove, the grim tension in the air confirming his fears about the evolved beast. The blood mist wraith has not only leveled up, he muttered, his voice strained. The newly crowned Thunderclaw Soria roared, its immense power shattering the bars with a deafening clang. Captain Sandojin could only stand frozen, witnessing this unbelievable, uncontrolled strength unleashed. The massive, blue energy surged, threatening to crush the lone figure held captive within its blinding light. Even with the thunder subdued, that incredible destructive power remained overwhelming. A faint, crackling energy danced over the pale hand, a silent judgment whispered into the charged air. So reckless. A silent, ominous shadow loomed, coiled energy crackling around his gloved hand as he uttered a single command. Even under the master's terrifying gaze, the evolved beast could only gasp out a strained, defeated sound. The massive, newly evolved beast thrashed violently, its containment bars beginning to tremble under the sudden, raw destructive power. Captain Sandogen could only watch, utterly stunned by the frightening display of strength. The air in the sterile corridor thrummed with residual shock. Relief finally broke through their stunned silence. Captain Sandogen and the female officer exchanged wide-eyed glances, struggling to process the impossible display they just witnessed. The imposing figure stepped through the fading light, his mask hiding every reaction to the shocking question. He stood silent now, the weight of the four kings hanging heavy in the thin air. Captain Sandogen's wide eyes tracked the conversation, the unsettling purple haze lingering behind the mysterious shopkeeper. His breath hitched as the unthinkable question about the four kings finally broke the tense silence. The imposing elder, wreathed in mist, held a solemn pause before asking about the infamous four kings. A sudden whoosh of air announced the arrival of two powerful figures, one shadowed and one glowing brightly. The shopkeeper stared up, dread chilling him as grand authority descended. A shadow of utter shock crosses the commander's face at the whispered question. Bai's disciple. The air in the sterile room grew heavy as the masked youth faced the ancient instructor. He knew this inquiry about the four kings would lead them into deeper shadows. His intense, golden gaze was fixed as he slowly lowered the mysterious mask. The shopkeeper's sharp questions hung heavy in the sudden silence. The older man's calculating eyes narrowed, assessing the situation beneath his long, silver beard. Humph, the recipient scoffed. Patience was gone, replaced by cold frustration. The young man's glowing amber eyes hardened against the deepening night, a fierce resolve blooming from his frustration. I go all, he whispered, ready to shatter the suffocating silence of procedure. The elder revealed the spectral might of ancient emperor, the one who fought the four kings, leaving the young man momentarily stunned. The young man's sharp, amber eyes betrayed his simmering frustration against the cold, unwavering authority before him. He could not accept that rigid rules stood between him and the strength needed now. The elder's stern eyes confirmed the talent was slipping away, leaving only a cold, ominous silence. The terrifying shadow of the migrating beasts fell across the stunned civilians, the purple aura hinting at the unleashed power. The younger man pressed his case, his outstretched hand pleading against the quiet authority of the elder. He desperately needed that shortcut now, before chaos erupted completely. The young man stood, eyes blazing with impossible resolve, listening to a history that demanded action. He recognized the weight of the emperor's sacrifice, yet the rules felt like suffocating chains. The ancient elder affirmed the truth with a blinding aura. The sheer brilliance consumed the shadowy room. A chilling smile curved his lips as the name echoed. Four kings. A terrifying shadow falling over the gathered instructors. The stern elder stood firm against the shadowed figure, his patience finally fracturing under the weight of opportunity lost. The youthful frustration boiled over beneath that forced, irritatingly bright smile, masking the silent, I can't. The young instructor rubbed his temples, the official's rigid rules grating against his rising frustration like static in the quiet air. He needed power now, not bureaucratic hurdles. The threat of the four kings demanded urgency. The crushing weight of necessary paperwork brought only the sound of frantic scratching. His desperate need for experience turned to futile scribbles marked only with death. The sheer weight of protocol crushed the young man's ambition. There are too few practical examples, he groaned, trapped by endless paperwork. The young man pressed his forehead low, the weight of his failure pressing down as the recipient's polished shoes rested above him. His desperate pleas met only the cold indifference of the rising tension in the room. Instructor Ding, relaxed with his wine, watched the others grovel in the opulent silence. He possessed the leverage he craved, his smile betraying cold satisfaction over their desperation. The recipient's patience shattered as a heavy boot descended, silencing all discussion with a brutal thud. Elder Bai's shadow loomed, confirming that talent alone could not defy true power. The calculating gaze of the official hardened, the shadow accentuating the cold authority in his blue eyes. He would not bend his rigid principles for mere desperate ambition. Instructor Ding Chunfeng sipped the aged wine, the quiet satisfaction masking his growing impatience with the lost talent. The young woman listened, a silent shadow in the dimly lit room, as the weight of Elder Bai's involvement settled heavily upon her heart. The official held his aged whine, a cool indifference settling over his features as he dismissed the young man's panicked pleas. Humph, it seems he's finally realized his own impatience is futile. The sharp command echoed in the vast room, crushing the subordinate beneath a heavy boot, demanding absolute silence before dismissal. A powerful surge of light accompanied the man's sudden descent, his command sharp. Here, the recipient's eyes held a cold, sharp realization under the low light, sensing the sudden shift in power dynamics. Elder Bai, he whispered, the name hanging heavy with unexplained dread in the tense silence. The air thickened with golden power as Fong Longshan rose, a ninth-tier master revealing his imposing Lion King form. The cool, blue system glow illuminated his determined face as a soft ding confirmed his necessary acquisitions from the refreshed store. A soft chime sounded as the search began, the system displaying the girl's location. The hunt was finally on. The overwhelming scent of stale power enveloped him as a masked figure held him tight, his own blue light flickering weakly. This unsettling closeness, born from a sudden confrontation, felt like a suffocating, unwanted embrace. The imposing instructor could only manage a bewildered, drawn-out huh as the protagonist's absolute confidence settled over the room. A blinding, sulphurous light erupted around the confrontation, shaking the very foundations of the nearby structures. The crowd gasped, their whispers momentarily swallowed by the booming sound. Expert. The titled expert flew backward with a violent swish, his arrogant posture dissolving into pure, airborne terror against the blinding light. A crushing thud echoed as the titled expert hit the fractured stone, utterly undone by the dragon whelp's sheer might. The surging air pressure from the sudden movement made the man's shock-filled eyes widen even further. His desperate bravado dissolved instantly as true power confronted him. The sudden silence of the street confirmed the brutal efficiency of the blow. He adjusted his coat against the bright, indifferent city glare, standing over the fallen man. The earth trembled as raw, azure power erupted around the arrogant titled expert. His sudden burst of astral energy shattered the surrounding silence, promising immediate violence. The challenger's majestic, winged crimson golden lions roared, their fiery forms dwarfing the man in black standing calmly below. The terrifying crimson golden lion, blazing with unnatural fire, towered over the stunned, powerless onlookers. The titled expert lunged forward, his smile radiating absolute, arrogant conviction before the battle even began. The air cracked with immense pressure as the great Yin celestial dragonhound roared into view, dwarfing its master. The spiritual dragon whelp struck with blinding golden force, shattering the challenger's grand boast with a single, crushing snap. The monstrous crimson lions, symbols of false pride, cried out in sudden, echoing defeat. A blinding golden roar shook the very air as the whelp's monstrous shadow crushed the crimson lions underfoot. The sheer, terrifying aura of the master's pet extinguished all defiance instantly. A sudden whoosh of displaced air heralded the crushing defeat, leaving the challenger screaming. Easily suppressed by this dog, the spiritual dragon whelp pulsed with terrifying golden light, confirming the overwhelming strength held within the master's command. He smiled, feeling the true power of a transcendent beast tamer settle over the stunned onlookers. The sterile sunlight glinted off the massive building, marking the arrival at the instructor's domain. The small, captive whelp let out weak, squeak sounds, its big purple eyes reflecting a hidden, familiar loneliness. The small, caged dragon whelp awaited instruction, its bright eyes reflecting the tension in the room. "All right," the instructor whispered, his subservient tone barely hiding a dark curiosity about the assessment pet. The dim light caught the purple fluid being drawn, these vials holding the very essence of hidden enhancement methods. While the instructor spoke of hardship, these clandestine tools promised easy, manufactured ascent to power. The small spiritual dragon whelp squeaked pitifully behind the bars, its tiny woo echoing faintly in the dim, unsettling room. The little spiritual dragon whelp let loose an earth-shattering roar, its tiny form brimming with overwhelming, terrible power. A furious clang shattered the narrow passage as the foolish challenger was violently flung aside. The sheer, shocking power of the unknown beast left the crowd frozen in abrupt, terrified silence. The towering instructor, sporting exaggerated shoulder pads, eyed the golden egg with skeptical arrogance. Lion King, so soon this time? The oppressive silence returned with a heavy thud as the arrogant challenger lay sprawled and defeated. Power held absolute sway here. The titled expert had been instantly humbled. "Everything's fine," the protagonist stated, gripping the device as a sharp crash erupted around them. The beast thrashed, a single tear tracking down its muzzle as the foul purple liquid dripped nearby. How would the students feel upon learning the instructor tainted their assessment pets? The sudden, harsh thump and the accompanying slap shattered the manufactured obedience. Even as one student fell, another reacted with desperate loyalty, pleading, "We can't leave you, instructor." Feigning distress over dusty shoes, the instructor watched the students grovel in pathetic eagerness. "Oh dear," he murmured, feeling that stubborn old man's frustration suddenly aligned with his own. The instructor's chilling words echoed as the desperate students groveled, their loyalty sickeningly misplaced beneath the dim, oppressive light. The instructor smiled wide, beckoning with a condescending hand, seemingly pleased with the adoration he commanded. The rapid, echoing sound of hurried black shoes filled the tense space, someone urgently marching toward confrontation. A single, small shard dropped silently onto the polished floor, unnoticed amidst the rush. The air thrummed with sudden, raw power as silhouettes bearing glowing auras materialized within the tense, shadowed hall. A terrifying swiftness cut through the crowd, announcing the arrival of overwhelming, undeniable force. The high-ranking instructors advanced, their shadows looming like threats against the dim light, testing the resolve of the top-ranked instructor. That slick, knowing smile betrayed the deep-seated arrogance beneath the instructor's calm exterior. He truly believed his rank and words held undeniable weight in this moment. The silence fractured as the hand slammed down, silencing the instructor's grand threats with one sharp, decisive smack. A sudden swish of fabric, followed by the dull thump, announced the swift end to the confrontation. The overwhelming rain seemed to mirror the cold finality settling over the dust. A sudden, shocking rush cut through the air, leaving the men staring in paralyzed disbelief. Someone was coming too fast. Their shock registered a single, gasping question mark. The relentless downpour seemed to mimic the heavy silence as Jin Yomyung brought his fist down with brutal force. That chilling thump confirmed a devastating, final blow against the betrayers. The ground shattered beneath the victim as rough hands gripped his jaw, forcing a strangled gasp into the cold air. A sharp, violent swish cut through the air as the thugs lunged forward, fueled by betrayal and desperate fear. They moved to strike, yet the tension crackled with unspoken doom. A blinding flash erupted, scattering the opposition with explosive force. "If you desire death, then step forward now." The cold command sliced through the ringing air. A sudden, blinding light washed over the men, eliciting shocked gasps of disbelief from the confused crowd. Jin Yomyung watched their crumbling resolve, knowing their terror was just beginning. An intense, suffocating glare pressed down, forcing the terrified man to taste true, absolute powerlessness. The air crackled with malice as they gloated over the fallen form, promising agony. "I want to make sure this kid suffers a fate worse than death." The surging electric currents crackled loudly as the traitors lunged forward, their confidence a terrifying, arrogant display. The abrupt, sharp sound of a slash echoed, shattering the tense silence as disbelief flickered across his wide eyes. The shadow figures lunged, but Jin Yomyang shielded the fallen, the air thrumming with deadly, swift energy. Now, beneath the spectral rain, he raised a cold, glowing shield against the encroaching darkness. The sheer terror of Boss Spring's silent authority struck him, a single drop of bright magenta defying the stale air. The air hung heavy and cold, thick with the shadow of the towering figure as the small skeleton warrior made its swift move. A blinding purple shockwave slammed outward as the remaining men recoiled, their shock palpable. They finally understood the terrifying scope of the chaos they had willingly joined. The remaining loyalists stammered denials, their faces a canvas of sudden terror under the cold, hard gaze of Boss Spring. Such a horrified gasp escaped as the lurid magenta splatter stained his face in the cold blue light. The silhouette of Spring radiated a dreadful golden light, causing the blood-spattered subordinate to gasp the single name. The crushing weight of failure made his body tremble violently, staining his pale clothes with sickening crimson and vibrant, unnatural energy. The chilling silence amplified the victorious smirk on the young man's face as the terrified instructor sputtered. "You'll give me everything if I spare you. Well, if I kill you now, won't everything you own instantly become mine anyway?" A fist seized the collar, staining the pale uniform with venomous, shocking purple. This grotesque display of power silenced any lingering doubt about their betrayal. The sudden, heavy thud echoed as another body struck the ground, silenced before the horrified crowd. Even the small, horned figure below seemed momentarily stunned by the speed of this brutal display. The sinister figure observed the black-armored skeleton, its presence shaking the very ground with a low, ominous rumble. The remaining shadows murmured, confused and even fearful, while the bloodied instructor knelt in the sudden, harsh spotlight. The exiled former instructor offered his ultimatum. Now, the sound of clattering blades echoed as Jin Yomyoung's loyalty was sharply tested. A collective silence fell as the men swallowed hard, realizing something vital had been missed entirely. "What hasn't?" one stammered, sensing imminent danger creeping near. The injured man, splattered with purple residue, violently pointed at the silent, shadowy figures standing behind him. He shrieked out his betrayal, realizing they had utterly chosen a new path. The newly appointed Boss Spring commanded his men, their dark suits stark against the chilling blue aura of their sudden, terrible resolve. The air crackled with the silence of men who had already chosen betrayal over loyalty. The final plea rings hollow in the sterile air. "You won't even listen to my orders." Now, betrayal hardens into cold, irreversible action. The betrayal hit with a sickening sound as the enraged men screamed, "Go to hell, scum!" while the cult leader choked. The dark silence was abruptly ripped apart by guttural rage, as the betrayed subordinates raised their blades for the final, desperate confrontation. The air thickened with the chilling sight of all those men kneeling, their subservient gestures confirming a terrifying shift in allegiance. The monstrous roar erupted, dual forces of fire and chilling wind crashing down as Jin Yomyoung stood small against such power. The chilling echo of the superior's voice cut through the tense boardroom silence over Class 8's missing instructor. The secretary, surrounded by the sharp angles of the office, processed the chaos with a practiced, weary stillness. Her quick swipe of the card signaled the start of this sudden, crucial assessment. The principal's hard gaze held the weight of the academy's sudden, silent dread over Instructor Ding's fate. The sharp tap-tap-tap of keys echoed, finalizing the silence left by Elder Bai's grave instruction. A cold, determined resolve now settled on the administrator's features as the threat was understood. The smug instructor's grin vanished when his colleague's tense expression confirmed the frightening truth. Someone powerful truly erased Instructor Ding without a whisper. The principal initiated the digital search, a cold, spectral light bathing the desperate search for Instructor Ding Chunfeng. The emergency system flared to life with a blinding cyan glow, the frantic sound of a forced sweep tearing through the tense office silence. A cloaked figure lunged forward with blinding speed, the air slicing sharply as the superior officer demanded him to come. The administrator's face went white as the vice president's chilling warning cut through the office air. "Do not delve too deeply into this matter," the mountain of authority commanded. The sudden, insistent ringing cut through the tense quietude of the room. An official frowned, his wrist-mounted device glowing ominously under the harsh overhead lights. The vice president's aged hand held the glowing device, registering the silence after his chilling command. BP knew the hidden corruption within, yet the Academy's stability must be maintained at all costs now. A towering spectral projection shimmered above the stunned officials, its luminous presence swallowing the room in blue light. The vice president's projection flickered with cold, ethereal light, delivering a chilling ultimatum to the terrified officials below. A sudden, heavy silence settled as the Academy elders learned their mandate: protect the young, even from the fallen. The administrator recoiled, realizing the grim weight of Elder Bai's command. Even this silent judgment felt worse than any execution. The vice president's glowing projection loomed over the panicked administrator, pressing a chilling command into the tense office air. The glowing, ethereal form of Elder Bai delivered a chilling warning, his quiet words sealing Instructor Ding's fate. Elder Bai's spectral warning dissolved into static, leaving the administrator trembling beneath the sudden, chilling silence. The Academy Hall instantly flooded with a deafening roar as the news shattered the morning calm. Silence fell abruptly only where the students stood transfixed by the looming screens. The sheer relief of the bad instructor's removal dissolved quickly as a dull thud signaled conflict between the joyous and the dismayed. A sudden bonk echoed through the hall, illustrating the sharp division over the unexpected early retirement. The shocking news of early retirement sent waves of raw panic through the crowd as someone cried out a desperate, unheard "no." The smirking shadows of the haughty students loomed close, their voices sharp barbs mocking her friend's sudden vulnerability. Their cruel laughter cut through the library's tense silence like broken glass. The arrogant man's smooth gesture was met with the defender's sudden, burning anger as she shielded her friend from the scorn. Her sharp gesture cut through the morning air as the retreating bullies finally disappeared from view. A steady hand gripped the pale girl's shoulders, trying to anchor her sinking spirit against the cruelties of the Academy walls. The assertive girl suddenly seized her friend, pulling her back with a sharp, panicked yell against the sudden proximity. This unexpected clash of reactions shattered the library's brief moment of calm. The solitary figure stood holding the stack of heavy tomes, the bright, sterile office lights making his dark coat stand out starkly. His cold eyes did not waver as the registration card pulsed. "No, I'll only be at ease when I see you've registered." The young man's cold gaze shielded the surprised girl as their uncertain futures hung heavy in the sudden, stark silence. A shared silence hung heavy between them, broken only by a sudden, sharp burst of internal frustration echoing above. The shadowy figure considered the situation, a chilling realization dawning as he muttered, "That's a ninth." The shadow of understanding crossed the dark-haired figure's face as the profound truth settled. "That so is." A heavy silence settled as Spring observed the weary resignation etched onto the faces before him. The shadow of the Academy's unfair hierarchy seemed to chill the very air they breathed. A hand rested on the pale shoulder, offering comfort as silent worries clouded the gentle, downturned face. The shadow loomed large as the young girl stood utterly still, labeled silently as traumatized against the murky backdrop. The worried voice trailed off as the serious-faced woman listened, the air thick with unspoken anxieties about their precarious standing. A quiet man stood observing as the others exchanged worried whispers about theses and grotesque new assignments. The stark map revealed a harsh division. The luminous heavenly area separated from the cramped, desperate Earth sectors below. A grinding sound of refuse trucks announced the harsh reality of the Earth area, trapping the shadowed figures in the dust. A sudden, violent crash echoed through the dusty street as the heavy garbage truck sped past. Trapped within the crushing mechanism, the salvaged beast struggled desperately against the closing steel door. The drab, dusty sorting grounds echoed with desperate scrambling as the trucks rumbled past, leaving only scraps behind. The monstrous heap of discarded beasts suddenly spilled forth with a jarring crash as the garbage trucks compacted their grim hull. This harsh reality of the Earth class was a violent, crushing end to the forgotten. The harsh, dusty ground framed the grotesque pile of discarded monster husks, prompting a desperate cry to move quickly. The desperate Earth-class scavengers stood defeated, their meager haul of wounded creatures scattered on the dusty pavement. An imposing figure stepped forward, challenging the very foundation of this cruel hierarchy. The desperate scramble for scraps continued amidst the rising stench of decay, their hunger clearly visible. This small, struggling wolf needed urgent healing, yet conflict flared over the meager spoils. Silhouetted figures picked through a mountain of fallen beasts, acknowledging that this injury is from a battle. The subtle alarm in his eyes met the quiet exhaustion of the man beside him. This shared journey felt heavy with unspoken fears. The harsh daylight exposed the stark reality of their desperate scramble for resources within the grimy earth area. The sudden silence hung heavy between the friends as Spring processed the harsh realities of the Academy's hidden class structure. A sudden, sharp cry tore through the tense standoff as the challenger was violently thrown back. The shocked silence confirmed that the gamble had just escalated into brutal reality. The harsh midday light illuminated the brutal kick, forcing a sharp, pained sound from the fallen Earth class student. The bully, Xiao Finken, raised the heavy bat, his face set in cold aggression against the stranger's bold intervention. The harsh silence of the confrontation shattered as a challenge echoed. "Do you dare accept?" A sinister grin slashed across the man's face as he lunged forward with a sudden, chilling swoosh. The sudden rush of air shattered the tense silence as an unseen force intervened. Confusion flashed across the beaten student's face. Someone was challenging Xiao Fengchen's cruel dominance. The menacing figure gripping the bat watched the smaller man claim he was just a passersby. A dangerous stillness fell over the grimy courtyard, challenging the escalating tension. The stranger stood still, his calm gaze absorbing the loud, dismissive laughter echoing from the two men. A subtle, questioning mark formed in the suffocating air between them. The triumphant superior loomed, casually calling his bruised captive an idiot, while the man weakly pleaded, wondering what was happening. Xiao Fengchen's cruel smile promised ruin, daring the stranger to accept the desperate wager over the trapped Earth character student. The intimidating stranger's challenge echoed in the stagnant air. The girl could only stammer, "Emmy." A cold weapon clattered to the ground, sealing the sudden, volatile confrontation. The superior student stood over the beaten Earth class candidate, a boot pressing down in cold assertion. "Don't think you can walk away unscathed," the heavenly character representative sneered, daring anyone to challenge his dominance. The aggressive challenger leaned in, knuckles cracking loudly under the tense, cold light, demanding the terms of the escalating gamble. The cold air hummed as the rivals faced them, their status immediately announced with contempt. The arrogant confidence radiated from the bullies as one pointed a scornful finger, demanding Tong Tong simply give up the fight. The girl stood frozen, her emerald eyes wide with a dawning, painful understanding of the fight. She seemed utterly shaken by the sudden, deafening cheers of victory. The cold, shadowed alleyway held hushed figures in abandoned cages, setting a grim stage for the looming conflict. The air grew thick with ominous power as the cloaked figure stepped forward, his presence silencing the lingering murmurs. His promise hung heavy in the suffocating silence. "No one will dare touch you in this place." The mocking snare of the opponent filled the vast, shadowed arena, contrasting sharply with Tong Tong's fixed, unyielding gaze. The heavy cages rattled as the handler pushed them forward, the trapped beasts roaring their raw, confined fury. The monstrous growl echoed as a massive, clawed hand reached out from the shadows toward the trembling girl. The air hung thick with the scent of ozone and arrogant malice as he slowly donned the dark glove. His cruel smile promised a reckoning beyond the boundaries of the taming arena. The beast's glowing red eyes closed the distance, tearing through the tense silence with a savage swipe. The cold air pressed in around her as she clutched her own clothing, a tremor running through her body. Trauma lingered, sharp and immediate, even amidst the roaring chaos of the battleground. The jeering crowd surged forward, their hateful shouts echoing around the caged, harsh light of the pit. They hurled insults, attempting to drown out any flicker of defiance with their raw aggression. The poor fish believed the glass was simply an unreachable, fake world, banging itself against the invisible barrier of its own perception. The fish kept hitting the invisible barrier, unable to swim out, trapped by a reality it could not perceive. The water swirls around the dark stones, mirroring the suffocating isolation the trapped fish must have felt. The lonely fish bumped against the invisible wall, just as the speaker had warned of the trapped heart. Its frantic struggle mirrored the despair felt before the decisive first step. The swift victory left the rival stunned, his arrogant confidence shattered by a single, sharp exclamation. The suffocating silence broke as the bright blue dragon's spirit manifested, enveloping her with raw power. "And that's when your transformation begins," a voice whispered over the sudden rush of wind. The defeated commander felt a chilling dread bloom as that oppressive, dark energy surged out. "What's going on this overbearing and imposing aura?" he thought, utterly paralyzed by the sudden power shift. The raw power surged as the tamer reached out, a desperate command tearing through the electric air. "Beast taming." The opponent's cruel smile intensified as dark purple energy flowed from his hand toward the captured creature. He whispered of control, utterly confident in his superior mastery over these broken beasts. Zhang Lingtong stood firm, her gaze steady as a small blue beast glowed faintly beside her. The silence held a surprising, newly forged confidence after the roaring victory. Behind the electrified cage, the adversary's beast loomed, its sheer presence silencing the stunned crowd. Jin Yomyung watched, waiting for the signal that would unleash the chaos. Behind the sparking electric mesh, Jin Yomyung watched the outcome, the air thick with static and shock. He realized then that Lingtong truly did not need his warning. The steel mesh separated the beasts, glowing with ominous red and blue light, waiting for the call. Silhouetted figures watched, poised for the next move. "I use it." A quiet moment descended as Zhang Lingtong looked upon the scattered gold, sensing something familiar amidst the chaos. That is. The weight of the recent victory still hung heavy in the cold, industrial air. The massive, glowing-eyed beast erupted forward with a terrifying RAWR, obeying the silent command. The earth trembled under the roaring emergence of the blue bristle beast, eclipsing the small figure of Zhang Lingtong. The blue beast's furious lightning rush slammed into the bear, a shocking impact echoing through the silent arena. The earth shrieked as pure lightning crashed against hardened earth, shaking the illicit arena floor. The air sparked violently as rock met surging lightning, stunning every spectator into frozen silence. The monstrous bear roared, its earthen form gathering power for the inevitable rock-smashing palm, overwhelming the arena with brute force. The sickening crunch echoed as the bear's hide absorbed the shock, leaving its opponent reeling with a pained, muffled cry. Tong Tong's worry lingered like a shadow, questioning the purpose behind acquiring such a small, insignificant place. Tong Tong's shocked gasp hung in the air as the senior's calm smile confirmed the shocking acquisition. With a quiet internal command, he began rewriting the rules of the Academy's commerce. The defeated bully, Xiao, watched the store transfer with a furious, silent roar echoing inside his head. His desperate loss of leverage sent a tidal wave of pure frustration crashing over him. The lingering threat exploded into sudden, violent action. The air thrummed with palpable menace as the man attacked. A sudden, crushing impact silenced the small man beneath the furious beast's weight. Shock flared across the faces of Tong Tong and the cynical boss Shu. The senior stood amidst the shadowy figures, his casual posture masking absolute authority. "Isn't just because can't." The senior's assistant moved with terrifying speed, dragging the resisting man through the air. "Let go of me." A desperate plea was swallowed by the velocity of the command. Chilling sound of the slap echoed across the arena as the brute, transformed, struck down his vanquished foe. This swift, merciless retribution signaled a terrifying shift in power dynamics within the arena grounds. The senior watched the deed transfer, a cold assessment in his narrowed eyes. He commanded the system, silently claiming the new territory for his business. The frantic pounding against the bars echoed the terror of those trapped inside as the senior approached. Even the onlookers held their breath, waiting for his next decisive move. The sting of defeat and swollen flesh was a stark reminder of the senior's swift, icy justice. Now, clutching his face, The man could only manage a choked, painful ugh. The vanquished Xiao was hauled away, his pathetic laughter fading into the blinding, triumphant light behind the victor. The silence of the grand hall settled around the key players, their stances reflecting the shifted balance of power. The cynical man asked the critical question, his suspicion shadowing the senior's sudden victory. His words sliced the air. "You haven't introduced yourself yet, have you?" The cynical man watched the newcomer's confident smile, the air thick with unspoken appraisal and suspicion. This mysterious senior was playing a dangerous game within the academy walls. The cynical man watched the transfer, finally whispering, "What is he planning with this tiny place?" The cynical man challenged the rising power, demanding, "What do you want?" But the senior merely smiled, asserting, "I'll take the region's storefront." The senior commanded his attendant to force the sale of the unassuming storefront. Beneath the glaring sun, this small shop was suddenly claimed by immense, silent power. Tong Tong stared in confusion, wondering why the supposed boss was failing to secure a simple store. The senior merely brushed his hair back, his expression unreadable amidst the sudden silence. A sharp beep cut through the tense silence as the senior silently activated his connection, commanding immediate action from his hidden resources. A sharp, electronic ding echoed as the towering structure became his, marking the beginning of an unforeseen enterprise. The old man's breath hitched, the word crap barely escaping his lips as overwhelming force descended upon his small shop. With a swift, silent transfer of power, the deed was signed, and the storefront officially belonged to the mysterious senior now. The brilliant light streaming from the doorway cast long, dark shadows across the cheap, patterned floor tiles. He stood there, cloaked in black, ready to execute the next step of his plan. The cold, sterile office air barely contained the instructor's rising displeasure as Feng Shu stood, trembling before the massive desk. The instructor's heavy gaze swept over the injured student, confirming the whisper of the Earth character class. The bruised Feng Shu cried out that he was beaten without consequence while passing through the district. The instructor considered the political weight, muttering that punishing brats was finally insignificant against reputation. The spoiled student left with a smile, believing justice was assured under the instructor's cold gaze. A soft beep accompanied the transmission as spectral figures materialized before the instructor's desk. The glowing vision hinted at the high-level conference, stark against the sudden darkness. The convoy of heavy trucks roared around the corner, kicking up dust against the fractured pavement. Jin Yomyung saw the looming barrier ahead, the air thick with the coming confrontation. The dreadful sight of the discarded, monstrous bodies spilled out from the garbage trucks, a horrifying testament to Elder Shi's decree. The sudden, scorching roar ripped through the chaos as the massive, fiery beast obliterated its target. The sound of frantic squealing and sudden restraint ripped through the tense standoff. A pig violently seized by shadowy figures. The jarring thud announced their forced submission. The older man's face a mask of sudden, profound defeat. Jin Yomyung watched the strong crumble, the consequences of his pursuit finally manifesting here. The instructor listened coldly, still preoccupied about Feng Shu's plight, as the harsh light framed the tense silence. The senior stared at the glow, the confusion of the underclassmen echoing the rising dread within him. "I don't know," he admitted, facing the elder's scrutiny under that harsh, accusatory light. The wounded student's tight-lipped defiance cut through the chaotic noise. "Don't play dumb with me." The tension shattered as the senior finally struck, a burst of raw, desperate violence illuminating the unfolding conflict. The student, carrying a heavy burden, stopped short, witnessing his teacher kneeling in the dust outside. This unexpected sight silenced the surrounding chaos, momentarily freezing the escalating confrontation. Elder Lei knelt in the dust, his desperate plea echoing, "Dare you provoke the students of the heavenly character class?" They demanded his apology, threatening ruin. The smug superior seized the terrified junior, his cold eyes promising retribution as the shadowy figures watched. The sudden, sharp oath cut through the rising chaos as a figure emerged, holding a package above the men gripping their bats. A heavy box became a blunt weapon as the decisive blow struck, silencing the accuser instantly with a sharp bang. The shrill command echoed as two suited figures moved to crush the student hiding behind the counter. The air fractured as beasts erupted from their crates, their glowing eyes meeting the shock of the arriving fighters. The air itself snapped with shocking blue energy as the powerful owner confronted the stunned Elder Shy. The loyal crew cheered their boss as the massive golden dragon dog loomed over the bustling street. A quiet confrontation solidified. This defiance would not be ignored now. The vibrant glow of the rare supplies illuminated the chaos unfolding beyond the door, a silent testament to hidden, powerful resources. The man with pink hair smiled coldly, meeting the elder's surprised gaze amidst the raging chaos outside. "It's you? Doing reconnaissance around my watchdog?" The accuser's finger jabbed the air, demanding attention while the other leader merely offered a quiet, calculating hum. The colossal golden beast roared, his terrifying presence momentarily freezing the charging mob as the shop owner calmly addressed the approaching threat. A low, ominous rumble shook the pavement as the towering, golden form shifted menacingly toward the shocked onlookers. The deafening roar split the air as the colossal, golden beast erupted, scattering the frantic figures like dust motes. The sheer volume of the awakened beast tore through the air, shattering the composure of the already battered student. The deep shadow of the newcomer stepped out, silencing the frantic accusations with a calm, unsettling presence. Mild potato pancakes and rainwater training. He knew exactly who dared disrupt his sudden quiet. The golden radiance intensified, revealing the true form of the beast king towering behind him. A low, primal sound escaped the magnificent beast's jaws. The face of Instructor Shy tightened under the blue light, sweat beading as he realized his carefully laid mediation was now collapsing. He could only stammer out the word, "Big guy." The mediator, Instructor Shy, smoothed his robes, adopting a falsely humble tone to appease the gathering storm. He assured the powerful Elder Shao that the incident was merely righteous defense. The beaten man snarled through his bandages, utterly consumed by rage, while the slick-haired figure across from him openly mocked his defeat. The bruised youth smirked under the stark blue light, speaking the corrupted word that fueled his arrogance. Justice. The supposed terms of reconciliation were accepted, yet the younger Xiao Fengshu remained incandescent with misplaced rage. His wide, cartoonish agreement masked the storm brewing behind his spoiled, desperate eyes. Instructor Shy, facing the massive golden dragon's glare, weakly argued for his justice. The sheer, chilling pressure of the beast king silenced all his earlier authority. Grandpa Sai's calm mediation dissolved instantly as the victor reacted with shock. "What?" The sudden, sharp disbelief echoed in the tense courtyard silence. The ticking sound from the device on his wrist cut through the stunned silence, marking the arrival of the system's sudden demand. Jin Yomyang paused his pursuit, a new, urgent quest flashing within his mind. The defeated youth cried out as the titled powerhouses shot upwards, leaving a blazing trail across the bright, shocked air. This sudden, raw display of speed silenced the entire courtyard once more. The earth groaned under the sheer pressure as the masked enforcers unleashed their terrifying, crimson aura. This new surge of menacing power shattered the ground beneath their solid footing. The black-clad figure stood with quiet assurance, his small companion witnessing the rising storm with wide, anxious eyes. The sheer, blinding pressure of the sky pushed down as another impossibly powerful figure descended through the brilliant blue. Grandpa Sai pulsed with azure light, his powerful gaze demanding recognition. "The existence of this old man? You are worthy of praise." The sudden appearance of Grandpa Sai froze the entire courtyard, trapping Xiao Fengshu in his own terror. "Grandpa Sai, they bullied me," the spoiled youth wailed, realizing his final recourse had backfired disastrously. Grandpa Sai's eyes crackled with blue lightning. He demanded, "Do you think I am blind?" The battered youth could only gasp out a stunned, pathetic, The wounded youth raged, pointing a shaking finger. "Didn't I say you have to?" His voice cracking against the silent judgment of Jin Yomyang's party. The electric blue system notification chimed, signaling a new side quest, making the protagonist pause with cold, golden eyes. A sudden coupon reward sparked a distant memory. Is it miraculous? A deafening tremor shook the ground as the three titled powerhouses stood firm, leaving the last opponent stunned with a faint, choked A blinding, azure power surged overhead, causing the terrified onlookers to gasp at the sheer, crushing sound. Grandpa Sai's ancient power surged, radiating a terrifying, cold blue light as he reached out to crush the lingering defiance. The mighty elder offered his name, Spring, accepting the weight of every past transgression before them. Grandpa Sai's blazing eyes commanded the scene. Instructor Shai must obey his ancient authority before any explanation was heard. The golden dragon roared with sudden, shattering force. Crash echoed as the true beast king materialized amidst the blue shards of impact. Grandpa Sai's stern face reflected the chilling realization that his grandson had utterly disgraced the family name. Hurrah! Panic gasp escaped the wounded subordinate as the chaos swallowed any remaining order. The golden dragon roared, its massive claw striking down in a blinding flash that forced the small figure to grit out a pained, barely audible ugh. The air fractured with a deafening whoosh and explosive bang, as a colossal blue energy beam smashed down before the terrified onlookers. Young Fengshu, trembling under his grandfather's wrath, could only stutter, I don't, as the family's future hung precariously in the air. A figure in black suddenly materialized from the shadows, his gaze calm amidst the escalating chaos. Captain Sandojin could only watch, sensing the immense, quiet pressure he brought. Instructor Shai offered a thin, reassuring smile to the injured student, yet the tension of the confrontation still clung heavily to the air. The spoiled heir collapsed with a desperate thud, clinging to the robes, screaming, Grandpa, I didn't. While Grandpa Sai's patience finally snapped, the overwhelming presence of Grandpa Sai eclipsed everything, leaving the young man frozen in terrified disbelief as the elder's gaze hardened. Xiao Fengshu's desperate pleas were violently silenced as strong hands dragged him away amidst a blinding yellow light. The spoiled youth's arrogant defiance shattered instantly into pure, raw terror. The revelation hit Grandpa Sai like a physical blow, his imposing figure trembling slightly in the sudden, charged silence. Longjiang, the old master gasped, finally recognizing the terrifying weight of the name. The glittering bars, offered in desperate gratitude, lay cold inside the open case. Boss Shu's hands dismissed the gold, valuing rare life force above mere shining metal. The gifts were presented, an earnest glow reflecting in the surprised eyes of the young man standing apart. What's this? A voice questioned, cutting through the hopeful offering. Boss Shu, with a chilling smirk, beckoned the remaining hopefuls forward. Come, he insisted, his casual tone mocking their desperation for the ancient harvest. With a sudden swish, the impossibly radiant purple UA dragon ginseng hovered, snatched from the dizzying chaos by Shu's hand. The patrons gasped in unison, staring at the ethereal purple light pulsing from the strange, ancient pet food. Even seasoned eyes could not hide their shock at witnessing such a legendary relic reappear. Peeking out from behind the strong figure, the small child watched the dazzling purple energy swirl around them. The sudden surge of light left the child whispering, couldn't, before the vision was suddenly taken away. Elder Xiao and Instructor Shai watched with wide, electric tension as their desperate pleas hung in the charged air. The glowing relic pulsed softly in his palm, a quiet promise as the girl simply whispered, Okay. The man's desperate shout tore through the tension, grabbing the startled girl as the ground seemed to shake with rising conflict. The air grew thick with desperate pleas, but the young girl stood silent, feeling the weight of the elder's sudden, clumsy reach. Boss Ju simply stepped away, casting the supplicant's gifts toward her instead, a final, pointed gesture in the strained silence. The desperate scramble for the ancient relic intensified, echoing with boasts of wealth and coveted influence. The air vibrated with the sound of greedy demands, yet Boss Shu remained utterly unmoved by their clamor. The rising whispers confirmed the staggering value of the offers made by the city's elite bidders. The shadowy figure turned away, leaving stunned silence echoing behind the casual dismissal of ancient treasures. A sudden, raw surge of energy crackled around the sealed door, the air vibrating with a sharp, desperate buzz. The chaotic scene outside vanished. Only this threshold mattered now. The exchange was over. The black-clad figure stated simply, "Done," holding the glowing purple energy. All those desperate offerings meant nothing to the cult leader now. The entire world seemed to shatter as Elder Shao and Instructor Shai witnessed the impossible bounty before them. The raw shock resonated through the air, freezing every hopeful transaction in the room. The crimson stains on Jin Yomyang's coat spoke of recent battles as Elder Shao rushed forward, pleading, "Relax, it's not that bad." When Boss Shu revealed more treasures, the onlookers gasped. How could he possess such forgotten power? Elder Shao's desperate lunge toward Boss Shu revealed his true, frantic motives beneath the calm facade. The air crackled with tension as Instructor Shai shouted, recoiling from the Elder's shocking, indecent scramble. Elder Shao lunged forward with desperate greed, his hand reaching out as the blinding golden light erupted behind him. Elder Shao's desperate, creeping gesture beneath Shu's imposing shadow left a breathless silence. Was he truly so devoid of shame now? Elder Shao bowed low, his wrinkled face beaming with desperate relief as he approached the impassive young man. Shu Quan's cold gaze acknowledged the offering, silently demanding payment for the miraculous gifts bestowed. The shocking casualness of the gesture stole the girl's breath away. Even in this chaos, he was giving her something precious. A sudden, sharp realization flashed across the young girl's face, catching both onlookers utterly by surprise. The imposing figure in black spoke with cool authority, instructing the silver-haired leader. "Right? Give it to her." As the air in the brightly tiled room grew stiff, the stern elder hesitated, watching the small figure standing quietly, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The elder's stern gaze met the imposing shadow, as the air grew thick with unspoken authority. "There's," he began, pausing under the dim, hanging lamp. A sudden, forceful pronouncement left them reeling under the blinding light of realization. "Yes, the boss has increased my knowledge," the subordinate whispered, while the elder choked out, "This old man feels so ashamed." The supporters cheered wildly, elated that their boss had finally shattered the silence against the powerful families. The promise of easy riches rings hollow as two figures grin, believing their simple pet food secures their future. The cold calculations of finance felt distant now. This man dismissed gold coins, knowing the real currency was energy itself. A chilling resolve sparked in his amber eyes as he commanded the system. The meticulous plan for absolute power was finally being laid bare. The system's cold glare materialized, warning against any deception involving Agent Ka with a sharp, digital focus. The hollow stillness of the classroom mocked the arrogance spilling from the top-tier student. His entitled laughter echoed loudly, asserting dominance over the remaining few present. The corridor hummed with the cool, bright glare of the academy lights as they finally stepped inside. "Okay," the girl with grain-tinged hair whispered, her voice calm against the unsettling silence of the impending assessment. The classroom air felt thick with stale tension as the confident tormentors blocked Zhang Lingtong's quiet passage. He watched the rude confrontation unfold, wondering why this petty drama felt so incredibly dull. The imposing shadow loomed over the two young women, demanding silence with a condescending sneer. The air grew thick with unspoken tension as they faced the unsettling advance. The smug expression held a chilling, veiled threat as the challenger quietly replied, "Couldn't," refusing to back down under his gaze. The cold, quiet resolve in Zhang Lingtong's eyes suggested a battle already won. The bodyguard a silent shadow behind her inevitable stride. Quiet classroom felt heavy as Zhang Lingtong carefully tucked away a book, preparing to flee the impending test. "Why are we in elementary school here? Just how utterly boring do you people want this to be?" A sudden, sharp burst of laughter broke the stale classroom air as the arrogant students mocked Zhang Lingtong's absence. "Why are we in elementary school here? The sheer dullness of their petty confrontation was grating. The heavy book crashed down with a sharp snap, marking a sudden, brutal end to their brief moment of respite. The air grew heavy as the bully, sneering, snatched the precious book high above the small girl's desperate reach. Her wide eyes mirrored the sickening realization that her learning was being cruelly obstructed by sheer force. Her tense fists betrayed the quiet room as she faced the mocking arrogance that dared to challenge her. The air crackled with unspoken rage, demanding one clear path forward. A sharp snap echoed as the heavy book descended, silencing the blustering challenger under the imposing shadow. A crushing grip seized the collar, cutting off the sputtering accusation in a flash of raw, blue momentum. The arrogance vanished, replaced by stark terror as powerful hands asserted brutal dominance. The bodyguard's sudden, heavy footfall silenced the hallway, leaving the heckler reeling from the unexpected impact. Zhang Lingtong watched the aggressor fall, her expression unreadable above the swift exchange of the book. The blond man sputtered in disbelief as the other's cold gaze dismissed all his desperate claims. His aggressive posture suddenly faltered against that unyielding silence. A tense silence settled as the unseen speaker confirmed their commitment with a sharp, quiet reply. The voice declared, cutting through the lingering suspicion and heavy atmosphere of the room. Under the bright, indifferent sky, two figures stood before the towering institute, their silent approach witnessed by wary eyes hiding in the greenery. Hidden in the bushes, their greedy eyes watched, whispering the dismissive question, "What else can she do?" A sickening surge of energy echoed through the sterile chamber as the system initialized, casting cold blue light over the fallen figures. The sudden revelation hung in the sterile air. The opposition could only stammer out a single, incredulous word: crazy. A faint blue light spilled from the doorway, catching the hardened faces of the observers. A voice questioned, noticing the figures moving inside the secured space. A soft, ethereal glow emanated as Zhang Lingtong gently tended to the wounded creature, prompting a small, hesitant affirmation from her guard. A heavy silence fell as the imposing figure gripped the accuser's wrist with unnatural strength. The air crackled with unspoken menace. This petty confrontation had suddenly turned dangerous. The accusation hung sharp in the sterile air as the blond man pointed upward, his voice sharp with righteous fury. He demanded accountability, believing absolute domination was the only path forward in this cold calculus. A tense silence hangs as the furious instructor confronts Zhang Lingtong, whose expression betrays only quiet resolve behind the glowing doorway. The weighty decision made, Zhang Lingtong turned toward her companion, dismissing the petty conflicts with a calm resolve. "Don't waste time with them," she stated, as the immense pressure of the Purple Blood Heavenly Dragon project loomed. The bullies froze, the air suddenly charged with the shock of undeniable proof held in Zhang Lingtong's hands. The stunned silence was shattered by a strange, high-pitched sound as the bizarre, glowing creature met the bewildered instructor's gaze. The polished presentation of the eightfold body cultivation produced only a massive sand snail under the harsh, judging lights. Disappointment hung heavy as cameras flashed, capturing the mediocre result of such earnest effort. The reviewing officials exchanged silent, knowing glances while checking their sleek tablets. Disappointment seemed etched onto their faces as the conference slowly continued. A blinding purple shockwave erupted, forcing the bewildered judges back with inescapable power. The dust settled on the incredible spectacle, leaving the judges speechless beneath the vast, echoing blue sky. The massive hall teemed with hopeful instructors, yet a suffocating pressure hung heavy over the elaborate exhibition booths. The energetic host raised her hand high, urging the assembled crowd to witness the gravity of this crucial moment. The hopeful instructor beamed, calling out toward the gallery, "Look here, investors. See the strength I've wrought." The elder sat stone-faced, his deep will reflecting the association's unyielding judgment upon the gathered talents. The crowd murmured beneath the towering holographic image, eyes fixed on the distant, judging face. Confusion hung heavy in the bright midday air as they waited for the next decree. The pale-robed figure presented the glowing artifact, facing the stern guard by the heavy metallic door. The privileged members, seated near the front, exchanged knowing glances under the bright, indifferent sky. "Those old folks only pick the best seats," one murmured, savoring his advantage. The privileged seats awaited the elite, but a cold silence met the arrival of the shadowed figure. This youth, seated with unnerving calm, drew immediate, skeptical scrutiny from the judges. They watched the mysterious youth seated high, wondering aloud, maybe he's invited by the association? Is that youth training with ninth-tier skills? The skeptical judge looked upon the hopeful cultivator with cold dismissal, his voice cutting through the quiet air. "Ignorant. Won't." The cultivator stared up, his frozen smile mirroring the severe judgment hanging in the sterile, blue-lit space. "Why only 3 points for the highest score?" The hurried requests for postponement were met only with cold indifference from the masked official observing them. His silence hung heavy in the air, demanding an immediate answer to the ongoing evaluation. The crowd's shuffling ceased as a lone figure urgently called out, "Here," to the judging panel. Even Captain Sandojin, watching from the shadows, felt a sudden, sharp pull of attention. The audience, still reeling from the dragon's power, now questioned the unexpected presenter. Confusion rippled through the gathered elites as they murmured, "Who's that?" "A woman?" The official overseers watched with impassive gazes as the young girl stood alone amidst the stern, dark-robed figures. A tense silence hung heavy in the sterile air, awaiting the next challenging presentation. The dingy corner of the hall held their humble presentation, but one girl offered a genuine, welcoming smile. Her quiet companion clutched the box, a small, blue creature perched nearby, ready for judgment. Two figures channeled surging energy, forcing the small creature to violently absorb the strange power beneath crackling lightning. This desperate, raw forging was unlike anything the judges had anticipated witnessing. The roar of invisible power vibrated through the hall as the ancient bloodline was violently called forth. The sheer power erupted, forcing the gathered crowd to clutch their heads against the sudden, devastating surge. This devastating force demanded immediate recognition, a terrifying awakening. The judge stared, utterly silenced by the blazing apparition. That is, the purple-blood heavenly dragon. The shimmering dragon pulsed with raw energy. The gap between expectation and reality felt far larger than imagined. The shocked faces in the crowd only confirmed the unbelievable choice, leaving a strange echo of silence behind the outburst. The sheer audacity of the unknown rival drew sharp glares. "They were waiting, ready to judge the final score," announced. The very air seemed to tear as disbelief washed over the crowd, a violent shock wave silencing their earlier clamor. The sudden projection showed Zhang Lingtong, her young face alight with confusion under the harsh scrutiny. A wave of bewildered murmuring rose from the crowd below the screen. The shock waves from that unknown name still vibrated through the stunned crowd as they recognized Class 8's affiliation. "I have a library with many ancient books that the Heavenly Dragon doesn't," a desperate voice pleaded amidst the blinding light. The crackle of departing energy split the bright sky as two brilliant streaks vanished, leaving onlookers gasping in stunned silence. The principal's practiced facade shattered, screaming, "You fox!" as the vice president's slick maneuvering secured the moment. The outraged senior figure leaned in, his voice laced with sharp disbelief. "Why are you in such a state, Vice President?" The revered elder closed his eyes, the overwhelming surprise of the unexpected choice softening his aged features just a bit. The twin streaks of power collided with a deafening shockwave, scattering the onlookers as the mighty figures arrived simultaneously. The two titans stood floating, their grand offers hanging heavy in the stunned silence of the crowd. The elder leaned close as the small dragon let out a soft, hungry growl, its purple lightning faintly visible. "It is said that," he began, confirming the beast's astonishing lineage. The dragon beast's scales shimmered with faint, electric light, its piercing blue eye fixing on the stunned crowd. A new path had been chosen, shattering all expectations and alliances in that single, echoing moment. The principal's expectant smile faltered, frozen by the unexpected declaration that silenced the entire hall. The principal's face contorted in a desperate plea, booming, to your alma mater. As the silence shattered around them, the silent confrontation hung heavy as Zhang Lingtong finally declared her unexpected allegiance to the stranger. The stunned faces of the principal and elder by framed the sudden, sharp pivot of her destiny. The tension hung thick, a silent pause before the inevitable answer shattered the high stakes. Yes, I have. Her eyes confirmed the long-awaited decision. The crowd surrounding Jin Yomyang and the others murmured with unsettling anticipation as they finally recognized the mystery man. The prodigy's gaze held a sudden, shocking resolve amidst the roaring crowd. A quiet decision set against violent blue light. The stunned elder stared as the masked youth calmly declared, "My name is Zhu Kuang," shattering the glittering expectations surrounding Zhang Lingtong. The sudden mention of an unknown name shattered the arena's fragile calm, plunging the assembled crowd into utter chaos. The holographic image solidified, radiating a strange, unexpected calm amidst the pandemonium. Jin Yomyang stood, now undeniably exposed, as the crowd's roaring murmurs suddenly died to silence. Her wide, green eyes revealed a profound depth, whispering that Boss Shu had been her salvation. Without his aid, this blossoming talent would surely vanish into the gray silence. The challenger stood silently above the fray, the overwhelming light reflecting coldly off the futuristic architecture surrounding him. He had spoken the final words needed. Now the true test began. The principal's face contorted with explosive rage, shattering the tense silence as he tried to hold Zhang Lintong back. Principal bellowed in towering fury beneath the bright, hostile sky, claiming his prize. The challenger stood bathed in an ominous golden glow. The chaotic noise of the arena suddenly hushed. He simply declared the complex preparations complete, ending the escalating tension with quiet finality. The principal's ancient power surged outward with a sharp swoosh, illuminating his smug, resolute face one final time. The city watched, bathed in the cold blue glow of broadcast screens displaying the unfolding drama. A man held his device, capturing every crucial moment of the unexpected confrontation below. The intense glare of the sun illuminated the final exchange atop the tower, signaling the duel's immediate start. The challenger's calm assertion, "Let's," met the principal's ready acceptance. "No problem." The hidden beast roared, shaking its rusted cage with violent, skeletal fury while colossal tentacles writhed nearby. The caged behemoth snarled, its crimson eyes burning through the wooden bars as onlookers flinched in the stifling gloom. The heavy iron doors shuddered as a powerful, golden energy erupted, shaking the very foundations of the containment structure. Beneath this blinding light, a silhouette stood firm against the sudden, booming force. Behind the cold iron bars, countless glowing eyes watched in silent, desperate sorrow. A dark shadow arrived where the cells held captive eyes, and a chilling power compelled them to kneel one after another. The challenger offered a knowing, almost pitying smile to the caged beast, the comprehension bar now almost full. The caged beast unleashed a raw, vibrating roar, shaking the wood that barely contained its furious energy. The principal glowed with cold, blue power, his ancient technique fully unleashed upon the challenger. His smile promised crushing victory before the duel even truly began. The principal poured the last of his treasured power into the cage, his roar echoing the desperation for victory. Beneath that blue light, the blazing fire spirit dragon stirred, its golden eyes locking onto the challenger. The principal roared, forcefully projecting the luminous centennial dragon bones with a gesture. Even the spectacle of ancient power could not stop the challenger's quiet command to halt. The principal poured his centennial power into the illusion, yet the challenger simply called an abrupt halt to the overwhelming spectacle. The principal's ancient dragon spirit roared forth, shimmering bright against the oppressive darkness of the arena. The elders watched the principal unleash his treasures, a smug acceptance lingering on their faces. They knew exactly who this battle was truly fought for. The principal unleashed the terrifying dragon hypnosis and soul awakening, bathing the arena in violet light. A terrifying wave of purple energy radiated outward, shaking the onlookers as they anticipated the brutal duel. The challenger paused the overwhelming spectacle, softly murmuring, "Slow, don't choke," while feeding the beast. The challenger's hand shot out, bathed in an eerie blue glow, as he commanded, "Thunderpath." Engraved. The principal's grand display of power was met only by a low, ominous rumble as dark energy coiled above. The principal's face fractured, the weight of that simple pronouncement crashing over him like sudden ice. His grand display of power seemed to deflate into dust against the challenger's calm resolve. The booming thunder crackled as Jin Yoming channeled the raw, vibrant power toward his loyal beast. Even in this sudden surge, the air felt heavy with an unspoken, terrifying resolve. The ironclad Iceland's beast surged forward with a violent electric snap, its glowing eyes promising terrifying power. The spectators jolted upright, the sudden silence of the arena echoing the shock. What happened? So quick. The blazing fire spirit dragon roared, unleashing a wave of oppressive heat that instantly warped the very ground beneath it. The heavy thud of the ironclad Iceland's beast striking the ground confirmed the simple reality. Both sides have had their beast tamed and trained. The murmuring crowd reacted to the victory with stifled disbelief. Being young could not explain this raw power. The seasoned elder's eyes held a knowing calm, absorbing the impossible victory. "It clearly," he began, his low voice barely breaking the ensuing silence. The cult leader stood still, cloaked in shadow, murmuring of the lost origin, as a heavy silence fell. The fire dragon roared its challenge, its blazing aura overwhelming the tense, bright afternoon light. Now, the true battle for supremacy finally began. The blazing fire spirit dragon seized the initiative, unleashing a raw, searing, blazing firestorm that made the very air scream. The ironclad Iceland's beast slammed through the scorching, blazing firestorm, the sound of impact drowned by the sudden, chilling whoosh of displaced air. The blazing fire spirit dragon engulfed the arena, unleashing a scorching wave that promised instant ruin. Even the air itself seemed to ignite in that terrifying, sudden conflagration. The blazing fire spirit dragon unleashed its inferno, threatening to incinerate the beast in a searing 600 degrees. The blazing fire spirit dragon unleashed its final fury with the dragon's breath inferno slash, blinding the arena with scorching light. The blazing fire spirit dragon unleashed its fury, the air screaming with the shock of the bam and crackle. This swift, overwhelming heat threatened to erase the Iceland's beast entirely. The crowd applauded Shu Kwang's triumph, declaring, "Experiences like good old ginger, the older, the spicier." Yet, a sharp aide interrupted their self-congratulation. Sensing a shift, the esteemed principal watched the spectacle unfold, a calm certainty behind his composed smile. "Look, Xiaozhang, many want to learn from such terrifying, newfound strength." The aide, sweating under the tense silence, finally had to interrupt the principal's smug confidence. "Principal, it seems like the match isn't over yet." A silent blur. The Iceland's beast sliced through the searing heat, the sound a mere swoosh against the roaring inferno. The blazing fire spirit dragon roared its fury, completely engulfing the arena in searing heat. Even the air seemed to scream under the crushing force of the 8th tier skill. The blazing fire spirit dragon unleashed its fury, surrounding the arena in a scorching crucible of heat. The crushing heat of the inferno could not touch the victor, Shu Kwang, standing supreme amidst the settling dust. The air shrieked as the spectral wind sliced through the blinding firestorm, an impossible shield against the raging heat. The blazing fire dragon stumbled back, its trainer's confidence shattered by the sudden, blue energy shield before the monstrous claws. The shadowy elder focused his chilling aura, a silent vow that screamed, "You can't escape," as the air vibrated with his intent. A terrifying, glowing intensity flared in the eyes, revealing a power held just out of sight until this very moment. The aged master gently held his white beard, a quiet contemplation settling after the explosive victory. He seemed to absorb the thunderous roar of the crowd into the deep silence within his eyes. A heavy metallic clack echoed as the control room readied the high-speed cameras for the impossible replay. The monitor displayed the frame rate, capturing the ghost of the massive dragon poised against the lone figure. The chilling silence of the high-speed recording held the absolute truth of that impossible victory. The colossal motion registered at 1,000,000 frames per second, a terrifying, brilliant blur against the scorched earth. 10,000,000 frames per second captured the impossible. Crystalline threads traced the path of shattering impacts. The ironclad Iceland's beast moved faster than light itself could record. The spectators recoiled as the roaring air pressure slammed into their viewing section, shaking the very foundations of the stands. Is this wind pressure generated by its high-speed movement? The blazing fire spirit dragon roared, unleashing a searing wave, as its furious trainer watched the inevitable onslaught unfold. The defeated trainer's voice cracked through the arena dust. My trained blazing fire spirit dragon has no room to fight back. The cold humph. Shu Kuang snapped his fingers, the sound echoing the definitive end of the contest. The impossible victory settled heavily as his golden eyes surveyed the stunned silence. The Iceland's beast's blinding speed swept in, forcing a painful ugh from the massive fire dragon as the attack finally stopped. The sound of defeat echoed as the elder collapsed, the impossible speed of Shu Kuang's beast shattering his last pretense. I give up. The desolate whisper finally broke the heavy silence. The holographic image broadcast Spring's presence, yet the crowd's breathless whispers elevated him beyond mere sight. Vice President Bai watched with a knowing smile as Zhang Lingtong confirmed her devotion, the moment solidifying their future bond. The system chimed, granting a rare coupon amidst the lingering awe and adulation of the crowd. The system chimed, confirming the city's praise was enough. As he lightly touched the holographic claim button, the defeated principal finally yielded, his voice thick with reverence, admitting, I'm my loss. The electric blue charge flickered in Spring's fist, a quiet, intense promise before the next storm. The urgent meeting demanded presence, eyes turning to Spring as if he held the solution to the growing threat. All eyes focused, waiting for the legendary instructor to accept the dangerous calling. The intense purple aura flared around Spring as the others looked on, caught in the sudden pressure of his presence. Vice President Bai gently ushered the young disciple forward, the formalities already begun for the new master-disciple bond. The others in the hall could only watch as the gravity of the situation settled heavily around them. The master-disciple ritual paused as the senior official held out the final, solemn request. Spring stood firm, his shadow swallowing the polished floor as he redefined tradition with a sharp promise. The elder offered the symbolic tablet, a silent weight settling as Zhang Lingtong looked up in awe. The grand formalities could not mask the serious mission now looming beyond the ceremony. The master refused the kneeling rite, demanding only fierce dedication to true mastery from the devoted girl. Zhang Lingtong leaped forward, a bright certainty in her eyes as she firmly grasped her new master's outstretched hand. The gentle tap signaled the quiet, powerful start of a perilous journey they would now face together. When Spring insisted on his own path, the old master conceded with a soft sigh. All right then, have it your way. A sudden, heavy swoosh announced the arrival of the grim pioneer team leader, interrupting the light discussion. The atmosphere instantly chilled as the true dangers lurking beyond the city walls were revealed. The silent, cloaked figure knelt low, waiting as the solemn hall seemed to hold its breath for the next command. Jin Yomyang watched, feeling the sudden gravity settle over the room. The night enveloped the imposing beast instructor headquarters, where a silent, roaring lion statue stood illuminated. Now the call for battle against the rift's growing threat demanded their immediate presence. The rising commotion settled as Spring confirmed the strange migration of beasts, a troubling precursor to something worse. After their thorough team examination, Liu Gongkao delivered the dire findings regarding the lost scouts. The shocking revelation of the rift hung heavy in the air, causing voices to spike in disbelief. Now, all eyes fixed upon Spring, waiting for his response to the urgent military call. The gravity of the crystal pulsed with otherworldly light, a stark artifact amidst the rising threat. The pioneer team leader held the mineral high, signifying the dangerous, newfound path to power. The glow of the energy crystal illuminated the beast's fierce eyes as Jin Yomyang offered it with a practiced calm. He watched the fierce creature accept the strange fuel, his attention fixed on the coming conflict. The silver wolf roared, bathed in violent blue light, its newfound strength shattering the room's oppressive silence. This monstrous transformation, fueled by alien crystals, signaled a grave and immediate peril. Lu Gongkao presented the chilling mineral, revealing permanent strength increases, not temporary boosts. The room froze, realizing this strange stone fueled the wasteland's growing threat. The hushed room of solemn men waited, the silence broken only by the sheer weight of expectation now focused squarely upon Spring. All eyes turned, awaiting his ascent to confront the wasteland's gathering threat. The glowing yellow eyes held the quiet confidence of someone who had already won. Now, the focus shifted toward new, dangerous assignments. Even as the rising sun cast long shadows, Jin Yomyang felt the cool doubt lingering from the recent chaotic battle. He did not doubt the elder's strategy, but the chilling silence before the next inevitable clash weighed heavily on his spirit. The council table felt cold under the silent, accusing gaze of the veterans. Challenging their wisdom was deemed taboo. After all, disrespecting the established order was a transgression they would never forgive. The silent tension in the room was broken by a sharp, decisive click as the final verdict was presented. The air grew heavy, thick with a chilling, dark power as the commander addressed the legendary beast tamer. He spoke the name, Spring, a quiet declaration preceding the inevitable clash that loomed before them. Captain Lu's hardened certainty fractured instantly under the blinding shock of disbelief. The realization of a legendary beast tamer struck him with the force of a sudden, cold wind. The seasoned tamer held out a commanding hand, the bright, surging light emphasizing his sudden, weighty halt to the reckless advance. The mountain blazed in autumn reds, yet a chilling silence settled as they approached the concealed rift. The transport sliced through the sharp autumn air, the roar of its blades masking the growing tension before the inevitable ambush. The heavy transport thundered through the ominous, crimson-hued forest canopy, the rotor wash a violent whisper in the stillness. The metallic clatter echoed in the confined space just as the heavy hatch swung open, signaling the perilous journey's start. The tense silence shattered as the tactical watch blared an urgent, crimson warning. Something had gone terribly wrong near Lu. A sudden, sharp sound shattered the tense forest air as Jin Yomyang reacted instantly to the unfolding chaos. The casual flight was shattered by a blinding flash, the whirring blades suddenly silhouetted against a fierce, crimson beam. This calculated ambush ripped through the air, silencing even the wind's soft sound. The roar of the ambush shattered the tense quiet, as even the highest-grade armor offered no defense against the onslaught. The air vibrated with a demonic roar as the monstrous horde surged forward, their red eyes blazing with feral intensity. The air tore apart with a violent swoosh as blinding white light crisscrossed the hellish red forest canopy. Deep below, the crimson beasts roared, caught within the inescapable net of raw power. The titled experts stood firm, their astral power shields ringing out with a sharp, desperate clang against the barrage. They had split up, ignoring the warnings, now paying the price for their overconfidence. The clash of energy echoed through the unnerving woods as the iron-slicing eagle claw met the twisted bark with a deafening bang. These cunning beasts, however, proved far more resilient than anyone anticipated. The crystalline wall shuddered with a terrible clatter as a horned, grinning nightmare emerged from the crimson glow. They had underestimated the darkness beyond the rift, falling right into the enemy's horrifying trap. Their confident counterattack met a jarring, metallic clang against the unnatural height of the encroaching shadows. The titled experts discovered too late that their arrogance had turned the forest into a deadly snare. A sudden, terrifying swoosh shattered the forest's tense silence as demonic forms enveloped the titled beast tamers. The creatures, bathed in malevolent red light, moved with impossible speed against the astonished silver owl. The misplaced confidence shattered as the ambush closed in, a horrifying snap echoing through the sudden crimson light. The misplaced confidence of the titled experts rang hollow as the beast struck with terrifying, unexpected force. One warrior's casual boast dissolved instantly beneath the beast's shattering impact. The air crackled violently as the titled experts unleashed their power, the very ground vibrating with summoned energy. The air roared with a blinding slash as the overconfident tamers scattered into the crimson forest, heedless of the unseen danger. The ground trembled with a monstrous rumble as a horrifying shadow descended upon Jin Yomyang. He met the terrifying Black Maw, his own quiet resolve hardening against the overwhelming dark surge. The crimson energy slashed down with a deafening clang, momentarily halted by the monstrous hide before the beast roared. The chaotic, searing red light illuminated the viciousness as razor claws ripped through the air with brutal slash echoes. This monstrous aggression confirmed a horrifying reality. The threat level had escalated far beyond initial understanding. A terrifying roar echoed as the monstrous form pulsed with unnatural, glowing energy, showing its power to swiftly regenerate. The brilliant light shattered as the monstrous forms suddenly snapped free, their savage faces twisting in stunned shock. A deafening clap echoed through the chaotic air as the golden energy intensified, momentarily suspending even Jin Yomyang's desperate charge. The searing blue light framed the sudden, desperate shout, forcing the next surge of power from deep within. The blinding flash of dual dragons, quelling, met the monstrous form with a deafening bang. This was beyond mere power. The terrifying laughter echoed the shock. The deafening impact thudded into the scorched earth, a blinding pillar of golden energy vanishing instantly. This sheer, indifferent force mocked every desperate effort thrown against it. The creature roared in defiance, crackling energy surrounding its monstrous form as the lingering magic of the attack faded into the smoky air. The sizzling sound echoed as the monstrous spike tore through flesh, a grotesque confirmation of unbelievable power. The raw sound of agony tore through the twilight air, yet Jin Yomyang's gaze remained fixed, hard as stone. This relentless battle was pushing him beyond any human limit he knew. The air vibrated with violent energy as Jin Yomyang coiled low, his gaze locked onto the terrifying entity behind him. He knew then, this was no mere monster. This creature truly mocked their desperate struggle. The deafening swish of the air only emphasized how easily that monstrous power dismissed their might. This battle was quickly becoming far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. The air crackled with a residual shockwave as the horned figures scattered before the giant's movement. This monster's laughter echoed in the dusty twilight, mocking every prior effort. The cacophony of monstrous roars swallowed the air as the hulking shadows closed in on the defiant figure. Jin Yomyang felt the chilling reality of this overwhelming power pressed down. The blinding, golden energy flared, yet the raw frustration burned hotter. Damn it. The beast's mockery seemed to mock his very effort. A blinding, echoing surge of light consumed the space, and a desperate shout ripped through the air. Get back. The colossal shadow loomed, bathed in a terrifying, brilliant yellow light, its demon eyes burning with cruel intelligence. The crackling light met the monster's mocking grin, completely failing to break its unnerving composure. That hideous, sharp-toothed maw unleashed a vile sound. Kekik, the sheer contempt in that noise ripped through the deafening silence of the battle. The blinding crimson explosion roared, swallowing the air as the ultimate strike vanished without a trace. The air crackled violently as the twin dragons manifested, their otherworldly power effortlessly dissolving the blow that had failed to even leave a scratch. The beast roared, its fiery gaze locking onto the human. The sheer, terrifying power made the observer question reality. The blinding light of the dragon form art erupted, dwarfing the silhouette below with impossible golden majesty. A deep, primal rumble echoed as the monstrous figure swelled with furious red energy, snapping the air around it. This terrifying power, mocking even the strongest techniques, could not be ignored. The crimson light reflected off the rain, framing the creature's monstrous grin, a sound like cruel laughter echoing in the sudden quiet. The monstrous golden beast roared in primal fury, its glowing eyes locked on the figure recoiling from its sheer force. The sheer force of the strike met only a deafening impact against the fiery spectacle, leaving Jin Yomyang stunned by the monster's laughter. A chilling, subtle smirk played on his lips as those glowing fragments hissed with arcane power, defying all logic. The calm, pointed horn on the elf's brow contrasted sharply with the horror reflecting in his wide, yellowing eye. The air ripped open as the horned nightmares launched themselves forward, aimed directly at Jin Yomyang. He braced, shock freezing his reaction time against their deadly descent. A blinding flash of light ripped through the crimson sky as the trapped figure was violently expelled, scattering the minions in a shockwave. A blinding, searing arc of gold energy swept through the crimson air, silencing all panicked shouts. Jin Yomyang's desperate dash arrived just as the threat vanished in that brilliant, shocking flash. The hulking brute roared, its grotesque maw snapping shut on empty air as unseen force struck. A sharp impact echoed, making the very ground tremble under the sudden, violent collision. The air screamed as Jin Yomyang finally broke through, his charge a sudden, blinding streak of golden light. He was moving now, responding to the desperate plea that echoed from the battlefield. A blinding, resonant wave of raw power erupted, shattering the calculating silence around the enraged beast. The air screamed as Jin Yomyang struck, a desperate arc against the monstrous pink hide. He had to break through before the beast master's vile trap snapped shut. The vile snare, meant for the cult leader, shattered into fragments amidst a violent, high-pitched sound wave. The monstrous grin widened, the red light in its eyes burning with smug certainty, ready to claim its prey. The massive mechanical eye were open, a searing red beam locking on its target with a terrible snap. Jin Yomyang watched the deadly focus, knowing the cult leader was caught within that fatal crosshair. The binding spell shrieked, "Release," as the furious red giant resisted the trapping magic. A chilling question mark hung in the sudden silence where the captive struggled. The deafening bong of impact shattered the air, engulfing the silhouette in blinding, ferocious heat. The surrounding air instantly dissolved into a scorching, blinding inferno, sizzling around the monstrous silhouette. The blinding inferno rushed forward, a searing counter to the enemy's cold calculations. Jin Yomyang watched the cult leader engulfed, hoping this fierce flame meant salvation. A skeletal figure lunged, black aura sweeping past in a devastating swish, catching the brute off guard with sudden, shocking force. The brutal clang of impact ripped through the strained air, a moment of desperate, clawed resistance against an overwhelming shadow. The air thundered with a furious roar as the blazing golden dragon met the dark beast's crushing, spectral claw. The trap snapped shut, but with a deafening crack, the binding artifact shattered under raw, desperate strength. The monstrous brute strained, its burning eyes locked in fury as it desperately fends off the dark blade's approach. The enraged roar shattered the tense air as the demonic figure lunged toward the shadowed beast. A deafening rumble split the air as the blinding pillar of light erupted, scattering shadows and foes alike. The roaring inferno burst forth, a desperate defiance crackling against the advancing predator's grip. The crimson figure roared, wreathed in sudden, blinding heat as the captor's smug threat echoed. "I won't be fooled again." The crimson figure roared, engulfed in a blinding, explosive torrent of heat as energy lashed out. Jin Yomyang saw the impossible power unleashed in that moment of desperation. The beast recoiled from the sudden, unseen strike, its rage momentarily stalled by the blinding light. The heavy claw clenched, the beast capture rings finally sinking home with a sharp, metallic ding against the searing heat. The capture rings shimmered, their pale blue light fading as the brute's triumphant plan suddenly dissolved into confusion. A brilliant, terrible light flared as the dark figure descended, scattering mystic tokens across the giant form. The monstrous creature merely chuckled, the incoming barrage sounding like trivial chimes against its massive hide. The beast capture ring struck with sudden force, embedding itself into the demon's chest as the hunter's arrogant declaration echoed. Beneath the crimson glow, the terrifying visage of the skeletal fiend split into a hungry, bone-jarring grin. The victory the hunter sought had curdled into this suffocating, monstrous presence. The glowing, binding chains swarmed the powerful form, the air vibrating with captured energy. This was the moment of subjugation, but a desperate shout broke the terrible calm. The captive roared against the blinding light as the magical chains snapped tight, whoosh echoing the finality of defeat. Golden chains sliced through the blinding crimson energy, a sudden, desperate barrier against certain capture. Jin Yomyang watched the chilling figure approach, realizing the rescue had arrived just in time. A sudden surge of primal fear broke the hunter's terrible focus as the demonic beast scattered, fleeing away into the strange twilight woods. The air tore apart with a searing sound as the binding energies violently separate, severing the connection that held them captive. Jin Yomyang stared at the pulverized wreckage, the crimson stains shocking against the pale dusk. He saw the failure, the enemy's devices shattered, but the cult leader was gone. The sudden, chaotic noise vanished as he focused the cold, blue energy in his palm. Their astonished faces confirmed his arrival was the only thing that mattered now. Wounds marred them both, yet one managed to shoulder the other through the oppressive, hazy light. Their desperate exhaustion hung heavy in the quiet aftermath of the chaos. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as the muted orange light of the dying world watched him depart. The sheer scale of the monstrous footfall loomed, casting Jin Yomyang in its shadow after the failed mission. The harsh glow of the alien forest seemed to swallow the silence where his comrades once stood. Jin Yomyang looked down, his pale hand resting heavily on the fallen body under the dying crimson sky. The silence of the wasteland seemed to echo the heavy cost of the recent conflict. The grim reality of their losses hung heavy as one man supported the other, their faces etched with exhaustion after the horde's crushing attack. The humid air of the crimson forest clung to the defeated soldiers as Jin Yomyang watched their slow, painful approach. Blood stained their gear, a stark testament to the battle they barely survived just outside this zone. The exhaustion weighed heavily as Silver Owl leaned on her comrade, the vibrant, dangerous air still thick around them. The subordinate's voice cracked with the shock of their defeat, framed by the fading, ominous light of the wilderness. The earth-shaking beast moved with terrifying speed, its massive claws snapping shut to catch the fleeing souls. Terror seized the captured figures as the world dissolved into blinding, crushing light. The air shrieked as the fiery, shadowy beast descended, summoned by the desperate conflict still raging inside the base. Jin Yomyang felt the terrible heat wash over him as he moved to protect the cult leader. The air thrummed with sudden, sharp panic as an ally cried out for spring. Fear flashed across his face, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos of betrayal and discovery. The golden scales shimmered with immense power as Jin Yomyang stood guard above the vast, roaring beast. Now, with the deception exposed, the true battle for the cult leader began. Trapped beneath immense pressure, the panicked subordinate strained, feeling utterly immobilized in that chilling, rosy light. The soft, unsettling glow of the pink sky framed Silver Owl's heavy contemplation of the hidden dangers lurking in the woods. The vibrant, burning sky illuminated the forest as colossal beasts soared above the shadowy horde. Now, the frantic escape to the city seems distant, overshadowed by the reality of this raw, untamed wilderness. The brilliant midday sun streamed down upon the grand, silent entrance where a monumental beast stood frozen in stone. Strange, ethereal dragons traced glowing paths across the impossibly clear blue sky above the base. The cold arrival bay echoed with the guard's sharp announcement. Elderby sensed the diminished number with unsettling stillness. The fierce shadow of spring's great beast landed with a jarring thud against the metal city skyline. Now, with energy crystals discovered, the whole world prepared to rush headlong into the danger. The roar of the beast echoed high above as the desperate humans watched their fate held within massive, shattered fists. Jin Yomyang stood firm, facing the sheer scale of this terrifying new power. Jin Yomyang stood amidst swirling blue energy, issuing stark orders for immediate protection. And assign 10 armed guards of Tier 9 or above, he commanded, until I grant further word. The air cracked with sudden shock as the survivor pointed toward the suspiciously identical armor. Jin Yomyung sensed the terrible realization dawning over Elder Bai. The raw pain escaped as a stifled gasp. Silver Owl slumped, utterly broken by the heavy toll of their failed mission. Elder Bai's piercing gaze swept over the disheveled survivors under the sterile arrival light. The crushing silence of the hall was broken only by the urgent report of missing members. The blinding light of the arrival bay mirrored the harsh judgment settling over Jin Yomyang. Elder Bai stood waiting, radiating an icy stillness as Jin Yomyang approached the impending storm. Jin Yomyang examined the glowing armor, the unnatural blue energy sizzling around the two identical breastplates. The chilling implication of an impostor burned through the recent chaos of revelations. Jin Yomyang held the two damaged breastplates, the faint blue light illuminating the chilling proof of deception in the tense hall. The cult leader's chilling golden eyes witnessed the repulsive feasting, the sound of muffled munching amplifying the hidden horror. The cold light of the isolation ward illuminated Captain Liu, his body tightly bound to the sterile bed. Betrayal, sharp and agonizing, pierced through the silence surrounding Jin Yomyang. Captain Liu lay still under the harsh sterile light, breathing shallowly as his very strength was unlawfully sealed away. The sudden rush of air announced the desperate arrival of a messenger bearing dire tidings. Elder Bai and Jin Yomyang stood poised against the neon city glow as urgent news shattered the tense quiet. Under the vast, star-dusted expanse, Jin Yomyang's gaze locked onto Elder Bai, the heavy silence broken only by his sharp inquiry. The savage roar echoed across Yakuza Base City as the familiars clawed against each other, their sudden power disparity a terrifying spectacle. Jin Yomyang stood silent, his powerful crimson beast beside him, facing the cold challenge of Captain Sandojin. The air felt thick with unspoken accusations as the captain's gaze demanded, "What exactly did you do?" A smug smile betrayed the true source of victory. This luminous blue crystal held an unimaginable surge of power. The simmering anger of the pioneers found an unexpected confidant amidst the retreating crowd. That shared whisper, "No problem, I heard about it," hinted at a hidden understanding beyond their immediate fury. The crowd roared its shared defiance, demanding access to the forbidden path the passionate pioneer had revealed. The officials' hands formed a stark barrier, the chilling words, "Please return," echoing the suffocating authority closing in. The official's cold declaration hung heavy in the air, labeling the true source of danger as unknown to the desperate crowd. Even with the ninth-tier experts' heavy power pressing down, their resolve refused to yield, fueled by simmering rage. The sudden, crushing astral power made the air thick, pushing the greedy adventurers down. "So heavy," they gasped, realizing the overwhelming might of the ninth-tier expert. Jin Yomyang stood firm against the rising tide of desperate greed, his jaw tight beneath the bright, indifferent sky. The denial hung heavy in the clear daylight as they stared at the official's unyielding figure, muttering, "Oars?" The desperate one, eyes blazing red, gestured wildly against the blinding, stolen light of power. But the truth of this miracle is now buried. The crowd surged with furious disbelief as they realized the authorities were hoarding the true path to power. The imposing figure erupted in light, demanding confrontation. As the chilling interrogation continued nearby, the fiery orator commanded the raging crowd, offering a narrow escape from suffocating regulations. "There's always a way, indeed," the desperate pioneers cried out, their fists raised toward uncertain freedom. That mysterious figure, the one calling himself, "You can just call me," revealed eyes burning with sinister, undeniable power. The true face of the rebellion, or perhaps the ultimate threat, finally showed itself. The grim tower loomed under heavy clouds as the secure channel finally clicked silent. The mission update complete. Jin Yomyang's decisive finger pressed the button, ending the tense exchange. The official sat shrouded in calm authority, the tactical communication glowing faintly on his wrist. He confirmed the containment measures, sealing the world's sudden, terrifying bounty away from the masses. A blinding surge of yellow power met the creature's raw, crimson energy with a sharp, vibrating crackle in the tense silence. The captured beast roared, raw hatred crackling in the sterile air against Boss Su's terrifying, imminent arrival. The monstrous crimson claw slammed down, the sound echoing like a death knell as Jin Yomyang stood frozen against the blinding surge of power. The creature roared its defiance as Boss Su's hand closed, the sound of crunching bone echoing the hidden power he wielded. The hulking hands, now freed, loomed over the figure, demanding an answer in the sterile silence. "Did you guys come from?" The captured beast's primal fury was now laced with pointed, desperate questioning. The captured creature roared, its trapped fury mirroring the dark, contained power surging around Boss Su. "Don't make me laugh," he sneered, clearly relishing the impending confrontation despite the alien's immense threat. The creature's immense strength strained against the bindings, its crimson eyes burning with raw, contained fury. Its guttural roar echoed the beast's declaration. "Kill me, or wait FORMET or arrive at your headquarters." Jin Yomyang moved like a shadow against the blinding light, his strike catching the monstrous captive utterly by surprise. The alien recoiled, a fierce confusion etched across its terrifying features, as if its own power had momentarily betrayed it. A blinding rush of motion, whoosh, erupted as Boss Su's monstrous familiar surged forward, eclipsing the dark figure beneath it. Jin Yomyang tensed, bracing against the sheer speed now aimed directly at him. The captured being, glowing with contained fury, roared out a challenge. "A trick is this?" The interrogator felt the raw, terrifying power vibrate in the sterile air. The massive figure, radiating raw power, turned to face the quiet appraisal of the maid and the onlookers. So many sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Boss Su grinned, sensing the sudden flood of easy profit. The monstrous form of Boss Su loomed, his sinister grin promising slaughter as the terrified interrogators stood frozen beneath his overwhelming shadow. The sacred blade sliced through the air with a violent swoosh, radiating blinding golden power in the chaos. Jin Yomyang sensed this sudden, terrifying surge of strength nearing the cult leader. The captive roared, a raw, primal sound echoing the brute's fury as the golden spear pierced its very essence. The elf maid stepped forward, her pale, glowing aura hinting at a power that defied her simple attire. Boss soon needed her mind-reading ability, but this sudden return shifts the entire battlefield. The shadow of the behemoth loomed, an ominous, fiery presence confronting Jin Yomyang and Georgiana in the grim silence. Georgiana's dismissive gesture confirmed the chilling truth. The captured memories vanished into thin air. He watched her, realizing the true, horrifying cost of these strange crystals. Georgiana's golden eyes held a sharp, knowing glint as she finally secured the deal, her victory evident. Georgiana flashed that unsettling, triumphant grin, the air thick with her challenge. He realized then, the price of dependency was far more than mere points. The chilling discovery settles over Jin Yomyang, his amber eyes hardening with cold resolve. Based on this evidence, he simply cannot overlook such atrocity. The air crackled as Georgiana unleashed the requested power, her eyes gleaming with fierce, unsettling focus. The monstrous beast roared, its hulking form surging forward amidst the frantic, sharp clatter of its heavy steps. A sudden, blinding yellow strike pierced the thick flesh with a sickening thwack, cutting through the air's heavy tension. The transformed beast roared in savage agony, slamming its enormous fist down in a final, desperate thud against the cold floor. A blinding, golden surge erupted from Georgiana's palm, pressing the monstrous shadow back with divine, cold power. The air thickened with the terrifying energy of this forced compliance. The swift, chilling wind whipped past Jin Yomyang as lightning streaked across the suffocating blue sky. The horrific truth about the energy crystal settled upon him, heavy and cold. The chilling red dust settled around the defeated team as Captain Sandojin could only utter a strained, "Nothing." The chilling purple landscape held countless spectral figures, urging Jin Yomyang forward into the echoing void. The enemy's sudden, terrifying power left Georgiana momentarily stunned by what she witnessed. I never expected, she breathed out, her manic smile betraying a deeper, unsettling realization. A single, decisive pinch signaled a final, terrifying decision taking hold in the suffocating, red-tinged atmosphere. My destination shall be, the silent thought concluded, fate sealed with grim finality. A violent, crimson shockwave exploded outward, stopped only by Georgiana's outstretched, defiant hand. Jin Yomyang froze, recognizing this immense, terrifying power with a sharp intake of breath. The manager stood amidst the spilled blood, his gaze locking onto Georgiana, bathed in a terrible, golden light. Jin Yomyang watched the chilling connection between the glowing spear and the protected deity solidify. A blinding shaft of golden light cut the tense air as Georgiana swung her staff. The sound swoosh echoed the finality of her action. The golden light pierced Georgiana's essence as the forced memory extraction began to sizzle, leaving Jin Yomyang silent and grim. The cold, buzzing crystal pulsed with a sinister blue light, confirming the horror of the discovery. They realized the crystals were condensed from the very lives of fallen beast tamers. The glowing crystal hovered, tempting the beast tamers with promises of strength, a dangerous lure in the suffocating silence. Georgiana offered a soft tisk-tisk sound, her eyes distant as the query about excavation hung in the dusty air. The truth of the extracted biological tissue settled heavy upon the host's shoulders. Elder Bai's voice trembled, confirming that these terrible biological tissues were indeed similar things to the fragments Jin Yomyang had found. The store manager stood rigid in the dim, concrete space, meeting Georgiana's gaze with sudden, terrifying clarity. The realization of the gruesome sacrifice echoed, chilling the air between them. The faint glow of the crystal revealed horrifying secrets, echoing the words, similar things. The crimson-robed figure stood triumphant over the fallen, bathed in a single, damning shaft of cold light. A sharp, insistent electronic buzz broke the silence as Jin Yomyang gripped his wrist, the weight of the horrifying truth settling upon him. The urgent beep of the device cut through the tense silence as Jin Yomyang received Elder Bai's grim report. Someone was systematically hunting beast tamers, turning their very essence into deadly crystals. The manager stared at the glowing projection, the chilling realization sinking in. That monstrous method claims even them. The cold blue light illuminated the grim realization settling upon Elder Bai and the assembled commanders. Someone was trapping their beast tamers, transforming their very essence into deadly sustenance. All right, the figure murmured, activating the device over the chilling stains of crimson death surrounding him. From the stagnant, crimson pool, a grotesque, bloody tissue slowly floats upward, confirming the horrible truth. The manager stood silently, holding the captured, crimson form while the holographic specter watched from his wrist. Now, with the chilling truth laid bare, a grim resolve settled over his face. That monstrous, spiky coil seemed to swallow the light, trapping a lone figure within its terrifying maw. The earth itself tore open, a dark, man-made chasm leading straight to the world they called the abyss. The terrifying purple maw of the abyss pulsed, the ancient barrier of astral power trembling violently against the raw, swirling void. The desolate, captured world known only as the abyss hung silently in the cold darkness of space. Deep within the chilling, abyssal chasm, a single, fractured shard of purple energy pulsed faintly. The terrible power of the sealed kings was stirring once more beneath the astral sea. The chasm yawned open, an imposing stone marker pointing down into the suffocating blue darkness of the abyss. The teacher's surprise was quickly replaced by the protagonist's decisive, low command about the bond contract. Elder Bai's profound calm shattered the tense silence with words about the Four Kings seal. The subordinates recoiled, the unexpected news hitting them like a physical blow. The searing desert sun beat down as four distant figures stood silently atop their ancient stones. A sudden, chilling blue light marked the arrival of a fifth presence, breaking the tense silence. The sharp fluorescent light catches the stern faces of the assembled officers as Elder Bai finally shares the terrifying truth. Every shadow seemed to deepen as they processed the impossible horror unfolding in the surveillance feed. The cult leader's chilling smile widened as the viscous, yielding membrane tore apart with a sickening sound. A deep, suffocating dread settled over the Bay City as the seal weakened. The heavy, flat sound of a shoe crushing something wet echoed sharply in the sudden, heavy silence. Jin Yomyang stood amidst the slick, broken remnants of the monstrous form. A heavy, wet sound echoed as the mangled head, dripping with unnatural flesh, struck the cold, dark ground. The shocking silence confirmed the unimaginable horror the beast tamers had finally faced. A sickening red light pulsed as the infected knelt, their bodies silently yielding to the unseen entity before them. The menacing swish signaled the close, terrifying arrival of the true threat Jin Yomyang must now face. Jin Yomyang stared into the oppressive darkness, his face grim as tendrils of red energy pulsed near his skin. A brilliant, alien crystal hung suspended, its unnatural blue light chilling the damp cavern air around him. The cold, oppressive darkness of the underground offered no comfort as two figures studied the glowing, captured energy. That chilling blue light seemed to mock the danger Elderby warned them about, the looming threat of the abyss opening. The transcendence void stood veiled in crimson shadow, an unnerving calm playing across its features as strange, glowing tendrils wrapped around its hand. The eerie blue light illuminated the room as the projection confirmed their deepest fears. If your speculations hold true, Elderby's eyes held an unyielding gravity, confirming the catastrophic truth about the man-made chasm and the abyss prison. Back in the city, the overwhelming tension seemed to momentarily lift as familiar faces appeared. The master stood firm, receiving the earnest reports of progress while a profound new goal began to crystallize. His heavy gaze swept toward the figures, the quiet tension broken by a sudden beep from his wrist device. He had entrusted Yoise's team to watch over them far away in the dangerous wilderness. Shirley and Shelton burst forth, their bright greeting cutting through the lingering dread from Elderby's dire pronouncements. The sudden warmth of their presence momentarily softened the protagonist's focused intensity under the bright, indifferent sky. The sudden appearance of Shirley and Shelton brought a momentary, dizzying relief from the looming threat of the abyss. He had been searching through the silent, tense wilderness, only to find them safe and eager by the city gates. The protagonist paused, the lingering scent of the wilderness replaced by the city air as Shirley brought up Yoise's cautious instruction. The protagonist teased her burgeoning business sense under the bright, open sky, drawing a flustered humph as she blushed deeply. A warm hand rested gently atop Shirley's head under the bright, open sky, momentarily chasing away the shadow of the looming crisis. The wrist device pulsed with a sharp, digital beep as the holographic projection of the young woman appeared, demanding attention. He touched the screen, a silent acknowledgement of the urgency rising from the city's fragile peace. The potent, crackling energy of the dragon blood vein forging technique surged around him, a vivid promise of terrifying power. He focused on the bond contract, pushing his entire research future toward that mutual ascension. The shimmering purple fluid hummed, confirming the unbelievable breakthrough. Transformation beyond 50%. The vast, glowing purple serum containers pulsed with stored energy, a testament to progress. While two watchful figures observed from above, protagonist questioned the pace, his sharp golden eyes meeting the glowing projection with disbelief. The holographic figure looked back, stunned by the sudden acceleration of their research goal. Sudden rush of displaced air announced his return. "Hello, I'm back," as Shirley gasped at his impossible speed. Shirley eagerly pointed out the sudden business opportunity, her voice light amidst the mounting chaos across the continent. The teacher, assured by sudden breakthroughs, prepared for the immediate shift in research focus. That shared enhancement of the bond contract promised an unbelievable, instant power surge. A violent rumble shook the confined space as one figure finally screamed, struggling against unseen forces. The thick, fleshy coils constricted mercilessly, tightening around Jin Yumyoung's neck until he could only gasp, "Help." A grotesque, glowing entity invaded his very being, pulling a raw, desperate call from his convulsing throat. The rough bars reflected the shock in their wide eyes as the shouted word, monsters, hung suspended in the sterile, cold light. The urgent, insistent beat cut through the sudden quiet, signaling inescapable danger as the elder rasped one final, desperate warning. Run. The energy crackled violently as the strange figure plunged downward. An ominous blue crystal clutched tightly. The world seemed to spin away from Jin Yomyang in that terrifying descent. The heavy metal restraints finally fell away with a sharp clack, the blinding blue energy immediately surging back into their waiting forms. The chilling blue crystal pulsed violently, confirming the devastating discovery. This must be the energy crystal that the Beast Instructor Association was talking about. The frigid, glowing crystal pulsed with strange energy as the hesitant fingers drew near. A sharp, crackling sound filled the dark space, marking a profound, unsettling contact. The sharp, rhythmic sound of feet hitting the floor urged the confrontation forward. Let's, he roared, pulling hard against the shadowy figure above him. The chilling sound of tapping echoed overhead, signaling a dangerous proximity. Jin Yomyang nervously crushed the small blue object, his tense silence scrutinized by the shadow above. A sudden, blinding light erupted as the restraints snapped, the sound like shattering ice. He felt power surge, raw and electric, burning through his veins. A chilling certainty settled over the wounded man as the cyan needle pierced deep, confirming a terrible suspicion. The monstrous crimson form whispered that the mythology spoke of self-sacrifice, yet the captive could only scream, "What monster?" The chopper thudded violently against the gale, forcing them out into the biting, snowy expanse below the impassable peaks. "We're hiking up," a grim voice stated, acknowledging the brutal requirement of the ascent. The unforgiving blizzard raged, yet the sealed mountain barrier held them back, mocking their pleas for audience. The chilling buzz of unseen energy struck the figures, freezing them against the barren, ice-covered steps. The bitter wind howled as two figures were suddenly flung from the sky, slamming hard onto the frozen ground. A looming, unseen force repelled their ascent, sealing them away from the summit's promise. The icy gale screamed around Jin Yomyang as a crushing force slammed him backward, the whiteout blurring his vision. The analysts reported their chilling compliance. "Elder Bai, none of the 3 orders you issued were successfully carried out." The frantic taps of the keyboard sounded like a drumbeat signaling sudden, unexpected affirmation. "Yes," the elder breathed, processing the impossible news of Spring's true endeavors. A terrifying, shadowy visage erupted behind the elder, shimmering with ominous, dark violet energy. The silence in the room was suddenly broken by the weight of that spectral dragon. Jin Yomyang knelt softly in the vibrant green, holding the glowing bounty with a slight, knowing smile. These precious things, gathered one at a time, felt almost like a secret against the world's chaos. A commanding voice shattered the greed as impossible light erupted. The shelves shimmered and refilled in an instant. With a blinding swoosh of light, the promised Hades's lotus appeared, banishing the previous scarcity in a silent miracle. The shopkeeper's mouth hung open, frozen by the impossible sight of suddenly abundant, shimmering stock. The chaotic greed evaporated instantly, replaced by sheer, silent awe. A low sound and shimmering light announced his arrival. He whispered the single word, teleportation. With a blinding swoosh, golden energy erupted, instantly restoring the depleted shells before the stunned observer. The frantic vibration on his wrist signaled terrible news. As the cult leader's rare blooms floated behind him, he knew instantly the danger closing in on Longjong Base City was real. The shrill electronic beep sliced through the serious meeting, demanding immediate attention from the hardened commanders. Spring, ever ready, silenced the warning device with a swift, almost practiced touch. The spectral figures of the Ye and Mu families marched into the blue light, affirming Spring's meticulous control over Longjong. The rising greed and sudden confrontation shattered the fragile peace inside the store. A commanding presence materialized, instantly silencing the escalating demands with impossible speed. The scent of ash and ruin hung heavy as Longjong Bay City burned beneath a terrible, fiery sky. Beast kings were closing in, the desperate last stand against the surging tide. The beast tide hammered Longjong, the air thick with smoke as corrupted figures lunged for escaping souls. Their terrifying leader, bound by monstrous flesh, reveled in the city's desperate collapse. The eerie purple glow washed over them as monstrous tendrils snaked closer, trapping the resistance. They braced themselves, realizing the Void's agents were forcing their hand. There was no retreat now. Beneath the crimson, suffocating light, the cult leader lay bound, a glowing crystal feeding dark shadows. Those grinning silhouettes promised a terrible, agonizing transformation. Elder Bai questioned the strange prophets, but Spring's focus remained sharp on the chilling data before him. "How's the churn?" he pressed, scrutinizing the holographic projection of loss. The alarm klaxons shrieked, shattering the grim realization about the aloof legends of the Pinnacle Tower. A beast tide gathered near Longjong Base City, pressing their fragile, hopeful haven. The grim data stream reflected in his wide eyes, showing the devastating reality of the spreading chaos. The sudden, piercing alarms shattered the brittle calm of the war room. Shirley stretched languidly in her chair, the sharp tension of the war room briefly broken by her casual presence. "Someone's talking about me," she chimed in, a bright interruption amidst grave concerns. Spring smoothly introduced the cheerful stand-in manager, Shirley, breaking the stunned silence of the war room. Her sudden appearance, bright against the grim holographic projection, stole every eye. Elder Bai's slow realization hung heavy in the air. All these base cities have one thing in common. One of Spring's pet stores is there. The blue glow of the tactical screen cast a cold light across his sharp features, whispering about the coming voids. Elder Bai countered the grim assumption with a quiet, heavy tone. "That's inaccurate." Amidst a shower of golden coins, he spoke of those few legendary individuals who refused to pledge loyalty when true war descended. The sudden blare of alarms shattered the heavy silence in the war room. "Location?" Elder Bai demanded, his ancient face etched with fresh dread as the beast tide approached. The sudden, deafening alarm shattered the war room's fragile hope, replacing discussion with raw, immediate terror. Those piercing yellow and blue eyes now reflect the shocking shadow of the approaching beast tide near Longjong. The cold blue light of the monitor reflected in her wide, startled eyes, a sudden realization crashing over her like an incoming wave. The chilling data confirmed the grim reality. Reinforcements for Longjong would arrive in only days. A sudden call cut through the urgent tension, causing Jin Yomyang to pause his preparations with a clipped, "Hold on." The urgent, piercing beep shattered the tense silence of the command center, signaling disaster. A subordinate stood rigid, hands clasped tightly behind his back, awaiting the commander's verdict. The frantic digital hum of the warning system confirmed the terrible news had finally been transmitted. The tactical map pulsed neon blue, showing the ominous red waves closing in on vulnerable Longjong Base City. The illuminated tactical map showed the deadly convergence. Red arrows screamed doom upon the central fortress. A heavy hand landed on the soldier's shoulder, the sharp talk-talk sound echoing the chilling confidence of the superior. This cruel gesture confirmed the complete downfall of their defenses. Sweat beaded on his face as the overwhelming pressure finally forced the desperate whisper. "Can you let me go now?" A silent, crushing blow reverberated through the facility. The console was obliterated by an unseen, purple-tinged force. A silent, cold chamber witnessed the effortless display of ultimate strength, echoing the victor's dismissive thought. "What a waste of time." A chilling smile broke across his blood-smeared face, the word Longjong escaping his lips like a whispered promise of ruin. The Tier 9 powerhouse smirked, radiating dark energy as bloody teeth showed, relishing the visceral spurts of his terrifying might. The enemy commander, cloaked in shadows and arrogance, smirked, savoring the chaos unfolding across the mainland. The air grew thick with a sickening, slithering sound as the void's grotesque tendrils wrapped around their new puppets. These conquered souls, hollowed out, now served a chilling, alien purpose beneath the silent, glowing orbs. Under a sky dripping crimson, the horrific silence was broken only by the sickening clunk of falling bodies onto the growing mass. A deep, terrifying rumble shook the ruins as another structure surrendered to the relentless orange firestorm consuming the city. The sound of shattering stone echoed through the burning ruins as base city number 43 dissolved into ash and smoke. The terrible roar of the blood-red beast shook the ground with a seismic rumble as the beast tide finally descended upon Longxiang. The rumbling earth announced the beast tide's charge, shadowed by glowing figures watching from the ruins of shattered buildings. The hulking figure stood amidst the searing embers, his imposing presence demanding silence before his chilling words arrived. The troop leader of the Transcendence Void, strength vast beyond measure, met their gaze with a chilling, casual smirk. The troop leader, a figure of terrifying epsilon-tier strength, merely waited, his gaze chillingly calm amidst the rising chaos. The shadowy figure grinned, gesturing with cold arrogance against the hazy, burning backdrop of the fallen world. He seemed utterly delighted by the chaos his master had orchestrated. The burning ruins confirmed the enemy's sickening casualness after their calculated destruction of the sea-level cities. The sky itself bled crimson as the beast tide, led by a shadowy figure, swept toward Longxiang with a terrifying swoosh. The air grew thick with crimson energy as the figure descended, the very ground shuddering with palpable, terrifying might. Elder Bai's stern face betrayed nothing as he confirmed the fate of Longjiang's dedicated defenders. The tension in the sterile room hummed with the weight of sacrifice already made. The heavy, decisive rhythm of boots striking the ground signaled an unyielding advance toward conflict. The ominous pink sky seemed to press down as the commander awaited the sobering report on Longjiang's status. The cult leader stood before his unwavering ranks, the grim silence broken only by the sharp reply, "Yes, Sir." The cult leader's chilling declaration, "For me," hangs heavy in the charged silence before Jin Yomyung's fierce, golden eyes meet the threat. The ground groaned under the Titan elephant's massive step, crushing the scattered remnants beneath its unstoppable weight. The ground let out a desperate, heavy rumble as the massive Titan elephant, shrouded in sickly green energy, stamped forward. The colossal Titan elephant bore down, its great tusks gleaming under the blood-red sky. That terrifying rumble shook the very foundations of the city walls. The air around Mayor Shi Jin Shui grew thick with a terrible dread, contrasting sharply with his cold, clinical curiosity about the human-bred dragon. The Titan elephant's massive foot slammed down, the shockwave of its relentless advance echoing with a deafening thud. The earth shook as the massive beast met the deadly blast, its glowing eyes piercing the orange inferno. The layered landmines erupted beneath the Titan elephant, the violent blasts momentarily shaking the very air near the city walls. The Titan elephant surged forward in a blur, its glowing eye fixed on the city walls. The landmines exploded, but the Titan elephant merely shrugged off the blast within its glowing, stone-shattering shell. Commander grit his teeth against the harsh wind, acknowledging the grim reality. Ordinary methods can't stop a beast of this magnitude. The earth cracked open as the mine detonated, yet a faint golden light held against the blinding orange fury. The brute simply marched on, shaking off the blast with infuriating ease. Beneath the crimson haze, the cult leader's shadowed gaze held an unnerving, silent appraisal of the approaching doom. The Titan elephant, glowing with fierce, unnatural energy, sent deep, bone-jarring rumble toward the city gate. Beneath the terrifying glow of the encroaching battle, Jin Yumyang's gaze held a burning, unwavering intensity. The sheer weight of the crisis seemed to sharpen the focus in those predatory yellow eyes. A sharp, crackling blue energy coalesced as the immense shadow of a wing swept across the blood-red sky. The Titan elephant's immense bulk absorbed the strike, a deafening clang echoing as its glowing defense flickered. The sheer, terrifying power emanating from the brute signaled its relentless advance. The ground hissed and cracked as the armored legs pounded forward, shattering the desperate shouts of retreat. A deafening roar echoed as sharp claws tore against shimmering golden energy, the sheer impact cracking the very air. A shattering sound echoed as the dark dragon's sharp claws pierced the blinding golden barrier. The clash was brutal, shaking the very air they breathed. A raw, grinding sound erupted as the dark maw channeled blinding magenta energy, an impossible force gathering within. The purgatory crimson dragon unleashed a blinding, violent torrent of magenta light against the encroaching beasts. The explosive boom echoed the utter power needed to subdue such overwhelming terror. The titan elephant roared as searing purple energy began to sizzle and consume its armored skull. Even Gaia's protection could not halt the terrible damage being inflicted. The purgatory crimson dragon roared, its violent magenta aura tearing through the battlefield's thick, heavy air. This monstrous power answered the mayor's silent, fearful query. The mayor stared, the sudden, blinding light reflecting the shock of impossible threats unfolding before him. The younger man's grin felt terribly out of place against the mayor's stark, hollowed gaze reflecting their doom. The purgatory crimson dragon roared, a deep, resonant vibration shaking the very air as it gathered its unholy power. The crimson silhouette unleashed a searing purple torrent, meeting the beast's roar with blinding, incandescent power. The crimson-clad figure swooshed down, trading deafening blows as ice and fire ripped through the chaotic air, shaking the very earth with their rumble. The world exploded in brilliant, violent light as the purgatory crimson dragon met the combined onslaught. Even amidst the shockwave, that solitary figure refused to yield its ground. The mayor and his officers shared a frozen moment of shock, the grim reality of the beast tide settling over them like ash. Beneath the blood-red sky, 10 towering beast kings amassed, their silent presence drowning out all hope. The cult leader stood enveloped by the chilling crimson light, an icy calm settling over the chaos. "I am," his quiet declaration echoed against the distant roars of battle. The deafening rumble of the apocalyptic true fire consumed everything as Jin Yongyang faced the inferno alone. He held the line, trapped between oblivion and the scattered cities. The apocalyptic true fire erupted, swallowing the air with a deafening whoosh, far beyond any projected limit. The fierce heat of the battlefield seemed to sear the air around them as shouts died away. Even Captain Sandojin looked unnerved by the sudden shift in focus. The air itself screamed as the apocalyptic true fire erupted, dwarfing the terrified silhouettes holding their final desperate line. The blinding orange heat illuminated their shocked faces, questioning the sheer scale of the unfolding disaster. The divine skill manifested, a shimmering shield stopping the apocalyptic fire. This singular defense bought precious, fragile moments. The apocalyptic true fire enveloped the stone defenses, a terrifying, searing silhouette against the burning sky. Jin Yomyang witnessed the sheer, devastating power unleashed upon the fragile barrier. The terrifying sound of impact echoed as the city desperately braced behind the glowing, holy iron wall. A chilling aura pulsed around the cult leader as the full scope of the enemy's strategy settled in. The calculated complexity of their trap was deemed, simply, intriguing. The savage roar of the soul flame ape met an unyielding, monstrous counter-force amidst the searing, apocalyptic heat. Jin Yomyang could only watch the devastating impact of their clash unfold. The monstrous roar of the crimson soul flame ape echoed under a sky choked with angry red light. Every beast clan now received the final, terrible command: raise Longjong to the ground. The tactical map glowed with terrifying finality as the officer stared, realizing the devastating focus on Longjong was a calculated lie. The ominous, crimson light swallowed the skyline as Jin Yomyang moved, urged forward by the terrifying sound of impact. Even the strongest defenses seemed to buckle before the devastating, apocalyptic fire. The enemy forces poured through the shimmering blue gates, their commander sneering, "Spare no one with cultivation skills." Jin Yomyang felt the icy dread as the true scope of the trap closed in around them. The beast horde surged forward with a terrifying, earth-shaking impact, heedless of the chaos they created. The commanders screamed the final, desperate order to consume them all completely. The furious typing faded as a chilling data point flashed before their eyes. It's the confirmation signal from Starry Sky has finally arrived, the aide whispered in sheer relief. The cult leader's unsettling crimson gaze fixed forward, a question hanging heavy in the charged air. That now, the world turned to liquid crimson under that horrifying power, obscuring the distant city from view. The mayor collapsed onto the rooftop, the weight of 12 simultaneous battles crushing his resolve under the crimson sky. Two imposing figures stood bathed in cold, ethereal light, while a defeated subordinate knelt in the harsh shadows below them. Jin Yomyung felt the chilling silence press down, realizing the true cost of this capture. The apocalyptic red sky swallowed the light as the guarding bombs descended upon the second battlefield with a deafening swoosh. Jin Yomyung watched the deadly rain, knowing this terrible price was necessary for survival. Jin Yomyung clung desperately to the monstrous back as the ground blurred beneath the catastrophic speed. Is that an air raid? The terrified shout echoed against the chaos of the sky. A deafening boom ripped the air as the devastating blast consumed everything in its violent, blinding path. The glowing pink spheres shielded them from the fiery debris, yet a sharp gasp signaled the defense was already strained. This secret legendary spring technique was buying precious seconds against the onslaught. A warrior strained against the impossible. A sudden, shimmering defense barely holding against the apocalyptic glow. The nearby area shuddered. Yet this divine skill was an awe-inspiring counter. The orbital deployment began, each guardian fighter detaching with a sharp, mechanical tick, ready for the final strike. The promised airdrop was finally underway, defying the enemy's desperate encirclement. The orbital bombardment began with a terrifying swish, raining destruction onto the terrified silhouettes below the fiery sky. Jin Yomyung surged forward, driven by the Beast Clan's final, dreadful command to utterly raze Longjong. The promised airdrop landed with a deafening thunk, mechanical shadows blotting out the apocalyptic red sky above the small, gathered group. The rumbling earth announced the arrival of the Allied forces descending from Starry Sky, their silhouettes stark against the crimson haze. Jin Yomyung moved forward with his elite guard, ready to face the enemy's final gambit. A chilling silence settled as the two figures faced each other, one masked by a confident smirk, the other radiating cold, fiery resolve. The cavernous station floor shuddered violently as the logistical crew continued their strained labor beneath the terrifying rumble. That sound. Is it the full? They whispered, fear tightening their grip on the essential supply boxes. The subterranean light seemed harsh against the oppressive silence, demanding they keep working. Don't stop. Despite the looming threat from above, a sharp, sudden impact echoed through the cramped passage, freezing the frantic workers where they stood. Their hopeful momentum shattered instantly beneath the heavy, shocking bang. The earth itself seemed to split wide open with a terrible crack as the heavy transport carriage rattled violently onward. The heavy silence in the transport car magnified the commander's strained cry of sheer desperation. Where he gasped, clutching his head against the building dread. The fearful silence in the tunnel broke as desperate hope flared, echoing the rallying cry. That's right. The logistics commander urged them onward, his voice echoing with desperate, flickering hope. Let's move. A sudden, violent screech of tearing metal erupted as something massive clawed at the speeding carriage. The fleeting moment of victory shattered instantly. The attack had only just begun. A searing, beastly roar ripped through the heat as towering shadows, burning red, surged forward across the scorched ground. A monstrous rumble heralded the clash of titans, as blazing fury met an unyielding, shimmering barrier. The Beast King's desperate roar echoed against the overwhelming, earth-shaking power. The terrifying crimson tide of the beast tide surged, an overwhelming wave of snapping jaws rushing forward with a deafening whoosh. The brief euphoria shattered as a monstrous red shadow erupted, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield with furious stomps. The massive gun roared, spitting golden fury as the soldier screamed a desperate, "Go to hell!" against the encroaching crimson darkness. The frigid glow of the cooling crystal illuminated the transport worker's shop. Deep below, the fragile sense of victory could not last. The massive railgun unleashed a blinding flash. Just as the snarling beast king lunged forward with a desperate whoosh, a monstrous roar erupted, bathing the terrified logistics worker in savage, crimson light as the massive beast loomed over him. The momentary reprieve shattered as massive claws met solid boot with a chilling, metallic clang. Hope, so newly found above ground, instantly turned to raw, shocking terror. The chilling shout, "Go back to whatever hellhole you crawled out of," echoed as a figure slammed violently against the armored plating. Right Commander Chin Duwong stepped forward, his chilling observation cutting through the tense atmosphere. "They're far stronger than the beasts of the same tier," he stated grimly. The sickening crunch echoed as the beasts overwhelmed the figure Jin Yomyang sought. A blinding surge of cold blue energy radiated from him in a desperate response. A grotesque creature writhed low, a sickening, unnatural fire glowing beneath its tough hide. Beneath the sounds of battle, someone whispered in horror, "That thing on its." The Beast King's core erupted in a blinding, fiery discharge, searing through the ravaged tunnel walls. A desperate, violent force ripped through the very space around them. The momentary roar of triumph shattered as an earth-shaking boom consumed the battlefield in blinding, desperate yellow light. A sudden, desperate surge carried Jin Yomyang upward, shielding the prone figure from falling debris overhead. "Damn it," he choked out as the immense weight of the battle crashed down around them. The air crackled with violent energy as he screamed a warning. Unstable walls. His desperate thoughts turned to the cult leader, Boss Spring. The triumphant shouts seemed hollow as Jin Yomyang leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the dying light of the ruined city. The elder stood silent behind him, the victory feeling tragically premature in the chilling twilight air. The Longzhong elite guard's left commander, Zhou Tianlin, appeared amidst the chaos, demanding order. "Set up the formation." His voice cut through the lingering tension of victory. A terrifying green light erupted, the cult leader summoning an imposing, script-covered spiritual form over his silent followers. Just as victory seemed close, a brilliant green light surged skyward. "Jade Dragon Formation," it screamed. The battle was clearly far from over as the phantom beast emerged from the crimson chaos. A blinding emerald light erupted, signaling a fresh collision that cut through the momentary battlefield calm with a violent clang. The brief lull shattered as a monstrous claw ripped toward the train, a green arc of lethal speed slicing the air. The brief triumph turned instantly to primal dread as another beast scaled the armor plating. Then, a blinding emerald flash tore the battlefield as a spectral dragon blade swept down, the whoosh echoing like fate itself. A chilling hiss echoed from the chasm as the enemy beasts above screamed, "Retreat." Scaling the jagged cliff face, the tremendous weight slammed down with a deafening thud, shaking the blood-soaked earth violently around Jin Yomyang's guard beast. The ground shuddered violently as the towering black beast let loose a terrifying, world-ending roar. This monstrous victory came only after crushing one of its own kind beneath glowing claws. A heavy rumble shook the cavern as the fallen beast succumbed to the searing red inferno. The air itself seemed to tear open with that deafening, abyssal roar of incandescent rage. A shattering explosion ripped the air, revealing something impossibly vast, glowing with terrible, searing red. Jin Yomyang stared, realizing this new threat dwarfed even the previous terror. Holy. But the sudden, sickening silence that followed felt far worse than the prior clamor, hinting at an unknown price paid. The ground shuddered violently with heavy impacts, revealing a colossal, terrifying form emerging from the red-tinged soil. The sound of impact, a horrifying smash, echoed as the crimson power descended violently upon the broken ground. The immense, spiked shadow loomed, dripping carnage as a final, dreadful pronouncement echoed. "Rise." A cruel smile split the face of their arrival, confirming the dread. Lord Transcendent's void has finally made a move. The grotesque maw spreads wide, its crimson presence swallowing the air as unseen tendrils siphon life from the fallen below. The crimson energy pulsed, dragging life away as the victors savored their cruel final triumph. Even as Jin Yomyung watched, the cult leader's agony seemed absolute. Under that ominous, crimson sky, desperate shouts echoed. "Can you hear us?" As ruin loomed closer, the earth screamed a wet, visceral sound as that monstrous maw gaped open under the crimson sky. The monstrous shape loomed above, and the enslaved fighters felt the cold, binding threads tighten around their doomed bodies. The crushing tendrils tightened, a sickening silence swallowing the desperate plea. "Please no." The chilling, synthesized voice announced the host's arrival, bringing a terrifying, serene calm against the battlefield's ruin. The air warped, the swish-swish sound announcing a terrifying arrival bathed in noxious crimson light. The magenta-tinged sky witnessed the fiery roar of legendary spring descending upon the shattered world. The monstrous limb, pulsing with furious red energy, violently clamps down, a suffocating moment of final capture. The older man clasped his hands tightly, a faint green glow underscoring the desperate plea for the legendary dragon's protection. The luminous, emerald blade of legendary spring met the oppressive, dark tendrils with a deafening clang against the vibrating earth. A desperate, sharp cry of "too shallow" ripped out as something powerful swept past, making an ally cry out, "Laojo." A terrifying figure swept down with a massive blade, the air screaming a violent whoosh above the massive, spiked form below. A terrifying dark arc sliced through the sickly pink sky, just as the harbinger of death arrived. The crushing despair was abruptly silenced as crimson light bloomed around him. His eyes, now open, held the chilling calm before the final storm. The air shrieked as the dark wings descended, a blazing, inescapable judgment closing in on the field. Jin Yomyung felt the raw wind push him back, witnessing the sheer, terrifying momentum of the attack. The darkness coalesced, a terrifying arc of shadow weapon tearing through the blinding pink light. A desperate shout ripped out, "Beware, void," as the overwhelming power crushed the last vestiges of hope. The desperate shout, "Open, UP," cut through the ringing silence just before a violent, blinding impact struck. The chains that bound legendary spring shattered with an earth-shaking roar, breaking free from the smothering earth. A skeletal figure commanded an enormous beast, the roar shaking the very air as they faced the oncoming threat. The colossal, dark tendrils descended with a deafening rush, blotting out the pale, sickly sky. Jin Yomyung watched the harbinger of death blot out the light above the fortification. The monstrous tendrils struck with a deafening clang, impacting the shimmering green form of legendary spring directly. The green light shattered as the elder coughed blood, realizing the terrifying gap. Staring at the carnage, one whispered, "So this is the sky tier." The demon figure descended rapidly, its glowing tail a sinister streak against the rising, grasping tentacles below. The monstrous earth shrieked again, a deafening sound confirming the horror enveloping them all. Beneath the ragged cowl, glowing crimson eyes surveyed the chaos, a skeletal grin promising inescapable finality. The horrific battle noise faded as a synthesized, cold voice declared, "Alert. You have entered the airspace above the store zone." The chilling red aura flared as the massive, root-like appendages thrashed, the very air screaming a violent whoosh of unnatural power. The monstrous form loomed, its dark mass churning within the suffocating crimson haze, each impact shaking the very foundation of the world. The massive, root-like figure silently eclipsed the horizon, a sudden displacement shaking the very air around the fragile city below. The monstrous form rose from the crimson haze, its sheer scale drowning out the previous victory cheers. "Human," the echo boomed, mocking the false sense of safety they had just achieved. The ominous purple energy pulsed violently as Jin Yomyung stood over the fading shadow. A chilling current, Georgiana's taunt still echoing, enveloped the silence. Jin Yomyung stood bathed in an ominous crimson glow, gripping the chilling realization that Georgiana spoke only lies. The silent, glowing skull beside him confirmed their desperate situation was far from over. Beneath the crimson sky, A lone figure hovered, mocking their false victory. The vice president realized with cold dread, if we aren't tricked, we will. Beneath the blood-red sky, that colossal, crimson limb slowly begins to rise, mocking their desperate victory. A colossal form descended through the sickly red sky, promising annihilation with a deafening boom. The last bastion of the city braced itself as the true horror arrived. The terrible sound of impact shattered the fragile relief as the blow landed, the air itself seeming to recoil. The very ground shuddered with immense power under a sky stained blood red, confirming the creature's terrifying presence. The terrifying realization settled deep, sweat beading on Jin Yumyoung's brow as Georgiana's chilling words hung in the bright, empty air. A concussive wave ripped through the air, leaving only confusion hanging in the suffocating, red twilight. A brilliant, terrifying yellow aura erupted around him as the crowd gasped. Its master, the chilling voice echoed Georgiana's contempt, cutting through the fragile calm following the false victory. A mere human, Jin Yumyoung felt the sudden, cold dread return as the enemy revealed their true game. The crushing realization hit them. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The massive figure lunged forward with a terrifying swoosh. The resounding booms heralded a shocking, unseen departure, leaving Jin Yumyoung momentarily blinded by the fierce, collapsing light. A chilling smile flashed across his face as the sheer power of the demonic fist surged forth, deemed utterly divine by his own dark calculus. A blinding boom announced the impact, shattering the fleeting triumph over the monstrous foe. Jin Yumyoung watched, his heart freezing as the illusion of safety dissolved into searing dread. The supposed victory shattered as a monstrous limb dropped, the sound of impact sickeningly final. What? A crimson stare reflected the chilling, undeniable truth sinking in. A violent swoosh tore the air as the massive figure launched toward the blinding light where the enemy vanished. Jin Yumyoung felt only the terrible, cold distance Georgiana left behind. Vice President Z stared paralyzed as the master roared, "Transcendence void. Come in taste my fist." A tremendous boom ripped the sky as the silhouette tumbled away, leaving only shocking silence behind the master's defiant blow. The monstrous form slammed down, shattering the ground beneath the surprised city walls with a deafening boom. The brief, shining victory had already evaporated into dust and blinding blue sky. The relief shattered as the chilling laughter echoed, turning triumph to pure dread. They realized the perceived victory was merely a cruel illusion. Vice President Z stared, the false relief shattering like fragile glass. "Is that real?" he whispered, realizing the horrifying deception. The defeated form dissolved into the bright, mocking sky, revealing Georgiana's cold, uncontained power. Legend Spring felt the chilling certainty. This colossal shell was nothing more than a decoy. The captain's triumphant shout collided with the elder's silent, dawning horror over the comms. Georgiana's chilling words confirmed their greatest fears. The monster was never truly defeated. The hollow victory shattered. The cold, distant words confirmed their worst fears. Jin Yumyoung felt the icy dread of Georgiana's deception creep into his heart. Hovering above the city, Legend Spring's raw fury pushed outward. "Transcendence void. Come out." The shocking silhouette hung in the bright, mocking sky, erasing all hope after the supposed victory. That cold voice confirmed their deepest fear. The monster was never truly defeated. Georgiana stood perfectly still, her piercing yellow eyes holding the chilling certainty of a predator. The eerie silence after her words seemed to swallow all remaining hope in the room. Georgiana's golden eyes held a chilling certainty, betraying the relief that had just flooded the battlefield. The supposed victory was dissolving into cold dread as her words hung in the strained silence. The air hung heavy, a strained quiet settling between Jin Yumyoung and the solemn, waiting elf. The human demanded the raw truth, his eyes sharp with desperate inquiry. She stood still, the silence heavy with the weight of celestial laws he could not comprehend. The chilling realization solidified. This powerful being commanded the very fabric of reality itself. The cult leader, wiggling with strange confidence, contrasted sharply with Jin Yumyoung's heavy, silent contemplation. His mind grappled with the terrifying scale of the Sky Tier's true power. A faint, dismissive puff of air escaped her lips. The chasm between their understanding felt vast and absolute. The air crackled with raw, untamed energy as he whispered the true nature of power, the elusive law. The elf maid stood still, her expression perfectly blank, absorbing the weight of the impossible truth just revealed. The tense silence in the room felt heavier than the lingering shadow of the creature they had fought. Cold, golden eyes held a depth that mocked the very concept of understanding. She knew the Sky Tier's secrets, while he remained trapped by his shallow perception. A sudden rush of dark energy marked Jin Yomyang's immediate return to the shadowed hall. The lingering atmosphere of loss shifted instantly to urgent confrontation before Georgiana. The masked protector stared down, the cold realization of the void's escape heavy in the silent room. Her composed stance betrayed nothing, yet his gaze held the weight of their recent, bitter losses. Her gentle eyes held a quiet resolve, a stark contrast to the weight of the fallen comrades resting between them. Jin Yomyang stood silently, absorbing her steady presence before the final confrontation. The clash of claws echoed sharply, shattering the tense, pink-hued silence around the ruined giant's remains. The drones whirred their steady, disturbing beat near the gaping maw. As Jin Yomyang finally saw the chilling black void, he stared into the corpse's remains, knowing the true enemy had slipped away through spatial threads. The sound of a desperate swoosh cut through the stifling red darkness as they plunged deeper into the massive interior. The chilling reverberation of their presence broke the suffocating silence as Jin Yomyang's hand shot out. "It's here," he declared, his golden eyes fixed on the shimmering, unstable light. Jin Yomyang touched the shimmering residue, the faint sound of ploop echoing in the silence after the battle. The decoy was gone, leaving only the chilling proof of the true void's escape into the spatial fabric. A sudden, violent rip tore through the reality barrier, echoing the shocking speed of the fleeing creature. A figure plunged into the blinding turquoise light, the sound of rushing air swallowing all else. He raced toward the cult leader, unaware of the cosmic deception revealed moments before. A blinding flash of azure energy erupted, the sound of its sudden passage cutting through the tense, smoky air. The cold, crystalline light illuminated the immense spoils left by the fallen giant, a monument to crushing loss. A cold, blue light illuminated Jin Yomyang's grim face as he secured the retrieved item. He finally gripped the essence that held the remnants of their fallen comrades. The stark blue light illuminated the general's resolute face as he listened, every shadow deepening the weight of their collective loss. He knew the true foe remained untouchable, hidden by the law of space. The ancient cultivator stared into the bright, indifferent sky, the weight of their lost comrades settling heavily upon him. The harsh, cold light illuminated the faces of the lost. Their memories flashed before his stark, unrelenting gaze. He swallowed the metallic taste of grief, knowing their sacrifice must fuel the coming hunt for the true void. His golden eyes narrowed under the cold blue light, grasping the chilling energy crystal left behind by the slain monster. The weight of lost lives settled heavily as he swore to harness this power against the true void. The battle's shadow passed, leaving only the shimmering crystals and the quiet plea for remembrance. The heavy, metallic clack echoed as Jin Yomyang's desperate restraint snapped against the reinforced floor. He could not stay while the Tang family headquarters burned under siege. He frantically shoved the grotesque trophies into his bag, the midday sun unforgiving on his sweat-drenched brow. The need to return home, where the Tang family headquarters now stood besieged, clawed at his resolve. The frantic messenger shouted promises of reward, but the dust of ruin choked any hope of true relief. The dust settled around Jin Yomyang, his breath ragged, clutching the axe like a lifeline amidst the silence. The weight of the collapsing Tang family pressed down, demanding immediate action. Beneath the harsh glare of the sun, the dust of ruin choked the air as medics painstakingly carried the wounded from the wreckage. The man laid a steadying hand on the younger figure, perhaps sensing the heavy weight of family crisis finally settling. He offered assurance, yet the desperate plea for release hung heavy in the bright, open air. The man's face hardened under the stark sunlight, the sheer weight of his clan's betrayal written clearly across his features. The plea hung heavy in the dust-filled air, his hand grasped tightly. "I have never begged anyone in my entire life," the roar echoed, proclaiming. "There's nothing to fear about them. There's only one thing we need to do." Under the brilliant, unforgiving sky, a raw roar promised, "There will be no mercy for those fiends." The commander watched the lingering threat, echoing the fierce vow. "When the next beast tide descends, there will be no mercy for those fiends." The crystal groaned under the pressure of Jin Yomyung's grip, a faint clack echoing the sharp snap of his resolve. He could not remain here while the Tang family headquarters burned in betrayal. The cold crystal cracked sharply in his hand, revealing that transcendent void's goal, unsurprisingly, was only to consume these vital healing resources. Jin Yomyung stood amidst the bright, silent expanse, the urgent plea for home still echoing in the vast air. The vibrant blue landscape offered no comfort as he prepared to confront the betrayal closing in on the Tang family. The cold air of the secret room offered no comfort as he realized the truth. He doesn't stand a chance against the void, but he stood defeated, the bright sky mocking the overwhelming loss beside the vibrant, useless crystals. The monstrous shadow receded into the crimson hellfire, a terrifying silhouette against the raging inferno. Then, a sudden, blinding golden light shattered the darkness, revealing the cult leader's intense, silent focus. The monstrous maw snapped shut, the purple air thick with the scent of blood and violent release. Jin Yomyung stared outward, the chaotic battle dissolving into silent, crystalline trees. The vast blue expanse swallowed the figure whole, a silent departure into the blinding sky above the frozen canopy. He finally needed to leave this sanctuary, drawn by the encroaching shadow of the Tang family's desperation. The air crackled with potent golden energy as he gathered his power, a faint whisper suggesting, "He's." The air screamed as the cult leader ascended, bathed in swirling golden energy against the deep indigo sky. He needed to go home. The Tang family headquarters was besieged by treacherous rivals amidst the chaos. Terrifying golden light erupted as Jin Yomyung roared, "I can obliterate him." His desperate power surging against the shadow. A sharp, digital chime echoed as the system confirmed the new power. "I have." The breakthrough brought immediate clarity, yet a desperate plea followed close behind. Jin Yomyung moved with a furious surge of golden light, his silent plea echoing the desperation in his heart. He had to leave this place. The Tang family's crisis demanded his iron resolve now. Jin Yomyung felt a terrifying clarity as his golden eyes ignited beneath the bright sky. "It's I," he whispered, the promise of retribution hardening his resolve. A shocking realization dawned, eyes blazing with a terrible light. "Of God," he whispered, a chilling resolve hardening within. Jin Yomyung watched from the shadow as the cult leader and maid stood bathed in blinding blue light. He desperately needed to leave this place, to rush back to the family siege. Jin Yomyung listened silently as the elder detailed the shocking betrayal consuming his family home. The fresh air of their temporary respite suddenly tasted like ash and impending doom. Her determined expression held a silent plea as she clasped her hands, whispering softly, "There." The cult leader's silver eyes held a deep, knowing silence against the bright, unforgiving afternoon light. Jin Yomyung pleaded, "Please, allow me to leave the store and return home for this emergency." The plea hung heavy in the air, the silver-haired woman's voice trembling against the bright, uncertain blue background. "I have never begged anyone in my entire life. Please allow me to leave the store and return home for this emergency." The chessboard of power shifted violently as the Situ and Wang families moved to crush the besieged Tang royal line. The dust settled slowly on the grass where she knelt, a sudden, sharp impact echoing in the unsettling quiet. Desperation etched deep onto her form. She could not remain here while her home burned. Kneeling amidst the silent green, she could only offer this desperate plea to the looming shadow before her. Rylan Tang stood before the hushed crowd, her gaze sharp, betraying no hint of the recent shock. The gentle sunlight of the illusory dimension seemed to mock the growing dread. Something's wrong. A quiet alarm sounded as she clutched her dress. The sudden, intense focus in her eyes suggested the fight was finally upon them, cutting through the lingering confusion. The soft green of the meadow offered no comfort as the cold system alert echoed in his mind. He closed his eyes, the weight of that sudden loss crushing the air from his lungs. His confident hand gesture sliced through the bright, open sky, utterly dismissive of the danger she feared. Even under the clear blue, an underlying tension remained between them. The system's cold alert ripped through the illusion, stealing the breath right from the fighter's lungs. The spectral image flickered, bringing news of Ryland's tragic end into his stark reality. He stared at the glowing device, the cold digital message mocking his failed attempts to save her. The holographic projection confirmed the progress, showing steady upward trends on the charts before her. "We should be ready," the subordinate confirmed, holding the fragile data steady. But even as the system flashed, a stark digital warning in the silence, his focused expression did not break. The sudden system alert froze the air. The words on the bright holographic display burned into his shocked vision. The imposing mahogany table reflected the strained silence as they awaited the Elder Bai's decree. Someone finally dared to speak, shattering the boardroom's tense stillness. The sharp beep of the device broke the heavy silence between the Elder and the glowing projection. He listened, his ancient eyes fixed on the spectral form before him. That smirk held such dark confidence. He already knew the leverage he possessed over the desperate situation. The legendary spring recoiled, his hand shooting out across the polished desk as the shocking demand echoed. His desperate need for personnel hung heavy in the tense, silent office air. A chilling, digital smile offered a dismissal. No need for amateurs. They wouldn't be of any help. The silence in the room was chilling, as the men seated there slowly turned to cold stone before their very eyes. The spilled liquid pooled darkly across the polished wood, marking the sudden, terrible consequence of something unseen. The assembled staff erupted in furious shouts, demanding to know the cost of halting their vital research. Jin Yomyang stared down, the hologram of Ryland Tang a tiny, silent plea against the rising din. The critical system alert shattered the illusion, a chilling flash illuminating his panicked gesture toward the warning wristband. That precious time allotted for safety had vanished in a terrifying instant. A faint, flickering image of Ryland appeared, yet a chilling, synthetic calm settled over him now. He offered a small, dismissive smile, knowing distractions would not be tolerated in this fight. The sharp whoosh marked the abrupt departure, leaving only the vast, bright expanse of the illusory field behind him. The blinding sunlight could not ease the tension between them. Her sudden kneeling seemed to demand an answer. The familiar, sharp click echoed under the bright blue sky, signaling the decision already made. That chilling resolve in his golden eyes betrayed the battle raging deep within. The sudden ding signaled their arrival into this alien terrain, the only sound besides the faint rustle of disturbed earth. Jin Yomyang's gaze swept the strange, sharp horizon. Ryland's worry echoed the uncertainty in his own heart. His confident smirk met her widening, shocked gaze under the pale, distant sky. He was ready. Her disbelief barely registered against his resolve. The illusory world screamed as the beast lunged, its terrifying roar swallowing the last vestiges of calm. "Let me show you how it's done," Jin Yomyang vowed, shattering the dangerous distraction. The monstrous slash ripped through the illusion, silencing Ryland's sharp cry of pain with blinding red force. A sickening thud echoed under the vast, indifferent sky as Ryland collapsed, the brutal reality of the illusion crashing down. The chilling words from before, the host's temporarily contracted target, Ryland Tang, has perished, now resonated with shattering finality. The cold, digital ding shattered the silence. Ryland Tang had perished, demanding an immediate choice. His hand trembled over the screen, the single word revive, screaming against the vast blue sky. A sudden whoosh accompanied the chilling alert. Rylan Tang's light flickered out across the harsh, dry ground. The system confirmed the impossible truth. The contracted target had perished, stealing his breath away. He offered a cold, calculating glance beneath the bright, unforgiving sky. About what are you truly so concerned, I wonder? The savage roar shattered the blue sky as the monstrous claw descended upon the still form of Rylan Tang. A devastating boom rocked the cliffside, shattering the brief quiet as the beast slammed into the rock face. The fragile connection broke. She tumbled hard against the stone, the reality of the illusion crashing down. The roar was raw power unleashed, a refusal to yield even when the illusion shattered reality around them. The soft sunlight barely touched the room, yet the child brandished a wooden sword with fierce, unwavering focus. A moment of innocent pretense before the world demanded cold calculation. The thunderous impact echoed through the quiet room as the training ended abruptly with a painful thud. A sharp cry of distress escaped her lips, the wooden sword lying useless beside her fall. A small whimper escaped the child as hands gently tended the stinging, red injury. The cold, heavy key lay abandoned nearby, forgotten in this moment of sudden tenderness. Even in this quiet moment, the girl recoiled sharply, shouting, "Away!" as gentle hands tried to tend a small, bright injury. The chilling silence of the closing plane gave way to a raw, whispered acknowledgement from her heart. "Thank you," the girl breathed out, the sincerity almost too fragile to bear. The silence hung heavy as the child clutched her tight, whispering a desperate promise. She vowed, clinging to the only warmth she knew amidst the looming shadows. A soft, knowing murmur escaped her lips as the world outside faded into silence. The cultivation was complete. The ascent was imminent. The ragged breaths echoed in the sudden, heavy silence after the great beast fell. Her hands, stained crimson, still gripped the blade that secured their victory. The air tore with the beast's savage roar as Rylan faced the glowing, hungry shadows lunging from the blinding light. The air ripped apart with a violent swish as she lunged, meeting the monstrous maw with brutal force. That deafening wham echoed the unbreakable will she held inside. The ferocious battle raged on, her breath escaping in a desperate, powerful cry as she struck. Blood stained her pale skin, yet her resolve remained utterly unbroken in the fray. A sickening thunk echoed as Rylan struck, her ascent completed in a tide of crimson fury. The beast roared, but her relentless focus never wavered. The fierce snarl split the air as the monstrous beast lunged, yet she only gasped, "Ugh," caught in the blinding blue rush of its attack. Her pale face, streaked with crimson evidence of the clash, strained against the surge, demanding, "Hold still." The sound of the blade driving home echoed sharply amidst the crimson blur of motion. With a choking, ragged cough, the monstrous beast finally stilled under her desperate strength. The crimson shards sliced the air with terrifying speed, marking the critical moment of transition. The nurturing plane vanished as the sequence pulled her away. The world dissolved into a sharp swamp as blinding, crimson shards tore through the air, leaving her stunned and bleeding. A feral roar tore through the dusty air as crystalline shards pulsed with malevolent red light toward the fallen figure. Jin Yomyang would not let this brutal assault reach the cult leader. A guttural roar split the air as crystalline spikes ripped through the blue expanse, striking where she lay defenseless. The shadow above descended, every swish promising swift, brutal annihilation. The violent purple light flared around her bruised face, demanding absolute stillness before the next crucial moment. The relentless clang of steel against the monstrous beast echoed, proving her mastery of the Vajra. The containment barrier, meant to hold back unimaginable power, began to shatter under the sheer force of impact. A terrible sound echoed as reality itself seemed to break apart. The final barrier shatters with a violent shatter, but the resulting crimson shards could not hide the raw agony etched upon her face. The tight, trembling grip against the bloodied fabric showed the raw strain of this desperate struggle. Jin Yomyang held fast, the purple shadows of conflict swirling around him. With a raw scream, her desperate strike finally cuts through the blinding barrier. The cult leader's desperate arrival felt like an answered prayer. But now Jin Yomyang must rush. The sheer strain broke the last barrier, a raw, primal sound ripping from her throat. Jin Yomyang witnessed the lightning-wreathed breakthrough, yet still she cried out in pain. The beast shrieked, its massive jaw snapping shut, as the sharp steel finally found its mark. Jin Yomyang pushed through the blinding pain, focusing only on the savage impact. The monstrous shadow descended from the clear sky, a heavy impact shaking the desolate earth with a sickening thunk. The air tore with a violent swish as the razor-sharp energy ripped through the shadows before the return sequence initiated. A terrible, deep rumble echoed as the cult leader stood stained, her eyes blazing red with newly won, terrifying power. The snarling beast, eyes burning crimson, rushed forward with a guttural grr as heavy footfalls shook the dry earth. Her scarred hand struck out with violent finality, the world blurring into streaks as she screamed, not getting away. The shocking force of the blade ripped through the air with a sickening pierce, shattering the momentary silence of the battlefield. A raw, agonizing roar split the sky as the beast slammed down with a sickening thud. That swift, silent strike was Jin Yomyang's final decree before the nurturing plane closed. A single whoosh echoed as she launched herself skyward, shattering the earth beneath the monstrous shadow. The nurturing plane sealed shut, leaving only the desperate return. The ferocious beast lunged, its crimson energy slicing through the air, each razor-sharp shard a deadly warning. The blade tore free, slick with dark ichor, as the desperate command, pull, echoed against the vast, indifferent mountainside. The blinding light flared around her as Ryland's raw fury finally erupted, staining the air with purple energy. The brutal training yielded its price. A sickening squelch echoed as she crushed the beast beneath her wounded feet. The harsh breath escaped, stained with violet residue from the brutal confrontation under the stark blue sky. The grotesque creature roared, its eyes burning white as something viscous dripped slowly onto the ground. The time spent away had only forged a terrifying new weapon against them all. The harsh breath hitched in the sudden silence. The grueling training finally spent. Her body bore the purple scars of the relentless ascent. The arid wasteland exploded with the stench of dark energy, trapping him amid monstrous shadows. He crouched low, a silent shield against the encroaching, purple-stained terror surrounding him. The echoes of her brutal training faded as he saw her power bloom. Yet he muttered, "She hasn't." The harrowing ordeal left her stained, yet even now, she is strong enough. Taking down ninth-tier fighters has become child's play. The portal shuddered, the brilliant light of the astral tree fading fast as the nurturing plane closed. He gripped his fist, whispering the desperate hope. "Tree can." The blinding gold light erupted, sizzling against skin already marred by the excruciating training. She endured the surge, knowing this was the final step. The golden light faded from her damaged skin as a single, choked syllable escaped. "Why you are." A blinding surge of golden lightning erupted around her as the nurturing plane finally began to close. The air itself seemed to rumble with the force of this sudden, raw ascension. The harsh glare of the morning sun stabbed down, forcing the survivors' weary eyes open. The deafening clamor of battle had suddenly faded into silence. The sudden appearance behind her stole her breath, a silent, imposing shadow against the bright, fading sky. The cold realization struck him as she rose, her gaze sharp and unwavering amidst the chaos. Even now, the true battle for survival was just beginning. The great winged shadow roared through the pale sky, exhaling plumes of incandescent, forbidden purple energy. "Isn't realm?" A distant voice trailed off as the sheer speed blurred the light. The chilling morning sky offered no comfort as she demanded answers, sensing the true gravity of their escape. That icy gaze met the family head, revealing a chilling, undeterred resolve amidst the chaos. The faint, glowing object pulsed in his hand as she urgently pointed towards the path ahead. Now, standing at the edge of this terrible conflict, they shared a silent, heavy resolve. A sharp clang echoed as the ancient blade made contact, searing the precious scroll with pure, terrifying energy. The air shrieked with blue energy as something massive sheared through, leaving her stunned, breath stolen by the impossible power. The weight of that legendary tear blade pressed heavy between them, demanding an immediate response. Her eyes widened in shocked disbelief at the demand. Hand over. The chilling hum vibrated through the water as she touched the blade. Such-in-chi resonated in the sudden, tense silence. The cold realization hit her. It was illusionary. That towering silhouette, radiating golden light, confirmed everything. The dazzling, glowing artifact pulsed in her hand. She gasped, completely stunned by such an immense grant. A blinding, golden light erupted as the masked man roared his declaration, leaving the elder utterly stunned by the sudden power surge. The air crackled with blue energy as he summoned that strange, horned relic from the swirling void. The stakes are finally set for this desperate gamble against the Tang clan's dominance. The borrowed, legendary blade shimmered with chilling, alien light as she moved, her shadow already consuming the small, glowing object. The cult leader watched, an eerie calm settling as the hand gave a final, glowing thumbs up from the shadow. Even after everything, Jin Yomyang was trusting him completely with the sword. Flicker of surprise crossed her pale features. The vast, open sky witnessing this sudden, powerful revelation. A sudden electronic beep shattered the tense silence between them, signaling a reality they could no longer ignore. Jin Yomyang felt the weight of that shared discovery settle heavily upon his shoulders. The glow of the holographic map illuminated his resolute, yet troubled gaze as the digital projection swept past. Every plotted path suggested the mounting peril of their desperate journey across the globe. Profound silence settled as the sheer audacity of the enemy's claim hung heavy in the cold, vast sky. That's when the chilling realization struck her. They held a power just as devastating. A sudden, cold force sent the Guardian tumbling, her surprise captured in that sharp, shocked "each," a blinding rush beneath the fierce midday sun. The fall felt endless as a shadow passed overhead. A sudden, violent impact ripped her from the struggle, the world dissolving into streaks of blinding blue light. The world fractured as blinding golden light erupted from the sword, a terrifying, sharp sound slicing through the city's chaotic air. A brilliant, overwhelming golden aura erupted outward, shaking the very heavens as she ascended. The C2 family head's challenge met an impossible rebuttal. A blinding surge of golden light erupted. She gasped, "Supreme Tier. I've reached the 9th grade of the Supreme Tier." The air screamed as the legendary blade was drawn, its chilling clang announcing a final, terrible reckoning. The sky itself flared bright as the figure ascended, a lone defiance against the encroaching chaos above Nightfire Base City. The ground shook with a deafening boom as the monstrous shadow unleashed a terrifying, fiery roar. Destruction reigned over Nightfire Base City, the Tang family headquarters now engulfed. The ground shuddered violently beneath the wreckage, a searing heat rising from the fresh devastation. Captain Sandojin helped his wounded comrade rise from the blinding smoke and embers. The borrowed legendary tier relic erupts in blinding, golden light, slicing through the tense battlefield air with terrifying velocity. A deafening bong split the air as the blinding golden light began to pierce through the urban ruins. The promised true performance had begun, shattering the illusion of safety. The immense impact landed with a dull, sickening thunk against the crumbling cityscape. Beneath the blinding flash of orange and violet purple, even the smallest soldier felt the earth tremble. The roaring inferno painted the ruins orange as the imposing figures stood silhouetted against the devastation. The air turned foul with ash as the C2 family head roared his terrible command. "Wipe them all out, as you command." The masked archer acknowledged, drawing back an arrow imbued with fierce, golden light against the shadowy swarm. The true counterattack, hidden until this very moment, was finally being unleashed upon the embattled Tang clan. A monstrous shadow loomed, its demonic eyes glowing as the C2 leaders stood ready atop the beast. The reckoning had arrived. This was their terrifying legendary countermeasure. The C2 and Wang family heads stood illuminated by a sickly, ominous light, readying their true challenge. They believed the Tang clans might had already been broken beyond repair. The sickening boom echoed across the crumbling city walls, a terrible testament to the hidden power now unleashed. The enemy leader watched, knowing his great show was only just beginning. The borrowed blade, imbued with raw power, slipped from her grasp with a muted groan of effort. This legendary artifact, meant for war, now floated aimlessly beneath the blinding heavens. A desperate cry escaped the elder's throat as the blinding yellow light relentlessly consumed his strength. Even as the cult leader fought the drain, a dark shadow loomed near. The air vibrated with the terrible, draining hum of that demonic bell as Jin Yomyang gripped his weapon tight amidst the collapsing stones. The lingering golden light illuminated his strained features, confirming the impossible damage done. That's he managed, the shock overwhelming the immediate danger. The sinister man stared up at the towering bell, a familiar, chilling smirk spreading across his face. The roar of battle gave way to a sickening thud as the vicious attacker was finally struck down. Ha ha! The defeated one choked out, his cruel laughter silenced by the brutal impact of Jin Yomyang's kick. The brutal impact echoed in the sudden stillness. Their life force was surely draining without their astral power. The blinding slash erupted as the attacker struck down the fleeing figure, ignoring the moans of the injured man clutching his monstrous weapon. The sinister face of the lieutenant loomed near the soul-devouring bell, radiating brutal confidence under the dark, electric sky. Under the looming shadow of the victor, the silver-haired woman finally knelt upon the scorched earth. The roar of the fire seemed to mock the sudden, suffocating silence of defeat. A guttural cry ripped through the smoky air as the spear struck, someone desperately screaming, "Why you are!" The fires raged behind them as the brute tightened his grip, silencing the elder's desperate plea with brutal force. The ancestral mural seemed to breathe, showing the sacred dance of the blade and the gourd, now their destiny. Jin Yomyang felt the weight of all those lost legends settling upon her young shoulders. A brutal impact echoed as the enemy crushed the captive's throat, demanding, "Where's the other one?" The world dissolved in a blinding flash of golden light as the ancient blade struck down with impossible force. One wounded man gasped, "Q, who is it?" Amidst the echoing ruins, Captain Sandojin gripped his quiver, sweat beading on his face as the enemy's raw power threatened to break him. This new opponent was impossibly strong. The enemy commander roared, his fury shaking the very ground where the Tang clan lay broken. Jin Yomyang watched the desperate display, sensing the fragile moment before the final clash. The shimmering blade cut through the air, its ringing sound a final, sharp declaration against the falling rubble. A blinding flash of gold erupted, slicing through the enemy ranks with terrifying speed and absolute finality. A streak of dazzling light cut through the atmosphere as a familiar voice cried, "Sister." The enemy commander roared, his arrogance still burning bright against the backdrop of the encroaching flames. He could not comprehend the sudden, devastating shift in power. His desperate rage fueled a final command to capture the girl before the world dissolved into blinding speed. A blinding, brilliant light erupted as she faced the swirling blue vortexes of the enemy advance. Her shimmering blade cut through the roaring air, a silent promise of vengeance against the encroaching darkness. A blinding orange slash ripped through the air, met by desperate, screaming resistance against the swirling blue void. The air vibrated with a deafening ting as her legendary sword cleaved through the blinding chaos of attack and counter. Silhouettes crumpled under the sheer force of her sudden, overwhelming power. The lieutenant stared, his bluster finally replaced by a stark, frozen terror as the newcomer stood unmoved. The glowing sword met the guard's upturned blade, a deadly silence hanging beneath the dark, monstrous summoned forms. The veteran grit his teeth, the roar of exertion meeting the blinding light of impact. "Of course," he spat out, refusing to yield even as chaos erupted around him. A raw, guttural cry ripped from Captain Sandojin's throat. Rylan. The sound echoed the utter devastation he felt watching the tide turn. Her gaze, ice blue and utterly resolute, promised the swift end to their arrogance. The remaining lieutenant trembled under that silent, lethal focus. Against the blood-red geometric cage, Jin Yomyun carved furious slashes, weaving between monstrous jaws in desperate defense. The shocking defeat only fueled his resolve, screaming, "It's not over yet, you beach." As raw energy violently surged, the pale warrior surged forward, an electric blue streak against the dark backdrop, closing the distance with terrifying speed. A lightning-fast sweep of the glowing blade sent bodies flying against the shocking crimson light of battle. The aerial army shattered beneath a sudden, blinding light, raining down like broken shadows against the bright sky. The air crackled with raw, murderous intent as the brute roared his vicious promise against Rylan Tang. Behind him, the elder stood silent, cloaked in menacing, swirling blue energy. A guttural command shrieked out, the sound barely cutting through the violent hum as the cursed form surged with terrifying power. The stitched horror roared, its immense shadow eclipsing the struggling figure below in a wave of sickening purple light. The ground trembled with a massive whoosh as the stitched behemoth rose against the crimson haze, drawing every desperate eye. Their fierce protection of the young mistress now faced an impossible, monstrous darkness. The blinding, blazing SUN flash erupted, yet the enemy's attack faltered under that sudden, intense radiance. The terrifying boom echoed as the monstrous form was momentarily stunned by the intense light. Seeing the opening, someone shouted, "Now's our chance." The commanding figures stood shrouded in the fading light, their grim resolve hanging heavy in the ruined air. This cold, calculated agreement sealed their dark purpose. A deafening blast of violent crimson energy shook the ground, throwing the attackers backward. The sheer power made one man gasp out a choked, painful sound. The warrior roared defiance, hoisting his ornate weapon high above the fallen beneath his bloody boots. Above, the ghostly aerial army descended like cold shadows. The sky darkened as the aerial army charged forward, the chilling sound of their wings blotting out all hope. The ancient master braced against the puppet beast's noxious green breath, his palm outstretched against the sudden, unnatural fumes. A swift whoosh cut through the toxic green mist as the glowing bow was drawn tight. Jin Yomyung braced against the encroaching beasts, locking eyes on his target. A violent surge of sickly green energy enveloped the masked figure as an agonizing cry ripped through the air. The blinding discharge shook the very earth, shattering the ground into jagged shards beneath the shocking power. The air shrieked as stitched behemoths descended, their hateful red eyes focused only on her slight form. She met the shadow's crushing advance, the green sword a fragile line against overwhelming power. A terrifying shadow lunged down amidst the crimson flash, but a sharp warning cut through the desperate sounds of battle. "Sis, they're coming from 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock. The jade hilt gripped tightly against the jarring impact, a fierce metallic clang echoing through the mounting pressure. A brilliant, sweeping arc of golden light erupted, slicing through the oppressive shadows of the battlefield. The blinding light faded, revealing a face utterly resolved amidst the deafening cries of battle. Her pale eyes held a fierce, unyielding power, ready for the next devastating move. A sickening, purple sizzle filled the air as strange tentacles wrapped around her form. Her eyes widened in shock. The betrayal felt colder than the icy wind. The violet tendrils tightened, binding her completely, yet shock flashed in her eyes. "It's still alive?" That mocking laughter, fueled by dark secrets, cracked through the tense silence of the rising conflict. He looked up, eyes wide with a sudden, terrifying surge of understanding. A flash of crimson stain bloomed on flushed skin, the realization echoing. I let my guard down. A desperate command followed. Wrapped tightly, the heavy blade settled with a sharp ting as the enemy affirmed their ruthless resolve to destroy the Tang family now. The attacker roared, his great sword poised for ruin, yet a chilling revelation struck his target's core. "Your meridians have been sealed, Rylan Tang. No more using that stillness of the Vajra of yours." With a fierce grunt, the warrior poured everything into the strike, the air screaming past the heavy impact. The blinding finality of DIE hung heavy in the charged atmosphere. The deafening clang signaled a weapon meeting unyielding defense, shattering the momentary pause in the brutal exchange. The metallic ting signaled a blocked strike, but the terror in the young disciple's eyes was stark against the encroaching darkness. A terrifying blur of crimson energy sliced through the air as the undead puppet lunged forward with inhuman speed. The world violently fractured under a deafening boom as the towering structure began its terrible descent into ruin and fire. The raw power slammed into the canyon walls, a deafening thwoom shaking the very stone beneath. The crushing weight of the attack stole his breath, every strange shout echoing the urgency of the fight. A deep, guttural rumble shook the very air as the cult leader faced the crimson-eyed shadow. The wind rushed past Jin Yomyang as the spectral dragon descended under a blazing sky. He stood utterly still, bracing for the chaos erupting just ahead. The air was violently split as something massive hurtled from the bruised heavens, a shadow bearing down on the stunned, glowing dragon. Giant, crimson tendrils writhed in the sky, their terrible grip snatching warriors mid-air amidst the swirling, pale clouds. The distant battle reached him, a sound like tearing silk, as he clenched his glowing fist, questioning the encroaching darkness. Transcendence. The air hissed as the cult leader slowly drew power from a crystalline shard, a chilling ritual unfolding amidst skeletal shadows. The fading battle cry of Phoenix Sunblade Slash was instantly swallowed by a blinding, incandescent fury. That unseen attacker descended raw, explosive power meeting the battlefield with a terrible, guttural shout. Dai! A thunderous impact erupted as raw power slammed down, silencing the desperate battle cries overhead. The air screamed with a blinding impact as that immense, glowing fist descended upon the battle. The crimson horror loomed large, a terrifying shadow swallowing the light against the backdrop of violent static. Jin Yomyang stood firm, meeting the behemoth's approach with unyielding focus. A blinding surge of raw power erupted, a desperate last stand against the encroaching dark. Jin Yomyang roared, his golden eyes burning with immediate, unwavering focus. His clenched fist hesitated, hovering near the elf-maid's still hand, the silence tense and absolute. The stark lighting revealed an unsettling stillness as the elf-maid confirmed the grim situation. As it is, the blinding chaos of battle abruptly dissolved into the quiet tension of an unexpected meeting. This woman in the pristine apron looked up, her fierce golden eyes holding a chilling calm amid the dust. The sudden holographic call shimmered, pulling him sharply away from the battle's distant echoes. His expression remained guarded as the spectral image materialized before him. The Beast Instructors Association building stood firm, yet a restless crowd gathered outside, their doubts casting long, uncertain shadows. The small, dedicated team worked silently beneath the cold laboratory lights, focused on the promised revolution. Their quiet diligence contrasted sharply with the distant battle cries echoing in the air. The subordinate held up a stark comparison, revealing the true, skeletal team to the leader. A tiny, captive figure projected from his wrist device, the air heavy with unspoken tension. He brought the small essence closer, concentrating on the distant battle's echoes. Amidst the violent clash, a fierce resolve hardened his gaze, whispering that every saved comrade added essential strength. A figure wreathed in blue spectral light descended, causing the young man's breath to catch sharply, echoing, Yatakin? The ethereal figures faded, leaving Jin Yomyang wrestling with bitter, half-formed memories. He hardened his gaze against the lingering golden light, refusing to look back. The monstrous roar ripped through the sky as Jin Yomyang looked down upon the distant, teeming battlefield below. The sudden chaos signaled that the battle against the void had already reached a terrifying crescendo. The monstrous roar echoed against the burning red sky as monstrous claws dragged tiny figures into the abyss. Jin Yomyang felt a deafening, primal sound shake his very bones. The brutal, crimson light bathed the battlefield as the monstrous shape descended. A desperate ally choked out a final, painful breath under that crushing weight. Terrifying, sweeping silhouette. The Phoenix Sunblade descended with a brutal whoosh against the bleak sky, The defenders could only watch, utterly frozen by the terrifying power overhead. A final, burning cry of Phoenix Sunblade sliced through the dust, a desperate defense against the encroaching terror. The desperate warrior unleashed a searing cry, the Phoenix Sunblade meeting the Abyssal Maw in a blinding, fiery clash. The fierce battle had drained her. Even with the unique blade, both Purple Yam and I are at our limit, she gasped. A desperate warning ripped across the battlefield, but the incoming shockwave already announced its terrible arrival. Jin Yomyang saw only the flash of impending impact consuming his ally. A primal shadow loomed, its crimson energy promising instant doom, as someone desperately cried, "Young miss." Then, an overwhelming, blazing impact erupted, forcing the fighter to shield his companion against the blinding, crushing force. A raw, terrified cry escaped her lips as something massive descended, blotting out the sickly, dying light of the horizon. The chaotic symphony of whistling blows descended from the high, bruised clouds. Someone watching whispered, completely stunned by this impossible celestial assault. A monstrous roar shattered the relative quiet, and the terrifying brute unleashed its power in a sudden, fiery outburst. Someone screamed out the desperate resolve. "I'll handle this myself." The unleashed, blinding light slammed into the monstrous silhouette, shaking the very heavens with immense rumble. The monstrous creature's feral roar suddenly choked into stunned silence, its massive jaws frozen mid-snarl. Something terrifyingly powerful had just eclipsed even its savage presence. The deafening smash announced the unleashing of immense, golden power onto the terrified battlefield. This terrifying, brute strength was now breaking the very ground beneath them. A swift gust of wind swept past the stunned figures clinging to the crumbling fortress wall. The vast, bright sky offered no comfort now. The young fighter stared, catching her breath in the pale daylight as those imposing figures loomed behind her. She finally looked up, searching for assurance amidst the chaos. A junior fighter, filled with surging relief, vowed, "Junior gratitude. The Yuan family surely will properly express." The imposing figure descended through the bright sky, causing the warrior beneath to grip her blade tightly, questioning the solitary arrival. "Just you?" A familiar, chilling voice echoed, solidifying the uneasy realization. "I know." The raw wind whipped around Jin Yomyang as he stepped into the blinding, hostile sunlight. The imposing stranger, radiating an unnatural golden light, finally revealed his true, frightening presence before the startled girl. Even as reinforcements arrived, the young master was immediately subdued amidst a flurry of relentless blows. His desperate cry about his grandfather's strength was silenced by the sheer physical dominance displayed. The powerful figure gripped the young woman's hand firmly, his gaze intense beneath the bright, unforgiving sky. Her wide, shocked eyes reflected the sudden, overwhelming pressure of his demand for trust. Beneath a vast, uncaring blue sky, her sharp gaze held a refusal against the imposing shadow beside her. A shimmering projection flickered, showing a wounded figure held close, silencing the soldier with sudden dread. "Away," she whispered, the word catching in the cold, electronic hum of the display. A fierce, electric hum vibrated through the air as the master finally commanded the seal to shatter. The colossal, dark shape loomed, awaiting the terrifying surge of released power. A sudden, blinding light erupted as a colossal power began to stir from its slumber. The very ground trembled, anticipating the unleashed might of the summoned beast. The sudden appearance of the powerful warrior drew gasps, as their shocking strength was immediately evident to the shocked onlookers. The chilling presence loomed, dwarfing the young fighter who still clung to faith in his grandfather's words. Under the vast, sharp blue sky, her hand hesitated, reaching for the offered lifeline suspended in the silent air. Her desperate grip tightened, realizing the shadowy figure knew Yatakin's name too well. The cold silence between them crackled with escalating, hidden danger. The city burned, a dreadful testament to unleashed chaos. As the beast sliced through the smoke-choked skyline, Jin Yomyang watched the wreckage, the horrifying power of the summoned creature settling deep in his gut. The immense shadow of the dragonhound fell over the chaos, its golden eyes burning with released power. Jin Yomyang stood small upon the beast's snout, commanding the catastrophic dawn. The terrifying roar became a deafening bang as twin crimson beams struck the hellfire drake. Jin Yomyang watched, knowing this test might secure the vital refuge they desperately needed. A sharp rush of wind signaled Jin Yomyang, pulling her away, a desperate plea of don't. Caught in the sudden, overwhelming crimson flash. Amidst the chaotic red streaks of energy, Jin Yomyang pulls the figure back, unable to let the coming danger strike. Can't it? Someone cried out just as the battle's intensity threatened to overwhelm them completely. The ground crackled with electric blue energy as the hulking figure issued his cruel command. This ominous arrival signaled the start of a new wave of brutal enforcement. The dragonhound's released power met the barrage with a blazing golden shield, absorbing the cacophony of relentless incoming fire. Even against this overwhelming assault, the shattering bangs sounded like mere whispers against its burgeoning strength. The master's quiet instruction revealed the dragonhound's power, sealed within 3 layers for its true control. Cracking energy surged around him, the boy's strange yellow eyes gleaming with terrible purpose. There it, he whispered, ready to test the unleashed power. The very sky recoiled as blinding electricity cracked around the summoned silhouette. A terrible roar shattered the atmosphere. The godly evolution dragonhound had answered its master's absolute command. A furious roar echoed as golden runes erupted, shattering the bindings, holding back unimaginable might. The air crackled with unleashed power as the command, "First seal, break," tore from his lips. The terrifying dragonhound lingered, its spiritual form casting an unsettling glow over the tense silence between them. A monstrous shape pulsed with black electricity as someone shouted, "Dragon?" while another screamed, "Blast him with everything." The dragonhound unleashed a ferocious, crackling energy, its golden form blazing through the intense crimson assault. The rebels' combined strength barely registered against Blazicon's shield, even at legendary first grade. The shocking resilience of the creature vibrated through the tense, electric air. Captain grimaced as annoying. Small pokes felt like children with toy swords. It was not lethal, but profoundly irritating. This was precisely why Blazicon applied its powerful defensive technique solely to itself. A single, intense gaze fixed upon the golden beast as energy violently crackled around it. "Dragonhound," the voice whispered, recognizing the terrifying evolution unfolding before them. The dragonhound stood bathed in scorching light, absorbing the barrage of desperate energy beams that simply pushed forward, uselessly. Their attacks landed perfectly, yet the monstrous form remained utterly untouched by their final, frantic effort. The man, suddenly afflicted, choked out a desperate crap as unnatural forms writhed from his very mouth. A sharp clang echoed as the hilt struck home, her pink hair framing eyes burning with terrifying, glowing resolve. She would not let this destruction stand, not when Jin Yomyang was near. Beneath the swirling, bruised sky, the dark figure murmured, "Relax," his calm contrasting sharply with the soldier's tense grip on her blade. A colossal shadow fell, the air roaring with the dragonhound's descent amidst the blinding, desperate chaos. The earth cracked under the immense weight, shattering the false hope of escape. The colossal weight descended with a deafening thunk, shattering the ground beneath the fleeing figures. Their desperate UGH was swallowed by the sheer, indifferent force of the dragonhound's step. The monstrous golden paw slammed down, shaking the very earth with a deafening boom, scattering the black figures like dust motes. The relentless drumming of the rain echoed the unseen power shaking the ground beneath their feet. "Wait, what's happening?" The bewildered man choked out as shadows loomed closer. Captain Sandojan looked up as the ancient defensive pillars were violently wrenched skyward with a deafening whoosh. Utter disbelief froze him. The family's stronghold had been breached so completely. The massive, stone-like spikes erupted from the ground with a deafening whoosh, trapping the frightened masses below in a monstrous prison. The master's calm gaze assessed the newly evolved power, reflecting the sheer might of the Dragonhound's amplified techniques. Beneath the churning, ominous sky, the supplicant cried out, recognizing the awful shadow. "It is blind." A sudden, intense pressure swept the air as Jin Yomyang descended, his expression cold beneath the ominous, churning clouds. The air itself seemed to recoil as a desperate shriek echoed through the collapsing defenses. A powerful blow struck, throwing one warrior back in a blur of shock and agonizing motion. He absorbed all those crystals without the slightest hesitation, mimicking the very malice he claimed to despise. The shattered family defense faltered, and a chilling realization dawned. Battle tamers. This betrayal pierced deeper than any physical wound. The crushing silence that followed the chaos confirmed their deepest fears as Jin Yomyang's imposing figure glowed ominously. These scavengers scramble for the stolen essence crystals, their greed undeniable under the swirling, ominous sky. The earth trembled as the godly evolution dragon roar erupted, bathing the broken ground in blinding, golden light. An agonizing shriek ripped through the blinding golden light as the reanimated form dissolved, its borrowed life violently extinguished. The earth shuddered as something powerful vanished, leaving only these glowing essence crystals scattered behind. A discarded boot and a hollowed bone mark where someone was violently stripped away. The swirling, angry clouds mirrored the chaos as the Dragonhound swept devastating energy across the darkened sky. Jin Yomyang watched the searing trails, feeling the air crackle with unmatched destructive power. The blue aura crackled around the stolen crystals, sealing the unspoken threat. "Don't cross." He just stared, the silent judgment hanging heavy in the chilling air. A strange, buzzing energy filled the cold air as the imposing figure materialized before the wary gaze of the pink-haired woman. She noted with sharp suspicion that these traitors were simply different and defected to transcendence. The air grew cold as spectral skulls swirled around him. His grim resolve echoed, "Can we completely end this disaster?" The sudden stillness of her wide, shocked eyes betrayed the terrifying realization dawning upon her. "He's serious." The glowing Dragonhound commanded the chaos, its ominous voice cutting through the storm. "This way." Captain Sandojin could only stare up from the scorched earth below. A terrible, rushing shadow descended, and the sound of wholesale destruction echoed through the town. The flames consumed everything. Marking the moment the heavenly general arrived, Captain Sandojin stood grimly as the pink-haired girl gasped, realizing their long-held defensive formation had been utterly undone. The air cracked with a sound of power as Jin Yomyang surged upward through the inferno. Captain Sandojin followed, her determined gaze fixed upon the chaotic depths below. The heavy silence shattered as Jin Yomyang landed sharply, ready to move, the golden beast looming behind them. He knew that horrifying intrusion meant the Dragonhound's skill had detected something terrifyingly far away. The familiar walls crumbled under a crimson light as Jin Yomyang cried out, "Grandpa," into the searing silence of the ruins. The silence was heavy. Even Grandpa's trusted communicator remained chillingly dark. Jin Yomyang's thoughtful gaze betrayed a rising, icy dread. The sharp, cold steel pressed against the throat, silencing any outburst. "That's..." A raw demand cut through the frantic tension of the search. The silence pressed down as Jin Yomyang held the cold hilt, realizing the Dragonhound's incredible tracking was now their only hope. The ominous silence hung heavy under the bruised, red sky as Jin Yomyang finally gripped the hilt of her sword. The soul-searching formation lay etched upon the desolate ground, glowing faintly with desperate, failing light. Jin Yomyang stared at the intricate design, knowing this fragile hope was their only way forward. The ethereal teal energy swirled violently as she poured her will into the strange soul-searching formation. Grandpa's hidden technique awakened, glowing cyan energy tracing the intricate spell matrix against the dark. "Humph. Watch and learn. Activate formation." A massive spirit beast roared to life as the command rang out. "Activate formation." The astral power thrummed, casting the ruin in an eerie, silent green light. The soul-searching formation word, casting a pale green grid across the desolate terrain, slowly rotating as it sought a ghost. The powerful soul-searching formation faltered, draining her reserves as a heavy, exhausted sound escaped her lips. The dragonhound's faint spectral outline began fading away into the cold, echoing darkness. Its powerful tracking sense had momentarily touched something beyond comprehension. The failed formation left her breath ragged under the darkening sky, the silence louder than any shout. He pointed up, an urgent question hanging in the cold air between them. Exactly, she confirmed, the rapid clicking of her pen echoing the frantic tally of their dwindling options. Jin Yomyung watched, hope momentarily flickering against the vast, unsettling silence. The meticulous list of rare components felt like an impossible demand, draining the hope that had just sparked. Her bright smile flashed amidst the cold, hard batteries, declaring a bold, if impractical, solution to the missing cult leader. The towering, golden beast loomed, its intense gaze meeting Jin Yomyung's determined, shadowed stare, a silent promise hanging in the tense air. The massive shadow loomed. An immense, powerful presence was suddenly approaching, freezing the fighter in place. The soul-searching formation strained against the caster's failing reserves, purple and red energy swirling around the shocked woman. A moment of quiet fondness, a warm hand resting gently upon a beloved head, briefly silences the echoing dread. The golden dragonhound unleashed its power, a brilliant emerald light surging from its massive paws. Its enhanced skill was the only hope left to track the missing cult leader. A brilliant, ethereal stream cut through the ruined cityscape with a sudden, desperate whoosh. Jin Yomyung stared, realizing the search had just begun across this desolate land. The massive expanse of the ice mountains roared as the dragonhound's power swept across the desolate peaks. That faint, chilling sensation proved the target had vanished far beyond any reachable boundary. A blinding surge of emerald light violently engulfed the mountain peak, the very air screaming with raw power. The air cracked with fierce energy as legendary Spring descended, his massive beast tearing through the surrounding shadows. The monstrous fusion roared its confusion, demanding answers as Goosiping stood rigid. That sensation, far beyond the secure mountain, had unnerved even this overwhelming power. Even from this supposedly secure place, a chilling presence registered. I just felt something rather strange. That invisible presence slipped through every barrier, chilling the captain to his very core. Captain San Dojin's breath hitched. This was an unknown, terrifying power. The blue warrior merely laughed, a sudden, sharp slash tearing through the darkness before him. They could not comprehend the true nature of this unforeseen, distant disturbance. The icy torrent erupted from his palms, the sound of impact a jarring splash against the rushing darkness. Even here, Captain San Dojin felt a chilling dread. That blinding pillar of energy struck the water with a heavy thunk, shaking the commander's resolve. No one in the entire subcontinent knows of this plan besides us. The ancient, fiery dragon spirit descended with a heavy whoosh, its golden eyes burning against the chilling silence of the empty ruins. A towering shadow, this legendary tier being stood amidst the lingering chill of battle, waiting. Jin Yomyung arrived, perhaps too late to stop the elder's descent. The silence hung heavy, punctuated only by the soft sound of his contemplative breath as he weighed the immense possibility of their combined might. The massive claw screeched as it sought purchase, but the elder pushed back with a blinding burst of light. The cold wind carried his urgent defense, buying precious, fleeting seconds. The terrifying king beast, momentarily stunned by the combined assault, regarded the heroes with cold, silent focus. The battle's thunder faded as Linger's blade flashed, answering the elder's challenge with fierce, unwavering commitment. Jin Yomyung watched silently as the pink-haired warrior vanished into the roaring, electric blue tier in reality. He could only recall that desperate warning now. Remember, the frigid, towering peak absorbed the explosions as countless dark shapes swarmed the icy slope, confirming that this sanctuary held a deep, vital secret. The terrifying shadow fell, and the crisp sound of impact echoed as an impossibly gigantic beast king appeared. The spectral sword swept with a chilling swish, demanding attention as the elder cried out, "Linger, beasts." The elders roared toward the air as piercing blue energy rained down, an echo of desperate power against the lingering fear. A blinding, ethereal blade shrieked as it cleaved down, striking the massive, pulsating tentacle of the ancient terror. Linger's fierce, bright eyes held an unwavering promise against the shimmering blue expanse. She focused her spirit, believing wholeheartedly, with this technique, victory would finally be secured. With a fierce shout of "Go!" the elder unleashed his final, desperate surge of energy against the retreating terror. A blinding impact rang out as the king beast shuddered from the powerful strike. The captain could only watch in shock. The sound of impact echoed sharply as the monstrous appendage slammed down, shattering the temporary calm. Jin Yomyung felt the tremor deep in his bones, recognizing the terrifying power unleashed. The blinding blue light ripped through the air with a fierce whoosh, a single, decisive blow tearing the battlefield's silence apart. The elder roared his final blow, the blinding blue power striking true even as the beast's scream echoed back. The elder called out, his voice commanding the heavens, demanding aid to crush the millennium terror. A blinding golden light streaked down as the newcomer finally agreed to join the desperate fight. The elder roared his power. Jinwu mystical beast body, activate. As the colossal beast wildly struggled against his grip, the air cracked with the sound of rushing power as the silhouette flared against the blinding, desperate heat of the beast's aura. Jin Yomyung moved, utterly consumed by the sudden, terrible need to protect the fragile hope the cult leader offered. The divine demonic fist slammed down with devastating force, a blinding golden impact against the beast's roaring coils. The blinding force of the elder's strike met the icy defense with a deafening boom, shaking the frozen ground beneath their feet. The earth shuddered under the massive, cracking weight of the retreating beast's limb. The sudden, agonizing silence felt heavier than any battle cry before. A monstrous, earth-shaking rumble echoed as the colossal, tentacled horror resurfaced from the churning waters. The brief relief of the retreat vanished instantly under this massive threat. The massive tail lashed out with furious speed, a terrifying blur of purple and blue energy rushing toward the exhausted defenders. The beast tide retreated, but a silent confusion settled as the massive creature reacted to the newcomer's presence with a simple, puzzled "HM." A guttural roar echoed through the cavern as the crimson form convulsed from the blinding blue impact, signaling the king beast's agonizing pain. Colossal beast unleashed its watery power, bathing the small figure of Jin Yomyung in blinding blue light. The chilling echo of the blade cut through the frozen air, Linger standing ready despite her grandfather's agonizing pleas. His hope, now mixed with deep regret, focused entirely on this desperate, final moment. The violent cough ripped through the elder's frail frame as Linger rushed near, her youthful concern overriding the battle's fading dust. The elder's weathered gaze locked onto the newcomer, the battle's din replaced by sudden, heavy scrutiny. He saw not a savior, but a disruption to his desperate plans. The towering shadow of the beast pulsed, but the light around Jin Yomyung suddenly dimmed in his overwhelming despair. His breath hitched, facing the aftermath of Linger's shocking truth and the elder's devastation. The elder's fury exploded, his glowing eyes branding Linger's desperate plea with a shouted, "Insolent." The elder roared one last time, unleashing an ethereal blue light against the swirling chaos of the beasts. The battle's afterglow still shimmered, yet the stern elder cut through Linger's excitement. "Sigh. Stand up. We'll talk about this after we deal with the beasts." The earth trembled with the violent release of power, a golden impact meeting the beast's ethereal strike. Jin Yomyung knew this single, crushing blow might change everything. The air screamed as the elder unleashed searing energy against the immense, crackling beast. Jin Yomyung saw the shadow of the fight consume the fragile ground where they stood. The mountain air rushed past, a chilling sound echoing the desperate journey toward this icy sanctuary. The deafening roar of the king beast was finally swallowed by the white expanse as the tide began to flee in disorder. The crimson stains on her robe stood stark against the chilling gray of the peaks as she finally met his gaze. The dark figure watched, rooted in place, as the elder and Linger stood united upon the shimmering, cold expanse. This sudden descent broke the fragile peace, demanding an answer to the unspoken question hanging in the air. Through the dark, clawed opening, the elder saw figures standing still on the pale, cold expanse. "What is it?" he demanded, though he already knew the weight of their silent answer. The sudden silence after the retreat hung heavy, punctuated only by Linger's frozen shock. What impossible reality was now unfolding before her wide, blood-spattered eyes? The roaring sound enveloped the battlefield as an immense wall of shimmering blue ice erupted, momentarily holding back the encroaching shadow. A sudden blinding flash erupted between them as an unseen danger roared. "Look, OUT." The resulting boom echoed across the desolate peaks, a flash of desperate power against the pouring rain. The red-tinged air blurred as Rylan strained forward, cursing the impossible speed of his green-cloaked pursuer. The bloodied patriarch Rylan could only stare, utterly undone by the spectral horror manifesting behind the pale, determined girl. Rylan roared, betrayed by the sudden accusation. "C2, is this what you meant by capture?" The ground shuddered beneath their feet with a violent crack, shattering the tension as C2's desperate words echoed across the wasteland. A deafening cocoon ripped through the air as the unimaginable power struck the rooftop expanse. The sheer shockwave left one tiny figure stunned amidst the sudden, terrifying devastation. The air cracked as two figures hovered above the devastation, their sudden confrontation leaving only dust and the sound of impact. The earth trembled beneath the weight of her terrifying power as she stood over the defeated elder. An echoing, cold whisper of judgment seemed to fill the desolate air. The air itself shrieked as the immense sword she tore through the space, aimed directly at the struggling patriarch. A blinding surge of power met the desperate block, a devastating collision that signaled the end. The blinding cyan blade ripped through the air, tearing apart the patriarch in a scream of utter defeat. A brutal impact shattered the dust-filled air as Rylan Tang collapsed, his final, ragged curse swallowed by the desolate ground. With a fierce upward snap, the young woman delivered her blow, crying, "This strike is for my little sis." Rylan Tang's shock was absolute. The words, is that what you meant?" echoed silently in the sudden, heavy atmosphere. Rylan Tang fell back, the sudden realization burning hotter than any injury. "C2, help me," he screamed into the fading light. The brilliant, icy blade finally found its mark, slicing through Rylan's defiance with a sickening, wet sound. The heavy thud echoed across the broken earth. Rylan choked out a final, agonizing R against the devastating force. C2, smiling thinly amidst the chaos, pointed a final, treacherous finger, sealing Rylan's fate. The cold, cruel assurance echoed, "I'll take good care of your family." Rylan, beaten and betrayed, could only roar a final, desperate curse as the shadowy attack struck him down. The sudden whoosh cut through the air as her silver hair whipped back, delivering the final, decisive smash of brutal force. The young woman's pale eyes held a chilling, resolute emptiness as she prepared her final strike. The desperate patriarch of the Wang family scrambled across the stone turret, a final, frantic tap echoing against the oppressive sky. Figures ascended toward the dark fortress spire with spectral green trails, while the white-haired woman stood ready on the cracked earth below. The shadow guards arrived on the rubble-strewn ground, stunned by the sight of the fallen foe. "Did the young miss do this?" they murmured, surveying the chilling aftermath of her power. Rylan Tang stared, his face a mask of fading fury, as the shattered landscape echoed his ruin. The silent, gray ruins offered no comfort for his devastating defeat. The air ripped apart as immense, otherworldly beasts materialized in blinding, crackling light. A chilling wave of primal power washed over the battlefield, sealing Rylan's terrible fate. A terrifying, primal roar echoed as monstrous beasts encircled the vulnerable elder, trapped in the sudden, suffocating green mist. She inhaled deeply, her knuckles white as she tightened her grip on the jade green blade. This was personal now. The air crackled with focused, terrible intent. "Hurry up and hide in my shadow." Her soft command echoed against the looming, spectral figures surrounding them. The ominous, blood-red energy intensified as the binding cracked, a terrible sound echoing the finality of Ryland's fate. The chilling sound of clicking echoed as strange. Bony protrusions erupted violently from her back, bathed in a searing red aura of terrible power. The young miss stared at the grim array of dark, glowing abilities suddenly laid bare before her eyes. The battlefield's terrifying confrontation had culminated in this chilling, arcane selection. The glowing interface materialized, offering forbidden power as the spectral skull popped up before her. Ryland could only watch in frozen terror as this terrifying, unknown ability manifested. Ryland stared into the strange holographic interface, seeing skills like Astral Incarnation Blade appear as her true, terrifying power revealed itself. A massive, crimson vortex erupted skyward, shaking the very air with its terrible sound, signifying the unleashed power of the Tang heiress. The desperate man recoiled, screaming about the dark, necromantic energy, flooding the desolate, swirling air around them. A grotesque, sharp sound echoed as the beast possession took terrifying form over the young woman. Ryland's horrified gasp confirmed the impossible. Is this body fusion? A violent swish of unstoppable force ripped through the charged air, leaving behind only the sickening vibration of raw power. Jin Yomyang had to reach the cult leader before the shadow reached them both. The crimson energy snapped around Jin Yomyang as he moved faster than sight, leaving only shock behind. She vanished. The enemy screamed, realizing the sheer, terrifying speed of the cult leader's strike. A single, devastating arc of crimson light swallowed the space, delivering rapid, unforgiving strikes across the battlefield. The air crackled as the powerful figure was suddenly ensnared by glowing, crimson threads, shocking his subordinate. Who dared to trap a legendary tier expert within this hidden chamber? The air snapped with the force of the Astral Incarnation Blade, a dreadful power unleashed amidst the plunder. Captain San Dojin's weathered face tightened, the sound of rushing air marking his desperate move. "Is battle," he roared, bracing for the inevitable clash. The terrifying luminescence of the technique enveloped the master, leaving Sai to question how such skill transcended pet reliance. A violent, hissing spray of crimson erupted against the darkening sky, a final, desperate plea echoing, "I can't die like this." The C2 elder's grim face tightened, recognizing the colossal threat looming in the fading red light. The shock of their enemy's legendary power hung heavy in the smoke-filled air. The sheer, crimson expanse felt like a closing tomb as the survivors stared into the abyss. One man finally managed to whisper the only possible word: "Hell." The battlefield had dissolved into a sea of crimson, where the victor stood alone amidst the silence. Jin Yomyang, consumed by power, now gazed upon the devastation he wrought. The air grew heavy, choked by the crimson aftermath, as Jin Yomyang's demonic form stood silent over the fallen. The overwhelming sin of blood signaled a victory bought at a terrible, visceral cost. The elder's grave gaze pierced the bright, unforgiving blue sky, masking a deep-seated dread. Beneath him, a small, pale face registered silent shock against the harsh glare. The terrifying silhouette, wreathed in crimson energy, stood still over the fallen. The air crackled with menacing energy as the intruders confronted the hidden chamber's guardians. A silence descended, thick with the scent of aged treasure and imminent violence. The sharp command "battle" ripped through the tense silence as raw, crackling blue energy surged upward. The invaders quickly obeyed, YESSR, echoing before the terrible storm broke. A terrible, sizzling distortion warped the air as the cult leader's white hair whipped wildly around the demonic mask. The terrifying power, honed by unknown horrors, pulsed with an overwhelming, crimson light. The crimson energy crackled around her, a silent testament to the impossible power she now wielded. Jin Yomyang felt a chill, knowing this moment signaled a devastating, Beautiful turn. The relief shattered instantly as the familiar, confusing name echoed through the sudden silence. They recognized the voice, yet the person standing before them was utterly unrecognizable. A wave of panic hit Uncle as he saw her exhausted face, shouting, "Rylan, you shouldn't have chased after those patriarchs alone." The dust settled slowly around Rylan as her relieved family whispered, "She's alive. It's a miracle." The shadow of the defeated foe vanished into the stone with a dull, sickening sound, swallowed by the earth. The roaring cheers of her family washed over Rylan, forcing a strained, uncomfortable smile despite the overwhelming relief. She could only manage a quiet apology, still reeling from the danger she had just escaped. Jin Yomyang's frantic plea echoed into the suffocating darkness, yet there was not a single response to his desperate reach. The resounding applause echoed the family's sudden, overwhelming pride in their legendary savior, Rylan. Beneath the cheers, a quiet relief settled after the recent chaos. Relief washed over the returning soldiers as their laughter finally broke the lingering tension in the air. They rejoiced loudly, celebrating the young mistress's incredible, hard-won safety. The guard's admission of weakness hung heavy, contrasting the emerald glow of the blade she now contemplated. That chilling power, derived from Spring's training, had left even a supreme tier with no chance. The fierce urgency dissolved into quiet solace as Rylan finally clung to the embrace, begging, "Please don't leave me again. Stay with me, okay?" The light faded around Rylan as she leaned into the comforting presence, clinging to the fragile moment of safety. Rylan's voice, thick with the sincerity of her plea, barely rose above a fragile whisper against the chilling silence. The lingering scent of battle faded as Rylan's eyes widened, seeing the familiar face whisper "Sis." The overwhelming relief of their reunion washed over the silent tension of the chamber. The desperate plea hung in the quiet, dust-moted air, mirroring a memory of comfort. "Stay with me, okay?" The solemn promise hung heavy in the fading light, sealing Rylan within a fragile, desperate embrace. I promise you," she whispered, clutching the hilt of her blade tight. Her desperate plea, "Please don't leave me again," hung heavy in the charged air between them. The mathematical symbols surrounding them blurred into an irrelevant backdrop to this raw moment of connection. The urgency of conquest replaced the shock of battle. The new legendary tier power demanded spoils immediately. "Right now, we need to claim the Sita family's treasury before someone else gets their hands on it." The enormous, ancient door shrieked open, bathing the waiting crowd in a blinding, golden power surge. Whispers rose amongst the invaders about the hidden chamber they had forced open. The blinding gleam of the Sita family's stolen fortune flooded the chamber, a testament to centuries of avarice now exposed. Whispers of greed and discovery echoed in the sudden, suffocating silence of the treasure trove. The blinding gleam of centuries of greed reflected in their awestruck eyes. "Incredible," one murmured amidst the plunder. The air crackled with the sizzle of power as they eyed the meticulously kept, glittering astral tree. "Looks like that seedy old scoundrel has been taking good care of it," the leader murmured, cold assessment hardening his gaze. The greedy voice echoed through the chamber, demanding every last hidden treasure. Who dared breach the Citus's deepest secrets now? The harsh, stale air of the dungeon hung heavy, thick with the metallic scent of fresh violence. Jin Yomyang's stunned eyes met the broken figure of the cult leader tied before him. The horrific scene of butchery swam in the crimson light, yet Rylan's gaze held a chilling, resolved focus. Her cool demeanor betrayed the shocking depravity witnessed in the dungeon's shadows. The echoing silence of the dungeon was shattered by a raw, desperate shout. "Who's there?" The chilled air hung heavy as Rylan reached for the rusted mechanism, her face set in grim resolve. "Let's get you out of here first," she commanded, cutting through the dungeon's suffocating silence. The elder gasped, the faint light catching the desperate plea in his voice. "Someone's." The chilling dungeon air seemed to momentarily lift as Rylan's gentle strength supported the broken elder. Relief, sharp and painful, finally broke through the elder's enduring despair. The green light pulsed faintly as Rylan tended to the deep suffering, her gentle care a stark contrast to the dungeon's horrors. The huge elder's grim face hardened as phantom beasts, glowing with fierce purple light, rose behind him. His voice echoed the legacy forged through generations of bitter sacrifice. The elder's strained breath whispered the secrets of the spirit-bound soul beasts, forged with flesh and blood. Ryland's gentle touch offered the only light against the shadowed ruin, seeking out the broken captive. A soft glow pulsed from her hands, a silent promise against the suffocating despair of the dungeon. Linton's smug satisfaction evaporated under Ryland's chilling, assessing gaze as she accepted the mantle of power. The silence in the newly claimed chamber held the weight of shattered alliances and sudden, terrifying ascent. A cold, assessing gaze met the request. The matriarch's authority settled over the room like a winter frost. The elder's final, agonizing roar echoed the sacrifice made. Both the family head and the young master chose a defiant death over the shame of surrender. A final, courageous stand. A deafening boom split the air as the survivors surged forward, desperate for deliverance. We've clung to life, waiting. A monstrous, glowing roar shattered the tense silence as the huge elders unleashed the terrifying power of the spirit-bound beast. Their unwavering resolve to avenge their suffering echoed through the sudden surge of cold blue light. The chilling blue light illuminated Ryland's sudden, fragile reach as two towering figures shielded her from unknown peril. She demanded obedience, her voice turning cold steel. "Call me matriarch." The liberated elders watched, stunned, as Ryland's power flared, a startling wave of green energy erupting around her. With a sharp whoosh, she stepped forward, ready to face whatever lingered in the shadows. Ryland's sharp gaze, illuminated by the glowing jade artifact, fixed upon the weakened elder who whispered of what they still possess. The newly crowned matriarch stood before the assembled shadows, the air thick with silent expectation. "Call me matriarch," she commanded, cementing her absolute, chilling authority over the Tang forces. Tang Linson spoke of conquest, yet Ryland's gaze held a colder, focused intent upon his surprised expression. The massive caravan stirred the dry earth, heading toward the distant city skyline, its departure punctuated by a rushing wind. The setting sun painted the sky in bruised hues as Linson looked upon his sister, sensing the immense, newly forged power radiating from her. The heavy silence confirmed the transfer of power. Ryland accepted the immense burden with a single firm, "Yes, uncle." Tang Linson's pleased tone shattered against the dying light as he proposed the ultimate dominion. Ryland turned slowly, the sunset illuminating the stark command in her pale eyes. A sudden, terrifying shift in power. The dying light of the sunset framed Ryland, her eyes like chips of cold jade reflecting absolute, frightening resolve. A chilling authority emanated from her as she commanded, "Call me matriarch." The cold jade sword hissed as Ryland drew it, her resolve hardening against the chaotic world. "Let's end the chaos the transcendence void caused." Tang Linson's smug satisfaction clashed with Ryland's cool appraisal under the darkening sky. He saw only conquest, yet her gaze already sought the next necessary elimination. A terrifying golden dragon hissed as Jin Yoming declared, "I want to become his sword," radiating cold, resolute power. A monstrous claw slammed down through the cracking ice, dwarfing the figures scattered on the frozen ground below. The golden dragon roared its challenge against this sudden, overwhelming presence. The young lady bent low, steam rising around her, yet her gaze held a chilling, determined resolve. Now, she was asking the impossible of her grandfather, even as the battle raged above. The dragonhound surged forth, crackling with blue energy, its silent fury a challenge against the impending doom. You little, a raw, guttural threat escaped the formidable form. Her resolve hardened against the bleak sky as she faced the void where her grandfather stood. "No, you definitely can do this." The chilling quiet of the high security zone settled as the young lady confessed the peril looming over them. He felt the weight of years of secrecy pressing down in that silent, shared moment. The chilling, echoing decree confirmed everything. All trespassers must those rules. Pinnacle Tower. The immense freezing power surged forward, met by a sharp, commanding shout of enough. Jin Yomyang watched the terrifying collision, his face grim. The dragonhound roared, its golden eyes blazing with pure, untamed speed as it lunged toward the unseen threat. The dragonhound's shimmering golden scales met the chilling, razor-sharp strike, a defensive shield cracking under pure force. Usaiping's terrifying Sea King's trident slammed against the glowing, hexagonal defense barrier. The raw power threatened to tear the very fabric of the hidden sanctuary apart. The dragonhound roared in blinding agony as the cold, corrosive strike tore through its defenses. Even wounded, the beast's fierce golden eyes burned with desperate resistance amidst the fracturing energy field. Her eyes flashed with sheer, desperate conviction, the weight of impossible hope resting in her sudden demand. "Grandpa, can you teach spring fusion?" The terrifying clash continued as he yelled, "Dragonhound, keep your distance. Use ranged attacks." Unless he found a way. The golden light erupted, colliding violently with the churning blue defense, proving the enemy's power remained tragically unknown. Usaiping charged forward, proclaiming, "If defense won't cut it, then I'll go on the offensive," met by a terrifying, divine counter-strike. Usaiping's charge met a chilling counter, the sound of impact a harsh shush cutting through the charged air. The brute force met calculated precision, sealing the next moment of this desperate battle. The clash erupted, raw power meeting raw power as demonic fist slammed into the dragon coil kick. The raw, blinding energy surged outward as the fight became intensely personal. Jin Yomyang roared, parring everything into the desperate, surging blow. The deafening crack of clashing power enveloped the air as Usaiping's relentless yellow energy tore into the lightning-wreathed figure. With a fierce yell, Jin Yomyang poured all his unmastered power into a desperate, blazing arc against the darkness. Usaiping's devastating assault crashed down, sending the figure reeling against the violently churning ice. The sheer overwhelming golden light swallowed the battlefield, making the dragonhound's resistance seem utterly insignificant. The youth, radiating an unsettling golden light, finally commanded them to stay down. His sudden power projection silenced the chaotic sounds of the desperate battle raging nearby. The beast's armored claw slammed down, the sound a sharp, electric crack against the gathering golden energy. This terrifying power surge confirmed the desperate, impossible need for quick knowledge. The dragonhound roared defiance, meeting the shattering golden assault with a surge of desperate blue energy. Usaiping's attack felt different, a cold realization dawning as the beast braced itself. The dragonhound crouched low, ice cracking under its potent weight as it braced against the coming storm. The sheer force of the clash erupted, tearing through the cold, heavy air with deafening sound. The dragonhound countered the blinding force with a desperate, rigid block, the sound of impact echoing sharply in the confined space. Jin Yomyang's breath hitched. Even this monstrous effort yielded nothing substantial. The brute force of Usaiping slammed forward, meeting the defiant stand with a sharp, echoing crackle. "You can't be classy," Jin Yomyang spat out, barely keeping pace with the raw fury. The dragonhound struck, its massive maw swallowing the tiny, struggling figure whole. A terrifying, deafening snap echoed as the battle reached a new, brutal peak. The hulking, dark form of the dragonhound loomed, its single glowing eye reflecting the sheer terror of the clash. Jin Yomyang watched, knowing this raw power was still not enough against the true might of the legendary tier. A harsh shout cut through the roaring, metallic clang. Jin Yomyang desperately warned his pet to fall back from the terrifying close combat. The dragonhound roared, its golden fists shattering the air as the tiny silhouette of Usaiping lunged forward. The sheer, brutal momentum of the clash made the very sky tremble above them. The dragonhound's defense shattered under the relentless, corrosive fury of the trident strike. The cold blast hit with brutal force, shattering the icy defense that barely held their forms together. A ragged sound escaped Usaiping, the shield already failing against the onslaught. The young lady's gaze held a fierce resolve, locking onto the elder beside her. "Grandpa, can you teach spring Fusion. The nether aqua wormling pulsed with terrible blue energy, summoning the corrosive power of the Sea King's trident. Jin Yomyung watched, realizing the true, terrifying nature of Goose Siping's perfected power. The young lady watched the impossible revelation unfold, her bright eyes suddenly mirroring the cold terror of the situation. Her previous resolve wavered, recognizing the immense, unmanaged risk before them now. The furious barrage of golden energy exploded against the churning, electrified sky. If that's the case, the young lady whispered, her eyes wide with dawning realization. Her expression hardened as she posed the impossible question. I ask you a favor? Goose Siping's refusal crackled through the cold air. Can't. The request hung in the charged air, met only by Goose Siping's stunned, explosive disbelief. What? Teach. The sheer audacity of the demand made the old commander's face contort violently. The air shrieked as the brilliant yellow energy shattered under a chilling blue strike. His desperate charge, an act of pure fury, was violently torn apart in the void. The chilling blue energy coalesced, a fierce focus hardening the gaze, as the name of the ultimate move was whispered. Sea King's trident. The blinding azure wave rushed forward, met by a storm of golden, compressed fire seeking absorption. The raw energy collision ripped through the tense atmosphere. An icy barrier shimmered violently under the furious assault, the elders straining to protect the pink-haired girl. Their frantic defense against the rising threat felt utterly fragile now. The refusal hung heavy in the frozen air as the terrifying blue light began to coalesce with a resounding crack. I've given you enough chances, a chilling voice declared as the defense shattered. The purple hellfire drake erupted with noxious flame, a terrifying shadow blotting out the pale sky as the woman braced herself. A chilling chuckle broke the oppressive silence as the dark energy pulsed in his outstretched hand. Heh, he breathed out, recognizing the trap set before him. The old man's eyes hardened, the white hair whipping in a cold wind. He would not yield on this matter. Saving the precious granddaughter meant nothing to him if it meant eternal subservience. The stern elder's gaze held a chilling finality against the girl's conflicted silence beneath the dark sky. Reasoning had failed, leaving only this tense, unspoken confrontation. A grim shadow fell as the imposing figure declared, I'm not taking this chance to strike him down myself, out of gratitude for. The old master insisted that hope remained, but his voice was heavy with unspoken doubt. The young woman's wide eyes reflected a sudden, chilling uncertainty as he paused. Reasoning won't work with him. The resolve settled heavily in the air, prompting a sharp question. Astral communication? A sudden shock of recognition cuts through the chaos. Spring? He vanishes in a blur of electric blue light, driven by an urgent need to act. The towering figure unleashed a deadly flurry of ice, mocking the lone silhouette below. Where's all the bravado from earlier? The air screamed as the phoenix blazing slash erupted, a terrifying column of light consuming everything. A tiny, dark silhouette somehow remained untouched by the searing heat. The purple hellfire drake smoothly sidestepped the blinding yellow inferno, its monstrous form moving with unbelievable grace. Even this devastating assault could not touch the creature now. The monstrous, golden energy rushed forward, swallowing the air with a deafening whoosh as the lizard-like figure desperately tried to evade. The overwhelming golden light surged forward, trapping the armored figure in an inescapable death grip. The defiant stance felt like the last flicker against inevitable annihilation. The phoenix blazing slash ripped the sky apart with a deafening vroom, but she was already moving with a desperate swoosh. The massive drake descended with a deafening thud, while Yuan Linglu met the overwhelming pressure with a defiant clang of steel. The devastating orbital strike rained down, but Yuan Linglu's amplified fire surged, sizzling against the oppressive power. Her eyes blaze with manic intensity as she forces the attack to its absolute, crushing maximum. The terrifying sound of the ultimate technique, the phoenix blazing slash, ripped through the tense silence. The blinding yellow energy swept forward with a swish, meeting the chilling, clawed resolve in the blinding heat. Fool, echoed the stark defiance as the world seemed to hold its breath on impact. The world fractured under the overwhelming shriek of Phoenix blazing slash, consuming all light in a terrible roar. The Phoenix blazing slash cleaved through, forcing a guttural, agonizing roar from the beast consumed by fire. That devastating final strike, the Phoenix blazing slash, was met only with stunned horror as the fused form shuddered. Yadi Ken, echoed the broken realization, the sheer potential crumbling under the overwhelming force. The desperate plea was met by a harsh, outstretched hand, the elder refusing to yield even now. Don't take it too. His strained voice echoed over the cold, reflective surface. The monstrous form roared, shattering the stillness as it lunged forward with a terrifying whoosh. With grim resolve, the creature declared, "Because I might chase." The pink-haired girl watched with widening eyes as the elder finally secured the precious knowledge device. That perilous moment of near corrosion had passed, but the danger remained heavy in the pale, frigid air. The menacing figure looked down, his voice cutting the tense air as he whispered, "Linger, you've poisoned her mind." The monstrous roar shook the very ground with a terrifying thud, dwarfing the two who stood against its terrifying, pulsating rage. A deafening rumble shook the very air as the cult leader erupted in a blinding, savage aura of golden light. A blinding flash, the ninth-tier divine skill, Holy Iron Wall, erupted, momentarily stalling the monster's savage assault. Captain Sandojan watched the beast charge, the air vibrating with sheer destructive force. A blinding, golden aura erupted as the monstrous beast roared, a terrifying power Jin Yomyang now faced head-on. A bitter acceptance settled over the elder as the corrosive blue energy began to hiss and spark from his palm. Fine, he conceded, knowing the odds demanded this painful compromise. The searing blue light of the learning device pulsed, its vital circuits now held securely, safe from the spreading corruption. Jin Yomyang gripped the tiny mechanism, the sheer weight of survival resting in that small transfer chip. The air ripped open as the corrupted beast surged forward with terrifying speed. There was no more time to hesitate. The blinding crimson speed of the strike was too swift. A gasp escaped as black ichor sprayed the air. Jin Yomyang watched the terrifying slash land, his golden eyes wide with dread for the device. The monstrous roar shook the very ground as the beast lunged, crushing everything beneath its feral advance. Jin Yomyang moved too slowly. The cult leader was directly in the path of that devastating impact. The golden barrier groaned under the impact, its light flickering against the beast's monstrous, savage roar. The blue energy flared outward, a terrifying manifestation of corrosive power that made the air crackle with danger. The agonizing severance tore through the very essence, leaving behind only the horrid sound of sizzling ruin in the murky air. The beast's corrosive touch now threatened the vital learning device held by the severed hand, sparking immediate dread. The air itself screamed as the pink energy tore through the vast, white expanse. Jin Yomyang launched forward, a desperate cry ripped from his throat as the blade swung. The corrupted, corroding remnant of Yadikin's hand still clutched the device, but with surprising agility, she snatched the learning object just before disaster struck. The beast loomed, a massive shadow swallowing the light. Yet the cult leader stood firm, sword trembling slightly. Every instinct screamed danger, but she would not yield ground to this terrifying transformation. A deafening, azure shockwave erupted upward, shaking the very foundation of the dark cavern around them. The cult leader recoiled, his aged face etched with absolute terror as something vital began to glow and vanish. Even in this chaos, the faint, shimmering energy showed a desperate, final attempt at containment. The transformed goose siping erupted with chilling power, the sudden, deafening shockwave cracking the very ground beneath him. The transformed goose siping struck the ice wall with monstrous force. The deep fissures betrayed a terrifying, sudden impact. The colossal, golden dragon descended with terrifying brilliance, its enraged gaze locking onto the monstrous shadow below. Jin Yomyang watched from the scaled back, sensing only imminent, inescapable destruction. The transfer began in a flash of desperate light, pushing the vital knowledge just beyond the spreading corrosion. Securely caught, the device settled, a silent promise against the overwhelming storm. The digital storm subsided as Jin Yongyang finally grasped the horrifying, transformed limb, whispering, "I see," before commanding fusion. The monstrous shadow of Gu Saiping cackled, brandishing the Sea King's trident before the inevitable, explosive impact. The overwhelming blue pressure met the challenger's gaze, forcing a stunned realization from the monstrous shadow behind him. His turn had arrived, promising a terrible reckoning. The blinding surge of blue energy pulsed around him, an unstoppable, nascent power now unleashed. He was testing the very limits of the Great Yan bloodline. The monstrous assault surged forward, but a fierce, resolute glow declared, "It's not over yet." The terrifying clang echoed as the golden dragon's light enveloped them. Yet Spring simply murmured, "Don't worry." The oppressive golden light flared, that raw, untamed power pressing down like a physical weight. Jin Yomyang watched, sweat beading, as the beast roared silently beneath that terrifying projection. The menacing attack was somehow neutralized beneath a brilliant, golden aura, revealing the overwhelming majesty of the Dragon King. The raw power surged, the lightning crackling as a supreme dragon lineage gripped its foe. Dragon blood, the most sacred among them, seemed to repel all darkness with sheer majesty. The blue monstrous form recoiled, uttering a contemptuous, "Too weak." As Spring launched a devastating, blazing strike, the mountain shuddered violently beneath the sudden, explosive force, a deafening kaboom echoing across the frozen silence. The ice shatters violently as a lone figure plummets deep into the crystalline abyss, caught in the terrible sonic winds. The shattering ice gave way, revealing the figure trapped within the frozen prison. Captain San Dojin watched this horrifying spectacle unfold silently. Despite the urgent counsel, Jin Yomyang only offered a quiet acknowledgement, holding the limp figure close. The heavy, suffocating air seemed to agree. The time for retreat had passed. The headless snow mountain roared, crackling with dark energy as the impossible lockdown began. Even Jin Yomyang felt the crushing weight of the activated annihilation protocol. The air thrummed with a sudden, unsettling dread as dense purple energy ripped through the frozen landscape. Captain San Dojin could only gasp, witnessing that terrifying, unknown power begin to coalesce. A desperate, clawing hand commanded release, but the terrifying, blazing silhouette would not yield. The air crackled with immense, uncontrollable power pushing the pink-haired figure back. A terrifying, golden light erupted from Spring, dwarfing the fleeing figures below. He smiled, ready to test the true limits of his unleashed dragon power. The crushing blue sphere pulsed with terrifying, raw energy as the armored figure roared against the encroaching darkness. Captain San Dojin watched the devastating spectacle unfold above him, realizing this was now beyond anyone's control. A fiery, incandescent roar erupted as the cult leader declared, "Finally, I can unleash the full power of the Great Yan True Dragon bloodline." The terrible rumble shook the earth as the vibrant yellow energy consumed the smaller, dark blue impact. Jin Yomyang watched, suspended in this violent collision of immense, blinding power. The overwhelming golden radiance of the true dragon met the crushing dark energy, pushing everything to its breaking point. The golden dragon's roar clashed against the chilling, dark tide as two titans screamed their fury across the desolate expanse. The blinding clash erupted, a deafening boom, as Spring poured out his newly unleashed, terrifying divine power. A deafening crack split the frozen air as the violent clash ripped through the desolate mountain pass. Jin Yomyang watched, breath held tight, as the overwhelming power unleashed itself across the ice. The divine golden energy of the Great Yin subduing fist erupted with crushing force, silencing the surrounding battlefield instantly. The terrifying sound of shattering ice echoed as the imprisoned figure roared, "Enough." A desperate, dark energy fought against the blinding, cold light. The air crackled with a dreadful energy as Jin Yomyang sensed a shift, a chilling recognition dawning in the vast, snow-swept silence. The monstrous figure screams in savage triumph as the blinding, divine light slams against its armored form. Jin Yomyang watched the absolute devastation unfold, the air thick with uncontrolled power. The thunderous impact echoed, a blinding flash as the counterattack met divine energy head-on. Jin Yomyang watched the chaos unfold, realizing the devastating choice Spring had just made. The great Yan True Dragon's light enveloped him, a terrifying, golden majesty that promised absolute power. He burned with resolve, preparing to face the annihilation protocols alone. Just as I thought, the ominous dark tendrils writhed, confirming the dreadful activation above the frozen peak. The oppressive crimson energy crackled as the challenge echoed. Goose siping. You dare. That blinding strike met a desperate, fading resistance, whispering only, failing. The golden aura flared around Spring, his gaze hardening with the realization of boundless, unleashed power. He truly intended to face the annihilation alone. A blinding crimson aura crackled, as the monstrous form screamed denials into the sudden, terrifying silence. I was only trying to eliminate a threat. I harbor no selfish desires. The crushing betrayal echoed with a crackle of immense power. Even the highest ranks served only their own cruel ends. Jin Yomyang watched, his heart freezing at the sheer, ruthless scale of the impending annihilation. The air itself seemed to shatter as the black dragon roared, unleashing raw, terrifying energy across the ravaged peaks. Jin Yomyang felt the shockwave reverberate. This was the devastating price of the cult leader's defiance. A sharp sizzle accompanied his decisive step forward, his blazing aura overshadowing the elder with terrifying new strength. The earth seemed to tremble as Lil Skelly's colossal form landed with a bone-jarring thud before the store. Spring's exhaustion instantly burned away as the massive shadows of his allies fell across the street. The packed crowd surged, their chatter a rising tide as the dignified figures stood amidst the adoration. Jin Yomyang maintained a steady, composed expression, greeting the gathering with a slight, measured gesture. The granddaughter's bright defense of Spring met Yatakin's cold, scornful gaze, confirming his disbelief. Even as the crowd cheered, an older man's disdain echoed louder than the adoration. Jin Wang presented the aged Yatakin and the wary Georgiana, his gesture calm despite the tension filling the air. Jin Wang humbly explained his presence, a subtle deference masking the rage god's true power before the legendary Yatakin. The old man's weathered face hardened with sharp skepticism, judging the masses. But he's through, he spat, refusing to believe the hero's merit. The dark energy rose, enveloping him as whispered words confirmed a terrifying reality. He is void. A sudden, rough grab silenced Georgiana's protest, her face freezing in stark shock at the intrusion. The air crackled with the old man's sudden alarm as he was violently pulled away. Georgiana's gasp echoed as she desperately reached for her grandfather, pulled violently toward the unseen darkness. Georgiana watched in shock as the sound of ripping fabric accompanied her grandfather's unsettling, radiant surge. The air crackled with unnatural energy as a frightening transformation began behind the closed door. The young woman flinched back, her face burning red as she desperately tried to push Chen Wang away. "Please go and close the door." Her choked plea echoed against the growing dread. The heavy door shut with a decisive, unnerving click, muffling the old man's terrible, agonizing transformation within. Chen Wang maintained his cheerful facade, casually asking for payment while a deep, unsettling silence followed the awful sound. The chilling realization settled heavily across the dark expanse. I can't unleash a massive power that doesn't exist. That's why they're running, fleeing the horrifying emptiness ahead. The heavy exhaustion still clung to him, yet the worry about Rylan Tang pierced through the lingering sleep. He muttered, with Lil Skelly's help, Rylan Tang should have been back from her family business a long time ago. The newly transformed Yatakin looked upon Spring, his face a mask of renewed power and confusion. "Please be patient," he managed, the words echoing strangely in the quiet healing room. The crowd pushed forward in a surging wave of bright light beneath the ornate chandelier. The shadow figure looked on, confusion darkening the air as the chaos began. Spring's exhaustion momentarily lifted, his cold gaze meeting the concerned employee's plea for rest. A sudden, vital energy washed over him when the system confirmed the impossible upgrade. A sudden, sharp ding cut through the air, signaling a system update for the host's interface. The system's screen glowed with harsh blue light, revealing the impossible cost. 9 zeros. Spring stared into the void, the enormity of the requirement echoing in the silence. Staring at the impossible wealth, Spring's simple exclamation of disbelief echoed against the roaring liftoff in the background. The emergency communication flashed, her anxious face filling the holographic screen with a sudden burst of blue light. "Brother, I'm in a meeting. What do you want?" The shocking projection of the system display left Spring speechless, questioning the impossible wealth amassed. The employee sat sternly, her silence broadcasting a clear, unyielding message across the sterile room. She offered weary reassurance that Rylan Tang had prepared for everything, urging rest. The urgency of the crowd was broken by Georgiana's fierce command, her pet leaping forward as if tethered by sheer will. The system's bright glow illuminated his face, masking the lingering exhaustion from the sudden healing ordeal. He finally smiled, feeling the store's immense wealth finally match his grand ambitions. Spring listened silently to the digital projection, the exhaustion still clinging to him, murmuring a quiet acknowledgement. The ghost of his brief rest faded as the familiar, cool light of the system interface surrounded him once more. The sudden burst of energy punctuated the deep exhaustion Spring felt, his hand reaching out instinctively. He awoke instantly to the sound of frantic voices calling his name, the sleep broken by urgency. The intense blue light hissed around the machinery as Spring stood before the system update, his world momentarily paused by the staggering price. The ethereal glow pulsed, inviting him into the promised recovery space. Despite the lingering dread, he finally stepped into the high-grade nurturing space, seeking the rest that had eluded him for days. The protagonist surged forward across the water's bright surface, propelled by urgent, blue energy. He needed to reach Rylan Tang before whatever waited outside those distant gates struck. The roaring whoosh of the massive water barrier echoed across the dry land as Spring moved toward the distant, rescued crowds. His momentary rest had cleared his head, but now the sight of the survivors brought a fresh wave of troubled determination. The cool, vital energy of the nurturing space washed over him as Spring touched the shimmering water. He awoke suddenly, the soft lapping sound jarring against his sudden anxiety about Xiao Tang's delay. Spring awoke from the blessed, deep rest, hearing the ecstatic, good stuff echoing from the nurturing pools. The dragon's heavy exhalation signaled an incredible transformation had just concluded. The deep, ethereal glow faded as Spring awoke, the heavy exhaustion momentarily forgotten by the sudden, urgent sounds outside. The crushing exhaustion finally broke as Spring stretched wide, the cold metal floor beneath the healing chambers offering no comfort. A moment of pure, drained relief washed over him before the frantic voices dragged him back to reality. The familiar golden light pulsed behind him, yet Spring's gaze remained locked on the city gates. Fatigue was washed away by a sharp dread. Rylan Tang's delay meant danger loomed. With a sudden rush of golden energy, Spring launched himself toward the distant, hazy horizon. He had to see the survivors Rylan Tang had managed to bring back. The desert wind hissed, carrying sand that clung to the worn black cloak and Rylan Tang's determined stride. So many survivors followed them back, a silent testament to the danger they endured. The desert wind hissed, revealing Rylan Tang and a small skeletal warrior leading countless rescued souls home. Spring felt a wave of relief and dread. This immense exodus meant the danger was far from over. The vast, scorching desert spread out beneath the endless sky, holding a torrent of tiny, returning figures. Spring stared, the lingering fatigue instantly burned away by shock. Are those all the survivors Rylan Tang rescued? A flood of sudden, brilliant light washed over the assembled faces, matching the thunderous beating of hopeful hearts. The sound of thump-thump resonated in the sudden silence of their arrival. The blazing afternoon sun illuminated a long line of weary survivors, finally safe beneath the vast, clear sky. The massive gates groaned open with a terrible creak, letting a tide of shadows rush forth under the bright, unforgiving sun. A powerful whoosh of wind heralded the arrival of the long-awaited refugees seeking shelter within. The veterans stared at the staggering human tide, whispering disbelief. "I never thought she'd bring back this many people." The old master pointed toward the horizon, his solemn agreement echoing the sudden, strange shift in the air. Ryland simply nodded, accepting the silent burden placed upon him with quiet resolve. The blinding midday sun beat down as the mysterious figure arrived, simply stating, "Sorry I'm late." Jin Yomyang watched silently, his golden eyes betraying a flicker of recognition amid the tense silence. The matriarch held the ancient blade, her fierce white hair whipping in the bright, tense wind. Every nerve ending screamed a warning as she prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Spring's teasing gesture brought a sudden, loud sound to the air, startling the woman who gripped her weapon tightly. Jin Yomyang watched the awkward moment flash by as the chaos subsided. The sharp sting of an unexpected slap cut through Ryland's bewildered composure. The background noise suddenly muffled. Ryland froze, struck dumb by the intense, glowing energy emanating from the woman's sudden stillness. The air grew thick with unspoken questions as the noise of the store seemed to vanish. Ryland watched the stern matriarch blush, clearly confused by her sudden, sharp question. "What's wrong?" The legendary Dragon King sword felt heavy and strangely warm in his grasp now. The notification chimed, cutting through the tense air as the woman clutched the armored skull, clearly startled by the reveal. Jin Yomyang watched her face, an unspoken question hanging between them in the bright, open sky. The chilling blue light illuminated the deep exhaustion etched onto Jin Yomyang's face as Skelly's monstrous power manifested. Below the scans, the ominous words blazed. Bloodline ability, eternal SIN, promising endless resurrection. The digital blue light pulsed as Skelly's terrifying stats flashed. Type, demon rank, peak 9 combat. The air thickened with crimson dread, asking if Skelly truly met his end during that brutal rebel sweep with Ryland Tang. The commander's stoic face gave away nothing as he touched the shimmering interface. "Whatever," he managed, his voice tight. The sterile blue light reflected in Jin Yomyang's fixed gaze as the horrifying data confirmed everything. "Stop." His hand shot out, demanding silence before this revelation shattered the fragile peace. The glowing screen displayed the chilling revelation, halting all breath in the tense air. "Eternal sin." The chilling system notification echoed the Skeleton King's terrifying new power. His gaze locked onto the terrifying transformation consuming the air with crimson energy. Boss Spring's unsettling laughter, coupled with that chilling mood swings, made the matriarch visibly flinch in the workshop's tense atmosphere. Boss Spring offered the jade sword to Ryland, saying, "Keep it." As Skelly watched under the bright, open sky, the golden light flared around Jin Yomyang as he urgently commanded, "Fly away," sending the cult leader fleeing into the vast, shadowed expanse. The elegant matriarch stood before the bright store entrance, her expression unreadable against the rising crowd. She checked the timepiece on her wrist, awaiting Spring's mysterious next move. Boss Spring gathered his weary allies, folding his hands in a gesture of deep gratitude amidst the solemn welcome. The matriarch stood firm, her quiet gaze meeting the veteran's sudden look of awe and deep regret. The matriarch met Boss Spring's gaze, the air thick with unspoken tension between them. He seemed distant, his expression masking whatever decision he was about to render. Behind the two figures, the powerful leaders began to approach, drawing hushed, nervous whispers from the crowd. The heavy whispers of the crowd pressed in, as a plea escaped. "Everyone follows you without question, risking life and limb, because they believe in you." The air buzzed violently as Boss Spring revealed his strange, glowing gift beside the astonished silver-haired woman. With a swift, low crouch, Jin Yomyang moved, the mysterious blue energy spiking behind him in the silent hall. The delegate's stunned shock hung heavy in the air as Spring simply tossed aside a true Dragon King's treasure. He wore his overwhelming power so casually, making the matriarch question her own rigid expectations. The delicate, white-haired woman held the glowing, ancient rings, a sudden, intense hum vibrating through the silent air. A deafening whoosh split the darkness as the furious, blazing spirit clashed against the swirling purple entity. Beneath them, glowing energies, gold, violet, and ice blue, erupted in a shocking, brilliant display of raw power. A furious roar tore through the inferno, a monstrous power that left an unforgettable, terrifying impression on the entire Tang family. A wave of overwhelming power radiated off the spectral figures, yet someone still whispered a denial against the impossible sight. 3 legendary beast kings manifested in blazing light, their terrifying auras pressing down on the stunned onlookers. The grizzled veteran stumbled back, whispering, "I'm scared. I won't fight them. They're theirs." The matriarch stood shadowed, the spectral power of 3 captured beast kings surging behind him. A terrifying calm before the storm. The ground trembled violently with unseen power as the legendary beast kings were forced into submission. The matriarch gasped, watching the impossible spectacle of their sudden, terrifying capitulation. The delegates trembled, dwarfed by the colossal figures whose glowing eyes demanded an answer to the matriarch's bold actions. The analytical glow of the system faltered as the woman watched his confident gesture, whispering, "Brain.exe has stopped working." The seasoned onlookers gasped, unable to fathom the casual handing away of such legendary, powerful beast kings. The seasoned commander, Boss Spring, faced the clamor with a gaze heavy with unspoken burdens. His small relief at the reunion seemed instantly overshadowed by lingering worry. The grizzled veteran's eyes widened, realizing his past doubt. "I was foolish enough, judgment. I almost wasn't," he stammered, utterly humbled now. The delegate's sharp appraisal of Ryland's humble service was met only by a chillingly composed smile. This powerful matriarch stood firm. Here, she was Boss Spring's employee, nothing more. The sudden, sharp gust of wind whipped the dark cloak around the figure, scattering the lonely snow as Jin Yomyang rushed forward. He had to reach the cult leader before the darkness claimed them completely. The blizzard-swept illusion cracked under his gaze, revealing the ominous truth of the Pinnacle Tower. The biting wind whipped around Jin Yomyang as he stood frozen, his breath catching in the sudden, desolate silence. A heavy premonition settled upon his shoulders like the falling snow. The illusion of the mountain shattered, replaced by the biting wind and the sharp sound of movement rushing through the cold air. The biting wind whipped across the endless white peaks, a stark contrast to the desperate plea hanging in the cold air. The blue, resonating energy pulsed violently, crackling against the cold stone steps. Spring braced himself, realizing this sinister slaughter palace held terrible secrets. Jin Yomyang stood frozen, the golden energy whirling around his fists as he finally faced the sinister truth of the slaughter palace. The terrifying silence of the chamber seemed to press down, signaling an imminent, violent confrontation. The chilling sound of rushing water enveloped the old master, utterly unconcerned by the carnage surrounding him. He merely sipped his drink, leaning against the surreal mass with an unsettling tranquility. The old man sipped his tea with a nerving calm, stating simply, "Every legendary figure here is busy." The snow fell silently around Jin Yomyang, his gaze sharp and unnervingly cold beneath the heavy black coat. What dark truth was waiting inside these treacherous, hidden halls? The chilling grip tightened around the elder, golden eyes burning with terrible resolve. "Don't get the wrong idea." A shattering impact echoed as Jin Yomyang lunged, shielding the unconscious figure from the crystalline blast. "I'm not going to let you take him." The blinding flash of impact shattered the cold floor beneath them, the sudden thunk echoing Jin Yomyang's desperate fall. The newcomer's cold shadow fell across the defeated elder, the sound of fracturing ice filling the air. This was not the encounter Spring had truly prepared for within the slaughter palace. The illusion shattered with a deafening crack, revealing the fragile barrier holding back the world's edge. A blinding, Cold light erupted as the very mountain gave way. The chilling crack of ice echoed as the imposing figure watched Old Man by collapse, utterly defeated. Such swift weakness shattered any lingering hope Jin Yomyang held onto. The deceptive desert heat vanished as spring violently tore a path through the fragile veil separating the worlds. A sharp swish echoed, signaling his reckless entry into their hidden domain. The lightning energy pulsed violently around Jin Yomyang as he tore through the dark void, the urgency of the cult leader's unseen thread driving his every molecule. The peaceful meadow blurred as the figure plunged toward the shimmering, violent rift. This heavenly facade concealed the terrible power hiding just beyond the veil. The air around him felt suddenly lighter, a deceptive calm after the dread of the slaughter palace. So this is what they Spring murmured, stepping onto the vibrant grass once more. The sudden rush of movement ceased, revealing towering structures piercing a sky ablaze with impossible light. Jin Yomyang looked up, the sheer, silent grandeur of the realm stealing his breath away. The grand structure rotated, revealing its grim wings, slaughter, pleasure, delusion, as gilded light shimmered across the clouds. This secret bastion, hidden on another plane, pulsed with terrifying power. The shadow figures soared upwards, crossing the shimmering threshold into the hidden realm above the clouds. This blinding rush of golden light promised either ultimate truth or utter destruction. The soldier's grave suddenly cracked open, staining the floor with a heavy, suffocating crimson. He stood awash in rage, the dark energy swirling around him like a shroud. The air thrummed with an electric, crackling energy before the three swirling voids. Spring silently faced this bizarre display, realizing the real operation had begun. The metallic sound of the cleavers striking the dark surface echoed loudly, confirming the horrifying reality of the slaughter palace. That terrible silence was shattered by the grim confirmation of carnage ahead. The legendary immortal stared, the horrifying sound of sizzle, sizzle, confirming these weren't mere drills. These were bodies being cruelly incinerated under a blinding, sickly light. The air thickened with a terrifying heat as Jin Yomyang commanded his dragon's fiery breath toward the fleeing figures. A bald man pulsed with raw energy, matching the beast tamer's sudden, violent intrusion onto the road. The blinding light revealed a brutal scene of men wrestling, their selfish struggle utterly meaningless against the rising, crushing cold of the true threat. Beneath the sunlit pedestal, the supplicants knelt low, yet only those backed by true power can hope to ascend. Drenched in the cold mountain air, a figure choked on ragged breath, seeing only the stark, desolate landscape before him. The weight of those accusations hung heavy, crushing the very silence of the peaks. Jin Yomyang stood amidst colossal stone peaks, dwarfed by the scale of this impossible, cloud-wreathed ascent. The sheer vertical struggle of those beneath him spoke volumes of the desperate climb required. Jin Yomyang pulled himself against the harsh stone, relentlessly climbing into the blinding white peaks. The echoes of conflict from Pinnacle Tower faded against this brutal, upward struggle. The world opened into a vast, frozen void as Jin Yomyang tumbled down the unforgiving stone face. His ragged coat whipped in the cold, silent wind, far removed from the palace luxury above. Instead of heroes defending the world, these elites suffered under oppressive heat, their servitude a mockery. A chilling, powerful voice shattered the mundane cruelty, calling out a void realm master for past treachery. The rhythmic chop of the blades sounded like a desperate countdown against the echoing halls. Suddenly, a fierce sizzle of intense heat broke the mundane scene of servitude. Sweat beaded on the young chef's brow as he tried to handle the prized ingredients carefully, knowing failure meant utter ruin. Suddenly, a cold, glacial voice shattered the suffocating tension within the tower halls. The opulent spread, clearly a tribute, steamed faintly beneath the blinding light of the judgmental eyes above. The immense figure dismissed the report with a casual flick of his powerful hand, the air thick with unchallenged authority. A mere servant whispered the expected, "Yes, sir." Their compliance hollow beneath the gilded ceiling. The cold stare of the attendant registered only the offered meal, a pathetic sight beneath the soaring marble steps. The massive slaughter palace master barely stirred, his bored indifference a sharp insult against the desperate reverence surrounding him. The massive doors slammed shut with a jarring clunk, sealing the shadows of the waiting crowd inside the blinding light. The chief servant brutally snatched the fallen chef's hat, enforcing the crushing hierarchy with swift, cold aggression. Now, a new shadow fell across Pinnacle Tower's opulence, thick with palpable, lethal intent. The crushed chef cried out in sheer terror as the attendant's foot pressed down, the air thick with desperate pleas and sudden, chilling authority. The harsh overhead light showed the defeated chefs groveling on the cold stone steps, the door a symbol of their lost chance. Jin Yomyung knelt beneath the silent, judging gaze of the robed figure atop the cold marble steps. The overwhelming pressure of a void realm master crushed the very air from his lungs. The blinding light seemed to announce his sudden arrival, a barely contained fury clenching his fist tight. Jin Yomyung had been drawn by accusations against a terrifying, higher-grade master. A deafening bang shattered the fragile peace as Jin Yomyung struck with blinding speed, exhaling only a desperate, choked sound of impact. A ragged gasp escaped him as the shockwave faded. The overwhelming pressure was gone, yet he thought, "I'm still alive?" With a sharp whoosh, Jin Yomyung burst through the golden light, his gaze burning towards the corrupted majesty of Pinnacle Tower. The ethereal echoes of accusation suddenly fractured the opulent, mundane chaos below. A sudden, earth-shaking force erupted as the figure planted their feet, the resulting rush of wind echoing the gravity of the confrontation. Jin Yomyung felt the chilling air shift. These accusations were aimed at someone far beyond their station. The air ripped apart with a violent crackle as unseen voices challenged the master, goosiping, "You dare!" The air cracked with immediate, terrifying focus as the Vice Tower Master of the Void Realm, higher grade, finally appeared amidst the chaos. The air thickened instantly, the chaotic noise silenced by a burning, golden gaze confronting the tower's arrogance. Jin Yomyung stood shrouded in furious light, his arrival now the only truth in that gilded hall. The temple's structure shuddered, bathed in the blinding, fiery light of destruction as unseen forces rushed past with violent swish sounds. The Vice Master stood enveloped in ominous purple light, his imposing companions flanking him, a chilling display of absolute power. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as the figures vanished toward the celestial tower high above the sunset clouds. The Vice Master summoned thunderous power, a terrifying dragon looming beside his armored avatar. Jin Yomyung knew this colossal scale meant true. Devastating confrontation was at hand. The ancient master roared a command into the oppressive air, invoking the terrifying power of fusion. A noxious sizzle surrounded him as the purple and green energies began to coalesce. A blinding surge of incandescent energy erupted. The Vice Master's true form blotted out the sky. Below him, Jin Yomyung stood small, facing the roaring power with only a sharp brat echoing back. The Vice Master ripped the darkness open, revealing eyes blazing with cold fury. "You insolent brat, I was just looking for you." The Voidbane Godsword vibrated with chaotic energy, its chilling, skeletal guard a herald of doom. The awful sound of roaring power signaled the final descent, as spectral skulls surged with terrifying, vibrant energy. The Vice Master manifested a terrifying spiritual form, his hands clasped as the Voidbane Godsword pulsed with chaotic crimson energy. Even as the magnificent threat loomed, the woman merely offered a soft, disbelieving "huh?" toward the staggering figure facing her. The Palace Master sneered, his eyes catching the faint glow of the distant conflict. "To think someone dared to assassinate the Vice Master," he murmured to his companion. The cold, calculating gaze held the promise of a terrible choice, a whispered "or," hanging heavy in the oppressive air. The Palace Master recoiled, the booming arrogance draining away, replaced by stark disbelief as the massive figure bellowed, "What?" The finger pointed toward the soaring pagoda, amidst the dizzying swirl of pink and gold clouds, tracking the fleeing shadow. Jin Yomyang knew the cult leader was already too far gone for this desperate chase. The sound of rushing air enveloped Jin Yomyang as he shot upward, leaving the thunderous chaos behind him. The roiling azure energy thrummed around Jin Yomyang, revealing a terrible, chilling resolve within his eyes. Captain Sandojin felt the sheer pressure of the Void Realm cultivator's presence intensifying the suffocating silence. Roar. The dark beast shrieked with chaotic purple energy as Skelly and Blazikon materialized with a blinding whoosh. The young man embraced the agonizing crimson surge, a desperate double fusion, fighting the inevitable possession looming over him. A fierce gust of wind heralded the Vice Master's descent, his imposing form now fully revealed against the blinding light. The silent, overwhelming power pressed down on everything, confirming the deadly extent of this confrontation. The crowned elder leaned in, his heavy gaze pinning the shrouded figure who stood calmly beyond the light. This chilling silence confirmed the true depth of the Vice Master's terrifying authority. The Vice Master, straining with raw power, drew the Voidbane Godsword, its glow fierce against the pale sky. The deafening whoosh signaled the moment of ultimate judgment approaching. The void essence screamed as the blade sliced through the bright sky, forcing a desperate retreat. He could only manage a broken whisper. "I can't." The palace officials watched, pointing toward the sky where a small shadow fled through the blinding sunlight and towering clouds. Even from this distance, the sheer power unleashed made the very marble beneath their feet tremble. The Vice Master unleashed a massive, terrifying wave, his merged form radiating an unstoppable, chaotic power. Jin Yomyang felt that soul-crushing pressure even from afar, his breath catching in the sudden silence. The immense pressure was strangely absent, leaving the possessed form to wonder. Strange, isn't it all? The air tore open with a blinding, violet pressure, a terrifying swish as the Vice Master's attack swallowed the expanse. That small, dark silhouette could only react with silent, stunned disbelief. The oppressive silence shattered as the ultimate strike was unleashed. Voidbane Divine Slash. The world warped under that pure, devastating power. The Voidbane Godsword, crackling with primordial energy, descended as the Vice Master loomed, his demonic form radiating pure, inescapable power. The raw, desperate power of divine demonic fists collided with an echoing, shattering bang. Jin Yomyang watched the blinding impact, knowing his desperate escape was now a fool's hope. The air screamed as the invisible shockwave erupted, tossing the nearby guards aside like discarded dolls. The terrible cost of challenging the Void Realm was violently made clear as blinding light tore away his sight. The massive commander stood shrouded in purple, his heavy gaze fixed on the distant, desperate escape. But the cult leader remains. The air shimmered with a hostile, golden light as the Vice Master sneered, demanding, "WHO, trying to escape my grasp." The golden light erupted violently, radiating the crushing weight of primordial chaos around the Vice Master's striking fist. A stark, sickening crack echoed as reality itself seemed to strain against his overwhelming power. The golden aura flared violently as the crushing weight of possession intensified, cracking the very skin beneath the scales. Even the Vice Master felt the cold dread whisper. "Who says?" The Vice Master's golden aura clashed against the crimson shadow, the sound of heavy chains clank marking the arrival of something terrible. In other words, a chilling realization struck him. No, but completely different systems. The assembled dignitaries watched, stunned by the sheer, overwhelming presence before them as one finally managed a choked whisper. The chilling reality of that specialized Void Realm power settled over the frantic battlefield like an icy shroud. A shadowy figure surveyed the myriad of glowing skills, a cold calculation flickering within the abyss of his resolve. "If I fuse with Lil Skelly," the thought echoed against the oppressive silence. A chilling electronic beep confirmed the unthinkable selection, showing the Vice Master's power to even steal skills. The summoned beast roared as suffocating crimson energy surged, threatening to consume the defiant silhouette caught within. The very sky fractured under a raw surge of thunderous power, a violent storm born of the Vice Master's rage. The Vice Master's gaze sharpened, surprise cutting through the intense azure glow illuminating his features. His heavy presence seemed to halt the very air around him. The air itself fractured as the dark, metallic grasp connected with the force. A sickening snap silencing the terrified crowd. Even the Vice Master's void realm power could not overcome this absolute, overwhelming possession. The oppressive, purple energy shattered like thin ice, each sharp crack announcing the failure of any remaining barrier. The overwhelming, crystalline power shattered with sharp, echoing snaps against the light. Jin Yomyung felt the air itself break as the sky tier attack dissolved. With a violent whoosh, colossal purple shards ripped through the bright sky above the tower. A deafening boom ripped through the air as the massive structure shattered under the sheer force of the collision. Jin Yomyung watched the dust cloud swell, the tower master's fate hanging in that blinding white explosion. The pinnacle tower commanders stared in disbelieving silence. How could one merely use a hand to stop such power? Creeping dread began to settle as the young intruder asserted his dominance. The tower master's powerful grip tightened, sweat beading as he fought to contain the impossible force before him. The air crackled with violent energy as the intruder's masked face loomed close, making the old tower master tremble. A jarring cling echoed as the Vice Master's celestial blade met the dark, shocking power. This impossible defense confirmed the true, terrifying height of his cultivation. The Vice Master's face contorted in rage, the glowing power of his technique sputtering against the invisible barrier. "Don't get cocky," he spat, realizing the raw, terrifying strength before him. The sky ripped open with a blinding swish as the Vice Master unleashed his terrifying, dark energy. Jin Yomyung, bathed in golden light, dove directly into the storm he created. The ground shattered under that immense impact. The sudden, violent thud echoed the chaos of usurped authority. A blinding swoosh cut through the bright sky as the winged foe dove down, meeting the cult leader's brilliant golden light. A violent clang echoed as the clash erupted, shaking the very air around the screaming combatants. The dust settled around the ruined gate as one subordinate cried out in sudden alarm, "Lord Glutton." The shocking surge of power sliced the pink clouds as Captain Sandojin watched the newcomer arrive. The sudden, crushing silence hung heavy as the tower master faced the challenger. Dread seeped from the woman's pale face. Even the imposing captain could only stare back. The sound of displaced air ripped through the sunset hues as impossible rings of power spun wildly above them. The screeching clash echoed as the skull figure's weapon met the air, its glowing eyes fixed on the shamed tower master. "You cowards did the exact same thing. Didn't lift a finger," he spat, rage burning through the tension. The booming voice echoed, comparing the overwhelming force like void. As more bodies added more corpses to the escalating fight, the very foundations of authority shook as the old man's scream of bullshit echoed with the deafening clang of impact. The air shrieked as the golden arc of the strike slammed into the tower roof, shattering stone with violent light. Jin Yomyung felt the tremor deep in his bones as the chaos erupted above. The air screamed as the majestic figure descended, wreathed in smoke and terrible power. That terrifying grip tightened on the crackling, dark blade, her menacing question echoing in the blinding light. Jin Yomyung had to act before this new tower master unleashed true devastation. The furious crack of sound announced the descending divine demonic fist, shaking the very clouds near the pinnacle tower. The blinding golden light radiated from the old master, his stare filled with icy fury. "And I won't tolerate this insolence under my own roof." The air crackled with raw power as he declared, "Fine. Then today I'll break those rules." A colossal, blazing fist slammed down as the usurper roared, "From now on, I'm in charge of the pinnacle tower." The raw power slammed him down, the blinding light fading as the new master stood triumphant. The sheer disbelief radiated off the armor. This young challenger dared to question the new order. The blinding gold of the divine demonic fist filled the sky, dwarfing the tower in sheer terrifying power. Whispers echoed, "There's something blocking my divine demonic fist." The ominous, swirling void hung heavy in the air, catching the light as Jin Yomyung's resolve hardened. The old master floated amidst a golden, burning radiance, demanding an answer. And everything falls apart. The fragile tower master blinked back dust, clinging to his authority as shattered stones drifted silently past him. The brilliant, overwhelming light of power descends upon the high pagoda, yet one voice rings out with defiant stillness. "I'm not budging an inch." The intruder declared it against the rising golden tide. The vice master strained, realizing something's not right. "I can't sense astral power from him, yet I can't move forward at all." Behind the roaring flames, the new tower master surveyed the scene with chillingly bright eyes. He merely waited, the tension thick enough to shatter like brittle glass. The palace master sat amidst the desolate grit, clutching his head as a strange, burning light descended from the storm-darkened sky. A chilling realization dawned as the elder's eyes sharpened through the heavy, blurring dust. The grim voice finally escaped, heavy with dread. The pinnacle tower master's eyes flared crimson, burning with a terrifying, barely contained fury as the true stakes were laid bare. A blinding swish tore the air as the youth materialized, eclipsing the old master's desperate vigil. The terrible energy surged between them, heavy with unresolved confrontation. The old master collapsed onto the barren earth, muttering something about the turtle breathing technique, even in his exhaustion. The sheer weight of his battle pressed down, the silence deafening after the chaos. The old master Ji Yuanfeng merely smirked, his eyes closed in a disquieting serenity despite the turmoil outside. He seemed utterly unconcerned that the celestial fruit was so close to ripening. The winged figure held a fragile, glowing staff, watching the still cultivator resting upon a strange, bright lotus. All the terrible truths about the stolen earth hung heavy in the silent room. The elder pointed toward the fading brilliance of his colossal strike, his weary voice echoing against the silence. "All that," he breathed, the enormity of his effort sinking in. The skeletal warrior's desperate plea echoed against the blinding, ominous sun. "Master, please, you have to intervene and put a stop to him." A gentle hand settled upon the aged head, the warm, fading light casting long shadows across his weary face. He simply murmured, accepting this strange, perhaps final, offering. A deafening bang shattered the air as the colossal golden energy shattered above, revealing Jin Yomyung standing small against the chaos. A blinding, golden force erupted, shattering the air with a violent whoosh as Jin Yomyung recoiled in shocked disbelief. The blinding rush of golden light tore through the high heavens, a desperate blur slicing the soft, bruised clouds. A sickening realization dawned, the faint glow of purple energy failing as an internal command echoed. "Regenerate and I can't move." The elder's weary expression seemed to hold the weight of forgotten divine secrets amidst the palace's shadow. He managed, a choked sound barely escaping his lips. A masked figure watched in stunned silence as the strange, winged centaur began a nonsensical, carefree tune. Even the seated master seemed unperturbed by the sudden, strange outburst filling the tense air. Chilling resolve hardened behind the skull mask, the blinding golden light signifying his grim acceptance of the terms. "Fine," he stated, ready now to see this dangerous path through to its end. Captain Sandojin's frantic cry echoed sharply against the chilling silence, desperate for the master's attention. The otherworldly figure sat utterly still, holding something small in his cupped hands. A skeletal grimace twisted beneath the sickly light as the question hung heavy. "What's this formation for?" A soft wave swept through the dimness as the old master calmly fanned a shimmering, golden energy. He seemed utterly unconcerned by the turmoil he had just unleashed. The air sizzled with destructive energy as the armored figure stood defiant against the darkening sky. This terrifying power, born of atrocity, now pulsed around the one who dared threaten everything. The shimmering projection of the scaled-down earth hung silently against the dark void, the pinnacle tower receding below. The raw fury erupted, a harsh sound tearing through the tense silence of the revelation. "Bullshit," the young man roared against the shocking, terrible truth. The old master listed the relentless destruction, eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, but declared this fragile peace was still preferable. The tower master held the glowing essence, its energy humming against the ominous, darkening sky. This formation offers ascension beyond the reach of any current sky-tier master. The chilling promise hung in the suffocating silence. Ascend to celestial tier just by waiting. That easy, huh? Cold suspicion laced the air like stale ozone. The shadow lunged forward with a terrible swish, forcing the dark warrior to question the sudden, immense danger. Is this a trick? The armored figure rasped, the purple aura crackling violently around his skeletal mask. The tower master watched from the swirling clouds, his gaze assessing the dire situation as the word critical hung heavy in the air. That skeletal grin, burning with sinister crimson light, promised a terrible future for anyone who stood near the celestial fruit. A sudden whoosh sliced the silent, desolate sky as he soared above the cracked earth, determined now. The last words of the Chancellor hung in the pale evening air. Zu. He accepted the intel, the weight of the celestial tear gold pressing down. Above the ruins, a silhouette hovered, sending a strange, glowing distortion crashing down with a terrible thunk. The grim silence hung heavy under the bruised twilight sky as he weighed the uncertain path ahead. If it isn't a trap, the desolate secrets of the formation await him. A violent purple energy ripped open the air with a deafening swish, as the small figure hurtled towards the unknown void. If he could only reach it, whether all that mattered little now. A blur of dark fabric, Jin Yomyung ripped through the suffocating darkness with a powerful, unnatural swish. He had to reach the heart of this strange, ominous cave quickly. The cold, electric blue light illuminated the stark cavern as Jin Yomyung's gaze fixed upon the ominous entrance ahead. The earth groaned under a heavy, unseen pressure as Jin Yomyung descended into the shaking darkness. He moved with grim resolve, the chaos outside fading beneath the sudden, cavernous silence. The cold, heavy clink of the iron chain echoed in the cavern, trapping his sudden realization. He was bound now, in the heart of this terrifying chaos. A deafening clang echoed through the cavern as the heavy chains snared the falling figure in the desolate, icy landscape. The tension coiled tight as Jin Yomyung strained against the heavy, cold chains, asking, "Hide and seek, huh?" The binding chains suddenly snapped with a violent snap, casting the figure into the stone wall with a sickening thud. The chained behemoth roared, its monstrous maw bearing down amidst the splintering stone. Jin Yomyung felt the heavy, vibrating sound rattle his very core. A black shadow sliced down with shocking speed, the heavy chains rattling against the massive, stunned beast. The air shrieked as heavy chains lashed out, binding the monstrous form pulsing with dark energy. This terrifying creature was now fully unleashed. A deafening clang of chains met the blow, sending furious sparks scattering against the suffocating gray atmosphere. Jin Yomyung's attack connected, but the sheer force barely registered on the captured creature. The heavy chains bit deep, and with a sickening crunch, the monstrous form slumped against the stone floor. Blood sprayed, marking a momentary, violent victory in the surging tide of chaos. The monstrous entity unleashed a terrifying roar, ensnared by the glowing chains of the netherlock vortex. The brutal crimson light showed him utterly helpless, stones swirling as some terrible declaration about the fiend's power escaped his lips. The terrifying suction force ripped the cult leader's outer cloak away, flinging him violently into the swirling void. The roar of the energy wash was deafening as he called out, "Lil Skelly." He braced against the sudden, shocking surge of power surrounding them. The air shrieked as chains of searing light snapped tight around the towering beast, binding its terrible might. The spectral figure unleashed chains that spun into a blinding vortex, grinding against the desperate mob below. This monstrous power swallowed the sound, leaving only a heavy, ominous hum. The terrifying restraints pulled tight around the skeletal figure, a sudden, crushing silence following the chaos. Those dark chains glowed with an ominous, binding power against the blinding light. The overwhelming surge of cold metal snapped tight, binding Jin Yomyang against his will with a desperate, shuddering curse. The monstrous figure roared, effortlessly binding the two figures within a spinning cage of corrupted crimson chains. The monstrous entity held the suffocating sphere of chains, its terrifying power now fully exposed. Jin Yomyang watched, knowing this captured power might destroy everything nearby. The Void Realm monster hefted the pulsing sphere of razor chains, its terrifying power surging under the harsh, cold light. The monstrous figure descended with a deafening clang, shattering the last remaining restraints against the sky. A desperate guardian looked up, steeling for the inevitable impact. The skeletal warrior gripped the crimson blade, its dark energy pulsing against the eerie silence of the encroaching horde. Jin Yomyang felt the deadly cold radiating from the impending fight. The air itself seemed to tear as the monstrous figure unleashed its final, terrible power. Astral incarnation slash. The sound of impact ripped through the cavern air as the dark figure struck, shattering the massive purple form. This desperate fight could not stop the encroaching horrors surrounding them. The bitter crimson stained his hand, yet the desperate admission pierced the rocky silence. I can't. A blinding blue light spilled from the passage as he braced himself, uttering the silent command. What's first? A swift gust tore past, carrying Jin Yomyang downward into the vast, blinding expanse of ice. A chilling realization dawned, the yellow eyes fixed on the scene. The chilling glow of the summoned beast erupted behind him, a brilliant, terrible contrast to the surrounding dread. Now, a flicker of possibility sparked amidst the raging chaos. The oppressive heat of the swirling power enveloped him as he focused intently. He had to pinpoint where the astral power is most concentrated around here. A blinding light erupted as the formidable dragon form art manifested, soaring against the sky's rushing streaks. The colossal, golden presence loomed over the frozen chasm, uttering a stunned whisper. This is. The monstrous tide surged forth, their savage roars echoing in the chilling, bright air against the remaining resistance. The sheer roar of the beast tide swallowed the chilling air as the cloaked figure shouted the command. Attack. The word fruit echoed in the sudden quiet, his sharp, golden eyes locking onto the bewildering situation ahead. The desperate roar split the icy air as crimson and gold energy struck the trembling shield. A sharp crack signaled impending failure. A sudden blinding swish of golden light countered the attack, shattering the frozen shards around him. A sneak attack, echoed across the desolate, cold expanse of frost hell. The chilling wind carried a desperate cry. "IGOT, you're back." Jin Yomyang stood ready, facing the blinding, sickly green glow of imminent danger. The sword flashed, a violent arc of purple energy meeting the solid yellow force with a jarring clang. The sudden, violent SHNK crack ripped through the air as Jin Yomyang was struck, a desperate gasp escaping his lips. He flew backward, the world blurring with sickening speed and blinding light. The garrison captain's shocked cry echoed, realizing his mightiest weapon had failed against this unseen power. The blinding yellow-green energy swept across the ice, forcing even the strongest figures back with a painful arc. A sudden, sharp attack echoed through the frigid silence of Frost Hell Frontier. A blinding light flared as Jin Yomyang plunged toward the fray, fueled by a single, desperate command echoing in the raging wind. I gotta save them. A devastating force erupted with a sound that tore the very air. Living demonic fist, a violent, golden energy pulsed outward as the void realm scythewing thrashed against unseen bonds. The air crackled with that immense, barely contained power. Jin Yomyang tensed on the slick ice, his golden power gathering, ready to strike Captain Sandojin now that the truth was clear. The silence between them was suddenly heavy, the air freezing tighter than the vast, desolate frontier itself. The young man, radiating contained golden light, stood against the brutal frost of Frost Hell Frontier. His easy confidence struck the hardened captain, revealing a vast, unnerving gap in their worldviews. The golden beast's defiant shriek was abruptly silenced by a sharp, unseen severance. A terrifying stillness descended upon the battlefield after the swift, final cut. A blinding, Sharp snap echoed as the luminous golden shell abruptly fractured under an unseen, chilling pressure. The resilient beast let out a silent, agonizing tremor against the encroaching blue light. The golden cicada shed its casing with a brilliant, blinding swish, shedding light on the devastating reality of Frost Hell Frontier. The golden insect creature buzzed violently, its shimmering wings blurring as it tried desperately to flee the mounting force. The captain's incredulous shout echoed sharply against the desolate, icy peaks of Frost Hell Frontier. Jin Yomyang remained silent, his dark silhouette framed by the unforgiving white landscape. The white expanse mirrored the chilling stillness as the enigmatic spring prepared to move again. His shadow stretched long across the snow, waiting for the next command. A terrifying swing of black steel cleaved the glowing insect in two with a sharp swish, showing the raw power of spring's spectral guardian. The air split with a deafening roar as three spectral dragons unleashed devastating beams of light upon the shattered figure. The flames flared, illuminating eyes of molten gold as the command, "Dragonhound," ripped through the still air. A resounding boom shook the air as blinding light enveloped the furious, winged beast. The ethereal glow pinned the monster down, a display of overwhelming, silent power. A tremendous, roaring energy flared as the golden beast thrashed inside its containment, straining against the overwhelming blue light. The chilling silence following Spring's unknown answer froze the surviving soldiers in the icy air. Their gasp echoed the utter disbelief that someone powerful would be ignorant of the fruit. A deafening thud echoed as the spectral guardian locked the powerful beast within searing blue energy. Jin Yomyang watched the struggle cease, the battle suddenly silenced by overwhelming force. The bitter chill of Frost Hell Frontier seemed to amplify their desperation as ragged figures scattered, fleeing the looming threat. The blinding blue ice walls of Frost Hell Frontier rose up, swallowing the small group against the crushing, frigid silence. The imposing silence of Frost Hell Frontier met Spring's strange ignorance regarding the vital fruit. Captain San Dojin watched, his weathered hand gesturing toward the bleak, frozen mountains. The captain's loud, disbelieving laughter echoed against the frozen air, clearly mocking Spring's innocent ignorance of the legendary fruit. The yellow-eyed youth stared, the harsh echoes of backup mingling with the sound of his quiet response. "Earth," the captain's firm voice cut through the biting wind, correcting the stranger's flawed assumption about their grim vigil. "You misunderstand, Brother Spring. We're not trapped here." The captain stared hard at the Tower Master's dark token held out in the biting, frozen air. "Captain Token," the subordinate began, witnessing the fragile trust forming between them. The pale light of the frigid sky illuminated three figures. The central man offered a cold greeting. "Yes, greetings. My name's Ye Wushu." The captain's stoic facade cracked, the cold wind seeming to whisper his shock at Spring's ignorance of the fruit. The captain's question hung heavy in the cold air. Nobody understood this silence surrounding the fruit. The captain's weathered face tightened. Such ignorance about the sacred fruit felt deeply unsettling in the biting cold air. The immense, cold expanse stretched out, mirroring the terrifying hunger in the beast's ruby eyes as they flew over the snow. The air stills high above the jagged peaks. There it was, the luminous jade tree, defying the encroaching beast tide. The air grew thick with emerald light as the impossible fruit hung there, shining like a star, beckoning them closer into the silent forest depths. However, the beast sensed the celestial light, its shadowed eyes burning red before the impossible jade tree. The air hung thick with humid silence as the luminous orb, the fruit of their desperate hope, hovered just beyond reach. The air thinned in the icy expanse as the monstrous steed paused, its red eyes fixed ahead. "Is that the jade tree?" Brother Spring whispered, breath misting in the cutting cold. Jin Yomyang's sharp, gold eyes narrowed, processing old man Lee's incredible description of the phantom tree. Captain San Dojin's stern gaze watched the younger man, his arms folded tight against the grim, gray expanse. The urgency in their voices was matched only by the sea's restless, cold whisper. The veteran, weighing the endless years of lonely vigil, closed his eyes against the grim reality of the twilight. Under the heavy, gray sky, Old Man Lee paused, his gaze sharp, weighing every word against the impossible task ahead. Brother Spring gestured toward the desolate expanse, his tone laced with raw conviction and shared urgency. The biting wind carried the weight of their desperate search for the luminous fruit. Captain Sandojan's hardened face showed the terrible weight of the approaching tide and the fading light overhead. He knew Jin Yomyang had seen it, the ghostly green shimmer of the impossible jade tree. The cult leader stood revealed, cloaked in crimson power, as Jin Yomyang felt a chilling sense of dread wash over him. The immense, hungry eyes of the tide beast burned through the dark, locking onto the lone figure standing upon the glowing barrier. The sheer, blinding light revealed a face etched with terror. The jade tree was truly there, right before them. Captain Sandojan stood against the glacial wind, his expression etched with the weight of their desperate mission. The silence of the ice field seemed to mock their urgency, yet they knew they must press forward. Under the oppressive gray sky, the younger man spoke with a hesitant urgency, pointing upward. His concern hung heavy in the cold air between the weary guardians. The air hung thick with exhausted relief as the commander finally caught his breath, the silence heavy around them. The biting wind howled across the vast, frozen wasteland, dwarfing the travelers against the silent, white mountains ahead. Captain Sandojan's eyes narrowed against the unsettling, grainy darkness surrounding them. He stared, sensing the overwhelming, hungry presence drawing near. The assembled commanders stood silent beneath the bruised, heavy sky, their faces etched with the weight of endless war. The air grew thick with the scent of impending battle, his weathered face hardening under the bruised, stormy sky. He saw it again, and the desperate hope flared once more. Captain Sandojan's stern face, etched with old scars, reflected the grim silence under the heavy sky. He watched them depart, a silent promise hanging between the departing and the resolute. Their fierce words rang out beneath the vast, indifferent sky. It's about honor, about contribution. As legendaries, we must bear the responsibilities. The urgency of their quest hung heavy in the air, but Old Man Lee offered a warm, genuine smile amidst the tension. He looked upon Jin Yomyang, a silent prayer in his eyes for the hope they carried. The seasoned guardian nodded firmly, his gaze fixed on the distant sky where the shadow of the tide loomed. "GOTIT," he affirmed, readying himself for the terrifying pursuit. "Let's fly ahead," Brother Spring urged, his dark coat stark against the vast, silent white mountains, seeking the phantom light. Riding the fierce wind toward the frozen peaks, they spotted the distant, unsettling cloud where the impossible tree might hide. The massive beast surged below, hungry shadows closing in fast. Old Man Lee traced his brittle mustache. The grim reality of the unending beast tied heavy under the bleak sky. A savage roar echoed across the ice as the beast's malevolent red eyes fixed upon them, froth dripping from its hungry jaws. A sudden whoosh of displaced air accompanied their urgent flight ahead of the massive beast tide. Jin Yomyang stared, his own companion dragon blazing beside him, questioning. "Old Man Lee, is that the one you saw? The jade tree?" The crushing, blinding white of the frozen waste suddenly revealed the impossible. The jade tree stood before them again. A massive roar echoed as monstrous figures lunged toward the glowing jade tree in the snow. The old man cried out that the beast tide was swiftly approaching them. Brother Spring shouted his command, releasing a blinding energy. Right. The mighty dragonhound unleashed a blinding rim-fire jet across the snowy peaks. Brother Spring's command unleashed a fearsome power, causing the summoned beast to roar in anguish as purple energy surged around it. With a deafening roar, the immense, glowing fist descended, screaming, "Divine demonic fist." The monster roared in pain as it was violently struck, spitting out a sickly green substance. The man with the long white hair channeled incredible power, summoning his terrifying dragonhound. The figure surged upward, enveloped in a terrifying, crimson aura that stunned everyone watching. With a blinding slash, Brother Spring's summoned dragonhound severed the beast's head clean off. The massive dragonhound let out a terrifying roar as it lunged toward the white-haired warrior. A sickening crunch signaled the instant impalement of the beast. The mighty summoned beast, Dragonhound, charged forward, blood staining its reptilian face from an unseen wound. Spring launched himself like a deadly projectile toward the sky. The winged figure watched in shock as the armored warrior descended upon them. The Dragonhound's skill descended in a flash of red, ensnaring the approaching beast. The magnificent Dragonhound roared, its appearance stunning everyone present. Brother Spring summoned Dragonhound immediately unleashed its powerful wings of frost. As shards of ice sliced through the air, a sharp snap signaled a sudden, inescapable blast of ice trapping something within. Brother Spring summoned his Dragonhound with a terrifying roar that stunned everyone. The Dragonhound answered the command, unleashing a devastating vortex of ice shards. Even knowing regeneration, he was shocked that Spring's battle pet recovered after being shattered to pieces. The ice encasing him sizzled and cracked as the forbidden bloodline skill began activating. The skeletal warrior materialized, summoning his technique, Undead Eternal Sin. With a resounding whoosh, the colossal Dragonhound appeared before the stunned onlookers. The monstrous silhouette slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, unleashing a shockwave of purple light. Spring unleashed the ultimate power with a resounding, godly evolution dragon roar. With a terrifying roar, the summoned Dragonhound unleashed its power upon the sky. The mighty Dragonhound summon shook everyone, as this technique was supposedly only for Sky-tier masters. This ancient being, with eyes burning crimson, showed a flicker of acknowledgement or perhaps disbelief. The observer realized this devastating display was only a warm-up for Brother Spring. The elder looked upon the snow and the distant jade tree with an expression of fierce authority. With a fierce shout, Brother Spring summoned the powerful Blazicon and Skelly alongside the formidable Dragonhound. The armored warrior soared toward the jade tree, trailing vibrant, swirling energy. His ancient eyes widened in utter disbelief at the sight before him. With blinding speed, the warrior lunged toward the shimmering jade tree. With a world-shaking roar, the powerful Dragonhound technique surged towards the perilous jade tree. A massive impact shook the frozen ground, sending cracks radiating outward towards the sacred jade tree. From the swirling darkness, malevolent red eyes glared down upon them. The spiked tyrant descended with a fearsome, spiked club, aiming for the glowing fruit just out of reach. The ancient man's crimson eyes burned with fury as he questioned the defeat of his vanguard. A massive surge of ice erupted as someone cried out for Brother Spring. The armored figure assured his ally, "I'm fine." As a new, imposing enemy arrived, the massive vanguard swings its weapons down, even as the master's servants watch, utterly defiant. The beast roared, its demonic eyes glowing red as it breathed heavy smoke into the air. The imposing figure with the skull mask demanded, "Who is your master?" "Enough talk." The beast roared, brandishing its weapons with savage intent. The beast charged, its spiked club cleaving the air with violent force. The purple-haired figure moved with blinding speed, meeting the old master's attack head-on. The beast, enraged, swung its spiked weapon with devastating force, ignoring the earlier victory. A white-winged figure lunged forward as the dark beast barely managed to brace for impact. The powerful beast swung its massive spiked weapon with a deafening roar. A sudden, violent whoosh swept away the monstrous threat. The monster's gone, and its astral power has vanished completely. The massive minotaur descended with a powerful axe swing, a clear act of raw brutality. The unexpected spiked blast slammed into the armored vanguard with a sickening BAM. The monstrous vanguard reappeared, its master standing behind with chilling, undeniable authority. The beast roared in surprise as the blow landed with a sickening crunch, barely registering the protagonist's quick defense. Blood sprayed from the old man's face as he stared in utter shock and rage. The heavily injured vanguard, eyes burning with malevolent red power, gripped his weapon tightly, signaling a new wave of brutal anger. The beast unleashed his piercing storm in a desperate clash against the masked figure. The winged brute, enraged by the loss of his comrade, drew his twin blades for another desperate attack. The skeletal figure unleashes a terrifying blast of undead dragon flame. With a violent slash, the powerful figure repelled the charging beast. The behemoth collapsed with a deafening thud and a terrifying surge of dark energy. This cold-eyed man, towering above them, mocked the heroes for defeating his powerful vanguard. Despite their powerful attack, the monstrous vanguard was shockingly still alive. The enemy's terrifying purple energy pierced down, declaring that escape was impossible for them now. A monstrous purple aura crackled with terrifying energy, signaling a new, more powerful threat appearing. The terrifying, monstrous figure materialized amidst crackling purple energy, emanating overwhelming malice. Li Yuanfeng stared, his face etched with the terror of inescapable spatial doom. The Thalisand-Eye demonic beast showed only contempt for their efforts to interfere. The Thalisand-Eye demonic beast showed a cold, superior smile, fully confident in his power. The Thalisand-Eye beast towered over them, its massive wings casting a dark shadow against the icy slopes. The Thalisand-Eye demonic beast unleashes its terrifying power. Undead dragon flame. The armored figure raised its massive, menacing blade, realizing with dawning horror, "I can't." A terrifying crimson slash of dark power erupted as the beast unleashed its devastating attack. With a chilling snap, the Thalisand-Eye demonic beast contained Su within its terrifying spatial fold. Su's desperate blade attack met only empty space as the demonic beast smirked in disbelief. The Thalisand-Eye beast screamed as it was struck by an unexpected, powerful blow. It recoiled in utter shock, realizing with horror, "This is my own attack." Li Yuanfeng, protected by powerful barriers, watched Su charge into the beast's terrifying grasp. The Thalisand-Eye demonic beast prepared his terrifying sinister demonic fist as Su charged into the spatial fold. The Thalisand-Eye demonic beast pulsed with terrifying energy, charging its sinister fist. Su struck with blinding speed, a desperate yellow light cutting through the beast's spatial grip. Despite the spatial distortion, Brother Spring cried out that his body remained within this terrifying space. A devastating impact erupted as the beast's sinister demonic fist struck Su's desperate charge. Su was engulfed by the closing spatial fold and the beast's terrifying sinister demonic fist. Elder Li's face tightened under the overwhelming power of the spatial tear. Li Yuanfeng roared a desperate warning to run as the beast trapped Su in its spatial fold. His desperate strike couldn't even scratch the beast's powerful defenses. The shimmering blue crystal rapidly flew towards the guarded Elder Li. Trapped by the spatial fold, the hero braced for the beast's horrifying sinister demonic fist. Su's desperate attack collided violently against the beast's encroaching power. The monstrous Thalisand-Eye demonic beast simply sneered, closing the spatial fold around the charging hero like a maw. Despite all the powerful barriers, Li Yuanfeng was struck, spitting blood from the ferocious blow. A blinding light erupted as the demonic fist struck with devastating force. Despite the powerful shields, the overwhelming spatial fold had injured Elder Li badly. With fiery resolve, the young man unleashes his desperate, blazing strike toward the spatial tier. The beast prepared its terrifying blow as one hero was consumed by the spatial distortion. The Thalisand-Eye demonic beast scoffed, promising that neither hero would even touch a single hair of his prize. The trapped hero, Su, unleashed his ultimate power in a final, desperate lunge. The divine demonic fist. The demonic beast focused its immense power. Its target locked onto the approaching hero. A devastating, golden fist of dark energy descended upon the vulnerable, glowing tree below. The massive, glowing fist slams down, but the vital tree remains protected against the immense force. The sinister figure snapped his fingers, asking if his threat had been made clear. A blinding light rips through the snowy landscape as the escape talisman activates near the lone tree. The massive impact surged as the dragon descended, but the buffs held strong against the terrifying blow. The old man gripped his horn, trapping the desperate protagonist under the grim sky. The massive fist strikes, but Li Yuanfeng and his allies are protected within the glowing escape barrier. Li Yuanfeng held the Tower Master, refusing to let his powerful companions return to him. A massive, Golden impact crashes against the snowy mountain as they narrowly escape the danger. The talisman activated, pulling Li Yuanfeng and his companion away into the blinding escape. The defiant dragonhound looks at Elderly, knowing the grim sacrifice required for their escape. Li Yuanfeng coughed violently. Blood sprang as he held the precious escape talisman. The injured elder coughed blood, staring at the young man with desperate resolve in his eyes. The glowing 10 directions escape talisman hummed with power, ready to break the formation. The Tower Master's escape talisman consumed half of his remaining lifespan, a desperate sacrifice. A surge of energy engulfed them as someone cried out, "Senior Li." The aged man insists Li Yuanfeng should live, saying his own sacrifice is worthwhile for a final chance to see his descendants. The monstrous demon lord descends, terrifying Li Yuanfeng and the others with his sudden, overwhelming presence. A fearsome, glowing claw reached out, the dragonhound defying its master's desperate command. The demonic beast lunges with terrifying speed, screaming "Yai" as it attacks. A fierce clash erupted as the massive beast struck down with unbelievable force. A violent impact erupted as the powerful blow connected. The skeletal warrior's very being crackled as a new, terrible ability activated before them. Skelly rushed forward, ignoring the master's command to return, determined to keep the escape safe. The demon snapped the weapon, ignoring the life-risking defiance of the battle pet protecting its master. Li Yuanfeng desperately reached out as the escape energy surged around them. As the barrier crackled with intense lightning, he could only desperately shout, "Wait for me." Elder Li collapsed, exhausted after their desperate escape from the sky tier monster. An ancient figure, enraged and bleeding slightly, roared at Brother Spring for his brazen theft. Elder Li was apologizing for leaving Skelly, but Brother Spring understood the danger they faced. The imposing elder, radiating fury, accused Brother Spring of trespassing and stealing his divine herbs. With a powerful whoosh, they finally arrived at the fortress city as Brother Spring announced, "We're here." Elder Li insisted he must return home and recover on his own, despite Spring's offer of assistance. Brother Spring transformed into his dragon form, rushing back to Longzhong at full speed. Brother Spring rushed back to Longzhong, his dragon shadow falling over the surprised crowds outside. Brother Spring ended his dragon form with a heavy thud, surprising everyone who welcomed his return. The sound of a click echoed as Brother Spring reappeared, instantly dominating the room. People gasped, recognizing the powerful boss Spring who ignored their thanks. He was focused on his urgent mission, pushing past their immediate requests for help. The sudden click of an unseen door made Spring pause his triumphant return. Spring returned to Longzhong, but his important allies were too busy celebrating his return. He decided he must handle the fight against the 1,000-eye demonic beast alone for now. Brother Spring returned to Longzhong only to be greeted by grateful faces. Yet he ignored them all. His fierce, golden eyes narrowed, determining he could handle this danger himself for now. The waiting elf maid, clearly pleased, greeted Brother Spring upon his abrupt return. The beast's power could perhaps be overcome if the golden crow godfiend body reached full completion. Returning to Longzhong, Spring resolved to grow strong enough to face the 1,000-eye demonic beast alone. Spring gazed upon the shimmering portals, a universe of possibilities before him. The shocking price to enter the chaotic Empyrene Star made Brother Spring hesitate, but his need for the golden crow materials outweighed the cost. His energy income had risen, allowing him to finally afford the journey to the chaotic Empyrene Star. Arriving in the chaotic Empyrene Star, Brother Spring was immediately assaulted by suffocating heat. Brother Spring lands hard in a fiery, hostile landscape while a powerful energy descends from above. An enraged voice accuses him of trespassing and stealing divine herbs from the Imperial Medicinal Garden. Brother Spring crouched low, the harsh heat of this new world searing his skin. This pathetic heat is nothing, but Spring is quickly burning alive in the chaotic Empyrene Star. The furious roar of the Imperial Garden owner was deafening as he caught Spring stealing the divine herbs. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to be resurrected after his swift death. I can't just let this go. I must choose yes. An angry voice roared, accusing him of stealing divine herbs from the imperial medicinal garden. Even after preparing, Spring died instantly and had to choose to resurrect. The overwhelming heat of the chaotic Empyrean star was nothing compared to the danger he now faced. Brother Spring felt the familiar golden energy surge through him, confirming his efforts were succeeding. Brother Spring stood beside his powerful, glowing dragon form as he arrived in a new, hostile place. The terrifying cry of the garden's owner echoed immediately, angered by the theft of his divine herbs. Dragon form and frost shell activated. Spring bravely faced the unknown heat of the new world. Doggy sniffed intensely at the glowing golden crowgrass that Brother Spring held out. An angry voice roared, accusing the insolent ant of stealing divine herbs from an imperial medicinal garden. Skelly barked as Spring stared up at the strange, glowing dragon form in the stormy sky. Brother Spring roared, swooping down on his golden dragon form to snatch the precious golden crowgrass. Brother Spring had finally found the brilliant golden crowgrass he desperately needed. An angry voice roared as Spring stood amidst the glowing herbs in this forbidden garden. The golden dragon manifested as Brother Spring snatched at something amidst the scorching heat. An enraged voice boomed, accusing the trespasser of stealing divine herbs from the imperial medicinal garden. Just as Spring reached for the brilliant golden crowgrass, a furious voice accused him of trespassing and theft. A terrifying voice boomed, accusing Brother Spring of stealing divine herbs from the imperial medicinal garden. The magnificent, blazing creature shrieked and immediately recognized the presence of a golden crow. His face showed the shock of one whose secret garden had been his own cultivation ground. The captive, Daikayong, stood before the stunned elders, her presence marked by the terrifying aura of the golden crow's ancestral fire. The elders were utterly shocked that he survived the imperial pyre and suspected he might be a human celestial sovereign descendant. Daikayong stood before the shocked elders, her expression daring them to question her survival. The defeated foe pleaded for his life, asking if their violent encounter could finally be considered settled. The elder firmly agreed that passing the trial would indeed grant him the promised materials. His eyes, now blazing with confidence, stared down the shocked elders. The terrifying imperial pyre descended, yet the captive remained defiant against the scorching flames. The terrifying imperial pyre raged, a final, desperate display of the clan's power. The newly arrived prisoner, Daikayong, greeted the elders with deceptive reverence before the trial. Standing amidst the fading aftermath, he asked the elders, "Now, senior, am I to receive the materials?" The elders stared in utter disbelief, shocked that even the imperial pyre failed to kill this defiant kid. He stood before the elders, demanding if passing the trial meant securing the coveted materials. The sound of scorching power filled the desolate landscape as she confronted the man who had defied death. "I am speaking to you only after you died," she coldly reminded him, disbelief hardening her gaze. The captive, Daikayong, stood before the shocked elders, confirming she was not dead yet. The terrifying imperial pyre unleashed its scorching power, threatening instant annihilation. An earth-shattering boom exploded as the trial began with overwhelming force. The terrifying heat of the imperial pyre raged, yet Daikayong remained floating within the searing light. The golden crow ancestors might have failed, as the arrogant men simply declared the outcome a waste. The intense energy still crackled around him as he faced the assembled elders. The elders stared, completely shocked that he survived the imperial pyre completely unscathed. The enraged woman declared she would let the elders deal with the unkillable captive now. He struck the blazing energy wall, the impact echoing with blunt force. A great golden bird streaked through the sky toward the sacred Golden Crow ancestral land. The Golden Crow ancestral land loomed, a magnificent yet imposing destination for the defiant captive. The magnificent Golden Crow ancestral land appeared, wreathed in mist and towering above the clouds. Daikayong stood before the elders, who were stunned he survived the imperial pyre. He simply asked if passing the 4 stages would grant him the promised materials. A magnificent golden crow arrived before the stunned council of elders. Dai Kaiong knelt before the elders, awaiting their harsh judgment for surviving the imperial pyre. The first elder sat upon his throne, his expression grave as he faced the impossible captive. Dai Kaiong stood before the shocked elders, her survival baffling even the clan's wisest members. The second elder of the Golden Crow clan was utterly shocked that the captive survived the imperial pyre. The second elder still marveled that the pyre failed to even harm this impossible foe. The elder was stunned that the outsiders survived the imperial pyre without a scratch. The shocked elders whispered amongst themselves, wondering how anyone could survive the imperial pyre unscathed. A trembling Dai Kaiong could only gasp in disbelief at the mention of rain. He stood before the elders, declaring his true purpose. I came seeking materials needed for me to reach the next stage. The elder stated that since the celestial sovereign was on good terms with them, learning their secrets caused no harm. Tomorrow, the divine body awakening trial would begin, including all the young golden crows. The captive's current cultivation level was roughly equivalent to what was needed to proceed. The second elder spoke, his shock evident that the imperial pyre failed to kill the intruder. Commotion erupted as the crowd watched the otherworldly elven beauty stand beside me. The woman watched me, her expression unreadable as I spoke my thoughts aloud. As I extended my hand, the others watched, their judgment hanging heavy in the silent air. She winked, confirming that the third royal clan's surname was indeed Dai. The first elder appeared as an ethereal glow, commanding the start of the trial with a divine energy burst. The energy crackled as the remaining hopefuls were instantly transported into the trial's vast space. The true competition had begun as they rushed toward the divine stones, leaving a trail of light. The trial grounds buzzed as participants gathered around the glowing array. The elder held glowing stones, commanding them to choose their trial burden. The divine stones, marked with glowing mu values, floated within the array as the trial began. The elder revealed the markings. The divine stones were graded by mu. With a loud swish, the awakening trial began as the divine stones flew forth, testing the one mu stone. I realized the true challenge was enduring the grueling weight. The 10 mu stones slammed into my arms, a crushing weight demanding everything I had. My body screamed under the crushing weight of the 10 mu stone, but Skeely's pain drove me onward. With a powerful surge, I lifted the impossible 10 mu stone, ignoring the tearing agony in my body. The immense 10 mu stone finally met the ground with a jarring thud. The vast, misty mountains seemed to hold the secret of the trials to come. A divine bird descended upon a massive stone marked 3 mu, signaling a change in the trial's challenge. The gathered spectators watched as a radiant image of a massive bird, perhaps a golden crow, materialized above them. The NK of the Yan clan moved swiftly, demonstrating terrifying initial strength. The spectacle of the Yan clan member carrying the massive 8 mu stone stunned everyone. The towering stone marked 9 mu, a monstrous challenge above the others. The colossal weight of the 10 mu stone descended, announcing an impossible challenge. Dai Kaiong seemed relieved that he hadn't attempted the 10 mu stone himself, looking almost pathetic in comparison. The golden light of the dragonhound surged around me, radiating immense power. The elders watched from their high seats as the trial continued under the pale sky. With a powerful command to fuse, the warrior's golden presence intensified, shocking everyone watching. The golden claw crushed the rock beneath it with a deafening clank and a fierce gnash. A fierce command urged him onward, pushing through the impossible weight. A deafening rumble announced the 10 mu stone's terrifying descent. Without Skeely, I can only manage one fusion, which will only reach the C tier. But what's happening to Dragonhound as the dreadful sound of a squelch echoes? The overwhelming agony felt insignificant compared to the suffering Skeely endured. This burden is a trial for both me and Skeely, so we must become stronger and overcome this pain. Yan, K of the Yan clan, struggling under his weight, warned me not to die by carrying such a heavy burden. The impossible weight of the 10 mu stone brought him down in a violent crunch of crushing stone and blood. The lesser bird struggled under stones marked only as 1 mu and 2 mu. He turns out to be nothing special after all, sneered a voice. But the speaker was then told, Keep watching. The Tenmu stone cracked under the intense pressure, sizzling with the strain of my every step. The onlookers stared, witnessing the shocking power of the summoned creature. The air crackled with intense power as this golden-haired warrior revealed his formidable presence. Even the bird-like judges could not hide their shock that an outsider had actually won. Despite the monumental weight of the Tenmu Divine Stone, Su Ping refuses to yield. The colossal Divine Stones continued their journey, carried by tiny, fiery birds. The raging rapids churned below the empty platform where the trial had ended. The small avian creatures struggled, dropping their heavy burdens as Su Ping's power shook the air. With a final, resounding thud, Su Ping stood before the massive stone wall, his gaze unwavering. What's happening, and why would he transform and fly now? A single, overwhelming burst of golden power erupted as Su Ping prepared his final, decisive blow. Su Ping, glowing with fierce energy, unleashed the power of the forbidden technique one last time. Su Ping's ultimate strike unleashed a ferocious, fiery demonic visage with a deafening roar. The explosive impact of the great Yan True Dragon Demon subduing fist shook the very air with a deafening "Bien." Even after being struck down, the system declared the host had died. Even after dying countless times, Su Ping's glowing form commanded him to stand up and press forward. With blazing golden eyes, the fighter channeled the terrifying power of the great Yan True Dragon Demon subduing fist. They could only stare in bewildered shock, whispering, "What is he trying to do?" With a deafening impact, the great Yan True Dragon Demon subduing fist smashed against the unyielding rock face. With a terrifying crack, Su Ping's ultimate strike tore the colossal mountain apart. The mighty impact of the great Yan True Dragon Demon subduing fist shattered the mountain with a colossal boom. The sheer force of his attack caused the massive mountain to rumble and crack open, glowing with furious heat. The spectators stared, their shock absolute at the unbelievable final results flashing on the scoreboard. The Golden Crow observers watched in stunned disbelief as the trial concluded. The debris that was once a mountain splashed into the raging currents below. The flying rocks crashed into the churning water, clearly meant to fill in the dangerous path. Even with the Divine Stone secured, Su Ping still needed to endure the overwhelming power surging through him. With a heavy thud, Su Ping pressed against the colossal stone barrier, his body shaking from exertion. Even after death, the system instantly resurrected Su Ping, causing the heavy divine stone to drop with a thud. The Golden Crows carried the heavy divine stones, their scores displayed for all to see. Even after dying, Su Ping kept resurrecting, desperately carrying the massive Tenmu divine stone. The instant resurrection flared as he screamed his unbreakable will to push through. The massive Tenmu divine stone finally settled, a testament to Su Ping's unbelievable strength. Yanke coughed violently, spitting blood and reeling from the sheer power he had witnessed. The chime rings as Yanke's 8 Mu Divine Stone score is displayed, shocking everyone. The trial concluded, leaving the shocked observers speechless at the impossible result. The exhausted champion, covered in blood, stood as the world finally acknowledged his impossible victory. This elf watched in astonishment, wondering if this incredible feat was the true power of a celestial sovereign. The terrifying, roaring beast manifested in purple energy as the elf-like elder watched, hands outstretched. The massive demon dragon mocks the pathetic Golden Crow clan members for dragging it out again. The onlookers were completely terrified as the demon dragon lunged its mouth forward. The elder pointed a commanding finger toward the massive, menacing dragon maw. A swift slash cuts through the shadowy figures as the test begins before the watching elder. The crowd panicked, screaming about soul worms and how quitting was more important. The red-haired rival confronts Jin Ranyu, shocked by the hidden strength he perceives. The colossal dragon's maw opened wide, preparing to unleash its terrifying spiritual assault. "Let's go," Yanke declared, hurtling forward into the swirling, demonic energy. The jealous spectators eagerly waited for the dragon's roar to destroy Yanke's mind. Sheltered Girl watched, wondering how Yanke would survive the dragon's looming attack. Jinranyu surged forward with terrifying speed, his golden aura domain blazing behind him. With a sudden rush of energy, the winged figure surged forward in the sky. The dragon's massive, purple eye reflected the determined figure now deep within its gaze. The monstrous dragon unleashes its terrifying demonic wail with a deafening roar. The powerful demonic wail struck the Golden Crow clan member, forcing a raw, agonizing cry from him. The Golden Crow warrior strained, pushing back the furious, dark assaults with all his might. The sheer pressure caused the aura domain to crack and split open around Jin Ranyu. The demon dragon unleashed its terrifying roar as Jin Ranyu manifested a dazzling golden phoenix. Jin Ranyu's hardened expression showed his determination as the woman beside him pointed forward urgently. Jin Ranyu unleashes his aura domain, shimmering like a colossal golden crow against incoming violet strikes. Yanke stood firm, bathed in the terrifying golden light as the demon dragon prepared its attack. The terrifying spectral dragons converged, but Yanke stood firm against the onslaught. The demon dragon attacked, but Yanke powerfully pushed back against the oncoming spectral jaws. The demon dragon roared in agony as the spiritual needles pierced its very being. The demon dragon's spiritual attack pierced him, yet his resolve did not shatter. Yanke stood firm, declaring that he and Skelly had seen their share of bloodbaths. Jin Ranyu stood firm, unleashing his power against the demon dragon's terrifying attack. They gasped, wondering how Jin Ranyu mastered the terrifying power of the aura domain. The massive dark dragon roared, shouting, "Perish, you ant," as its spectral mouths lunged. Despite the roaring danger, Yanke declared he possessed his own unbreakable method for victory. The Golden Crow clan member roared, unleashing a powerful punch of pure golden energy. A blinding impact erupted as the dragon's attack slammed into the golden light. The horrified onlookers could only gasp at such a powerful aura. The mighty dragon roared, furious that the small figure had nearly killed it, calling them three old birds. The elders watched from their thrones, silent judges of the spiritual trial about to unfold. The observer whispered that Yanke, like a celestial sovereign, had indeed achieved something exceptional. The dragon acknowledges the powerful aura domain, yet it has a secret weapon reserved for this moment. As the dragon leaned in with surprising tenderness, a single pink heart floated between them. The massive demon dragon opened its cavernous mouth wide, its glowing eyes fixed on the tiny challenger. The astonished onlookers could only watch as Yanke faced the dragon's mouth without fear. The divine soul trial suddenly ended as Spring unleashed his terrifying power. The dragon's flesh burst forth with a terrifying swish, yet he stood his ground. He exhaled, channeling the immense power of the divine demonic fist. The explosive clash confirms the immense gap between their powers as the trial time ends. The divine soul trial ended with Spring's unbelievable score, shocking everyone with his power. The massive dragon pondered, wanting to avoid angering the powerful candidate and perhaps gain some favor. The terrifying soul worms rushed forward with loud squeaks and rapid swishes. With explosive force, he effortlessly shattered the terrifying soul worms with simple, powerful punches. His power showed no change as he annihilated the worms with rapid, unbelievable force. A powerful strike connected, causing this royal Golden Crow clan member to cry out in pain and bleed instantly. How could I possibly lose to someone from outside my own clan? He raged with burning power. With one blinding strike, the battle ended and the divine soul trial concluded. Even with wings of brilliant light, this cultivator struggled against the tough hide of a single soul worm. Even with its firm bite, this soul worm's devastating power proved no match for the blinding light. His desperate imperial pyre technique failed against the monster. The glowing power surged, ready to burn as the mysterious force seemed to inject itself into the enemy. The sound of shattering metal echoed as the divine soul trial finally reached its end. The trainee watched in disbelief as Spring annihilated the soul worms with shocking ease. The incense burned out, signaling the divine soul trial's end and the shocking results. The furious dragon unleashed its power, showering the ground with golden energy streams. Spring stood there, completely relaxed, after utterly humiliating the royal Golden Crow clan. The Divine Soul trial concluded with his shocking first-place victory, securing 128 soul worms. The next test, the comprehension trial, required stimulating the Tao patterns on a stone tablet. The remaining trainees stood there, bruised and defeated, as the shocking results settled in. As the luminous arrow struck, the elder calmly dismissed the fading energy with a faint gesture. A massive golden scroll appeared, signaling the end of the Divine Soul trial. Spring shockingly claimed first place with 128 kills, utterly crushing the expectations of the royal Golden Crow clan. The outraged elder cursed them while announcing the next challenge, the comprehension trial on the stone tablet. "It's him again," the shocked trainees cried out as Spring secured first place 2 rounds in a row. The elder monk held the glowing cage, signaling the end of the shocking soul trial. The enraged dragon felt betrayed as the cloaked figure quickly absorbed its power. The chime signaled the end of the Divine Soul trial, and the unbelievable results were announced. Spring crushed everyone by defeating 128 soul worms, shocking the arrogant clan members. The dragon roared in fury at being dismissed after fulfilling its duty, vowing vengeance against the bald bird. Now, the next challenge awaits, the comprehension trial, where stimulating 3 Tao patterns is the key to passing. This venerable elder held the trapped little dragon, shocked by the overwhelming power he sensed. The Divine Soul trial was over, and the shocking results had just been announced. Spring had annihilated every soul worm, claiming first place again, utterly shaming the royal clan. Despite their fury, the elder was instructed to keep the dragon safe until the next trial began. The third test, the comprehension trial, would require stimulating the Tao patterns on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the sky darkened and a loud rumble announced an approaching storm. The soul trial concluded, revealing Spring's impossible victory over all the assembled trainees. The shocking results declared Spring first place with 128 defeated soul worms. Everyone stared in disbelief at the immense power gap between Spring and the others. They quickly transitioned to the next challenge, the comprehension trial involving the stone tablet. Trainees now had to stimulate the Tao patterns etched upon the stone to pass this test. The system's guidance was confusing, but the massive stone structure waited for the human heir's true power. The candidates stood solemnly, waiting for the next stage of judgment. The Golden Crow aspirant roared, unleashing a fierce surge of power against the inscription marker. A surge of energy shot through the testing apparatus as the next phase began. These Golden Crow aspirants desperately unleashed their fire and lightning in the test. The system showed 4 inscriptions lit up, proving the initial assessment was correct. More booming sounds signaled the next inscription, adding another tally to the passing score. Finally, 3 more inscriptions blazed to life, marking his total confirmed success for now. Some passed easily with 3 Tao inscriptions, but one aspirant only managed 2, looking crestfallen. Jin Ranyu watched, his smirk faltering as he wondered what hidden power the human heir might still possess. The next group, including Jin Ranyu and others, stepped forward with an air of expectation. A desperate cry burst forth as intense golden energy erupted around Jin Ranyu. A massive explosion of light erupted as the final fusion completed, shaking the very foundations of the testing hall. The Tao inscriptions flared brilliantly across the stone, a network of colored lights suddenly alive. The Golden Crow aspirant confidently declared his flame Tao inscription, finding the test hump "Too easy." Jin Ranyu felt the pressure as immense. Crackling energy erupted from the defiant human heir. The ground shook as the human heir poured forth a final, blinding surge of power. The inscriptions flared to life, connecting with the circuit, proving his hidden might. He had reached 12, tying the leader, but his intense focus suggested the test was not over. With every skill exhausted, he still wondered what untapped power remained hidden within him. A terrified scream erupted as someone realized the shocking truth unfolding before them. He gave a bitter smile, remembering when he borrowed the heavenly tribulation. The system's chime sounded, while Jin Ranyu pondered if the third test should really be the easiest for the human heir. Jin Ranyu, the Golden Crow heir, stood with a fierce glare, his innate power radiating from his imposing figure. He inhaled deeply, his glowing hair and horned headpiece signaling the gathering of immense, hidden power. The human air channeled the way of the lightning, his exertion clear as the blue electricity crackled around his hand. The way of the lightning lit up, marking his first Tao inscription. Jin Ranyu roared, his golden power flaring with intimidating, crackling energy. A deafening boom erupted as the dragon's power struck the testing matrix with furious lightning. This elder held up his hand, his expression showing doubt despite the human heir's impressive score. The high-ranking elders watched, one questioning the human's minimal achievements while the other defended the passing score based on the rules. The elder insisted that even minor paths count, defending the human's initial success against doubt. The elder demanded if the young heir had truly displayed every single one of his skills. Jinranyu stared, realizing the human heir might be aiming to surpass his own impressive score. He resolved to use every skill, even those inherited from the fused Dragonhound, believing they might form new Tao inscriptions. The Dragonhound's fused power surged, unleashing a brilliant explosion of energy against the testing surface. Vivid lines of light, crackling with power, traced the map of his awakened Tao skills. The Golden Crow disciples stared in shock, unable to process the final, lingering silence. Jinranyu's confident smirk faltered as he watched the human heir stand still, clearly not done yet. The fusion with the Purgatory Crimson Dragon unleashed a terrifying surge of power. He fused with the Purgatory Crimson Dragon, unleashing a terrifying, powerful transformation. Dragon's primal essence and many other dragon skills erupted in a blinding, colorful surge of power. Four new vibrant inscriptions shot out like lightning, causing a shocked swish in the air. The Golden Crows stared in shock, wondering if the human heir truly had more power hidden away. The fusion dissolved with a shasha sound as he stated, "I've used every skill I can." These astonished Golden Crows wondered if the human heir truly held back one more hidden power. That stance signals something more, making the onlookers question what the human heir intends to do next. The air crackled with unseen power as Jin Yongyang focused, pulling the raw energy into his trembling fists. He whispered, "Skelly, you have to wait for me." A terrifying clamor roared as the skeletal visage descended, cloaked in suffocating, dark crimson mist. Jin Yongyang gripped his glowing blades, facing the encroaching shadow with fierce, unyielding resolve. With a fierce shout of astral incarnation blade, Jin Yongyang slashed through the echoing dark space. The violent swish of energy cut the tense silence, a desperate strike against the inevitable. The dark patterns crackled with volatile energy, revealing 13 awakened out patterns in a blinding surge. A sharp exhale escaped him, the exertion of the recent trials finally settling as he clenched his fist. He was ready now for whatever challenge lay ahead, even if Skelly was waiting. The sting of being second place settled deeply, a bitter taste after thinking the Blade Tao would secure his rightful top spot. The great elder smiled, the air suddenly charged with intense, shimmering light as he made his final pronouncements. The immense golden scroll revealed the results, a soft rustle accompanying the stark truth of the Tao patterns. The onlookers gasped, the sudden shift in favor silencing the very air around them. Their stunned expressions mirrored the unbelievable turn of events. A low rustle of air accompanied the elder's gesture as he announced, "Next." A blinding, golden fissure ripped through the dark, heavy sky, the sound of breaking air echoing the sudden shock. The final surge of power fractured the very air, leaving a shocking silence where the battle roar had been. The announcement echoed, declaring the test comprehensive. Yet his fight was abruptly over. The great elder gestured toward the blinding golden light, an immense, buzzing power now descending. Jin Yongyang felt the air crackle. He knew he must follow that energy. A roar of affirmation erupted beneath the darkening sky as golden wings flared with sudden, intense power. The others watched, fists clenched, ready to surge forward into the fray. The blinding, roaring energy surged, but he stubbornly insisted, "I finished this battle." The great elder smiled softly, protecting him from an unfair group assault in the final round. He accepted the arranged reprieve, sensing a strange, hidden kindness. The red-haired man hissed about hidden power, while deep quiet settled as he accepted the elder's grace. He wondered only for the precious gifts that now awaited him. A low, resonant hum filled the air as the elder's eyes flared with blazing golden light. The profound weight of the carrot lineage settled heavily upon the silent chamber. The very air convulsed, a terrifying rumble accompanying the descent of light toward the elder. He raised his hand, a strange reverence etched upon his ancient face as he invoked heavens. The great elder's words hung heavy, confirming the Golden Crow clan's strange, profound legacy amidst swirling power. Jin Yomyoung realized Skelly's urgent call could not wait for these precious materials. The shock of the reward froze him, heaven slaughtering blood. Could the great elder truly offer such a treasure? His hands tightened over his chest, a silent plea escaping his lips as the great elder made his final decree. The great elder's aged hand crackled with potent golden flames, a heavy silence hanging under the stormy sky. The promised heaven's blood began to sink in, crackling with scorching, electric energy against his palm. A searing agony ripped through him as the devastating flames erupted, a sound like cracking bone accompanying the blinding light. The heavens screamed as the searing light struck, forcing Jin Yomyoung to shield himself against the brutal impact. That overwhelming force slammed him down, leaving only the roar of raw energy. The great elder's face froze, shock rippling through his ancient features as a startling truth surfaced. He had underestimated the depth of this young man's inherited power. The air crackled with intense purple energy, shaking the very ground beneath him as ancient power stirred. He stared into the swirling shadows, questioning the terrifying might of the carrot lineage. A violent azure energy roared outwards, the silhouette consumed by this terrifying, buzzing power. He felt the darkness writhe, responding to the call for Skelly. The searing blue brilliance erupted from the darkness, signaling a sudden, fierce movement that sliced through the still air. A terrible crackling noise echoed as blinding light enveloped him, making him realize, it seems this sorcerer clan is stronger than the Golden Crow clan. The great elder's hand hovered, a silent judgment above the crackling, scorching aura. A sudden rustle of glowing spirit items filled the air as the great elder presented the promised rewards. Jin Yomyoung knew these materials held the key to advancing his forbidden body training. The great elder bestowed the promised rewards, the glow of rare fruits illuminating the tense air. He knew Jin Yomyoung understood the true value of these heavenly gifts. Now, I send you to refine your body, the elder decreed, presenting the glowing materials. A sudden rustle beneath the brilliance made Jin Yomyoung look away. A sharp rustle cut through the tense silence as he braced himself against the overwhelming, fiery light. A blinding, tearing energy erupted from Jin Yomyoung as he stepped toward the stunned maid. The cult leader felt perilously close, yet the way forward was ripping open now. The air roared as Spring unleashed his power, casting aside petty thugs protecting the lie. This blazing force would tear down every barrier until the truth of Li Yuanfeng emerged. His exterior strength had clearly bloomed, yet the alien power within him was truly terrifying. Dark claw-based city loomed under a cold, hazy sky, making Spring pause, his golden eyes fixed on this strange destination. The sterile light of the lobby felt cold as Spring requested the impossible meeting. He simply needed to relay the message. So please inform him. The air grew cold under the weight of the arrogant man's dismissive glare, silencing the frightened receptionist. The air froze as the servant looked up, recognizing the powerful man before him. That chilling, quiet recognition sparked a dangerous inquiry into the hidden truth. The tyrant's voice thundered, pointing at the ruined leather. But instead, you dare disdain them. Fear choked the servant witnessing this raw display of power. The sickening crack echoed as the young master unleashed his casual cruelty, heedless of the gathering storm. The marble floor seemed to vibrate with the master's rage as the servant trembled, polishing shoes before the unfeeling gaze of Spring. The cold, sterile light illuminated Spring's hardening gaze. His patience had vanished. He realized this foolish man held the key, and that fact demanded immediate reckoning. The cold, slick marble seemed to mock Jin Yomyang as the man asserted, but unfortunately, that legendary rancor fell 100 years ago. The arrogant man's terror broke through his arrogance as spring's cold fury descended upon the room. He could only stammer out a plea, staring at the terrifying monster before him. The arrogant man smirked, spreading his hands wide, utterly certain of his untouchable power. He believed his words settled the matter, dismissing the desperate search for the legendary Li. The air crackled with cold realization as those searing yellow eyes focused. There was no room left for negotiation now. The tyrant recoiled, the harsh sound of his panic echoing the sudden shift in power dynamics. He finally understood the terrifying commitment burning in Spring's eyes. The Han family's arrogance crashed down as they asserted absolute control over the captured man. The chilling sound of impending violence hung heavy in the shocked silence. The flash of golden energy struck with brutal speed, the sound of impact echoing through the tense silence. This the servant choked out, utterly overwhelmed by sudden power. The arrogant man's face froze, a single bead of sweat tracing his sudden terror. The celestial shield, he gasped, realizing the true threat facing him now. The air crackled as raw power erupted from his palm, a fierce, golden blaze defying the cold silence. He would not let them hide the legendary Li any longer. The arrogant man felt the chilling realization before the blow landed, his face twisting into pure, frantic disbelief. He could only stammer, "You're about," as the shadow of impending force descended. An explosive, golden aura erupted as Spring roared his absolute resolve. "But today, even if I have to turn this place upside down, I will find him." The Han heir's face twisted in sudden, rough terror as Spring's grip tightened, shaking the very air around him. "This is the Han family's territory. If you dare to go too far and cross your boundaries, don't blame me." With a sudden leap, Jin Yomyang seized the master, relying on the dragonhound's terrifying instincts to track the missing Li Yuanfeng. The terrifying beast descended, its blazing eyes fixated, confirming the scent of the one held captive beneath its golden snout. With grim resolve, Jin Yomyang unleashed the terrifying 100-mile soul search, ignoring the panicked cries of the elite guards. The earth trembled beneath the golden beast as the hunt for the cult leader intensified. The terrifying shadow struck downward with a monstrous roar, shattering the rigid ceiling into bright shards. Jin Yomyang was caught in the colossal impact, swallowed by sheer, overwhelming force. The air exploded with a deafening bang as the monstrous form slammed forward, shattering the brittle structure around it. The air crackled with desperate energy as he dragged the unconscious form toward the imposing vault door, his low voice demanding, "Is he here?" The arrogant heir finally choked on his own lies as an unseen force seized him, his tyrannical facade shattering instantly. The Supreme Tier elite guards charged forth, their frantic swooshes lost beneath the blinding, incandescent arrival of a colossal golden beast. The 8 guardians struck with blinding, furious power, but Jin Yomyang met the explosive force with chilling composure. That shocking, otherworldly energy clashed, the air itself screaming with the sound of the boom. The air screamed as the masked guardian struck, but Jin Yomyang stood firm, radiating terrifying golden power. He held the arrogant young master like dead weight, having brushed aside the attack with contemptuous ease. The summoned 8 guardians unleashed their supreme tier power, but the sudden, raw energy made even the arrogant master scream. The furious yellow energy erupted around his fist, no longer patient with the Han family's lies. He would not waste time against these lesser guards. The cult leader needed finding now. The call for aid was met with an explosion of blinding, golden light, shattering the arrogant man's world with raw force. The arrogant man's terror was instant. What kind of hell? His world shattered as the elite guards fell. The air crackled with intense, searing heat as Spring's resolve ignited. He would not waste another moment on these trivial threats. The sound of the impact was deafening as Jin Yomyang unleashed his blazing strength against the unseen enemy. He realized with a sickening lurch, This opponent possessed a power beyond even the cult leader's understanding. The concrete shrieked as a violent suction ripped through the floor, revealing an abyssal darkness beneath the sudden blast. The arrogance in that man's voice slammed against spring like a physical blow, sweat beading as realization struck. The chilling darkness ensnared the cult leader, trapped in that monstrous, web-like cocoon. His familiar face, weary and pale, confirmed the terrible truth. Legendary Li, the harsh, sticky filaments held Legend Li captive within the cavern's eerie purple glow. Jin Yongming reached out, confronting the vile remnants of the Han family's ambush. A desperate cry shattered the suffocating purple haze as the rescuer lunged, tearing at the bonds restraining the captive elder. The crack of light heralded immediate, overwhelming power descending upon the dungeon chamber. The blinding white silk lashed out with a swift swish, the binding instantly trapping Jin Yongming in its relentless, cold grip. The heavy silence in the cavern was broken only by the slow, cold sway of the spider's massive limb trapping the captives. Han Yingzhuo stood poised, his sneer catching the faint, sickly purple light illuminating their fate. The enraged Han master watched the monstrous shape beneath his feet, the heavy stomp echoing the might of the revealed legendary tier. The crackling energy flared around him, the forbidden flame ignited, showing the true depth of his terrifying power. The roar of "Take this punch" cut through the heavy silence as Jin Yongming surged forward, a golden blaze igniting his fist. The desperate clash erupted as blazing energy met the monstrous maw, cutting through the air with a sharp swish. "Stop chattering," a voice commanded, shattering the tense silence of the chamber. The blinding flash of power struck the monstrous spider, echoing the sheer force Jin Yongming brought to this fight. The sound barrier shattered under the impact, a desperate counter against the looming threat. The brilliant, raw energy erupted as the unseen enemy questioned the power used. "You can use the flames to attack my spiders." The air crackled as the power ignited, the blazing flames ready to meet the monstrous fist head-on. The monstrous armor swelled with dangerous crimson light, a terrifying, unstoppable growth in the sudden, deafening silence. A lone figure struck the massive spider's abdomen, the sudden impact echoing with a heavy, dull thud. Han Yingzhuo stood above, supremely confident in his monstrous flame-devouring demonic spider. The joyous, sudden surge of the rescuer contrasted sharply with the giant golden beast's visible, cold dread as the battle shifted. The Han master's triumphant sneer fractured as true power loomed. He realized his arrogance had sealed his doom. The crackle of raw power surged around Jin Yongming's fist, meeting the enemy's arrogance with a cold, sharp question. The blinding, searing flaming attack struck the massive spider, making an unnatural sizzle sound, baffling the nearby Han guards. The monstrous spider erupted in orange flame, the master of Han flung aside like refuse. This was the power that fed on fire, a terrifying, unyielding spectacle. The Han master's final resistance shattered under that overwhelming, crackling force. The legendary tier power made itself undeniably known. The Han master screamed as his defenses shattered beneath a terrifying, blinding inferno. His desperate awe echoed as the legendary tier power consumed him completely. The chilling, viscous fluid dripped slowly onto the stone floor, its unnatural glow hinting at the venomous power that held the prisoners captive. The Han master gasped, clutching his chest as the legendary tier power drained his very essence away. His protests were swallowed by the cold, echoing chamber. The fiery aura erupted around the young man as the Han master gasped in sudden, terrible recognition. The air settled heavy, thick with dissipating, chilling purple miasma after the brutal confrontation ended. The purple mist of their escape finally cleared, leaving the elder leaning heavily on his powerful rescuer in the ruined chamber. The air grew thick with unspoken burdens as the long-suffering elder bowed low in the chilling stone room. The elder Li stood amidst the flickering blue energy, finally revealing his hidden strength, his weary eyes conveying untold centuries of suffering. The Han master gasped, clutching his throat as his stolen power fled. a chilling testament to the legendary Tier's wrath. The elderly, gazing at the towering figure, whispered the painful declaration, "This is home." The monolithic structure of the Han family headquarters stood stark against the fading, bruised sunset. Justice, long denied, now cast a long shadow over their tainted legacy. The remaining Han family members trembled, a low bustle rising from the kneeling crowd as the Lee families will descended. The humiliated Han family members knelt, the air thick with the silence of absolute defeat and broken authority. Jin Yongyang watched the shadow of past glory settle over the broken men. The surviving Lee descendants stood still, waiting for the elder's final command under the harsh, fading light. A solemn silence descended as the weight of a lost legacy settled upon their shoulders. The remaining 12 descendants stood silent, watching as Elder Lee faced the turning tide of history. Their muted shadows seemed to echo the long, cold years of their forced servitude. The Elder Lee, finally witnessing the impossible reversal, could only utter a stunned whisper into the sudden, heavy silence. The remaining Han family member trembled, facing the chilling gravity of the Elder Lee's decree. A silent acknowledgement passed between the powerful brothers as old debts were called due. A heavy silence fell as the terrified Han knelt before the Elder Lee, who stared down with devastating resolve. The crack of impact echoed in the stunned, rigid air of the room. The Elder Lee, frail but resolute, slowly raised the humble descendant, his eyes brimming with the weight of broken history. The Elder Lee's face was etched with the deep pain of 800 years of suffering and betrayal. A chilling resolution settled over the air as he prepared to reclaim everything. Elder Lee placed a gentle hand on the troubled man's shoulder, acknowledging the long fight still ahead. The elder's aged face tightened with disbelief, his voice cracking under the weight of betrayal and sudden realization. The Han master, stripped of his strength, could only gesture weakly in utter disbelief and desperation. The humbled Han master clung desperately, pleading for mercy as the legendary might descended. "It wasn't really like that," he choked out, his final defiance fading. The desperate Han master, sensing his power drain, could only gasp out a plea as the legendary Tier power descended upon him. A terrifying, blinding light erupted as the rescuer unleashed the true, crushing weight of the legendary Tier. The Elder Lee's eyes blazed with golden, terrifying light as he unleashed an overwhelming torrent of spiritual force. The raw power vibrated through the air, silencing all doubt about his legendary Tier might. The air cracked as the legendary Tier's true power slammed down, silencing the protests with a brutal, blinding impact. Screams echoed as the Han master tasted utter defeat, his strength vanishing into the golden surge. The Han master gasped, his astral power draining away, desperately begging, I reached the threshold. The Lee family, we beg for your." The Han family members instinctively recoiled, crushed beneath the terrifying purple aura surging all around them. The air hung heavy as the defeated Han family members struggled beneath the sheer, oppressive weight of the legendary Tier's will. The Elder Lee's voice echoed with the weight of generations, demanding loyalty as the desperate few cried, "Yes, ancestor." The shadow of the past finally lifted in this sterile, hard place. The elder's scarred face hardened, the weight of 800 years pressing into his gaze as he spoke. The former Han family members stood frozen, their composure shattered by the raw power displayed before them. A cold dread settled as their carefully constructed reality began to crumble. The Elder Lee gently shook his head, perhaps denying the lingering tragedy of their past losses. The black-haired man, Jin Yongyang, stood ready, waiting for the next command. The cracked earth bore silent witness as the Han master pleaded, his powerful aura extinguished. Jin Yongyang stood unmoved, the silence heavier than any shouting. The owner of the store smiled, acknowledging the Elder Lee's recognition, a quiet understanding passing between them in the tense air. Jin Yongyang watched, perhaps seeing the true weight of the ancestors' legacy finally settling upon them all. Jin Yongyang gently steadied the aged Lee family patriarch, feeling the silent weight of 8 centuries of sorrow. The moment was heavy, a shared promise beneath the grandeur of their reclaimed hall. Elder Lee's aged eyes held a deep, weary sincerity as he whispered, "If only all the legends in this world were like it. We swear to revive the Lee family till our deaths, and we will not fail the glory of our ancestors." The remaining kin roared with unified conviction. The elder Lee, his gaze firm despite the ordeal, commanded, "Brother, my family affairs are over. Let's set off now to save Skelly." The massive godly evolution dragonhound rushed forward, tearing through the frigid air toward the ominous purple rift. A blinding spatial power pulsed, threatening to consume everything in its path. Under the churning, ominous sky, Jin Yomyung stood resolute, while Captain Sandojin remained unnervingly still. The air crackled with the tension of a battle already decided. A great, winged shadow sliced through the sharp, cold air above the desolate, frozen peaks. The godly evolution dragonhound continued its relentless search through the vast white silence. A jarring purple surge crackled around Jin Yomyung as the colossal, golden beast loomed, a condescending voice slicing through the tension. The godly evolution dragonhound unleashed a terrifying, luminous green power, 100-mile soul search, searching for what remained. A terrifying roar split the frozen air as the dragon form art flared, blindingly bright against the ice peaks. The stormy gray sky seemed to boil as the brilliant dragon flashed past with a sudden whoosh. Jin Yomyung watched the celestial form with unreadable, intense focus. The dragonhound rushed through the biting, white expanse, a terrible recognition dawning as something powerful flashed past. This cold, unforgiving mountain felt like the beast's waiting trap. The beast and its monstrous allies loomed close, their glowing eyes radiating pure, cold malice in the charged air. The cold mountain air rushed past Jin Yomyung as he plummeted toward the small dragon below. The silence of the white peaks seemed to amplify his reckless descent. The frozen earth shattered with a deafening BAM, the sheer force of the star power ripping through the icy landscape. Brother Su hovered above the destruction, completely untouched. The skull fragment, thrown by the beast, sliced through the cold air with a sharp, unnerving swish. Even this piece of Skelly now moved with terrifying, chaotic speed. A breath catches in the oppressive gloom. "But now, just can destroy a royal sea," he whispers, stunned by Su's sudden might. The godly evolution dragonhound searched the frozen wastes, its glowing eyes moving across the scattered bone fragments under the heavy, cold sky. Captain Sandojin watched the sudden, violent impact echo across the dark battlefield. Brother Su stood firm, defying the thunderous sound of whatever just struck the platform. A blinding, resonant energy erupted as he declared, "Controlling objects with star power." The godly evolution dragonhound moved like lightning, dodging the yellow spark aimed at it through the heavy, churning clouds. That devastating pursuit had only just begun. The air crackled as Brother Su held the glowing fragment aloft, capturing the elder's shocked gaze. The faint, ominous hum filled the oppressive light as fragments of bone floated within the tortured space. "I dare not imagine how many times the thousand-eyed demonic beast has tortured him." With burning resolve, Jin Yomyung swiftly secured the object, urging the dragonhound forward on its vital quest. The beast wave-roared beneath them as two serpentine forms soared through the darkening, churning clouds. A desperate cry escaped him as the star power surged, channeling pure kinetic force into a burning fist. The ensuing rush of air tore past, a sound of sheer, unleashed momentum. The blinding flash of the ghostly eye annihilation palm struck, but silence followed the deafening impact. The thousand-eyed demonic beast roared its disbelief as Brother Su stood utterly untouched. A furious light erupted from his core as he counted the inescapable domain with sheer, blazing speed. The deafening impact of the ghostly eye palm struck, shaking the very air as the beast roared in disbelief. A sudden, frantic sound cut through the air as fragments of Skelly were hastily gathered within glowing spheres. The dragonhound continued its grim mission, collecting the remains where they drifted through the swirling mist. The cold, silent snow swallowed the sound as Jin Yomyung finally located the remnants of Skelly. Captain Sandojin watched the grim discovery unfold before them. The crackling purple tear dominated the frozen expanse, causing a sharp intake of breath among the watchers. The air crackled with buzzing energy as the winged demon loomed above them, forcing a visible, sharp exhale from the observers. The thousand-eyed demonic beast grinned, savoring the torment of tossing back what was lost, finding this new plaything much more entertaining. Captain Sandojin stood near, his gaze sharp and watchful amidst the violent tension of the beast's domain. The thousand-eyed demonic beast held Skelly's hornless skull aloft, mocking Brother Sue with cold, knowing amusement in the eerie white light. The thousand-eyed beast sneered, crushing the object in its monstrous hand as the captured prize shattered. "You want this, don't you? I'll give it back to you," it mocked. A raw, desperate cry tore through the icy silence. Skelly, Jin Yomyang lunged forward as the air rushed past him in a violent whoosh. The thousand-eyed demonic beast reveled in its cruel power, savoring the look of dawning horror it had finally elicited. The searing light around his outstretched hand intensified, the debris obeying the sudden declaration, controlling objects with star power. The air thrummed with palpable menace as the immense, ghostly hand descended. Brother Sue stood firm, meeting the overwhelming power of the ghostly annihilation palm. The devastating power erupted, striking the earth in a blinding, crystalline explosion. Yet Brother Sue remained untouched. His newfound speed had shattered the very cage of the thousand-eyed beast's domain. The chilling realization dawned. This monstrous opponent had ascended to the sky tier. A cold breath escaped as Brother Sue stepped forward, challenging the oppressive white void of the inescapable domain. The thousand-eyed demonic beast sneered, finding a new amusement now that the fight was truly beginning. The immense shadow loomed, but Brother Sue's fiery resolve erupted. Then, thud. "It's my turn," he roared back into the crushing silence. The thousand-eyed beast roared, unleashing the blinding, ghostly annihilation palm with utter contempt for the defiant ant before him. The air vibrated with the ominous sound as giant spectral hands descended, threatening to crush the man standing alone. The star power exploded outward, each impact shattering the beast's crushing technique in a violent, resonant bang. Brother Sue stood firm, refusing to yield within the terrifying domain. A sharp snap echoed as the thousand-eyed demonic beast mocked his helplessness, its confidence swelling in the tense air. The swift whoosh marked the impact, a desperate surge of star power meeting the beast's shadowy wing. He had shattered the confines of the established trap. Faster than the beast could even blink, the star power flared, meeting the lethal crimson shards with a blinding, golden impact that sent blood splashing across the darkening air. Captain Sandojin recoiled in shock as crimson splattered across the desolate snow, witnessing the impossible. "How were you not affected by this spatial ability?" he choked out, betrayed by the sudden violence. The crackling energy of star power pulsed around Brother Sue's hands, holding back destruction as a shadowy figure watched. The captain watched, sweat beading, stunned by this ease against the sky tier. Who was this great person on Blue Star guiding Brother Sue? The terrifying beast had returned Skelly's broken remains, shattered and cold upon the snow. A silent, desperate hand reached out toward the fragmented armor pieces. A shattering stillness broke as the stone figure slowly began to stir, ignoring the roaring energy. That familiar heartbeat, defying all reason, signaled an impossible return. The biting wind carried the old master's steadying hand, but Jin Yomyang could only stare, paralyzed by disbelief. All the terrible events culminated here, in this desolate, freezing expanse. The sky tore open with savage, crackling electricity as the formation finally shattered. That awful buzzing sound signaled everything had gone horribly wrong. The monstrous beast exhaled, crackling with savage, malevolent power as the sky darkened around it. Captain Sandojin stared into the frozen peaks, his face etched with sudden alarm. The 10 directions heaven-sealing formation was finally collapsing around them. The thousand-eyed beast loomed, its savage aura dwarfing the fallen Jin Yomyang and Captain Sandojin. A terrible stillness settled over the frozen peaks as the true enemy revealed its monstrous scale. The bone-chilling silence was suddenly pierced by a faint, familiar heartbeat. He knew his partner would return. His desperate touch rested upon the still skull, refusing to accept the finality of defeat. A gentle hand rested upon the cracked, cold skull, witnessing the impossible return. I knew you would overcome this. The broken reflection captured moments of shared resolve, even as the final, devastating strike landed upon the battlefield. A raw, explosive surge of power erupted outward with a deafening bang. As he defied the odds once more, a violent rush of air heralded the monstrous beast's sudden descent toward the tiny figures below. The crunching sound of impact shattered the cold silence as Skelly fell heavily once more. Jin Yomyang lunged forward, refusing to let his partner be completely broken. The elder's shock was deafening as a steady thump-thud echoed from the ice beneath the young man. He stared, realizing the tremor meant his powerful ally had somehow forced a return to life. Beneath the crushing silence, a faint, insistent thump-thud echoed. The skeleton willed its broken soul back together. The very earth shuddered under the reverberation of that massive, determined heartbeat. Jin Yomyang felt the shockwave, knowing that this was truly life clinging to survival. Crimson aura pulsed violently around the skeletal warrior, fueling its sudden, desperate surge forward. "Don't you dare harm my master," it roared, shattering the heavy silence. The younger man offered a chilling smile, confirming the elder's worst fears amidst the darkening sky. This breach signaled absolute disaster for the surface world now. The monstrous beast roared, its savage form looming under the churning, bruised sky. That massive, clawed hand reached up, ready to crush everything that defied it. The sharp crackle announced his return. He called out their names. Ragu, the Purgatory Crimson Dragon, Skelly. With a terrifying whoosh, the armored figure lunged forward, purple energy blazing from clenched, clawed hands. The Thousand-Eye Beast's massive hand clenched with a bone-jarring KPOW, its words dripping with venomous contempt. "You succeeded merely because." A blinding streak of violet energy slashed through the dark air with a terrifying swish, catching the monstrous beast completely off guard. The air ripped with a sickening schlick as the golden arc cleaved through the dragon's form, spraying dark blood against the pale sky. A sound like tearing silk. Whoosh, as the masked figure unleashes a strike of savage, glowing purple energy. He moved with a speed that mocked the Sky Tier's former advantage. The massive beast roared, its throat slick with fresh crimson, a terrifying display of its brutal, unyielding power. The Thousand-Eye Beast coughed up a torrent of dark blood, the sound of its defeat shattering the prior silence. The purple arc of light sliced through the air as the enemy recoiled, sputtering. "A monkey, me?" The very earth shuddered beneath the clash, trapping the winged demon within a terrifying, churning spiral of light. The sound of shattering ice accompanied Skelly's furious charge, his purple energy blazing with renewed, desperate strength. The earth fractured under a deafening impact as the armored figure descended with savage intent. Elder Bai could only reach out, witnessing the terrible power unleashed. Blue Star Elder Bai stared in horror as the impossible unfolded before his eyes. The structure of the entire crust was shifting, growing violently under the formation's ruin. "The mechanism I set to break the formation has been activated." A chilling, determined voice boomed across the icy terrain. A violent impact shattered the ice, sending crimson liquid spraying across the bleak, cold expanse. The deafening bang and rumble signaled a devastating new turn in the battle. Captain Sandojin exhaled sharply, locating another location in the Ice Hell realm, as subordinates confirmed their readiness. A terrifying rumble shook the heavens as the very structure of Blue Star began to tear apart. The formation had finally broken, unleashing unimaginable chaos upon the world. The very ground screamed under the pressure, a terrifying molten chasm ripping through the city structures. That formation's collapse meant chaos, and Jin Yomyang had to find his cult leader amidst this devastation. The chilling holographic display showed Blue Star's crust fracturing, an awful sign of impending doom. Captain Sandojin watched the terror unfold, the gravity of the collapsed formation settling heavily upon him. The elder's ancient features twisted in sheer shock as the terrifying confirmation struck him. What? The catastrophic collapse had begun. The massive formation fractured under the pressure, and Captain Sandojin looked up aghast. Could that boy be the cause? Blue Star Elder Bai watched the impending doom, a grim stillness settling over his aged features. The formation's collapse meant the surface world was now truly exposed. The peak tower's betrayal echoed, but Su Ping's gaze hardened against their cruel demands. This place, Longjong, would never bow down or flee its fate. The world groaned under the weight of this sudden, terrible change, glowing fissures spreading like fatal wounds across the land. The earth itself split open, revealing a searing, molten heart beneath the churning smoke. This barren ground, fractured by an unimaginable force, seemed to mirror the deep wound in their resolve. Beneath a sky burning like molten rage, Jin Yomyang tensed, refusing the peak tower's cruel decree. Uncle Chin surged behind him, their shared resolve hardening against the coming storm. The cold, electronic glow of the projected elders contrasted sharply with the desperate crimson landscape. Su Ping clenched his jaw, accepting the grim reality. Good, he affirmed, sealing their fierce resolve. The shocking betrayal echoed under the blood-red sky as the holographic plea flickered between them. This calculated abandonment felt colder than any beast tide they had just faced. The air crackled with the glow of immense power as the comrades parted ways. Until we meet again, echoed through the smoke. The inferno raged around Longjong Bay City as monstrous shadows descended upon the shattered defenders. The wall crumbled under monstrous assault as Captain Sandojin screamed a final, defiant warning against the approaching darkness. Amidst the chaos of the retreating beast tide, Teng Rian unleashed blinding emerald light against the ferocious attackers. This isolation confirmed the bitter betrayal radiating from the distant peak tower. Zhou Tianlin unleashed his devastating power, a blinding green light shattering the defenses amidst the roaring chaos. The sheer force flung defenders aside as Longjong braced for annihilation. Framed by the monstrous shadow, the people scrambled across the battered walls as the glowing horror descended. They refused the peak tower's cruel decree. Longjong would not abandon its ground. The colossal six-world sea spiral beast roared, radiating sickly green energy as the ground beneath it fractured and exploded. The earth shook violently as the immense pressure descended, scattering those nearby like dust motes. Uncle Chin endured the crushing blow, the memory of betrayal stinging deeper than the physical impact. The monstrous silhouette loomed against the dying light, a deafening, primal scream shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The Deputy Tower Master's contemptuous order echoed, trapping them. A searing rage burned in the sudden silence. The air tore apart under the monumental wrath god roar. As the colossal beast lunged forward, the colossal shadow of the six-world beast fell over the wall, momentarily dwarfing the lone warrior bracing against the coming impact. The air ripped with the sickening sound of impact as the monstrous appendage slammed down, sending the defender flying. That devastating blow confirmed the cold, calculated betrayal from the peak tower was very real. The dust settled on the ruined earth, revealing the heavy toll of the battle. Their shared struggle momentarily paused. Even battered, the question hung heavy in the strained silence. "Are you all right?" The colossal beast loomed, its hot breath washing over the defeated, a chilling reminder of the power they faced. The blinding shockwave cracked the air as Captain Sandojin braced himself low against the earth. Even Jin Yomyang, beside him, recoiled from the sudden, violent impact of the unseen enemy. The terrifying impact echoed like breaking stone as a blinding, corrupted energy tore across the defenses. Beneath the sudden spray of crimson, Jin Yomyang rushed forward, his shadow swallowed by the light. The air cracked with shocked realization. After surviving annihilation, they still faced this treacherous demand. Captain Sandojin gripped his blade, the weight of betrayal heavy in the sudden silence. The skull-faced terror radiated dark energy, bathing the desperate soldiers in its ominous, sickly glow. A chilling declaration cut through the dusty silence. The thunderous affirmation echoed under the bruised, ominous sky. Longjong would not yield to their cruel decree. The immense shadow of the six-world sea spiral beast loomed, its crushing roar vibrating through the cracked city walls. The monstrous tentacles lashed out, a piercing, electric shriek tearing through the charged air of the standoff. They would not bow to the peak tower's cruel decree. Longjong would make its final stand. Jin Yomyung stood engulfed in shocking, violent energy, his skeletal face set against the blinding blue shockwaves. The sheer power exploding outward declared their fight had truly begun. The masked figure stood ready, incandescent blue energies crackling fiercely around the blade of dark purpose. Their chilling resolve echoed the fight against the treacherous peak tower's decree. The monstrous beast roared its challenge, but Su Ping met its threat with blazing purple energy, slicing through the air. The terrifying sound of impact echoed as the decisive blow landed hard. The demonic tide surged forward under a sickly orange sky, a wave of monstrous shapes threatening to overwhelm everything. The air thrummed with desperate combat as a silver-haired woman plunged her blade deep. Even the captain's grim smile revealed the savage intensity of this battle. The lingering smoke of victory hung heavy as cheers erupted from the surviving soldiers. A fleeting moment before a new, cold fury settled over them. Su Ping's shadow fell across the grim faces watching from the ramparts, his refusal echoing like thunder. To hell with their orders. We will stand our ground here. Longjong isn't moving anywhere. The grim ultimatum hung heavy in the darkening air between them, fueling a raw, burning defiance. They would stand their ground. Longjong would not yield. Against the choking smoke and falling embers, Su Ping stood firm, rejecting the tower's cruel decree for retreat. Longjong would not bow. Their resolve burned brighter than the ruined skyline. The cold, mocking shadow loomed behind him, but Su Ping's fierce golden gaze held only unyielding resolve. We will stand our ground here. Longjong isn't moving anywhere. The metallic tang of the air hung heavy as the deputy tower master's cruel decree echoed in the fading light. A harsh chuckle escaped Jin Yomyung. Longjong would never kneel to such abandonment. Captain San Dojin's grim expression confirmed the betrayal pulsing from the tower's cold command. The air grew heavy with silent fury as Su Ping gripped the cruel ultimatum in his mind. The sheer audacity of the peak tower's decree ignited a white-hot fury in his eyes. Longjong would not bend. The cold silence following Su Ping's defiant promise settled heavily upon her pale, determined face. That impossible ultimatum from the peak tower demanded a sacrifice they would never make. The dust settled in the makeshift infirmary as the wounded soldier lay pale under the harsh, anxious light. Even victory could not erase the bitter sting of the peak tower's deliberate betrayal. Amidst the terrifying inferno, a small child wept, clinging to a worn teddy bear. The cruel order to abandon Longjong had ripped away their fragile peace. The defiant shout tore through the pale, vibrating air as Su Ping planted his stance, refusing the tower's cruel decree. The man, Boss Su, stood resolute against the gathering storm, his fierce companion looming behind him. He had chosen to fight when others fled, fueled by unwavering resolve. The city's heavy cannons roared, spitting fire against the rising cloud of beasts assaulting the walls. Beneath the brutal clamor, the fate of Longjing hung suspended in the hazy twilight. The deafening sound of rapid fire tore through the building tension as one man roared, "You monsters, all go to hell." The roar split the air as the savage beast charged forward, raw power slamming into the approaching, desperate light. The heavy cannons roared defiance against the looming tide, yet the city leaders gathered in the ominous, lengthening shadows. The mayor stood sweating under the darkening sky, his clasped hands trembling with unspoken dread about the city's fate. Beneath the blood-orange twilight, the mayor bowed low, his pleas swallowed by the commander-in-chief's imposing stillness. He simply knew this terrible choice wouldn't be reversed. The deputy tower master smoothed his long mustache, a cold certainty settling over the impending conflict. He had deemed a few scattered cities acceptable losses for his grand design. Jin Yomyung moved with blinding speed, slicing through the monstrous flesh while Captain San Dojin watched with unsettling stillness. The deputy tower master's gaze never wavered from the chaotic fray outside his window. The crimson sunset glared down as Jin Yomyung readied his glowing blades, the silence before impact heavy with dread. Beneath the darkening sky, the deputy tower master stood unmoved, accepting the official's fearful gratitude for his supreme protection. Beneath the ominous, fading sunset, the deputy tower master grasped the mayor's hand with chilling assurance. His calm smile betrayed the brutal calculus of necessary sacrifices looming over the city. The air felt heavy, mirroring the grim look of the hooded man as the serene leader listened. In the distance, a frantic official hurried across the rooftop, entirely unheard by them. Captain Sandojin poured all his fury into the crimson magic circle, while a wild-eyed elder leaped above the fray. The cold steel of the blade met the beast's hungry maw in the fading twilight. Beneath the dying light, the deputy tower master extended a hand, utterly convinced of his grim sacrifice. He declared that a few fallen cities were merely the expected cost of this chaos. Beneath the bruised twilight sky, Basu and his two silent allies surveyed the coming storm. They knew the city's fate rested on this desperate, final gambit. The deputy tower master's eyes narrowed, a chilling shadow falling across his face as he spoke. He dismissed the expected costs of defending the vulnerable, showing his cold indifference. The orange twilight hung heavy as the sounds of stopped traffic echoed across the paralyzed city streets. The armored man paused outside the glowing shop sign, his expression grim as the other man spoke of their desperate decision. Even here, at Basu's doorstep, the city's rising dread felt almost tangible. The desperate faces of the evacuees reflected their chilling realization. Trusting the official plan felt like walking straight towards certain death. The monstrous shadow fell, and a single, desperate shout echoed out. People scrambled through the dust, fleeing the terror descending upon their world. The shadow of departure loomed heavy as anxious travelers shouldered their burdens, moving toward an uncertain horizon. A silent tension hung in the air, watching their forced retreat. The harsh morning light broke over the battlements, revealing the city held its breath beneath them. They watched the shrouded cityscape, waiting for the inevitable roar of the beast tide to begin. The anxious crowd hushed, their desperate gazes fixed upon Basu, awaiting his command against the encroaching terror. The air crackled as Jin Yumyang gripped the scroll, his gaze hardening against the encroaching darkness. "Sentence," he commanded, channeling an intense, golden light. A blinding light flared as Basu unfurled the scroll, summoning shining weapons above the stunned crowd. The promised divine weapon auras began to manifest, radiating a fierce, golden light across the waiting steel. Hope ignited in the city, powered by Basu's desperate, generous stand. The desperate light of dawn caught the faces of those still uncertain, clutching their meager bags in the growing chaos. They heard the broadcast, yet still searched for a sign they could truly trust now. Basu stood firm amidst the rising chaos, his eyes reflecting only a quiet calculation regarding the promised reward. The cold air pressed down as citizens, burdened with packs, argued about trusting the official route. Some simply knew that leaving Longjing now isn't an idea. The golden glow of promised power illuminated the fierce resolve in Jin Yomyang's amber eyes. He accepted this dangerous trust, ready to defend his master's people. The desperate pleas of the frightened citizens finally reached someone, cutting through the city's rising tension. The city's defensive arrays spun in mesmerizing, doomed circles overhead, reflecting the cold resolve in Jin Yumyang's gaze. Amidst the desperate scramble, gentle hands still tended fragile life within the quiet greenhouses. A brief, sunlit pause before the storm. Basu spoke with quiet intensity, his hand briefly resting on the shoulders of a worried citizen amidst the silent, spectral figures. The observers watched Basu's bold move, realizing the depth of his control over the city, though silence hung heavy with immediate, unasked questions. A sea of desperate faces surged forward, their cheers ringing out under the suffocating tension of the looming tide. Basu stood firm, the sudden roar of loyalty echoing in the quiet dread. The subcontinental commander-in-chief scoffed, asserting the city's defense was secured by their legend-rank experts. Behind him, the deputy tower master watched the darkening sky, certain of his authority. The deputy tower master listened, His eyes narrowed with cruel amusement as the city's fate hung by a thread. He smoothly dismissed the idea of sacrifice cities. Such losses were simply expected in this brutal chaos. The observers watched Boss Su's desperate gambit unfold against the fading light of the horizon. They whispered about the incredible cost, realizing true power was now consolidated. Jin Yomyang turned sharply away, the wind catching his dark cloak as the observers watched his resolute departure. A tense silence fell over the terrace as the final preparations were being made. Across the ravaged plains, Boss Su displayed a confident smile, the strategic indicators blinking red behind him. The observers watched Boss Su, noting his audacious gamble against the empty horizon. They understood that this massive giveaway bought them crucial time against the encroaching tide. Jin Yomyang stared at the flickering data, a cold dread washing over him as he realized the cult leader's desperate situation. Jin Yomyang saw the shock etched on Captain San Dojin's face as the commander-in-chief's orders were delivered. The chilling blue light confirmed a desperate transmission had just been received.